Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Dallas up 3, 50 seconds left. Jalen Williams right in the grill of Kyrie Irving. Shot clock at 8. Irving trying to get free. Timer at 5. Irving goes to the left floater. Good for Irving. There it is.
Man, Mavs with a big Game 3 victory. 105-101. That call courtesy of ESPN. It's Sean and RJ here on a Monday on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Robert Montgomery Belt.
Yes, Montgomery. That's correct.
I think that's his real name, though.
Nope, it's actually Cameron. But.
Cameron. Peyton and Ryan. I'm going to call you Cam the rest of the week. Peyton and Ryan alongside. Mavs up 2-1. Stars up 2-1. It was a hell of a weekend.
It was. I'm starting to let myself believe. Chop.
Oh, you humble Billy Hayes. Do you believe?
I'm starting to let myself believe that this could be Titletown, USA.
Do you believe?
Not just
except
because,
for the Cowboys.
Well,
they got a chance. I mean, they're gonna be the best regular season team with a bunch of them.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see if they actually can do that 4 years in a row. But man, this is these games that we saw this weekend on Saturday from both the Mavericks and the Stars. Before we once again tonight, when we could actually watch them all separately on Saturday. Before tonight, when we get them lined up with each other again.
Is that concurrent or consecutive? What's the prison sentence where you get both your
on top of concurrent? Isn't it one on top of the other?
Well, one of them runs side by side, right? You're getting 15 years for this crime and 15 years for this crime. They're going to run concurrent and consecutive, and I don't know which one's which. Whichever one is the one that runs alongside.
Concurrent.
That's what they both run at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to do 30 years. You're doing 15.
Right. So we've got
concurrent games.
We've got concurrent games consecutively. Because it's been, I guess the Saturday broke it up. But still, man, the games on Saturday, both of them, just the way the Mavericks took over, and they had that lob dunk in the third quarter. Oklahoma City did that, put them up 10. And from that point on, when Dallas just came out and played a much more physical style of basketball than they had played in the first couple games, and really just locked in and looked like a title team, like played championship type of basketball, playoff basketball, and the Stars come out, do the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
Play really great defense in that Saturday game. It's just an absolutely, I'm starting to get a little nervous, a little excited. It feels very real. Like there's a real shot for both of these teams.
As the kids would say, I'm soups stoked about, yeah, well, at least that's what I'm saying. I was going to
say, I take back what I said last week about you passing for 30. Now I'm just saying soup stoked.
Man. My buddies were like, dude, you don't look a day younger than like 42. I think of today. So I've been more excited about the Stars game. I think today I'm more excited about the Mavs game tonight because they got a real stranglehold chance in this series, and I do think the Stars game is going to be the Stars series is still going to be a dogfight, which it has been. I mean,
the Thunder series has been,
and the Thunder series has been too. And we'll get into this. I do think you could draw a lot of parallels with the Timberwolves Nuggets series and this one. Like you can just tell like Minnesota's not ready to win
in a lot of ways.
Yeah. And I think you're seeing
Denver
that.
just flips that switch. It's terrifying.
I know. And I think you can see the same thing with Oklahoma City that, they're just not ready to win. Like some of these games, mistakes on the stretch, they had a chance to take a stranglehold in the series in game 2. They let, and that's the old line by, world-renowned philosopher Dominic Toretto said, the problem with putting your foot in the tiger's throat. You can't take it off.
Take it off.
He's not Rocky.
He sounds very similar to Rocky. He sounds very similar to Rocky. But man, no, I think you're right. I loved that the first 2 games, Oklahoma City was the more physical team.
Yeah.
And in this third game, we talked about it on Friday. I was like, I want to see some hard fouls. I want to see them respond to the abuse that they've shown Luka. And Oklahoma City, to their credit, still came out, played physical, tried to beat them up a little bit. But Dallas in this game, this one, they did change it up. And they were like, all right, we're going to hit you right back in the mouth. This is going to, if you're going to get fouled, it's going to count. Luka was trying to initiate contact.
Yeah, he was.
Like, to an extent, Like some people were complaining about it. I get it, but man, this one he looked for. All right, fine. If this is what you want to do, you're gonna send me to the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna initiate as much contact as possible here. But man, that was a classic championship type of victory. Like that's the way that championship teams win in the NBA playoffs, is those kind of games. And Kyrie coming up so big in so many different spots. Derek Lively making all those free throws when they turn to the Hack-a-Derek. We got to come up with a
Hack-a-Derek.
Yeah, we got to come up with something better than. We got to come up with something that rhymes with Lively. I don't know what it would be. Let us know on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053. What?
Dive the line.
Dive the line.
That rhymes.
See who says
it does rhyme.
Who says he didn't contribute anything?
It's amazing. This kid is amazing. He's my favorite employee up here.
He is.
He is. He's my favorite employee up here.
Hey.
It's just there's so much.
It's because I don't know that that's a compliment, Peyton. I think it's because Choppy's never met anybody like you.
I haven't. Yeah, myself. I see so much of myself in Peyton. Just this very I don't care attitude that I absolutely love. It's amazing. It's just I see you and me. I see me and you.
Yeah.
Like together.
You're
man.
a unit. I'm a unit.
Yes. Well, not so much anymore. I'm not.
And Peyton has never been.
And Peyton has never been one. With an oddly placed nipple. He's never.
we got to put that up on the fan cam for best and worst of the weekend.
I think YouTube gets shut down if we put that picture up.
Really? Would it really?
Not allowed to free the nipple, I guess.
You can't free the nipple on YouTube? A male nipple?
Well, mine. Bobby says mine look like girls, so apparently.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Really?
Very perky.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could cut glass with them.
What's it called? Hypergonadism? Is that what that is? Or no, that's balls.
Yeah, go.
That's balls. Never mind. All right.
Oh man.
I got a bone to pick with the headline makers over at ESPN. We will get into that. You okay?
Yep, my phone slipped out of my pocket.
All right, we'll get into that at some point, and then the Stars. That was a fun game.
That was more like the games they were playing against Vegas.
Yes, that was it was different because there wasn't this odd rush of Stars score 4 goals and then they hang on for dear life with Colorado scoring 3 unanswered or 4 unanswered as it was in game 1. This was a much more
locked down.
Yes,
defensively locked it down.
And snipers at the end, man. Like just the empty netters just got it.
Which I know we mentioned this through the Golden Knights series, and it's still holding true for this one now. Every single game the Stars have played in this playoffs, Chop, every single one, if you take out the empty netters, has been a 1-goal game.
Yeah. Which, I mean, look, that's fun because it's close and entertaining and
sustainability is a question.
Competitive, but yeah, like sooner or later, those 1-goal games are going to bite you.
But we feel like you probably beat Colorado in that second game more like by a 2-goal lead. And so, I mean, some of those deserve context still, but yeah, definitely that was a classic, like, defensive performance from the Stars in what they did. And, it's again, one of these ones where you're starting to feel the same sort of excitement and that building sense with the Stars that you're feeling with the Mavericks right now of like, hey, this might be a real opportunity here to get a shot at a title. I feel better. I don't know about you, Chop. Last year we got, all excited when it got to, the Western Conference Finals and they got Vegas. And I think a bunch of us picked Dallas even. But this one, even being here in the semis in the second round, it feels like a better opportunity to me than it did last year. Like this team feels more ready to do something in the Stanley Cup
than last year. Yeah, well, they're a better team.
They're so much better defensively.
Yeah, they are. They've got they got 4 tremendous lines. Their defense is much, much better. I mean, their goalie is just as good as he was last year. He may not have like the stand on the head games that he had last year yet. He's had maybe 1 or 2. But he was good the other night. That's for sure. He was good the other night.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we saw just how devastating Colorado can be in games 1 and 2, just how quickly they can score and how they can make things tough on you. And for Otter to stand in there in that third period on the road, guys talking about how heavy their legs were and stuff like that. I know Stankoven talked about it, about, that altitude, you start feeling a little bit in the third period. You felt the change. For them to For Otter to just stand in there and blank them in that third period was so huge. And you're really starting to believe in the idea that 3 DFW champions in however long it'd be, 8 months or whatever. It's not unreasonable.
Let's see, the Rangers won. It was in November, right?
Beginning of November, I guess.
It was technically November.
Yeah. So like 7 months by the time we get done.
Yeah.
Around June.
Right, because Corey Seager's Mr. November now.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's ever had that moniker yet.
Didn't Derek Jeter get it?
I don't remember that one.
Derek Jeter got it because remember,
I don't remember anybody being called Mr. October either.
He was facing the Dimebacks too.
It's I'm just trying to joke here. I know that he's been, but
I was gonna say you should know.
There's never been a Mr. October either. I never heard that name before.
Well,
So
isn't that
I don't know.
Isn't that Mike McCarthy's
Reggie
nickname,
Jack.
Mr. October?
No,
because he's not going to do anything in November, December,
right,
January.
Yeah. Yep. No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as Derek Jeter. That never happened.
Yeah, he is.
I don't believe there's. I've never
He
heard
played
that.
shortstop.
I've never heard
He
that
essentially
name
played
before.
shortstop and third for the Rangers for a decade.
I don't recall ever hearing
Michael
that
Young?
name. I don't recall ever hearing that name.
Live hack.
What?
That's the name.
Oh, the live hack.
The live hack.
Yes.
That doesn't rhyme though.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It
It's good.
rhymes with life hack. That's funny.
It's an inside joke for the show that you got canceled.
Warning. Unethical live hacks.
Unethical.
Yeah,
lively
you're just
hack.
fouling him to try and stay in
Live
the game.
hack.
It's an unethical live hack.
Yes, sir.
Very good, 817.
I like it. Who forgot they were playing this weekend more? The Knicks, the Timberwolves, or the Texas Rangers? Next to the fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll reset where the hockey and basketball series are, and CY is going to join you at 4:20. Broadus will have a report from Cowboys rookie.
base side. Who's going to take it? Montero down the line, collides with the catcher, but hangs onto the ball, and the ball game's over. Montero has it. The Rockies have the win, and they have swept the Rangers in this series. They win today 3-1.
Oh, Nadell with the call on a game you heard right here on 105 through the Fan as the Rangers score 2, 3, and 1 in their 3-game series against a Colorado team that came in at 9-28, 6-12 at home, and they sweep the Rangers. A just awful series.
Pretty pitiful.
The way baseball goes.
No, baseball don't go like that.
No, it don't.
It shouldn't go like that.
I mean, it goes to the team that he's managing now a lot of times like that.
Well, yeah, it does. But man, this is pretty brutal. Especially when you look at, I saw Peasley threw up the note.
Peasley?
Yeah, old Mike Peasley threw up the note. Rangers starters this weekend at Colorado. Gray, 6 innings, run. You got 5 innings and 2 runs, 6 2/3 and 2 runs. Like when your starting rotation gives you that with all the injuries and you come out of there 0-3.
You should have swept the series.
Against a 9-win team.
They should have swept the series with that pitching.
My gosh.
With the starting pitching they got this weekend, they should have swept the series. And that, like, the catch on Seager's hit yesterday, like that was a nice catch. They're making it sound like that was Gary Matthews Jr. out there.
Yeah, it was not.
It was not like, oh my God.
Which,
no.
by the way, that does not live on.
Whoa,
that does not live on enough in terms of the national discourse of greatest catches of all time. That's the best one I've ever seen.
I agree. I was there. Well, I was watching it was on the day, it was on like Willie Mays' birthday or whatever, right? Or the anniversary of his first game, whatever it is. And they were showing the best catches of all time. And that was like 5th or 6th.
The
Gary Matthews Jr. one?
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Willie's.
No, they didn't have Willie's in the top. They didn't even like, they were just like, these are the other 10 best.
Oh, okay. These are the other 10. I was going to say, that's a pretty famous catch.
Yeah.
It's overrated though.
Three. No, it's really not.
He ran like,
do you know how deep dead center in the Polo Grounds was?
Polo Grounds, yeah. Played on MLB The Show.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's like 520
it's
feet.
It's legitimately 468, 470.
No, I think there's a sign that says 524, like right next to where he caught that.
It's to me the 3. It's Willie, it's Gary Matthews Jr., the kick off the wall and the spin, and then it's the dead sprint back turned laying out catch from Jim Edmonds.
Which one?
The you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The one where he's running like Willie and he just dives out at it.
The Griffey one's really good. He has 2 of them. One where he broke his wrist, and then the other one at against the Yankees that was over the wall. There was the Otis Nixon one was stupid.
Otis Nixon, the man who for his entire life, even in his 20s,
looked 50.
Yeah, he was Greg Oden.
He was
Greg Otis Nixon.
That was a great one. But yeah, like the Gary Matthews Jr. one, I do not believe, I'm with you, does not live on in infamy the way it should. Anyway, that was not anything close to that yesterday. But be that as it may, the Rangers should not have lost 2 of 3. They should have lost 1 of 3 with this pitching, let alone all 3 of them.
Yeah, but when you average 1 extra base hit per game.
Is that for the year? Is that what they're doing?
In that game, in the series, though. In Coors Field, you hit 3 extra base hits against a 9-win team at Coors Field.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah, Mike Hampton in his prime wasn't starting all 3 games here.
No. But I mean, Mike Hampton didn't pitch very well in Colorado either, to be fair. But no, this is kind of, again, I apologized for it, especially after this weekend. You see whatever else. But this is why I was like, it's great they got their 15 single games back to back and scored those runs, but man, that doesn't feel like sustainable. It doesn't feel like the offense is back to me still. Like you're still missing pop. You're still missing what made your offense last year. And I don't know how we're going to fix it. Chop, this is the last thing we were thinking heading into this season, was that the offense would have problems like these. We thought with certainty, like the offense is going to have to carry you. If the Rangers were sitting there at 22-19 at this point, we were going to say, okay, the offense is probably mashing and has had to score 10 runs because your pitching's given up 8 a game. And that's just not been the case. The bats have not been there.
No, they haven't. I mean, they'll get there. I do
You
think.
hope.
What?
You hope?
I mean, look, my assumption is that Seager's gonna get red hot as he always does at some point, and then when Josh Young comes back, and it gets healthy and is playing every day, it gets back into the groove and the swing of things. That'll be another one. So it's gonna extend the lineup. It will. There's no doubt in my mind that the offense will get to where it needs to be. Shoot, dude, there's like 130 games left.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, you have time to turn it around. It's a little worrisome how everybody is slumping to start the year. Is there? Is there any sort of? And probably not. It's just I know typically we discuss these sort of things and it hasn't even come up yet. For the offense specifically, do you think there is any sort of World Series hangover?
I don't think so.
I mean, somebody was complaining. Somebody tagged me in something this week, and they're like, "See, what do you know what you're talking about?" And it was stunning. I was like, "Wow, Rangers heading into this weekend, we're tied for first in batting average in the American League, hitting .258."
Yeah, I think what that shows is that's part of what the analytics crowd's been trying to preach. That batting average isn't a great indicator because they're not offensively. They're not having many extra base hits, and you need kind of extra base hits.
No, I mean, it's funny. If you look at the teams right around them, Chop, so just in front of them, the Rangers right now are hitting .255. And when you look at like some of the teams, the Dodgers hitting .261, the Phillies hitting .261, I'd say, oh, you're right there next to them. Okay, well, the Dodgers OPS is .784. The Phillies is .760. The Rangers OPS is .715.
A little bit lower, not much.
No, I mean, that's a pretty big jump when you consider their batting averages are right next to each other.
Yeah, I mean, but that batting average isn't factored into OPS.
No, but like in terms of like the batting average and the OBP and like how everything it is factored into OBP.
Half game back of Seattle. Boy, the A's. The A's are 3 clear of the Astros, man. That's just fun. That's fun. Basically, everybody is in the division has won 5 of their last 10, so playing 500 ball over the last couple of games.
It really is. I hadn't noticed that till you just said it. Everybody is either 5-5 or 4-6
in the West.
What a mid division.
It is very mid. There's a whole lot of mid to this, but
more like the Midwest. Am I right?
There you are. You're basically all clear of just you in Seattle right now, tied essentially half game back.
You're lucky you're not playing in the same division as the Rockies. Clearly.
Well, let's see. The Rockies. Oh boy, Rockies are 14 back of the Dodgers already. Dude, the Marlins are almost 18 out of first. They're 17 and a half back of Philadelphia. We are 5 weeks into the season.
You're sitting here and you're
17 and a half back.
You're sitting here complaining about trading away Luis Arise.
Yeah, they traded Luis Arise for nothing. They got a bag of baseballs for him.
But we talk about that. What is Arise? Like, yeah, he'll hit 380, but his OPS will be
740.
Yeah, his OPS will be 510 or something like that.
Oh man, that's brutal.
He would have loved those games they played at the end of last week with their 15 singles.
Yes, he absolutely would have. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on 105 to the Fan. Sean's out again all week with that paternity leave. This Mavs player, though, is getting absolutely no respect for the greatness he's putting on, and that will end. We will end that narrative next on the Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Doncic driving into the chest of Dort, kicks it to Washington. Three goes down. P.J. Washington can't be stopped.
No, he can't. ESPN with the call in a game where the Mavericks take down the Oklahoma City Thunder 105-101 to take game 3 of the series and take a 2-1 series lead. It is the 6 a.m. club.
Hump day.
It's not a hump day yet.
Oh.
It will be soon. It will be soon. It's coming. I promise you it'll get here. But Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. I want to read you this headline yesterday from ESPN.
Is it? Oh, it's not the one you just saw on Channel 8 that said P.J. Washington standing on business.
No, it's very. I appreciate the use of slang. I didn't know that I was going to expect that from a TV network, but I'm here for it. This was the headline on ESPN. Doncic Irving helped Mavs gut out win from Oklahoma City, or versus Oklahoma City. Did anyone at ESPN turn that game on? That was the P.J. Washington show, man.
But they did help.
Yeah, they helped.
It's
no
technically
mention
true.
of P.J. Washington. None. Not in the headline. And then when you go to the actual article, Doncic battles knee. Kyrie closes strong and win. I'm sorry. Was P.J. Washington not the best player on the floor for each of the last 2 games?
He's pretty.
He's your series MVP.
What is? I'm trying to think of this. I was trying to think of it all weekend, and I couldn't come up with it. What is the comparison in the history of DFW sports for something like this? In terms of a guy, because the first one that I went to where it was just like, oh my gosh, he's just coming in here, he's lighting up the playoff games, was Van Exel against the against the Kings in 03. You remember he had those 2 40-point games coming off the bench. That was the one that I thought at first, but I was also but Nick Van Exel was also a former All-Star, and he was still Nick Van Exel. It's different. PJ Washington, this is something we've never seen from him. Once again, hits 5 threes. And now we know the record for the Mavericks when he hits 5 threes. It's 5-0. And then again, what was the over-under we set it at? How many Ching Thunder money balls was the over-under?
It was 11, right? Or 10 and a half.
So last 2 games, they've made 10.
Oh, boy.
And they've lost.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that was
the number.
That's interesting. That's interesting that they have not, that they've been able to hold them. Kyrie and Luka are bad men, right? They're just bad men. They're bad. P.J. Washington, though, I don't. He's playing like the demon child of Scottie Pippen and Reggie Miller. If Scottie Pippen and Reggie Miller were any good, if they weren't overrated.
This is a wild note to your point here about the attention going to Luka and Kyrie. This is a wild note from Followell. Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving have played 60 games, regular season and playoffs together this season. Saturday's Game 3 win versus Oklahoma City was the first time in those 60 games that either Luka or Kyrie were not the leading scorers for the Mavs in the game. P.J. Washington led with 27.
Woo!
But now, and this is back to back because even though Luka led the team in points in Game 2, he was tied with P.J., wasn't he? So, it was still, P.J.'s been the last 2 games with Luka and Kyrie out there. Has been...
Yeah, he's 29-27.
We said if P.J. Washington is knocking down threes, you're not going to beat Dallas. You're not going to.
No,
even if Luka's hobbled. That's the thing you got to think about. Luka has not played great for most of the playoffs. He's gutting it out, and he's trying to make things work.
Yeah.
But you would never have thought up 2-1 against a team like the Thunder here in the Western Conference semis with Luka playing the way that he has. And Kyrie not necessarily filling it up. I mean, he's playing good basketball, but he's not filling it up in terms of offensively, in terms of making buckets.
Frankel injury attorneys, fan text. Let's see. The comp is Jason Terry. Say JJ Barea. He's Deshaun Stevenson with offense.
See, so
what Danny Green was for the Spurs.
Stevenson's a good name. I'm trying to think of, and I understand what people are saying with Jason Terry and things like that. I'm talking about a guy who is literally stepping up here and playing in a way we haven't seen.
I guess you could say Nelson Cruz back in 2010, 11, where he was just a playoff monster. He was good in the regular season.
Good in 09 and 10. And so I don't know. It is seeing somebody just step in and play at a level This is.
But he made it so you had to pitch to Josh Hamilton.
Yeah.
So you had to pitch to one of them. Like that was the problem because Napoli was there too, and they had the offense was tremendous. So you had to pitch to somebody, and if you were going to pitch to, Josh or Nelly, usually you would choose to pitch to Nelly. Just that'd be your thought process. But there's not a lot of examples of guys just coming out of nowhere
to do things we've not seen from them.
This is pretty remarkable, and he needs to get his credit.
No, he does.
I'm mad. I'm mad at ESPN for that.
Well, and one guy who has given him his credit, Kyrie Irving.
He's somebody that we need to go to in this series to be effective. Once we throw it down to him in the post and got him some opportunities on the three-point line, he's been doing well with the reps that he's been getting, the attempts that he's been getting, and he's alleviating a lot of pressure off of me and Luka and the rest of the guys on the team. So whenever guys can step up like that, especially in a playoff environment, it works well for us. And when our whole team is playing well and other guys are stepping up, the game is beautiful to not only watch but be a part of as a competitor.
He has been the difference maker these last two games. I did not have on my bingo scorecard chop the PJ Washington breakout series.
I did
for this
not.
one.
I certainly did not either.
In fact, if you would have told me, like we say, if PJ Washington's going to make shots, that's going to be tough for them to beat. But if you would have told me, hey, PJ Washington is going to lead you in scoring in games 2 and 3. He's going to be
your best player.
He's going to be your best player in games 2 and 3. Then I would have said, Mavs are probably down 3-0 then?
Yeah, because how many times during this season have we seen PJ just airmail one?
Yeah.
Or
my gosh.
Or 3.
You could not get him to buy a 3 when he first got here.
No.
When he first got here, it was painful. I was like, oh my gosh, is he ever? I'm going to look at the exact numbers here. Because I know when he first got here, we went through a long stretch where it felt like there was nothing that we're going to be able to. First 16 games that he was here, Chop, he shot 25% from 3.
Is that good?
No, it's not.
What would you consider that?
Kind of like the Rangers getting 15 singles, I guess. Something like that. But he has been just fantastic for them ever since really beginning of April. You go back, Chop, to the game they played against Atlanta on April 4th. And then since that time, he closes the regular season, the little 6-game stretch there at the end of the season, shooting 40% from 3, averaging 14.5 points. And then you enter into the postseason here. And specifically these last several games, he's just been absolute money for them, shooting 41% from 3, 14.6 points per game, 6 rebounds, a steal, a block. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of maybe Dinwiddie in the Western Conference Finals run they had a couple years ago, where you were like, can you really sustain doing this with Dinwiddie as a 2 when Luka's out, or potentially being the 3rd with Brunson in there? And Dinwiddie was a difference maker at times in that playoff run.
He was.
This is a really good defensive version of what you were getting from Spencer Dinwiddie a couple years ago.
People are saying he's the real playoff P, which you might be. I like that one.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It's been a good run. It's been a good run the last 2 games. It's not just what he's doing, though, defensively. It's not just what he's doing in terms of making these threes. It's the same sort of stuff you saw from him in the Clippers series, which is being a tone setter and being somebody to say, it's become that meme of him crossing his arms and staring at the Clippers bench, but he gives you an edge. He gives you some toughness. He gives you some mean. And he said it after the, I think it was after the 3rd game. I don't believe it was after the 2nd one, but he said it after the 3rd game. They asked him about, his comfort level and playing here and doing what he's been doing. And he said, I've been waiting my whole career to get here. Like my entire NBA career, he's been on bad teams. Yeah, well, no, but not just that. Like he wanted to be here. He wanted to be in Dallas. He wanted to be home. And I think that this is a great example, as well as Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie was 1 too. Or what we see with Porzingis in Boston. The fresh start matters for guys. I would say the fresh start, the change of scenery matters more in the NBA than it does in any other sport. Or at least anecdotally, I think we have more evidence that shows a fresh start wakes guys up. Yeah, if you get on a good team, the NBA season is very, very long. If you get on if you're on a bad team, you could be forgotten. I think it could help baseball players, like hitters, getting out of certain situations, or pitchers getting out of certain ballparks. Yeah, I think you're right. Celtics-Cavs game 4 also tonight. That's at 6 o'clock on TNT. Both games are on TNT tonight. Mavs at 8:30. Celtics-Cavs. That series is so boring.
It's been pretty bad so far. 2-1 lead there for the Celtics, but
the Celtics though they will blow a big time home game on you. They are 15-15 in the last 30 playoff home games.
Say that again.
Celtics are 15-15 in the last 30 playoff home games. Yesterday,
Robert Parrish is rolling over in his grave.
Yeah, he is. Yesterday, the score doesn't give it justice. The Knicks lose to the Pacers 121-89. They were down 40. They were down 108-68.
I mean, this is the so far, these last couple games, when they get back in the Garden, if the Pacers are just lighting it up, you're going to need somebody.
Well, ever since Rick Carlisle went at the refs.
I know. You need Halliburton, somebody that if they make a big shot in the Garden and they're working the Knicks in game 5, you got to turn over.
Well, if he can even get his arms up, him leaving the podium, did you see that? How bad his back is?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how he's doing it.
This has been a fun series from the dramatics of just them being chippy with each other.
Yeah,
the
it
Pacers
has.
and the Knicks. But it's been equally boring in terms of just we've had some blowouts here.
I'm dreading this series going back to New York though, because I don't want to see more Reggie Miller, Nick. They're just talking about that, glorifying that 1 10-second run over and over and over again. So it's just stop, guys. And then the Nuggets, man, I don't know what to say about that series. Honestly, like Minnesota had it. They had it and they let their foot off the Tigers' throat. You can't do that. You can't. They had a chance to obviously to finish them off, and they let them back. They let them back in the series, winning game 3, with the Nuggets winning game 3, and then obviously tying it up. And now it's going back to Denver, tied at 2 games apiece. And man, if you took Nuggets 5-1,
did you?
No, I didn't. I should have, but I did not. But if you did take the Nuggets at 5-1. You're feeling pretty good about yourself right now.
Did you see the series odds now this morning?
No, I didn't.
ESPN threw up there at least that Nuggets were now, I think, minus 140 to win the series. This is, I mean, if who's in a worse position right now? Who should be feeling worse, the Timberwolves or the Knicks? Which team that just blew a 2-0 lead and now it's evened up needs to feel worse? I would think the Timberwolves.
I would think the Timberwolves because they don't have home court. The Knicks still have home court.
You got the champs and you allowed them to get home court back from you. That sequence at the end of the first half last night where the Nuggets put up 8 points in 20 seconds, that right there is indicative of what you were talking about earlier this morning, Chop, that is Minnesota ready to win? Like, have they learned to lose yet? Which is a narrative we talk about every NBA playoffs. You have to learn to lose in the NBA.
You do.
Before you can win it all. Typically, it's the learn to run before you walk type of thing. And I think that you saw at the end of the half last night that sort of dynamic existing, where you get the big time 3-pointer from Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Anthony Edwards turns the ball over. Michael Porter Jr. gets a dunk, and then they throw the ball away at the last second. And then Jamal Murray hits that 55-foot prayer 3, and it's just, you felt at that point, it's like, all right, I know it's halftime, but that might be enough. That's demoralizing enough. Might be time to pack it in for Minnesota.
Here's the series prices right now. Mavs are minus 200. So 1-2. So you got to bet $200 to win $100 to win. They are now that favorite to win the series. Oklahoma City's plus 170. Pacers are actually the favorites right now, minus 135. Knicks plus 115. And then, like you said, with Minnesota and Denver, I'm seeing Denver at minus 160, which is even a bigger favorite, and the Timberwolves at plus 135. Staying away from all those. Staying away. No value. How
much do you think the NBA is just praying though that the Pacers get knocked out? Like they want Celtics Knicks.
Celtics Knicks would be for them. I mean, it'd be a big rating because you're bringing in the whole. Like once the Knicks are out, how much of New York City do you lose? That's a big market. You don't want to. You already lost L.A. You already lost both L.A. teams. Do you really want to lose the New York team too? I don't think so.
Is the NBA? And that brings up an interesting question. I don't think we've kicked around yet, and maybe we'll do it in a larger segment later. But do you think that when the NBA surveys the landscape of teams that are left in the West, do you think their preference would be Dallas?
It's a big market.
The biggest market
It's
left.
the biggest market in the West.
And it's Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they absolutely want Denver, Dallas as the West.
But I mean, I'm talking about in the NBA Finals. Do you think they would be pulling for them out of the West? Dallas, would Dallas versus Boston be their Dallas versus Boston or Dallas versus New York be their ideal matchup at this point?
I would think it would have to involve the Knicks.
Brunson against the Mavs.
Mavs.
They could do a lot there.
I think the NBA could do a lot with the Mavericks. I think they can do a lot with Denver too. And I mean, honestly, I think they can do a lot with everybody but Oklahoma City.
Man, Oklahoma City's got a rabid fan base, but it doesn't help nationally.
It doesn't help nationally. Minnesota, you could play the Anthony Edwards, Michael Jordan card.
Yep.
Denver obviously has been there. They've been kind of like
so Indiana OKC would be a nightmare for the NBA.
I think that would be next.
Cleveland, OKC.
Yeah. I mean, you'd be approaching because MLB did not want Diamondbacks Rangers.
No.
Like they did not, and the ratings showed that the ratings would be bad for Indiana, Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
I think, but that's where we are now, and it doesn't matter. We got no say in the matter. All right. Game 4, get your set of stars, Avs next on the Fan. Along with, we had the Kendrick Lamar beef last week, the drama. This week, James Jones, Austin Rivers, Shaq, and Shannon Sharp. We got media beef along with stars, Avs next on the Fan.
Oh, baby. But first,
Segment here brought to you by Window Nation. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Over the line. Here's the Donov. Out in front. They score! That's hockey, baby. What a setup on the back door. And Dallas comes through, and it's Tyler Seguin who has broken the tie in Game 3.
What a feed from Dodonov to Seguin.
Daddy.
TNT with the call. Daddy, that's right. What a feed. As the Stars took the 2-1 lead there, they would go on to win it 4-1 on Saturday night in game 3. So they are up 2-1 on Colorado. They're back tonight. What a game. What a feed by Dodonov. Great performance by Otter. Just overall a really good, solid victory.
Yeah, completely different type of game than we had seen in the first two. Like this was more like what we'd seen in the Golden Knights series, where Dallas was really not giving up many good shot opportunities to Colorado in this one. I thought defensively they played really, really good. And the fact that Otter came in there and really shut things down in the third period was massive for them. And look, this is a pretty good position to be in. You go on the road, take on the best home team in hockey as the best road team in hockey. We talked about how something had to give. And ultimately, it's Dallas defensively stepping up and making big-time plays when they mattered. Now, Chop, the deserve to win-o meter.
Oh, yeah, this is from Money Puck.
It is. Sean's favorite website, moneypuck.com. By the way, somebody told me, they were like, you have to do, when Sean gets back, find some way in the same segment to tie Money Puck to Major Tutty and really drive Sean nuts, because he hates Major Tutty, the Commanders mascot. But the deserved win-o meter actually said 66-34. Avalanche should have won this game.
Really?
Yep.
66?
That's what it says. Expected goals were 3.5 for Colorado, 3.1 for Dallas. Look, because Dallas offensively was not nearly as sharp in this one, obviously. In terms of just they were not getting the same sort of shot opportunities on net. And they were not threatening the same sort of way that they had been offensively in these first 2 games of the series. But man, defensively, you'll take that performance that they put out there, I think, every single day of the week. And they played really, really well. I know one of the things that you had talked about, Chop, was you were curious about the altitude effect.
I was curious about that.
You talked about that. You mentioned.
I thought it was you.
No, you mentioned that at the end of
No,
last
you're
week.
right, I did,
You
I
did.
did.
You said, "Hey, what's going to happen when you go up there and change the altitude?" Logan Stankoven got the TNT interview. By the way, they interviewed Stankassen and they let it off. I didn't pull this clip, but they were like, TNT had said, "Hey, so what's your nickname? What do you go by?"
Stanky.
And he said, "Typically it's been Stank." He said, but Pete DeBoer has started calling him, I think he said Tank. And he's like, because Pete decided, I don't want a guy on the ice that we're calling Stank. We're not doing that. So Pete DeBoer's trying to change his nickname that everybody keeps calling. He's like,
do that.
Now they're all on TNT calling him Stanky Leg.
Stanky Leg?
Yeah. Which I kind of like too. But Logan Stankoven here asked, did you notice at all that altitude difference up there in Colorado?
I think towards the end of the game, there's a few shifts there where you're sucking wind, but for most part, nothing really changes. They're one of the best home teams in the league for a reason, so we had to make sure that we shut it down there in the third.
And even though Pete DeBoer does not have faith in Logan Stankoven's nickname, he does have enough faith in him to be out there late on the ice, and TNT had asked him about that, like, hey, what does it mean to you to have a coach who's trusting you with these late shifts in big time playoff hockey, as such a young player?
Yeah, I think just all about trust at the end of the day, and you have to earn it. So, I think I just try and do the little things right, and I think that was one of my first times I've been out there with the net pulled. So, not trying to do anything fancy, keep it simple, defense first, and if you get a chance to hit the empty net, then that's great.
Snipers, man, they got some snipers late. I mean, it's those empty netters are huge, obviously, because you're giving yourself a cushion.
Is there any
especially
bigger
when you have a rush of 6-on-5 or 6-on-4 as it was?
In game 2 at the end of game 2? When they pulled the empty net while they had the power play. Now, is there any? It's funny you mentioned that. Is there any bigger relief in all of professional sports than making the empty netter? Is there anything that is done in sports that, like, besides something that occurs like as time expires? Is there anything that makes you exhale more than making an empty net goal in hockey?
No, not really.
That might be that might be the most like just the biggest sigh you let out. Like you cheer, but you also kind of go, oh, okay, there it is.
NCAA tournament, there's a relief when your team is leading when you make it a 2-possession game with a free throw and they go down, miss, and you get the rebound. There's a sigh. Simeon, the home run in the clincher, right? A little bit of breather because you want to get outside the grand slam.
Yeah,
and I think I made it 5-zip. You get him outside the grand slam. It's okay. Now you got it.
214 Chop says, I bet you won't call him stank ass into his face. I disagree.
No,
if we get Logan Stankoven, we're playing him the clip and then we're calling him stank assin because he would. I think he'd appreciate it.
Right.
I think it's funny.
And I don't think.
Ooh, good answer. 469. Goalie in soccer saving a PK.
Oh yeah. When you're in penalty shots at the end or penalty kicks.
You breathe a heavy sigh of relief there too.
Yeah, and the reason we call him Stank Assin is because Sean was trying to read the name phonetically, and he wrote.
Spittle had written stank as in something, and Sean read it
as in oven.
And Sean thought he thought he was reading he thought he was reading a phonetics.
And he's like
he's Ron Burgundy.
No, did you see the clip of the graduation, the college graduation, over the weekend, where the students were told to write their names phonetically, and it came out. I didn't pull. It just sounded. You couldn't even make out what the names were. It was awful.
I'd missed this.
Oh my! All right, I'll get. We'll play it. We'll play it.
See, look,
I wasn't gonna do it, but here we are.
Here we're getting some good answers now into this. relief when Evaldi got out of the bases loaded, nobody out situations. Yeah, okay. So like a strikeout to end a bases loaded jam. That's pretty good. A late fourth quarter interception.
But a strikeout doesn't end the game. A fourth quarter interception might.
Right.
But a strikeout
a kneel down. A kneel down.
Yeah.
A kneel down is one of the big, just kind of, relief. Or maybe, do you breathe maybe the big sigh of relief, and it's not because you feel like the game's over, but like when you make the extra point to tie the game late.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, we've tied it now. Oh my, if we miss this, that would kill us. But then you make the field goal. And you're like, or the extra point.
I don't really know what the feeling of relief is in a Cowboys playoff game. I don't remember what those feel
whenever
like.
It hits triple zeros.
Whenever it hits.
You're like, thank God this is over.
That's that. So, all right, here we go. Let's go into some media beef. We'll do this first one here. This is Austin Rivers and James Jones. You may not even know who those guys are, but whatever. This
James
all
Jones,
started.
We fly high, no lie. You notice bowling. It was actually Jim Jones.
This is Austin Rivers. This is what started this. This is Austin Rivers last week on Pat McAfee talking about NBA players playing in the NFL.
Look at you. You're talking about the Cavs today. You're stretching out. We got to get you outside of that football lane, man, where the guaranteed contracts are, where the best athletes in the world are. That's us. I can take 30 players right now in the NBA and throw them in the NFL. You cannot take 30 NFL players and put them in the NBA.
Okay. So that set off Pat McAfee there. And then James Jones on FS1 was not on the show called Speak.
Mm-hmm.
With
that's the one that Hellman's on.
David
Joy
Hellman's
Taylor, Emmanuel Acho, Shady McCoy.
So James Jones decides that he was going to call out Austin Rivers and basically all the NBA players.
Let's just get this straight. Number one, they put in a flop rule in the NBA because you guys are soft.
Oh, no. Oh, God. See, now you guys started.
You guys started a trend of rest games. That's what y'all started. And now y'all want extra votes and all that type of stuff to win the MVP because you only play 22 games out of 82. Y'all started that. So y'all all sorry. Number two, you said 30 dudes. If you would have said one dude, maybe Anthony Edwards could play safety or something, I'd have listened to you or something like that. You said 30 dudes. No. Number one, put respect on our sport. That's number one. It is not just run and catch the ball and turn around. It ain't just hand the ball off and do that. It takes a lot of work at your craft to do what we do on the football field. And Austin Rivers, if you stepped on the football field, homeboy, you wouldn't make it. We know that right now because you barely made it in the NBA. And I'm just keeping it a buck. Football is not an easy game, dog. That's why a lot of football players, basketball players that stepped on the football field, step right back on the basketball court because it's not an easy game. It's a lot that goes into the NFL. And you're not about to walk into the NFL and think you're just about to catch and turn around. Try again, homeboy. Do your research on the NFL, man. Watch some football games, old games, new games, whatever you want to watch, and catch up on it, man, because 30 dudes in the NFL and the NBA ain't doing that, homeboy.
Okay. Here's the thing. First off, I think what Austin Rivers basically suggested was they could step out there tomorrow. Like, I mean, they need some technique, but they could athletically hang. Okay, if you're an athlete, maybe you're not getting run off the court or run off the field or whatever else. But if you were to tell me you could find 30 players that if they would have, instead of going the NBA path, had played high school football, college football, and like worked their entire life to be a football player, could I find 30 of those athletes who could hang on a team and be the 53rd guy or something like that? Yeah. But also similarly, I think I could find 30 guys in the NFL who, if they would have spent their entire careers trying to play basketball, could have ended up
at least the G League or playing in Europe or something like that.
Ridiculous top 1% of the top 1% athletes, if they would focus on one of those sports and try to make it, I think you could find 30 of them.
Austin Rivers responds in a tweet. Been just sitting back, listening to the chatter. I can't help myself. LOL, James Jones, the Packer guy. I've never heard of you. But listen here, you little meathead. Fall back. Talking about you barely made it in the NBA, bro. I was a lottery pick and have already played 11 years. You played 8 to 9 seasons in the NFL. Make it make sense. By your own logic, you barely made it. You sound salty. Beat it.
Has he responded yet?
Yes, he has.
Okay, I've not seen this. I'm curious if after that shot was taken, I wonder if we're going to get a daddy reference here.
He responded again.
So he said you're a little meathead. He said he's never heard of you. Cool. He said you sound salty, and he told you to beat it. James Jones, what do you say to Austin Rivers? All right, homeboy. Since I'm a meathead, I'm gonna stick with my homeboy, man, because we on TV. All right. I see 11 seasons. 7 different teams. Top 10 pick. I see averaging 9 points a game over your career. Just 2 rebounds, 2 assists over your career. That's it? Top 10 pick. You know what that sound like to me? Sound like? In the streets, we call you a bust, homeboy. That's what that sound like. Now, if my daddy played in the NBA and I was coming out of the draft, I'd probably be a top 10 pick too, homeboy. But once I get into the league, I'd have handled my business. Now, I led the league in touchdowns. I won a Super Bowl. In the highest league. You did none of that. You don't got no all-stars. You got no nothing. Well, you're not going to have that because you got 9 points, 2 assists, 2 steals in the game. 65% free throws. So I ain't even going to keep on going back and forth with you. All I'm going to say is you 6'4", 200, maybe you should have tried football. You might have had a better career, homeboy. Because basketball was not your career with what I'm reading right here.
I like it. I don't like the little hallelujah chorus in the back.
Yeah.
I don't like that from Acho and Joy Taylor, whoever that is. But you know what? It made me start thinking though. Crap, we're getting to that. But the question is like, who had the better pro career, James Jones or
Austin Rivers?
Probably James Jones.
Well, he led the league in touchdowns.
Yeah, won a Super Bowl.
Austin responded, deleted the tweets. Very, very long. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but he did say,
I'm a father, brother, son.
He goes, I don't know anything about you. I don't know you from Timbuktu. I only know James Jones, the real James Jones, like everyone else. It's got to be hard not even dominating your own name.
Damn, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
But he didn't dominate his own name either.
No.
People think of Doc.
That's right. They think of Doc Rivers. Absolutely. All right, there's a little bit of part 1 of some media beef. I love it. Do love it. Trouble for Dan Quinn in Washington already. No trouble for some first-round picks. We go around the NFC East next on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean's out. Another people are saying, hey, did he deliver this baby?
Yeah, I know, right? Like Rudy Gobert was back in no time. He just he's got a lot of work to do, man. He's I'm sure he's cooking up brisket and everything else while mom and baby are just relaxing, putting their feet up, and he's out. Did you see his Facebook post though?
Which one? He had a few.
He posted the photo of new baby Ava, put it up as his profile picture, and he wrote the caption, "I'm screwed." It's already happening. It's already happening. I bet you when he gets in here next Monday and we get a chance to talk to him, oh, look, see, there's little baby Ava. She is cute. She looks like mama. You can see it in the eyes already. But we were talking about this recently where it's like, you're going to soften up pretty quick. It's going to be a process over time where the complete transformation will occur over time, but we're definitely going to see some changes early. And he's like, nah, I think we already are. And I bet when he comes back in here, he will admit, because he does admit when he's wrong generally, he will admit, all right, yeah, it's a little bit of a different energy, and I feel a little different right now. But he'll be back here next Monday. Yeah, not before you're out Friday, though.
I'm out Friday.
So we're going to have some crossover time here where
we're going to have, you're going to be in with the nosebleeds.
Yep, it's going to be me, Zach, Eric, and Peyton. So us three with Peyton determining should that be dumped. sounds like it could be a problem. You never know. But
boy, imagine
could be a segment.
Imagine the mail-in you're going to get from Peyton that day.
That is a good idea. I just read a series of things off of a sheet and I say, Peyton, should you dump this?
Oh wow,
that would be a fun segment. That would be like the fourth segment. Peyton got canceled. But first, if you don't want to wait till Friday to hear Zach and Eric, you can go right out to Southern Leisure Spa and Patio, 1175 Justin Road this Wednesday. G-Bag Nation is going to be out there, and they're going to be giving away one-of-a-kind fan T-shirts while they last. This is in My Hood and Flower Mound. So go to Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, 1175 Justin Road in Flower Mound if you want to get your hands on one of these limited edition fan shirts. That's Wednesday. Yep, Wednesday. Go on out to Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound and get yourself a fan T-shirt.
Very good, very good. All right, it is Sean and RJ, like I said, on 105 through the fan. Let's do this a little around the NFC East here. Remember last week we had talked about the bet between Malik Neighbors and Jaden Daniels that they were teammates in college, and they said whoever wins the offensive NFL Rookie of the Year, or I guess finishes higher, wins $10,000. Well, it does appear that they have called that off.
Yeah. Called it off. Just like Odell Beckham was giving us fake money after we won the national championship at LSU.
Now, Mike Florio did say, this is according to ESPN, the 2022 version of the NFL's gambling policy says private wagers between teammates, family, and friends and others is illegal.
Mm-hmm.
But the 2023 version does not make that illegal. However, the 23 policy is written very broadly to prohibit all forms of wagering, right? So
it's a good thing this policy, which is so critical, isn't vague at all.
Yeah, it's very, very vague. Now, it's also added on this that the Commander's source that education for rookies on the gambling policy takes place during rookie minicamp, which was just this past week. And the instruction would come, ideally, the instruction should come at the scouting combine. Florio says this could be a loophole. That because they made this wager, if they say they did, before they were drafted, they may not be subject to the NFL's policies on this. Well, what's going to happen is that they are going to abandon it officially, and then who knows what's going to wind up happening.
But see, here's the thing. If they make the bet with each other, no money's changed hands or whatever else, yeah, okay, that might be the loophole that occurred in college. But if it's something that they still planned on going through with, I don't think you get the loophole of like, well, we made the agreement in college, and now we're playing. Well, it doesn't matter. It's going to pay out and be fulfilled when you're in the NFL, so you can't do that.
It's just a loophole that they're probably going to kind of stop with this. They're not going to go through with it. It's my assumption is what's going to happen here is they're not going to go through with this. And
well, publicly, they're going to go through with it.
They're going to go through with this.
Somebody's going to win
Yes,
$10,000.
of course.
Wait, now, what are the terms if neither one of them wins? Like, that's a little presumptuous, thinking like we're for certain going to win.
There's this guy who's there's Caleb Williams, which, by the way, don't think for a second the Caleb Williams effect doesn't take place on kids.
What do you mean?
My 11-year-old painted his fingernails over the weekend.
He did?
Yes.
What color?
White and pink.
Like alternating nails?
Alternating nails. He did it at school. They were doing something at school with paint, and they all did their fingers. All the kids did their fingernails. Boy,
what do you think about that?
I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. My ex is unhappy about it. She says he looks like an idiot. He's out there playing baseball over the weekend with painted fingernails. She goes, he looks like an idiot. Why didn't you make him? I had him this weekend. She goes, why didn't you make him take the nail polish off?
Man.
And I'm like, well, I don't really have nail polish. I'm sure Sarah does, but I don't care. I was like, I didn't care.
Don't want to bother, surely.
I don't want to bother. Hey, you mind, me taking my kid's nail polish off his finger? I didn't want to go there. Whatever. Paint your nails, man. I don't care.
Well, you know what that tells us, though, is that
it's Caleb Williams effect. He goes, we just want to be like Caleb Williams.
Is that what he said?
No.
Oh, okay. But I mean, what that tells us is, because this was Julian who did this.
Yeah.
So what that tells us is Julian will break the Fanatics record for most draft night sales because the last two to win, it's been nail polish. It's been Caitlin Clark and Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
There you go. So they painted the nails. What is this Dan Quinn story?
Okay, so this is, man, and Florio is in a tizzy over this one. But Dan Quinn showed up to OTAs or practice, not OTAs, but their rookie minicamp last week, wearing a shirt that it stood out to me because it's JP Finley from our sister station, 106.7 The Fan in DC, who we've had on this show before. JP, I saw, tweeted this photo of Dan Quinn, and it says, Dan Quinn, there it is up there on the fan cam. Dan Quinn debuted a new Commander shirt today, too. A little bit of a throwback to the old logo. If it's for sale, it will definitely sell. And I noticed it scrolling. I stopped. I was like, wait, is that the logo? And I've not noticed it before. Did they incorporate the old? It's the old Washington Redskins feather. If you're listening on the radio, it's that feather, and it's basically hanging off of the side of the W for Washington Commanders. And so this is apparently not for sale because it's not officially merchandised. The Commanders, Pro Football Talk, reached out to the Washington Commanders, and they say they have no organizational comment. And Florio wrote about this over the weekend and said the t-shirt is not officially licensed. The bots flooding social media with links to purchase the shirt are peddling something that infringes on the organization's trademarks. The fact that Quinn inadvertently aided and abetted infringement efforts creates a separate set of headaches for the team, which will need to mobilize its lawyers to cease and desist the purveyors of the t-shirt in order to protect the associated copyrights. Okay, so here's the question. Is the freak out about this that he's endorsing copyright infringement? Or is that the pretext for what is the actual complaint, which is people don't like that it's the old Washington Redskins logo being incorporated again?
I've seen nothing but like praise for the logo.
There's
like
some
people love that. People are loving that Washington Commanders logo with the homage to the past. I haven't seen a whole lot of anger towards it.
Well, it's probably because you don't read the MSM, the mainstream media, as we call them. But there's been a lot of hand wringing there, and people are complaining in the news articles are complaining about the copyright infringement. But it feels a little bit like, is that really the reason, or are you are you complaining? You want to complain about something else?
Well, I mean,
but do the Commanders, if they're worried about copyright infringement, do the Commanders just say, well, we're going to sell this now?
I mean, if Washington Commander fans would buy that in droves, whatever's left of them, whatever's left of Commander fans, they would buy that. They would absolutely buy that.
I wonder. See, my thought process now, and I don't think we have details on this yet. It's not been anything that has been discussed that I can't see. I don't see that he's addressed anywhere, but I want to know where he got it. Like, if this is not officially licensed, did a fan hand it to him? Did somebody with the team give it to him?
So, like, the NFL coaches used to wear suits at the sideline. They're not allowed to anymore, right? They have to wear team-issued gear on the sidelines, from what I've heard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, like, they can't. You have to have, like,
so if Mike McCarthy
NFL
wanted to wear a suit
stuff
on the sideline, he couldn't.
Yeah, I don't believe he can.
Yeah. So they've got it. So they get their team-issued gear, and McCarthy's told us, like, whatever they lay out for him is
like
what
anything.
he wears. Yeah, he goes, just like whatever they lay out for him is what he wears. Like, they give him his game day outfit. But like, this is every Commander fan on social media that I saw was like, ooh, this is pretty good. It slaps, as the kid would say. The mainstream media may not like it for the reasons that you're mentioning, but I mean, the term, the Redskin term was the problem. It wasn't as much a feather or anything else. It was the Redskin term, right? That was my understanding of it.
Yeah, but I mean, I could see people, and this is the argument that was made by some folks, not a majority, but some people were complaining about it, was this is still an endorsement of a name. It's like the let me think of the analogy I want to draw that won't be troublesome. I'm not even,
because they still use Seminoles, they still use Sioux, they still use Illini, like Chiefs.
I think
they got rid of Indians.
Yeah, they did,
but there's still a lot
of
the
Guardians.
Went to Guardians.
So either way, they're the Deans.
The Deans, right?
Yeah, the Cleveland Deans. That's what I call them. But I think that this is something where people who wanted that gone, the name gone,
they wanted everything,
are not going to be accepting of any sort of imagery related to it. I don't know if it's, I genuinely don't think that it's anything to complain about, the shirt that he was wearing. If it was officially licensed by the team, I don't think it's something that should be banished or taken away. But I'd be interested to see if the Commanders now go, well, let's sell this. It's a nice homage.
Can they just
to the
take
past.
the logo and just decide to sell it?
Yeah, because I think they still own the copyright. They still own the licensing for it. They're just not actively using it.
And if they just decide to sell it, they don't have to go through the NFL, I guess. I don't know.
Right. I mean, it's better than the Dan Snyder shirts. Did you see the Commander shirts they were selling when they first debuted the Commander logo? Fans were ordering them, and they had been printed like off-center and crooked.
Of course they did.
Yeah.
I mean,
off-center and crooked. That is Dan Snyder.
And he came to sell his own house. Sean and RJ here, 105 to the Fan, 6 a.m. Club shout out. To all of you for popping in here. Cowboys rookies took the field this weekend.
Oh, baby.
How'd that go? Best and worst of the weekend as well. All coming up in the 7 o'clock hour next year on 105 through the Fan.
You can either go to Bobby's Place after the show to hear more, or it's probably easier to hear everything you missed this morning on our Odyssey.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Ooh, it is nasty outside, isn't it?
Yeah, visibility is not great this morning. How much did you have trouble coming in? I didn't.
No.
Like I could see everything.
I can see fine.
Fine. It wasn't until I got into Dallas and I was like, "Where's Reunion Tower?"
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, it's covered."
Well, that's oftentimes I judge when I have to exit by how close I am to the city because I know I'm not really paying attention.
Yeah.
And then there it is. There's the highway.
And today it was. I mean, visibility. I know, especially closer towards. Go further east, apparently, towards Peyton's Hood and Rockwall. I think I saw Richardson visibility was under a mile right now. So
we're under there. Looks like it, but it's pretty nasty outside.
Way up here anyway.
It was awful last night or yesterday during the day. We went
the fog or the rain.
Just the rain. We went to Waxahachie for baseball, and all of a sudden we get all the way out there, and from Roanoke, that's not an easy drive. We get out there, we play about 20 minutes, and then it rained out, lightning and everything, and we went back home. So
how disappointing. So he didn't get to debut the nails.
He did Saturday.
Oh, Saturday.
Saturday.
Okay, so it was just yesterday.
Yesterday he didn't debut the fingernails. Couple of big game for us tonight, locally. Both starting ish 8:30.
Yeah.
Stars will be closer to 8:50. Mavs probably about 8:40. But the Mavs Thunder game 4, Stars Avs game 4. Both teams lead their respective series 2-1.
As good as you could have expected it to be coming into today. We talked about, which team, if you had to say one of them is more likely to be up 2-1. We said, ideally, you'd love it to be both, especially with Luka banged up and going into Colorado and playing against the best home team in hockey and a team that has shown a real ability to pressure you with their speed and just the free flow of their offense and the way that they play. And ultimately, both Dallas teams coming out of this up 2-1. You have to feel pretty good.
You do.
About both of these series right now. And if you get to the West Finals in both hockey and basketball, I mean, you're looking at real opportunity here to really threaten for 3 titles in DFW.
Yeah. No, we are. You really are. I mean, they got a chance. I think it'd be crazy not to think that one of these two teams is representing the West in the finals.
Oh, I think there's a good shot.
There's a really good shot that at least one of these two teams, because nobody was hotter down the stretch than the Mavs, and the Stars have been arguably the best team in the entire NHL this year.
Yeah, Stars are like
they were a point shy of the Rangers for crying out loud.
And we've talked about this, I know, with the Hockey Hawk, who also rescues owls. Gavin Spittle, we talked about this.
Elves. You said elves?
No, I said owls.
I thought he said elves.
No, I said owls.
I was like, wait a second. It was owls, not elves. Why are you saying elves?
I said owls. I didn't enunciate very well, I guess. But the we talked about this. The idea that Dallas is not as top heavy as some of these other teams. Like they don't have Jack Eichel or McKinnon or one of these guys.
McDavid,
but they're just really solid and deep across the board. Other than they're running a little thin at defenseman. Right
there are not 4 better lines in the NHL.
Right.
There's not. Defensively, I mean, they are a little thin, but they're still good. They're still quality players. So it's this they've got as good a chance of any. In the East, Rangers were dominating for a while. Still kind of are. And then Florida has taken a commanding lead.
Yeah, and so I mean we're starting to get this all coming into getting some clarity here about what these conference finals are going to look like, and it's looking increasingly like.
And you might miss Edmonton. You might, because they're down 2-1 to Vancouver, and now that may not be what you want. Vancouver's a good team.
Yeah,
but you're gonna anytime you get a chance to miss out on Connor McDavid.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna be complaining about that.
Take that opportunity. Although I would miss the. It's a good crowd up there. It's a really good crowd in
Edmonton.
Yeah, their pregame is fantastic.
What is that, like a lot of maple syrup?
The way they're the best anthems in Canada. Like they're.
Wow, shots fired at America.
No. They have the best in Canada.
Oh, okay.
Like their performance of it.
Oh, okay.
Robert Clark is their. That was the guy who played that video.
Are they the ones who did? We will be playing La Bamba.
Yeah, La Bamba. That was it. It's cool,
I'm glad.
It's
I'm glad
awesome.
we're missing that one.
What happened to Cowboys rookie camp?
Cowboys rookie minicamp started on Friday. They were out there Friday and Saturday. Friday was just kind of a light walkthrough in underwear, essentially. Saturday they got into practice, but we did get a chance to hear from some of the rookies. We got a chance to hear from Mike McCarthy. So it is a little bit of Cowboys content in this barren football wasteland right now, Chop. And one of the big stories this offseason, of course, is the return of Ezekiel Elliott. And boy, Mike McCarthy is loving having Ezekiel Elliott back.
Oh, like I said, it felt like he never left. But he definitely puts you on guard, because he's old school. He's an old school guy, and he'll go up and smack a 60-year-old man in the ass, and it hurts. So it's those kinds of things that you just enjoy him. Not that I enjoy getting smacked in the ass, but just enjoy his personality and having him back in the building and things like that.
So when we say, what does Ezekiel Elliott bring to the table? Apparently, Mike McCarthy will tell you, well, he'll smack a 60-year-old man in the ass, and it hurts. And, you miss those things.
What is happening over there?
I like it. What is it? This is, I mean,
this is the first thing Mike did that you liked.
We're in May. I'm not always the biggest McCarthy fan, but to me, these press conferences in May, this is not the time to, put the heat on. They're just out there getting their work in. It's very simple. And one of the big things that they were working on this week, obviously, Tyler Guyton, their top pick, their third-round pick, Cooper Beebe. Those two players, they are both having them switch positions. Cooper Beebe played guard and tackle at Kansas State. He will be moving to center. Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma was playing right tackle. He's moving to left tackle. So this is a good chance to finally get in some of those team reps with those position changes. Tyler Guyton here was talking about the changeover to left tackle, what the work that he's been putting in when they're kind of limited playing without pads.
I mean, just doing everything that I can to be a professional, doing the things that off the field that really matter, watching film and studying my playbook and taking care of my body and being a pro about everything that I do. Ever since I heard in the pre-draft process that I was going to be switching to left tackle from a bunch of teams, that's immediately what I started working on. So coming out here today was extremely smooth for me because I've been doing it week in and week out, training with Duke Manyweather across the street ever since I got here a couple weeks ago. So it's been pretty good for me. After I got drafted, did not come into the facility because you can't. Right. I moved up here. I got an Airbnb and I've been training with him ever since.
So
he can't go in the facility?
You cannot, when he first got here, they weren't available to go into the facility yet. There's these weird dates that are in place. I mean, the NFL will send observers to your facility to make sure that you're following all the rules, not bringing people in there when you're not supposed to. You can't have coach-led practices. I mean, up until this rookie minicamp, the coaches could be involved. But when you hear about players out working at the Star for voluntary workouts, what do voluntary mean? When you have them out there working in voluntary workouts, that's player-led.
Yeah, they can use the weight room.
They can work with the strength coaches right now. That's it.
All off season.
They can't work with McCarthy, for instance.
Right. Yeah.
So they can't go in there. They can't work with McCarthy. They can't work with Brian Schottenheimer. They can't do certain things with certain coaches. But this is the opportunity where they can finally sit down, be with the coaches. That's why you see so many guys work with offensive linemen that work with Duke Manyweather. Because it's hey, I need to get my work in. I need some technique coaching. But I can't go into the facility right now and do any of that. So next best thing, right next door to the Star, where Duke is. And Duke trains everybody. The Cowboys, it's not just the players. The Cowboys as an organization think very highly of Duke Manyweather and the work that he's done with their guys over the years. He's worked with Tyron, Zach Martin. He worked with Cooper Beebe leading up to the draft process. So he's somebody that I know they trust, especially Solari. Solari trusts him and believes in what Duke Manyweather does, and for good reason. Another guy, Cooper Beebe, making the shift to center. How is the transition going, Cooper?
Just get a head start, on the playbook and really get a feel for it. I mean, I want to be caught up as much as I can so I catch up to those vets that have already been here. So, when I'm out there with them, they can trust me and, trust that I can make the right calls and just have faith in me. So right after draft, Coach Solari called me and said, start working on center. So ever since then, I've been working on my snaps, that kind of thing, and doing different Zoom calls and stuff before this just to get ready and just preparing myself, doing the stuff at home just to get ready to, make sure I know my stuff.
Who are you snapping to?
It just depends. Anybody that'll catch. That's really the biggest thing for me is, just anytime. I'll be in the hotel, I'll be taking snaps, in the ballroom, that kind of thing. So just anytime I can, just
back home.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd have my dad out there catching, my little brother. It just whoever was available.
That's pretty cool. He's Colby Sapp.
You think?
He looks and sounds like him a little bit to me.
That's pre shredded Colby Sapp.
Yeah.
Before he
that was
became
old
Colby Jack.
Yeah, old Colby.
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's the old Colby. But man, that's Wolchuk's favorite pick right there, Cooper Beebe. And Cooper Beebe is
Will he be week 1 center?
If this coaching staff, here's the biggest question that we have to figure out, Chop. He's the best option at center, I think, in terms of just talent and what he can do. Coaches naturally have some reservation and some hesitancy about starting rookies, especially along the offensive line where communication is so critical. And I think that if you're just looking at the talent aspect of it, BB wins. If they want somebody who has a little bit of veteran time put in and they feel like they can trust with everything, then you might be looking at Brock Hoffman. But it'll be a competition. They'll have it open. I think it'll be Cooper Beebe, Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass may get some work there, even though Bass has largely played guard since he got here. They're very big on cross-training there with Mike Solari. But the headline, Chop, for those who are all anti-Dak Prescott, want him out, don't believe in Trey Lance. Look, Trey Lance, Cooper Rush, Dak Prescott, none of them are under contract in 2025. We maybe found our answer, baby.
Oh, no.
Mike Hohensee, who was a rookie camp invite. He was not even signed. He was here invited as like a tryout basis to come out here. He was the rookie out of he was at Northwest Missouri State. So he was a tryout player. And cut 14 here, Mike McCarthy led off his press conference and just started gushing about this tryout quarterback they had, Mike Hohensee.
I do not recall, a young quarterback coming in here, on a tryout and commanding the huddle and the quality of, just the reps of getting in and out of the huddle and the understanding being this high.
Mike Hohensee, his dad, a longtime arena league quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He was a strike player. He played quarterback for the Bears in '87 during the strike. He was one of the replacement players. He has remained a quarterback coach at the college level and the CFL level, and so he's a quarterback kid. So it makes sense having some of that command. But after the praise from Mike McCarthy, Dallas Media said, "Well, let's talk to this guy, see what he's all about." So Mike Hohensee, after practice, talking about how he prepared for his opportunity.
Yeah, just studying. It's an NFL playbook. It's going to take, a lot of time to get it down. So, and also in college, I'm used to getting the play signaled in. So it's a little different hearing the whole play and then having to regurgitate that into a huddle full of 10 other men, ready to run the play. So just a lot of practice, and it takes a lot of work, but it's been fun.
What does that practice and work look like specifically?
Yeah, just having someone repeat the play to me. We got a whole playbook of plays, drawing it up backwards, making sure I know it in and out, making sure I know the different reads, different routes that could happen depending on what the coverage is. So there's a lot that goes into each play. I just wanted to make sure I knew everything I could so I can do the most of my opportunity.
So typically quarterbacks, they don't overlook you. You're not going to have a lot of guys walking in as tryout quarterbacks that you go, well, we got to have this guy.
Yeah.
But Mike Hohensee made a big impression on the Cowboys. That was probably the biggest headline coming out of the weekend was this Northwest Missouri State tryout quarterback who they were so impressed by.
Give me Romo vibes.
McCarthy is feeling like, McCarthy said in his press conference on Friday, like they now have to consider potentially bringing 4 quarterbacks to camp. That's the kind of impression that he made on them.
They normally wouldn't.
They typically.
I seem to remember there's been 6 quarterbacks in camps before.
At times, but when you've got 3 under contract already, like Rush, Lance, and Dak, and 3 veterans under contract, you're usually not bringing in any tryout quarterbacks. That's more than enough to get the work in. And so maybe you have one on the practice squad or something like that. But this is Mike Hohensee is a name to watch, apparently, according to Mike McCarthy.
Dude, this is you can never have too many quarterbacks. You can never have too much pitching in baseball. I mean, if it's somebody that you think can even have a remote chance of being something in 5 years or 3 years, practice squad like you did Romo, and go to work.
Hold on to him.
See what can happen. All right, good stuff. That's a little impromptu inside the star for you about Cowboys rookie minicamp here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavs and Stars win tonight. Is it over? We got best and worst of the weekend as well. It is your commercial-free expressway all the way to 8 o'clock next year on 105 through The Fan. Let's get some hair put on top of your head. My good buddy.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Dallas up 3, 50 seconds left. Jalen Williams right in the grill of Kyrie Irving. Shot clock at 8. Irving trying to get free. Timer at 5. Irving goes to the left. Floater. Good for Irving.
There it is. Big Mavericks Game 3 victory on ESPN as the Mavs take a 2-1 series lead on the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Is that the new skyhook? That little lefty floater from Kyrie? He did it against Denver. This one was not nearly as far away, but
no, it's a shot that he has perfected. It seems
it's a nice thing to have in your bag of tricks when you can't go right the way you want to, if you're forced that direction.
Right, it is. I mean, it is a nice thing to have, and he has it right now. PJ Washington has a lot right now going for him.
Woo.
He is just on a heater.
He is in fuego, as somebody might say.
In fuego. Yes, he is. He's on a heater. Hope that thing doesn't stop because, my goodness. They're tough to beat when he plays like that. And they've needed every ounce of those points.
Yeah.
Every single one of those points.
100%. It's funny. We asked the question earlier today, like, who is PJ Washington's run reminiscent of in Dallas sports? Like somebody who, obviously, we've seen guys catch fire in the playoffs, but to do something that's like, wow, this is unusual for what we normally see from them. One decent submission I think I saw on Twitter this morning, somebody had tweeted at me, said Larry Brown, old Cowboys corner, who made a couple of he made the game-sealing interception against the Packers in the NFC Championship that year, and then he had the 2 big interceptions and came out of nowhere as the Super Bowl MVP. So that's not a bad one. There's
not bad.
There's some comparison.
That's going back a long ways. You got to go back a long ways with the Cowboys. You do. You got to go back a long, long way.
Come on, be nice. They got Zeke back in the room to smack ass.
That's right. He's smacking ass all over the place. Stars win as well, 4-1 over Colorado in Game 3. It was a 2-1 game, and then a couple of empty netters. A fantastic feed from Dodonov to Sagan to get the second goal of the night, which poses the question, if the Mavs and Stars both win today, and they both play tonight at 8:30-ish, by ish I mean closer to 9. If they both win tonight, I mean, are these things over? I mean, you'd be up 3-1. Are they both over?
So I feel like we could definitively say Mavs Thunder would be over.
I would think so. That's the one.
If Mavs get 3-1 out of just this, that series has been so tough.
Yeah, unless PJ just tanks the rest of the way.
Right. Did you expect last week you're going to be like, well, look, I mean, the key to the series is
PJ Washington.
Is PJ,
I know, right?
Is PJ going to fall off? Like, we need him. But I think that the Mavs winning, going up 3-1, puts that one out of reach. This Stars Avalanche series and the way that the Avalanche can just catch fire and embarrass you in a hurry with how explosive their offense is, I don't know that you could ever fully say it's done until it's done. But I mean, I think that when you look at the way the Stars have played and that sort of advantage that they would have going up to play the best home team in hockey, beating them and snatching both those games there, coming back to the AAC, then yeah, I think that they would have pretty close to like 90%, pretty close to done. But I would feel much better about saying Mavs would have that one locked up. So tonight, I think if Mavs win it, that series is over. You can start booking tickets for the Western Conference Finals or wait and figure out where you're going to go, Minnesota or Denver. But I think Mavs would absolutely be finished. Stars, if they were to go up 3-1, pretty close, but I'm not going to be quick to say that one's finished. Peyton, which one would you say is over at that point? Either of them, or would you still have some reservation?
Yeah, I would say the Mavs. It's over for sure. I mean, because if you're not going to be able to beat Dallas at home, you still get Game 6 in Dallas. The Stars is interesting because they still have, if they go up 3-1, they still have 2 home games. Are they really going to lose two of the next 3, 2 being in Dallas? I don't know. I think they would both be over in that case, 3-1. But I would still see the Stars game. I would see the Stars series still going 7 if they go up 3-1. Out of the 2. I could see the Avs 1 and 2 straight.
Yeah, but you also thought the Stars were going to
lose in 4.
Yeah, you thought they were going to lose like 90-2 over the course of the series in goals.
Right. Yeah. Well,
the interesting thing is, Oklahoma City, like, if they win tonight, I do wonder what the Vegas odds would be to change, because right now the Mavs are very heavy favorites to win the series. You got to bet it's 1-2. You got to bet $200 to win 100, and on Oklahoma City, if you bet 100, you win 175. They are a pretty hefty favorite.
432 points out, says the Avalanche have not led a single second in regulation. Stars, if they're up 3-1, that's over.
It's over. I mean, the Stars have played. They've outplayed them. I didn't need the final score of the first 2 games to know who the better team was of the series. When you're up 3-0 and 4-0, I know who the better team is. It doesn't matter.
How big has it been specifically that? I mean, obviously, McKinnon is McKinnon, and the Avalanche obviously have some really good, forwards in the way that they play. But how big has it been, do you think, these last 2 games that they've been able to effectively neutralize Cale Makar?
Oh, I think it's huge. I mean, look, if you can,
I think that's honestly where I think that's why they're up 2-1.
He's one of the best players in the league.
I think it's because I think the fact that they've been able to make him somewhat irrelevant these last 2 games, especially after the big game. He had the first game he had 3 points in that game. And so, I think that the fact that they've been able to neutralize that part of it is the biggest reason why. And then Ottinger obviously playing as well as he did in net in the third period of Game 3, just huge. But again, the way that Colorado can score now, I'm going to have any reservation about saying anything's done when they're up 3-0 and they lose that lead, and then they're up 4-0 and they almost lose that lead. I'm going to be a little bit reserved when it comes to talking about that. Whereas I think a tone shift occurred in Game 3 with the Mavericks. Like, how we saw early on, Oklahoma City was pretty physical. I think Dallas responding with physicality like they did, I think they pretty well established shop in Game 3. Dallas said, we're the alpha. Like, we are. You may win the series, but you're going to have to finesse the hell out of it. You're going to have to hit 23s, because if this is any sort of legitimate, tough, physical playoff basketball, you are not competing with us. And that's the energy that I want from them.
That's the energy you need, and that's what happens when you're a more veteran team. And this is what young teams are dealing with. Look at Minnesota, the Timberwolves. They had a stranglehold in that series with Denver. They go back home up 2-0, and they let them off the hook. And that's young teams are not ready to win yet. They don't bring the energy every night, or they don't bring the resolve to win. They let them off the hook in Game 3, and then the Nuggets tied it up last night in Game 4. And now they're going back home with the home court advantage. If the Mavericks, if it was flipped, and the Mavs were the young team like the Thunder with a 2-1 lead tonight at home, that's where a young team falls. But a veteran team at home with a chance to take a stranglehold in the series, I don't know that I see it happening. As far as the Stars, though, look, this is not the same Colorado team from a couple years ago that won it. I mean, Landeskog's not there. He hasn't been cleared to practice yet. He's been out for over a year with that knee injury. He had a cartilage transplant surgery. It just sounds...
That sounds
rough. And he still is not cleared to practice with the team.
They don't have Joe Sakic anymore.
But, I mean, imagine how much different the series could be had they had him. I mean, he's a tremendous player. And they haven't had him for over a year. They're still a good team. But as the texture says, the Stars have never trailed. Like they're better. You can make that case. They are the better team right now without question.
Yeah, 940 saying Stars have outplayed the Avs every minute of all 3 games. I don't know that it's been every minute. I mean, Colorado has definitely won some sections of those games. But you've got, down the list, it looks like the fan text right now is pretty in favor of the idea that they think it is over if the Stars win tonight. Now, real quick on the Mavs, because they will have Game 4 coming up tonight at the AAC. How did you feel the Mavs crowd compared to the one that we saw in Oklahoma City?
I thought in Game 1, I thought Oklahoma City's crowd was better. It was a great crowd. Like that Game 1 crowd was tremendous. I thought the Mavs crowd was good. I didn't think there was. Are you saying there had a problem with it?
No. I was asking because we talked about that as a factor. Like, how was the crowd going to come out and match what you just saw in OKC, where that crowd was rabid? Now, did you see what the Mavs Jumbotron was doing during the game on Saturday?
I'm not sure I know.
Okay, so they put the blue shirts all over the arena. Want people to wear them.
I saw. Are you talking about the Chris Arnold thing?
No. They put the blue shirts all over the arena. So they were cutting to, like, you know how they go to Kiss Cam and stuff like that? In between breaks, they were cutting to people that weren't wearing the shirts and saying, put your shirt on. And so they were like putting them up on the Jumbotron, giving them the peer pressure of everybody in the audience to be like, put it on. And then you were having people, oh crap, sorry, and like throwing the blue shirt on to get the uniform color, because Oklahoma City showed out in that when they got the little checker pattern and everything else that they did.
Yeah, but I mean,
I thought the crowd was good.
You're not going to get the Glitterati to put on that shirt.
What do you mean?
The cocaine and boob job crowd down in the first row.
Shout out Hammer. Yeah,
you're not going to get that.
The Glitterati. I've not heard that phrase before.
That's my phrase. Yeah.
Oh, that's your phrase for it. I like it, Glitterati. I just hadn't.
You're
heard
not going to get them to put a $4 T-shirt on.
I think that what you see, it's more like 6. Come on, we got Vegas money in here now. All right.
Yeah, right.
No, I think that definitely crowd was good. I liked it. I don't think it was totally up to OKC levels, but again, as the factor had been pointed out on the fan text on Friday, historically, daytime crowds are not always going to be the best.
No, they're not.
And so a 2:30 tip-off, that's not necessarily going to be the same as a 7 o'clock where people have been out there having drinks in the parking lot since 5 or whatever else and getting nice and worked up for it. Tonight, I expect that the crowd will be better than it was in Game 3. And Game 3, I thought the crowd was good.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know that it reached the Oklahoma City intensity, it felt like, at least watching it on TV.
OKC, Golden State, and Toronto have always had like elite crowds.
Mm-hmm.
They've always been among the best crowds in the league for, as long as I can remember. At least I've been to Oklahoma City as long as they've been in existence, because it's the only game in town. It's like they live and die by the Thunder.
It's very
collegiate.
Yeah, it's very collegiate-like atmosphere there. Somebody pointed out on the fan text just now, 972, my sister went to the Colorado Stars game in Colorado, said there was a heavy presence of Stars fans. That was absolutely the case. There was videos going on social media. I saw people in Dallas media were playing it.
This is the anthem. And you know how they yell Stars?
They do.
They do. The Stars fans yell Stars. I did not think this was edited in, Peyton. Because if this is epic. Because if this is real, which I believe it is, that whole place was Stars fans.
Wow, booing the anthem.
I mean, that's what they do. A lot of Stars fans there. If that has not been edited in to pipe in more crowd side, or maybe it was 10 people all around the camera.
Could have been close, but I mean, it's something that it was enough that you heard boos.
You heard boos.
People in Colorado heard it. It wasn't like Vegas where you were the only one out there doing it.
Well, I almost got booed. I got people looking back at me like snickering, like,
yeah, the people in front of you. The people behind us loved us. They were from like Manitoba. And they're like, we love Dallas. Yeah, they said A or something. They were like, do you want some maple syrup or whatever they say there? I don't remember.
They hated Vegas. Yes. So I did that. I represented DFW at the game of Vegas.
Damn right you did, Chop.
Real quick, I want to do this here before we get the best and worst of the weekend on 105 The Fan. It is the commercial-free expressway. There's now the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight. Apparently, we're not going because tickets are just out of sight expensive. Just out of sight expensive.
Joe Trahan, if you're listening, hook us up.
Yes, please hook us up.
Some press passes or something, Joe. Come on.
I mean, we got to get something, right? That's my thought process. But they are just to the point where they're $800 to $1,000. Just
like get in the door?
Basically, like not get in the door, but let's see. The lowest get in the door tickets available right now are almost $600, $575. Ringside seats selling for $8,000 per ticket.
Now, I've never been to a boxing match. You were saying that it's almost pointless to go if you're far away from the ring.
At AT&T especially, because the ring is so small. It's like, imagine going to a basketball game there and then now shrinking it even more. Sean and I went to the Pacquiao-Bradley fight in Vegas at the MGM Arena, and it's a relatively small arena.
How close do you feel like you have to be to the ring for it to make sense to go?
11 feet. 11. No, you gotta be close. I mean, because if you're gonna be on the floor, it's all level seating, so you gotta see. You're looking through a person's head. It's just tough to see. It's tough. But truthfully, you're gonna want to be
not outside of the hundreds levels,
not outside the 100 levels, but also not outside of the 40-yard lines. You want to be kind of close there.
I don't know. I think I would like to see, even in section 450, a mile away, I think I'd like to see Jake Paul get his clock cleaned. I think I'd enjoy watching Mike Tyson beat the snot of him. Have you come over to my side yet and said Tyson is going to kick his ass?
Well, Deontay Wilder is not a fan of the fight. So the Athletic Commission of Texas sanctioned the fight, despite the 30-year age difference. And he said, Deontay Wilder said, I think it's bad they licensed Mike because he hasn't been active in 20 years. They should not license him because of who he is. That's how people get hurt. God forbid he gets hurt. He's too old for this. At the end of the day, no one's caring about Mike's health. We could talk about the pros and cons. I don't think anyone cares about Mike. If they did, they wouldn't sanction the fight. So Deontay Wilder's like, dude, this could be very bad. He's worried Mike ends up in a coma. Now, Joe Rogan on his podcast had a completely different point of view.
It's all the experiences that he has had as a conqueror. You have to take those into consideration. When a man has smashed men before, just smashed men, like when no one can stand in front of him, that is in his mind still. That's in there. There's a dark chamber in his mind that he can open up.
Yeah.
And I think he's got it open. The question is, can his body move along with it? But that part of his mind, like you're clearly seeing, he's terrifying when he's in the zone.
So that was about boxing.
That's about boxing.
Oh, he's talking about boxing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeez, Bobby. Yeah, he's talking about boxing. So he's like, if he's ready.
I agree with him, though. Like, honestly, that's fine that Jake's younger and everything else. Mike still looks pretty impressive physically. He's not a 25-year-old or whatever. I understand that, but he's also one of the greatest fighters of all time.
Yes, most feared.
And I don't think that 2 years of boxing training from a really fit 25-year-old is enough to say, well, he's going to kick his ass.
Yeah, he's bigger. He's bigger.
Yeah,
but Mike's terrifying. Am I on your side yet? I'm getting there.
If this is a legitimate fight,
I'm getting there.
If there's no dive taken or anything else, I think Mike knocks him out in probably a round, maybe two.
Wow. I think it'd be longer than that, only because there's going to be a ton. Fighters generally get to have, they feel each other out like for the first round or two. I think it may be 4 or 5.
Young Mike didn't.
Young Mike didn't, but this is not Young Mike.
Young Mike used to have people complaining for refunds from pay-per-view for ending fights, 90 seconds into it.
That's true. Way back in the day. Okay, let's do a little best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Okay, I will start this one out. I don't really have a best. A lot of baseball over the weekend. But I do have a worst.
Oh, no.
You.
Me?
Not you. The royal you. You people who got to see the Northern Lights.
Oh.
And I didn't. Wasn't available in Roanoke on Friday and Saturday night. Some people in McKinney saw it. Okay, I saw some people north of Denton seeing it. I know my buddy in Oklahoma, Wesley, he saw it. Very upset with you people who got to see the Northern Lights. I didn't. And I wanted to. I was all giddy. I was staying up, looking up. I was walking outside every 5 minutes, looking up. Was it there? Is it there? Is it there? No, wasn't there. Didn't get to see the Northern Lights.
Which would you have picked if you could have...
Northern Lights.
Your Northern Lights over the Path of Totality?
Oh, man, that's a good question.
If you could sacrifice being able to do the Path of Totality in favor of being able to see the Northern Lights, would you have done it?
Oh, man, the Path of Totality is cool.
Yeah, and the Path
I'd rather see the Path of Totality.
So, look, it's not that bad.
Yes, it is.
No.
I'm selfish. I want to see them all.
I don't know. It's just...
I could travel to go see the Northern Lights. I could go and
and that's at any... Yeah, you could make the trip to go find them.
Go to Norway.
Whereas the Path of Totality, it's like, well, no, this is just the day and you have to be in the right spot.
You gotta live in DFW. Yeah, you had to go to
that
DFW.
spot.
Yeah.
But no, the Northern Lights thing was... I was getting a little...
Look at that.
I was getting a little beat down. It's cool, but I was getting a little beat down by the incessant chatter about it over the weekend. There was a lot of people like, oh my gosh, Northern Lights. Did you see him last night? I had just seen a Northern Lights headline. I didn't pay attention to the story. I gotta watch for him tonight. And people just getting worked up. It's like, all right, just calm down. It's fine, but it's not like this is a new thing. It's new here. New this far south. But
so is it over? We can't see it anymore? There's no more, because I know there was talk that you could see it Saturday night. We're not gonna get it again.
I've been so disinterested in it, to be honest, Chop, that I don't know when it ended or when it started or anything else.
I thought maybe last night you could, but it was so cloudy. I don't think so.
I mean, it's fine, but I think people oversell it. Oh, people were overselling it. It's fine.
It's cool.
It's cool enough. It's not as cool as everybody says. It is it's the Caitlin Clark of nature, Chop. That's what the Northern Lights are.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, the Caitlin Clark of nature. That's the Northern Lights. So that was the entire worst of the weekend for you.
Yeah.
Was just Northern Lights. You didn't get to see them.
Yes, that's
great
huge.
Weekend.
Oh my gosh,
that's huge for the 940. You could travel to see them. That doesn't mean they're going to be there. I'm about to make my third trip to Alaska to see them.
214 says you can go to Marfa, Texas.
That's right,
Aunt Marfa.
Yeah, you can go there. Let's see. People saying not so fast. But to check TikTok for Northern Lights conspiracy theories. Wait a second. Are there conspiracy theories that it wasn't actually Northern Lights?
Oh my gosh.
It was aliens.
Is it, what are they going to say? It's chemtrails or something?
Let us know on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line, your best and worst of the weekend, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I had a pretty busy weekend in a couple of different regards, but before I get to that, I think we got to get to Peyton's after the email he sent yesterday.
Oh yeah, read it.
Let's read Peyton's email for his best and worst of the weekend. Can you cut off the music for a second, Peyton? I want to make sure that people can hear. Just completely cut it off. Okay.
Now read the subject.
Okay. Best worst of the weekend. This is from Peyton O. Russell. Relaxing weekend. Mainly planned stuff to do with my friends that I'm going to Vegas with next week.
Oh.
And it says Peyton Russell, producer of Sean and RJ, 105 through the Fan. So, what did you plan?
Big weekend. We planned some shows we're gonna go see.
Burlesque shows, right?
Burlesque. That's
are you
right.
really going?
Yeah, we are. I think we're gonna go Thursday. We'll go Thursday, and then we're going to a few day clubs, and then
you said day clubs?
Yeah, you go to Circa or something, like the pool. You get somewhere out by the water. Cabana, is that what it's called? Yeah.
somewhere out by the water.
Yeah, we'll
go to the Catholic guy.
And then try and get a couple nightclubs too. We'll try and go day club and nightclub in the same day though. So we're part of them boys there.
Wow.
That's
just tremendous pain. That's
469. Bobby, you shut your mouth. The Northern Lights are the T's.
Yeah, they are.
817, worst of the weekend. Rangers dropping 3 to the worst team in the majors. No doubt about it. Let's see here. 360 saw the Northern Lights from Bremerton, Washington. So you missed out, Chop. And then 575, best of the weekend. New grandson born and home from the hospital. Alan and Keller. Congratulations, Alan. And Keller is a perfect transition. RJ Choppy. I had a lot going on this weekend. The big highlight, of course, the Keller softball team continues their run. They're off to the Elite Eight now.
This team doesn't know how to lose.
They don't. I mean, they lost Friday night at the game I went to, so I'm no longer... I'm a bit of a jinx there. I did get a chance to talk to Rob Jackson, who has listened to the show for years. He said last 10, 11 years, that's what he does when he gets in the car in the morning. He turns on Sean and RJ. So he says if he's in his truck, it's on the fan. So I got a chance to talk to him. His daughter, McKenna Mack, she is the starting shortstop for the team. She's a sophomore. She's really, really good. And so I got a chance to talk to him for about 3-4 innings of the game on Friday night. So I'm going to blame it on myself that I was not physically present for like 3 innings of it because I was chatting. And when we came back over, I was like, oh, they're getting beat a little bit. So they got beat 7-0.
Oh,
Eaton has been around for 9 years, Chop. This was the first time Eaton has ever beaten Keller in 9 years.
Of course, it was in a playoff.
And it looked like it. They beat them. This is to tie it at 1-1, heading into an elimination game. And they were throwing gloves in the air and throwing hats in the air like they just won the World Series, man. And they did not forget. I know not to piss off 3 people. Michael Jordan, my wife, which I did this weekend, and anyone who plays for Keller softball. They came out mad. 4-0 victory on Saturday. Complete game shutout for Sadie Beck. They came out angry, crushed it. So they're going on. They'll be playing Plano West on Friday night in Coppell. And I'll be there again.
They've been getting, good for you, they've been getting disrespected left and right.
They have.
They almost as much disrespect as Peyton has shown me this week. The last week and a half here.
I also got you guys Keller shirts from one of the dads, a listener, Mike Eggleton. He gave you guys some Keller shirts right here. So they're pretty good. Look at that.
That's nice.
That's a cool logo. I like it. So it was great seeing Keller win. That's our adopted team there. And so awesome to see them. Friday morning, like coming to the show, I had to take the Explorer to work on Friday morning.
Oh, no.
Because Kristen has...
Is this where you angered her?
No. This is not where I angered her.
Can we talk about that?
I'll tell you off the air. You tell me if I can tell you on the air. I don't think she'd care. You just might not want me to say it. So Friday, we've been having like this tire leak. Like I keep needing to put air in the back tire of the Altima, and we took it into you remember the discount tire over in Grapevine, the one that was destroyed by the tornado.
The tornado, yeah.
So that's up and running again. But Kristen took it in there on Saturday morning. This is the 4th time, Chop, in a year and a half that I've had a nail in my tire. A nail or screw. I haven't had
Where
this.
are you driving?
No, that's what I'm saying. I have not had that. I think I had one in my entire life before the last year and a half. And so I don't know if just construction crews are leaving stuff out or I'm going through.
How much construction do you drive through?
Not a ton. I mean, there's 35 that I guess there's some of that goes on. I mean, there's always.
I don't think they use nails
but I don't know. I don't know
highway.
But in general, I'm just saying no, but I'm just saying
They got to nail the barricades down.
Firesbarricades.com. So no, I'm just saying you asked where I was going. I'm talking about it could be just stuff that gets stuck in my tire there from 35. I don't know everything that's going on there. There's not a lot of builds going on in Flower Mound that I'm driving by, so I have no idea what that is. But yeah, we ran in there. Kristen took it in there. Thank God she bought the insurance because I never do. Whenever we buy new tires, they're like, "Do you want to put the insurance on?" I'm like, "No, thank you. Don't want to do that." And she did, and was one of those ones that went into the side of the tire, so they can't just patch it. So instead of being a $200 tire or whatever it was going to be, it was $20 for a replacement.
They'll do a good job.
That came in clutch, and shout out. It was really good to hear that the discount tire out there was open again because I know that affected a lot of people.
The Sam's Club was closed forever. They were supposed to open that up again too.
Yeah, so I was happy to hear the discount tire was not only open again, they're working fast, good people over there. So that was. When she told me which one she took it to, just as somebody who is a fan of making sure that the community is running smoothly, it's nice to hear that discount tire got back up and running again. Saturday.
Oh, no.
So we went out and had a few drinks. Myself, Tolo Steve, Will Chambers, Steven. Tolo Steven was out there. And Kristen and the kids were with me. And she was like, don't get too messy today. I would like it if you're not like passed out at 7 o'clock. I was like, I'm not. We'll be fine.
Did you get messy?
No, not really. Like, I mean, I had a few, but it was, I had a decent little buzz going on, but I was not messy. But what happened was Will started talking to me about the story we read last week, the note that was left on the car.
Oh yeah, yes. I was almost said his name.
Yeah, and so I was replying. I was explaining the whole story to him there, and everybody, a couple of people at the table hadn't heard it yet, and they were reacting like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, that's weird, or that's stupid, or whatever else." So I start telling Will that like it's good though, it's taken care of, and so I tell him that it's taken care of, and Kristen has not heard what I'm saying to Will yet, and like I said, I will give the specifics to you during the break, Chop. But basically, I was saying something, being a little buzzed and a little stupid. No, it wasn't that. little stupid. And that put her in a little bit of a bad mood.
No.
And then she thought, you're having too many. I told you not to do that. And Laura was wanting to go home and get some sleep. And so I was like, all right, we'll take him home. And she's like, you would be coming with us. I was like, no, like I'm still hanging out here or whatever. And so I stacked up a couple different things, made her mad, and I was advised by Tolo, Steve, and Will. They're like, happy wife, happy life, go home, stop being an idiot, and don't make your weekend worse. So I salvaged it, went home, salvaged it. Then of course we had Mother's Day yesterday, and it's a good time. We had some breakfast, took her out for breakfast in the morning, then took her out for lunch, and it was just a nice, calm weekend. Overall, salvaged, worked out well. How did you do Mother's Day? Did you get to see your mom?
No, I didn't see my mom.
Okay. Did you get to see your mama?
It was raining.
Yes, I did.
Oh, that's good.
We had baseball.
I did not. No, I did not see my mom. It was raining, and generally right around the headstone, it gets a little muddy, so I couldn't go over there.
No, we had baseball yesterday. Then got rained out, and she had church, and I called her, but I didn't see her yesterday.
Mom, I'll see you soon.
We don't do much. We don't do much as a family anymore. I know my dad's.
See, 817 says it too.
In a home.
817. I'm at Discount Tire this morning with the third nail in my tire as well. I don't know where they're coming from.
Dude, what is going on?
I don't know, but like we had friends who also have like had tires recently that have gotten punctured. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's a serial tire nailer.
It could be.
Or how this is operating, but in general, it's starting to pee me off. And now definitely I'm going to have to get the insurance on those because that saved us with the tire about $180 by not having to do it.
Wait. So what is this insurance thing you can do?
Just when you buy the thing of just like, hey, do you want the warranty on the tires? So
yeah.
That 817. It's that jogger. He's putting tires and all, or he's putting nails in all those tires.
Nails in tires. Yeah. That's what he's doing. I bet you that's what it is.
Payback is a B.
Yes.
Payback is a B.
Yes, it is. Hopefully the Rangers get some payback on their next opponent after that awful series in Colorado. I don't even know what to say about it. Awful series. I can't call it anything else.
I know somebody who has something to say about it.
The great Jared Sandler joins the show. Coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
One pitch swung on in a high drive hit down the left field line. It is hooking at the foul pole, and that is gone. A towering home run for Ezekiel Tovar down the line and left. And Tovar Got that one way up in the air with a very high launch angle. A 2-run homer, and it's 2-1 Rockies.
Eric Nadell with the call in a game you heard right here. Good morning, DFW. It's Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. Sean's out. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Peyton and Ryan alongside, and the Rangers get swept in Colorado, where the offense does not exactly, I don't want to say show up.
Didn't inspire a lot of confidence.
No, it didn't inspire a lot of confidence, and we will bring in the great Jared Sandler to talk about this morning. Jared, how are you, man?
Say like a man, RJ. They scored 6 runs in 3 games at Coors Field. They didn't show up. That's just the reality.
That's right. That is just the reality. I guess what happened?
Well, the lefties continue to happen. The Rangers still have had a really tough time against left-handed pitching. Yesterday it was Ty Block, and I don't know if this is exactly why Bud Black made the decision when he sort of had a TBA for yesterday's game, but it certainly wouldn't be a surprise if Bud Black decided to have Ty Block start because he was a lefty, and the Rangers have struggled against lefties. They got to turn that around. And Josh Young's return, which is still a few weeks away, but when he does return, he'll help. He'll help for sure, but they got to figure out between now and then that they got guys who need to step up and hit better against lefties. But just in general, the Rangers bats, they still rank. You look at the overall statistics, they still rank super favorably, but there's definitely been something of like a boom or bust feel. Now, Bally ran a graphic yesterday, which I thought was interesting, and maybe something that was a little surprising to me, that at this time last year, the Rangers' numbers offensively in wins and losses had the same disparity as it has had this year. So I guess if it feels like this year is more boom or bust, well, the numbers would suggest that last year was very similar. So maybe that inspires a little bit of confidence. Maybe that serves as a reminder that, hey, things are going to be okay, and I believe they are. But in order for them to get to that point, the Rangers are going to have to better figure out how to hit lefties.
Talking with Jared Sandler on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Jared, obviously there's been a lot of discussion about the Corey Seager struggles early in the year here. Is any of that still a function of like the late start he got in spring training, or do you think we're past that and he's just working through some issues at the plate now?
Yeah, I don't know that. I think he's been hitting the ball pretty well. He was a Gold Glove caliber play away yesterday from having a go-ahead 2-run double and maybe telling a different story. He's starting to hit the ball well. He's not hitting a home run every game or anything, but he's reached base, I think, in his last 9 games. And over that stretch, he's hitting over 300. So I think the on base is going to slowly start to come. The walks haven't been there like they were last year. I think that's going to start to fall, but I think he's starting to turn things around. His hits in 8 of his last 9. He's reached base in all 9. So it's not a steep like, hey, this was a rough April and now you're going to hit a home run for 5 straight games type of emergence. But I think that Corey Seager is he's slowly starting to get back to the Corey Seager that we know and love. Well, and you've got Nathaniel Lowe, who has recently come back and is hitting the ball well. And you mentioned Josh Young still being a couple weeks away here. I seem to remember, I think the splits last year were pretty stark in terms of when Josh Young was in the lineup versus when he wasn't. Not only just like the offensive numbers, but also, in just the wins and losses category. Have we undervalued in terms of discussion around the team? And I don't mean necessarily you, I just mean us talking about the Rangers. Have we undervalued the impact of Josh Young? And now we're just seeing like the reality of like what that looks like when you take that bat out of the lineup? Yeah, I don't think so, Bobby. Josh Young's a really good player, and like I said, I think he's going to help tremendously against lefties. But unless you believe that Josh Young's absence last year was the root cause of the bullpen collapse in the second half and the cause of Adolis Garcia going through one of his funks, which we've seen over the last few years, he's going to go through, the reason that other guys got hurt. If Josh Young's injury was the reason why 4 other All-Stars got hurt, then all right, maybe he's got healing powers that we don't know about. I think he might, Jared. Yeah, and it's possible. I don't know what they're teaching over at Texas Tech. That's more of a Sean question. But I just don't. I have a tough time believing that one player is going to swing a team's success that much in this sport, and that's a separate discussion.
Mike Trout,
about the dynamics of the sport, and that's not a shot at Josh. Like I said, I think Josh is going to help tremendously when he comes back. He's a really good player, but let's also not forget Josh Smith, who's gotten a lot of the playing time, has been outstanding and has been very, very good defensively too. He's been outstanding at the plate. He's been good defensively. So I think that the Rangers' struggles, again, why are they struggling? Well, Evan Carter's gotten off to a slow start. White Langford got off to a slow start. You've had a streaky Marcus Semien, a very streaky Adolis Garcia. Corey Seager didn't get off to a Corey Seager start. If Josh Young is so valuable that he is the reason behind that, all right, let's have a discussion. I think both things can be true. I think Josh Young can be a very valuable member of this team and is someone who, when he comes back in the lineup, extends the depth, helps first lefties, adds some power because power numbers are down, not just for the Rangers, but they're down significantly across the league. I think that's all true. I also think it can be true that the Rangers' inconsistencies or the Rangers' start is not solely or primarily because of Josh Young. There are a lot of factors that share in that.
Yeah, it's because I think there's a lot of overblowing to the whole offense anyway. I mean, they're very, very high in a lot of statistical categories. It's just, some of that. It is a lot of things do get skewed when you're 40 games in. And
RJ, the other thing too is, and I referenced this earlier. I don't know. This is not a. I think sometimes the discussion of baseball is impacted compared to football because baseball's so regional, right? We talk about this all the time. When you're a Rangers fan, more often than not, I'd say 96% of Rangers fans, they watch the Rangers and they hear about the rest of the league when those teams come through or maybe in passing. Whereas with the NFL, you kind of, a lot of NFL fans have a pretty strong familiarity with what's going on around the league. It's just, the dynamic of the sport. And so I think with that said, I mentioned this a second ago, offense is down considerably. And so what might feel like, a less dynamic offense for your team, which statistically is true, also needs to be compared relative to the rest of the league. When OPS first started becoming like a real part of the conversation, which was probably around like 2014, 2015, the league average OPS was about 750, if I'm not mistaken. Last year, the league average OPS was 734. So far this year, the league average OPS is 698. I mean, that, like in the past, and I guess even still, if you see a player with a 698 OPS, you're wondering, why the heck is this guy in the lineup regularly? Like, that's probably a defensive replacement. That is not a guy who deserves everyday playing time based on what he brings offensively. That is the league average so far this year. So offense around the league is down significantly in that regard, and the Rangers certainly are feeling that from a slugging standpoint.
Jared Sandler joined us here at 105 through the Fan. The Rangers pitching has been fill in the blank.
Awesome. I know the bullpen had a rough seventh inning on Saturday, but let's also not forget this bullpen is kind of been depleted a little bit, right? You've lost Jose Urena from the bullpen because of injuries. He's now in the rotation. You've lost Josh Sborz, and you can't just go to the Kirby Yates, David Robertson well all the time. I think that there was a little bit of bad luck if you look at the box score. Like Jose Leclerc, I thought pitched really well on Saturday, and then Jacob Latz as well yesterday, and there were plays that went unmade, or you got Jonathan Hernandez who comes in and Jonathan Hernandez and Yerry Rodriguez have had opportunities, and you watch them and you think, gosh, these guys could be so good. I mean, Jonathan Hernandez throws a 98-mile-an-hour sinker with an improved slider. Yerry Rodriguez has power stuff, but it just for Yerry Rodriguez, he comes in throwing 95. It takes him a little bit to get to 97. He needs to get to 97. He was at 95 when Charlie Blackmon hit the go-ahead double against him on Friday. And then he struck out Ezekiel Tovar hitting 97.5 or something. Like, he's got to get that from the chute. And then Jonathan Hernandez with the control issues yesterday. I mean, that's been a whack-a-mole type of problem for him. But overall, I mean, guys, if I were to tell you that the Rangers rotation would be as effective as it's been, and then the staff as a whole, I mean, the Rangers starting rotation ERA is just barely out of the top 10 in baseball. And this is a team that's got Eovaldi, Dunning, Scherzer, Malley, DeGrom, Bradford all on the IL. You know, the biggest storyline for me coming into spring training was what's going to happen when the Rangers starting rotation suffers an injury or two. You know, what's the depth? Well, I mean,
they've
answered that. What's that?
They've had 6 injuries.
Well, and RJ, yeah, they've had 6, and I would say that they've had 3 because we went into camp knowing that 3 of those 6 weren't going to be available right away, right? So there's been an additional 3 on top of that. They've answered the call, and I think, you know, altogether, the bullpen's done a nice job as well, but it's not easy to go through extended stretches when you've got an infirmary on the mound, and that's basically what the Rangers have been dealing with. It seems like every day, you know, they're having to dodge bullets to make sure guys are healthy, and you know, when this team starts to get healthy again, that's going to be, you know, a lot of fun, and hopefully a couple weeks away from a Cody Bradford return, and you know, I think Dane Dunning will hopefully get an update on some progress over the next day or two as he tries to get back in throwing. And I think Nathan Eovaldi should be back, you know, hopefully this week or so. So, you know, that's all going to help tremendously. And, you know, I don't know about Josh Sborz. I'm not as optimistic that that's going to be a quick return, unfortunately. But, you know, I do think that when you get some of these starters back, it will help the bullpen indirectly.
Jared, how much should we be concerned? I know whenever we talk about injuries in sports, when we start hearing discussion of nerve issues, it can give you some pause. And Max Scherzer over the weekend saying that some of the right thumb soreness team doctors believe may be related to a nerve issue with his right triceps. How concerned should we be with his rehab?
Yeah, I mean, I don't love it. And, you know, I do believe that with Max, you know, there's certain players who are like, you wonder, this is maybe not an apples to apples fair comparison. We just left Colorado, and I saw Chris Bryant, you know, taking batting practice the first 2 days. And there are questions about Chris Bryant and how much does he absolutely push it to be on the field? You know, is he first sign of trouble? Is he, hey, I can't play type of guy? And there are guys like that, and that's okay. All right. Max Scherzer's not that guy. You know, Max Scherzer is going to do everything he can to be out there. So you love that about him. But we're also conditioned as a sports society that when a guy's age is just about to start with a 4 and Max Scherzer turns 40 in July, you know, you start to think, well, hey, science is going to catch up. And so, you know, I wonder at 39, is his body recovering the same way it did 10 years ago? I don't know. You know, he's talked about the sticky stuff or the lack thereof and how that's impacted grip strength and how grip strength is, you know, kinetically impacted the elbow and the shoulder and all that stuff. I mean, I think that stuff's probably real for some folks, and it's obviously real for him. I don't deny, you know, I don't scoff when he makes those comments. He knows his body as well as anyone. I don't love it. I don't know. You know, I think we're still too early to have an idea of what this means over the next couple weeks, couple months, what have you. But yeah, I can't sit here and confidently say that I know that Max Scherzer is going to be back by a certain date because, you know, the pause that's been put on this, and now it's not the back. This is a new thing, right? You know, it's not like he's had a minor setback with the existing issue. Now there is a new issue that, you know, the Rangers have to evaluate, and Max has to figure out, you know, how to work through it. Now, I don't mean to paint a picture where I don't know if he's going to pitch again. I just don't know. I think, you know, until he starts throwing again and he's able to complete a bullpen without an issue, it's really tough to put a timeline on it. Once he does that, then you can maybe get back into focus and say, all right, he's 2 bullpens, 2 rehab outings away. We can see him in, you know, fill in the blank date. We're just not really at that point yet.
Who do you feel better about, Stars or Mavs, winning the series?
I still feel better about the Stars. I thought it was really impressive. It was really cool being there. By the way, they show up. So we were at we shared a hotel with the Stars.
Wow.
They get, you know, morning skate on mornings of games. They go full suits to the arena for morning skate. That's pretty impressive.
Really?
Like yeah. Oh my gosh. And we're not talking about like half-assing the suit, like kind of untucked with a tie that's loose. Like we're talking about they might all be going to, you know, a black tie wedding type of affair. That was really impressive. respect. I like sweatpants and a hoodie personally, but I feel better about the Stars. The way they were able to suffocate Colorado to some degree in critical moments. I know Colorado outshot them on Saturday, but Otter played really well. I still feel better about the Stars. I think Oklahoma City's really good, but I think young Oklahoma City team, if the Mavs can take care of business at home tonight, that could be the gut punch. I just don't want this to become a best-of-3 series with 2 of those games getting to be played in Oklahoma City. So to me, I know it's not a all-or-nothing game tonight, but to me, if the Mavs win tonight, that's the dagger. I don't see Oklahoma winning 3 straight, Oklahoma City. But if Oklahoma City wins tonight, I'm not going to feel very good about what is to come in that series.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
See you guys.
Love you, Jared. Bye.
Jared Sandler. Join us here on 105.3 The Fan. We have an NFL schedule update.
Oh, baby, do we.
We will get to that. And is ESPN protecting Bobby's favorite athlete, Caitlin Clark? Are they? Talk about that coming up next here on Sean and RJ on 105 through The Fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owned store. Gilchrist Automotive. Going to hook you up in that brand new car, truck, SUV, Platinum, CDRJTexas.com. And that Memorial Day.
Segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The G-Bag Nation giving away one-of-a-kind fan T-shirts while they last this Wednesday in Flower Mound. It's Bobby Belt's.
That's my hood.
Part of town. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, 1175 Justin Road.
Cool store. Been there before.
Yes. Get yourself a fan T-shirt Wednesday while supplies last. The G-Bag Nation live broadcast again. Southern Leisure Spas and Patio, 1175 Justin Road in Flower Mound on Wednesday.
On Wednesday. That's it. Go see the boys. Get yourself a shirt. Those things, man, we've seen it ourselves at the Firehouse store. Whenever we get the beanies or whatever else, that stuff goes fast.
Very fast.
So if you want one, you're probably going to show up no later than, I don't know, 2:20.
That sounds about right. The NFL schedule is coming out this week.
It is Wednesday night, right? Wednesday. So Thursday we'll be able to have reaction and see, do the Cowboys go 10
and we'll get
7,
leaks.
9 and 8. Yeah,
we'll
get some leaks during the day on Thursday usually, or during the day Wednesday. But yeah, I mean, you'll get a handful of big games, and that's one we got this morning. Not a leak, a flat out announcement from the league.
We already knew the Eagles were going to play Green Bay
on Friday night, September 6th.
Brazil.
In Brazil, yes. That's where they were going to play. And so
that's the second game of the year.
Yes, we now know the first. The Thursday night opener. It's a rematch. Or actually, no. It's a rematch between the Baltimore Ravens and the Kansas City Chiefs from the AFC title game. This is in Kansas City while the Chiefs are still trying to get their stadium renovated and be able to have the games played out there. Kansas City and Baltimore will open the year on Thursday Night Football, September 5th. An AFC title game rematch, which is that a draw?
I'm not.
We're setting up for like another Giants Cowboys. Or no, I bet. What do you think we open with? Surely the Cowboys.
Commanders. Dan Quinn.
Ooh, that would be interesting. Do you think that's prime time?
I don't. The Cowboys always are on prime time, man. I hope it's not the Giants again. Mike,
I hate the Giants. Now the Giants were so bad last year that I don't know that they want to chance that again. But like, if you just look over the schedule, clearly it's not going to be the Eagles because the Eagles are playing Packers.
You know who I think we open up with?
Who?
Detroit.
I was about to say, would it be Detroit at home?
It'd be Detroit. It's here, right?
Yeah, Lions, Cowboys.
Yeah,
at
I bet you it's Detroit at home. That's a big game. I hate to see that game week 1, though.
What about Houston, Dallas?
I guess it could be. Well, let me ask you this. Never mind. They don't do it like that anymore. They used to do. Remember, you used to be able to guess. Archer was great at this. You used to be able to guess which game was going to be the Thanksgiving Day game. Because if it was on CBS, which was the AFC game,
team,
you knew it was one of two teams. There was only 2 AFC teams coming here that year. So you knew it was one of 2 teams, so you could always guess.
Of course, they could send us to Levi Stadium, do Cowboys 49ers week 1.
I would really.
I don't know that they would want to waste that on a week 1, though.
I listen, I would really hate to see a huge potential seed-altering game week 1.
Okay, that's fair.
It's bad football generally. It's like, especially now they don't really do preseason anymore. None of these players play. I don't want to see Detroit or San Fran week 1. That's too big of a game for week 1. Let the team settle in.
Then what about Houston, Dallas?
Fine.
AFC, NFC.
Great.
You get Stroud, Dak. There's been the whole Stroud Micah thing all offseason. I think that's my pick.
Yep. Perfect, because the Cowboys need an easy victory in week 1, and Houston is primed for that because they are ripe for a fall. If you are not betting,
you better be putting money on this.
I've got money on Jacksonville. If you are not betting Jacksonville to win the AFC South or whatever it is,
I want you to put your money where your mouth is, though. I want you to bet the under on Houston. You need to get a ticket for the under on Houston's
what is
number of wins. They're like 10.5, I think.
Oh, hammer the under, baby. Hammer it. So ripe for a fall.
Over under wins for 2024. Okay, one of them has it at, I see one saying 10.5, one saying 9.5.
Oh, I thought 9.5. I'm not touching. I think they could win 9. I think they could win 10 games. I'm taking the under at 10.5. A lot of win. I mean, the Chiefs over under a lot of times is 10.5. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is, you said it's Ravens.
It's Ravens-Chiefs. Ravens on the road against the Chiefs on the Thursday night game, and then we get the Brazil game Friday night.
The next day.
Between the Packers and the Eagles.
Okay. All right. So a little schedule leaks. I bet you we get another one here.
We'll probably hear about like a Thanksgiving game or Christmas or something
Yeah,
like
we'll
that.
probably hear about those.
Yep.
Okay, what is the this story with the Lakers and Bronny?
So Dave McMenamin, who covers NBA and Lakers for ESPN, went on with Rich Eisen at the end of last week, and the discussion centered around, hey, what's going to happen with LeBron? Because we keep hearing from Windhorst and others that LeBron is likely to opt out and wants to kind of assess his opportunities. Apparently, the Lakers' top offseason priority is, though, let's bring LeBron James back. They want him back at any term he wants, according to Dave McMenamin, including if he were to say, you have to draft Bronny, he says the Lakers would be open to doing that. That as an edict from LeBron, hey, you're going to have to draft Bronny if you want me back. The Lakers would do it. Which seems...
Even at 17?
I wouldn't guess 17, but I would guess it would be more like 50-something, but... Man, doesn't that feel a little bit like simp behavior, Chop?
Yeah,
whatever you want.
This is
what do you want? Like the Lakers are supposed to be bigger than this.
This is beneath the Lakers. This is beneath the Cowboys. This is beneath the Yankees. This is beneath of, pick your college football. This is Duke.
Yeah,
college basketball beneath Duke. You do not cater to anyone. You are bigger than every player. The Lakers are bigger than LeBron James. The Cowboys are bigger than Dak Prescott. The Yankees are bigger than whoever, Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
Duke's bigger. I mean, they weren't bigger than Coach K, but he was Duke. Some of these teams are bigger than any single player.
Yeah.
You don't do this to LeBron. You don't. And draft who you want to draft.
And look, let's be honest. I don't know that this is the way that it's being reported. It's not being said that LeBron has made this as a request or that he's saying this is what we have to do or anything else. It's just apparently the Lakers are willing. The Lakers are, but it does feel a little bit like, please, I'll do anything. Just come back with me, please. I'll do it. It has a very desperate air to it.
It's pathetic.
It's so that's the only thing. It's a bit of a turnoff there. Now, Bronny James has been medically cleared. We got the report this morning from Adrian Wojnarowski that Bronny James was medically cleared to enter the NBA draft. So that heart issue that he had at USC. That is
great.
No longer an issue, no longer on the table for him to play NBA basketball. But look, I mean, for an organization here in the Dallas Mavericks who threw a pick at Satnam Singh, who's now wrestling because they wanted to introduce themselves into the India market and have a presence there, and they wanted like that. It's a long play. It's a play that's about brand and everything else. And seeing how second rounders struggle to even stay in the league, I guess if you have a second round pick and you just want to throw it at Bronny as a way of satisfying a star that you're trying to keep in your building, okay. But if he's dictating you have to draft him, if you don't, I'm leaving, then I don't know that you want to play in those waters with him.
Dictating that if you want me back, you got to draft him in the first round. See, like if you draft him in is one thing. Draft him in saying where though in the first round. Man, that's tough to. That's tough. That really is. Is ESPN trying to protect Caitlin Clark?
Oh, baby.
There is a 4-part docuseries called Full Court Press, produced by Omaha Productions, following 3 of the huge stars in women's college basketball throughout the last year. Kiki Rice, Caitlin Clark, Camila Cardoso, and she's from South Carolina.
Those are not real names.
You like that?
And ESPN had deleted a video of Clark in the locker room after a loss to Nebraska. It was wiped out from all of their online platforms, TikTok, Facebook, and the artist formerly known as Twitter. No explanation given. And here's they collapsed in the game. They came from 14 down in the final 10 minutes. The Cornhuskers did, and they wind up winning the game. It was Clark's arguably worst quarter of her career. They lost that game. They should have won. Here is the clip that ESPN deleted. Why would they delete this?
That team is not better than us. Are you kidding me? You kidding me?
Like, that's it.
That was it?
That's the clip they deleted. It makes no sense. This is how real people talk, like in the real sports world. That's how they. You get some people that don't curse, and like I respect that, right? Like Dabo, my neither one of my kids' coaches ever utter foul language.
It's a style,
just the way they are, right? Totally things to admire about it. It's not the norm in the sports world, though.
Just show me authenticity,
right?
If authentically you is. Get your ass back there and then be that person. If authentically you is Dabo and hey, I don't address people that way, then don't be try hard guy and do it when you're talking to your players.
Absolutely.
Either. So if this is Caitlin Clark, show us Caitlin Clark.
Right. And this is the whole point. Like, are they trying to protect an image?
It feels
but like, what's the image? Like, the image is that's who she is. Like, you're protecting an image that a lot of people have. Like, nobody cares that she says that. That's what athletes. That's really what humans talk like.
Yeah, and I mean, like, honestly, that to me, actually, I find that a little endearing because I know she's a big time competitor, and it's nice to see a little bit of the edge sometimes. Pull back the curtain of like, hey, you've got to maybe handle yourself a certain way.
Yeah.
When you're talking up there with the media or anything else, but I mean, don't we all love whenever we get we always have Dak the politician. Don't we love when we get the clips of Dak sometimes just kind of showing the intense competitor side?
Yes.
And so I actually would think this would be beneficial to her and a little endearing, but look, ESPN goes out of their way to protect their superstars. I for one am massively offended by this Caitlin Clark language.
Do you think they would have?
I want to read Greg Doyle's article about this.
Do you think they would have if LeBron did the same thing in the locker room, that they are editing that out? I don't think they are.
No, and I wonder who would have. I wonder if it would have somebody said something. Like, did the WNBA reach out and say, "Hey, we're really trying to promote a certain image right now with her," and that's not, or would it have been Caitlin Clark? Would she have reached out, or her team would have reached out and said, "Hey, we can't have this. We don't like that. This is something that's included. Let's censor a little bit."
940 said it's unbecoming of a lady to swear. Maybe that's what they're trying to say.
I guess that's how ESPN's push it. But I mean, I wouldn't think ESPN would just take that down on their own. I would think somebody reached out and said, "We don't like that."
Someone might have. That's wild. That's pretty crazy to me. All right, what's coming up next in Below the Belt?
We often talk about the NFL MVP candidates. Who are the salary cap MVPs? That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Let's get you over to zero.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No, we're not. It's no longer even a question, RJ Choppy.
Bobby Belt.
The 2023 NFL MVP was Brock Purdy.
2023 NFL MVP was Brock Purdy.
Not Lamar Jackson.
Pretty sure Lamar won.
Not Dak Prescott. The reality is it was Brock Purdy.
I said for a long time I thought Brock should have won. He had the best DVOA QBR of the bunch.
DVOA, which is the per play efficiency stat that you like to reference from Football Outsiders or the former Football Outsiders, now FTN, ESPN, whatever else is related to there. Aaron Schatz is the guy who created that statistic years ago. Well, over at FTN, which Aaron is now part of, Brian Knowles, one of the writers over there, decided to take that's the one. It's, Beyonce and Solange's brother. Yeah. Decided to take another per play efficiency stat that they use, DYAR.
That's yards. That's basically WAR.
Defense adjusted yards above replacement. Yeah. So it calculates each player's cumulative value above or below a replacement level alternative. So it's WAR. When you think of wins above replacement in baseball, that's essentially what this is.
Yeah. Now with this, it's also like you said, it's cumulative. So if you play all 17 games, you'll have a total number that's higher than somebody who played 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
But you can extrapolate it out. So maybe
if you were to divide it up by per game or whatever, then it would look differently. But it's a cumulative number, so it's over the course of an entire season. So Brian Knowles decided that he wanted to take a look at what value truly means. We talk about Dak, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, these guys, but he says what no one is looking for is a literal definition of value. The NFL has a hard salary cap, no matter what Mickey Loomis tries to tell you as he shuns another $50 million to be paid by his great-grandchildren. Every dollar you spend at a position is one you can't use elsewhere, and finding players who outperform their contracts is an important part of building a quality team.
Yeah.
If it were really the most valuable player, then it would go to the best quarterback still on his rookie contract every year, essentially, is how it would work out. So they have decided, or over there, Brian Knowles decided to create this tiered system, this ranking. It's called Purdy Score. Price units relative to DYAR, or Purdy as the acronym, which is fitting because Brock Purdy is the symbol for this. Calculating a player's Purdy is a straightforward process, Chop. You take a quarterback's total defense adjusted yards above replacement, passing and rushing, and you divide it by his cap hit. So you look at, okay, let's take Brock Purdy has 1470 passing DYAR, 45 rushing. That totals up to 1514. His cap hit was a little under $900,000, while the salary cap was at 224. So therefore, his cap hit was just 0.4% roughly of the cap in 2023.
0.4%?
Yeah. Brock Purdy was 0.4% of the salary cap for San Francisco.
It's like a running back.
You divide that total number by the percentage of the cap that he is, which is 0.4, and you get 3,828. So that would be your score, is your DYAR divided by your percentage of the salary cap for that year. So with that in mind, here are the leaders. Here are the true MVPs, Choppy, from 2023. 2023. Yeah. First place, Brock Purdy, not even close. He had 3,828. Next on the list was out of qualifying passers, because Jake Browning and Joe Flacco were in there, but they played very little. So out of qualifying passes, the next on the list at 474, way off from him, was Baker Mayfield.
Wow.
The rest of the list, you go down, Jordan Love, CJ Stroud, surprisingly enough, Jalen Hurts, who his cap hit was pretty low that first year, so it was 2.7% of the cap. So that's the reason why his is there. Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Kenny Pickett, stunningly enough, and then rounding us out at the very back end, Josh Allen. So basically it's, hey, whoever's on a rookie contract and performing really well is going to score really high.
Absolutely.
And you need to have a lower cap number if you're a veteran and be able to perform really high. So if you look at over the history of, they decided to say, hey, let's look at this data going back to 1994 when we have salary cap data initially. Do you know who has the number one Purdy score in the history of the NFL, Chop? Meaning the greatest, most valuable season in the history of football.
Brock Purdy.
Dakota.
How did I?
Prescott.
You know, I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I should have known where this was going.
Come on. Who are you sitting across from? It's me.
What would it be? His 5th year? 6th?
Damn
2016?
right, Jerry. It's 2016 because his cap hit that year was $546,000. He was also 0.4% of the salary cap. If you divide his defense adjusted yards above replacement, then his score comes out to be 4,048, which is 200 higher than what Purdy put up last year. Funny enough, the next play, in fact, before I get onto that, let's move on to the other adjustment, because they say, hey, look, rookie contracts kind of skews this. Where are the veterans who have played really well on a veteran contract? You're not on a rookie deal. You're just a veteran who played so well that the number was high.
I mean, okay, you're probably going to look at 2010 Brady, 07 Brady.
Nope.
2013 Manning.
Nope.
04 Manning.
Nope, none of these.
You're going to look at, Mahomes, 2018.
Out of this top 10,
he actually wasn't a veteran then.
Out of this top 10, one name appears 3 times over the course of 30 years.
Are they all quarterbacks?
Every name on this top 10 over the past 30 years, when we look at veterans, they're all quarterbacks.
Steve Young?
Close, but no. Think about the same team.
Jeff Garcia.
3 years in a row, 99, 2000, and 2001, coming in as a veteran, coming off of like CFL and doing some other stuff. He had a really low cap number. So if you look at just veteran players, Jeff Garcia has the 1st, 3rd, and 8th best seasons.
Kurt Warner
Nailed it. 1999. That was number 5. Some of the others that are on here, Doug Flutie in 1998 with Buffalo.
Flutie.
Dante Culpepper was 4th with his season in 2004 for Minnesota. Other names on this list, Jeff George from Minnesota in 99, David Garrett, and then one that makes a ton of sense when it stands out to, like, when you think of the whole process, Ryan Tannehill. Because Tannehill, you remember, he was such a buy low player that
Tennessee.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what you look for.
Yeah.
You're looking for the best bang for your buck.
I like it.
I would really like to see this list, to be honest. Like, I think this is a really interesting way of looking at it, especially relative to salary cap percentage. I would love to see what this looks like when you take the quarterbacks out. Like, apply this to receivers, apply this to running backs and other different players across the board. I want to see what kind of bang for your buck you're getting from other players. Like, I imagine Deron Bland, if you could come up with a similar metric as percentage of the salary cap, probably scores pretty damn high for what he did last year. And it's also a good way to, measure how good your pro scouting department is. How many value buys are they finding? Was Stephon Gilmore high on this list among veterans? Was Brandon Cooks high on this list among veterans? I just think that it's a good way to look at it. But, Chop, this is what you've argued for the whole time, is that there needs to be you need to look for cost effectiveness almost above anything else. Bang for your buck is more important than spending through the nose to get good football players, in your opinion, correct?
I think so.
That you have to find the efficiencies in the salary cap.
You got to.
Instead of doing that. Now, the whole idea behind this, though, would be that you're talking about having a really tough time trying to find the next Brock Purdy or find the next, whoever was on this list. And anybody else on this list. Dak in 2016. It's not easy to just find that needle in a haystack, but are you saying it's worth it then to let me go ahead and pursue it?
Well, I mean,
at some point you need to reset.
That's part of it. I mean, you have to reset. That doesn't mean you have to do it now.
Because this right here would say Dak put up a great MVP-like season last year. So did Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
But they did it at cost points that were way above the Brock Purdy cost point. And Brock Purdy put up numbers that were close enough that you say it doesn't matter if they even played better. They could have played better. It doesn't matter. The value for what San Francisco got out of what they were spending, you need to go find that. You need to go find the market inefficiencies, and
it's easier said than done.
It is.
It's way easier said than done. Now, there's a lot of examples of teams that do it, and the Cowboys are one of them. Honestly, they probably did it twice with Romo the first time in 2006.
But they pretty quick had to pay him.
They did.
It took so long before they could actually get to putting him on the field.
Yeah.
ESPN. We talked recently about NFL power rankings, post-draft power rankings that we got from CBS and a couple other different places. ESPN has their post-draft power rankings up. And I'll just run through it. Where do you think Dallas falls down on this list? Inside or outside the top 10?
I would say they're 11, 12.
Okay, let's see what you get here. Peyton, get your buzzer ready potentially. Number 1, the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 2, the San Francisco 49ers. 3, the Ravens. 4, the Lions. 5, the Eagles. But people are getting really bullish on the Eagles for some reason. I don't love what they did this offseason. 6, the Texans. 7, the Dolphins. 8, the Bills. 9, Bengals. 10, Packers. Down 2 spots from before the draft. The Dallas Cowboys at number 11.
Ooh.
So you called it right. Number 11. This is the write-up from Todd Archer. So much of the Cowboys offseason has been about who they lost instead of who they have added. And there are questions at running back, offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, and in the secondary. Linebacker is really the only answer for where they have most improved. The Cowboys signed Eric Kendricks. They welcome back DeMarvion Overshown from a knee injury, and they drafted Maris Leofau. Basically, it comes down to this. They will have linebackers playing linebacker with Marquise Bell moving back to safety. That's what you want, ultimately, is you want to be able to move Marquise Bell back, not have to hodgepodge, move this guy over here, have him play positions that they're not used to. They did address it. You can say a lot of different things. They addressed linebacker. There are things that they needed to do this offseason. They addressed linebacker. They addressed offensive line. There's still questions about how much depth they have along the defensive line, I think. Running back's a question. But ultimately, I think the Cowboys addressed what they really genuinely needed to get filled out this offseason. But still, not good enough for the top 10. Falling out, number 11, according to ESPN.
Number 11. I think there's still a... I think the thought of their demise is a little bit premature. We did the same thing with the Bills last year. That everybody overreacted to the Bengals game.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals playoff loss.
Yeah,
they overreacted to it. Bills were the 2 seed last year. And I think we're doing the same thing this year. We're overreacting to the one game. NFL playoffs are brutal, man. They are brutal. All these things. Mavs lose game 1. Stars lose game 1. If that was you play one bad game, that was the Cowboys, it's over. Because it's a one and done situation.
Yeah, give them we need a petition for that.
We need a
7-game series in the NFL.
Yes. And they still lose.
No more than
this
game.
No, but either way, it's brutal. It's a brutal existence. It really is. But and that's what makes the Brady run so special.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of times that every team comes out flat, they never did.
No. And they did it for
20 years.
A good portion of time in the same conference with Peyton Manning.
Yeah. And they never came out flat. And sometimes Manning's teams came out like, second half's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll catch up.
Especially against New England at times.
Yeah. So it's just it's a brutal existence. The thought of their demise is a little bit early. Okay. Let's pick them. Pick game 4. Mavs game 4. Stars game 4 on the record. Get our picks in. Coming up next on The Fan.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast for your brain. It's our commercial-free express.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Doncic driving into the chest of Dort, kicks it to Washington. Three goes down. P.J. Washington can't be stopped.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We're fist pumping into the 9 o'clock hour as we get set for Game 4. Mavs, Thunder, Game 4. Stars, Avs, both tonight, both in the 8:30 to 9 o'clock window. This complete and utter troll job by the networks to make us think that we are in the Pacific time zone. That continues to happen all the time.
I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it one bit, mainly because we have to get up in the morning. And these games go to 11:30. They go to overtime. We're talking past midnight.
It's not even us. It's everybody. Everybody has to get up in the morning.
Yeah, no, everybody has to get up in the morning, but like we have to get up and analyze it.
We do. But look, I mean, there are people that get up at 6 o'clock that are still only getting 6 hours of sleep. They're usually getting 9 hours, 8 hours of sleep or whatever. Or
yeah, and then
they get up at 5.
Then they're doing real stuff like construction or other things that contribute to society, other than me making double entendre jokes.
I don't know how people use their minds after about 2 p.m. I really have no idea.
I'm the reverse. Like when we're doing this and I gotta be on there at 5:30, it's like, well, I gotta be up at 4.
Yeah.
Because I need an hour and a half for my brain to wake up. So I feel like I get some momentum going throughout the day. Afternoon, I start working it out a little bit, but man, the early morning, it can be tough.
It can be a grind. Well, the Mavs and Stars both tonight. Let's pick these here. First off, which one do you have more confidence in this evening? I know, obviously, it's probably more likely to say the home team, which would be the Mavs. But the Stars, if you really look at it, the Stars have been considerably the better team in this series.
They've been the better team for the most part. They've won the majority of the time on the ice over the course of 3 games. But I still, ultimately, I feel better about the Mavs tonight just because, again, you're talking about one of the best, like the best home team in hockey and a team that has shown an ability to score on you in a hurry. I really think that Dallas after Game 3 and the physicality that they played with, the Mavericks, that is, I think the physicality that the Mavs played with really kind of put OKC in their place a little bit. And I think that's a factor now. Like, I think you saw the Mavericks come out and say, okay, you want to see what playoff basketball is like? You want to see physicality? Let's show you. And I think there was a little bit of, they sunned them a little bit. And I think that's going to be a factor again tonight. I think the Mavericks win this one this evening. That one I'm completely confident in. Just like the Avalanche Stars series has been this entire time, it feels like a little bit of a coin flip going into the game. I think ultimately the Stars win that series, but tonight's game specifically feels like a little bit of a coin flip. So I will say, I think Mavericks are the more likely to win. But I'm going to pick both.
I think Mavericks are more likely to win. I think the number one reason, I mean, outside of obviously the fact they're playing at home, that makes them a little bit more likely. I just think the Mavs are more ready to win than the Thunder are. Even though the Thunder are the better team throughout the course of the year, the Mavericks have been the better team over the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, the NBA playoffs are much more about experience than anything else. The rest of the sports, you could just say, hey, look, talent. Obviously, talent wins a lot of times.
I think experience matters in the MLB playoffs a lot, too. Like, I think you routinely see people. It's funny. You've talked about this before with quarterbacks. A lot of times, quarterbacks, you get there and you lose, you don't go back.
Correct.
So you don't learn to lose in the NFL. It's like, no, you better win. You better take your opportunity and win. Whereas in the NBA, you generally have to learn how to play playoff basketball, learn to lose a little bit before you can learn to be a champion.
Yeah.
And especially if you look over the last 35 years, like Pistons had to learn to lose. Bulls with Michael had to learn how to lose. Like, you pick up those things, you develop them. Really, I mean, what are we looking at? Spurs? Lakers? The Lakers did have to lose a series before they went on that three-peat.
They did. Spurs
pretty much just came in. They won that title in the lockout year, and then, I mean, I guess they lost some of that stuff with the Lakers, but that was just back and forth.
The Lakers were the better team. But also, don't forget, like, the main part of that Spurs team, outside of Tim Duncan, had been there in 99.
David Robinson.
Yeah. Sean Elliott.
Yep.
Avery. Right? You had guys that were there, that had been there. And then, so they add the number one pick in the draft.
So it is. I do think that the experience matters in
I think it does.
the NBA playoffs. I do think similarly, MLB playoffs experience helps a good deal.
Well, that's interesting.
With individuals, not necessarily with teams. Like I think a big time experience pitcher like
Evaldi had experience. Seager had experience. I don't know. I don't think Simeon had a ton.
I think he played one series with Oakland or something. But I mean, if you look at,
but obviously Heim and Josh Young had none, and Dolis had none.
If you put Evaldi on the mound across from, some stud pitcher who doesn't really have any playoff experience, I think that there tends to be a little bit of an advantage just because the psychology and the mental makeup of those big moments matter. So similarly with the NBA, I think that the Mavericks are showing the experience, the veteran leadership, and that's proving to be a determining factor here. So give me the Mavs and Stars both tonight. Give me them both, but I'm going to say Mavs is the one that I feel more confident in.
Let's see. From the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, I'm very bullish on the Mavs, and the Stars have yet to trail this series in regulation. Mavs trio of Luka, Kyrie, and PJ overwhelm OKC again, like they did in Game 3, take a commanding 3-1 lead. Stars haven't really shown anything worth being too worried about. The Mavs without Luka / him being hurt makes it more questionable. Still like both. So that's good.
They mentioned 940, this hack a lively, which what do we call it? Live hack?
Live hack. Hack. Unethical live hack.
817 texted an unethical live hack earlier. But 940 says this hack a lively and Gafford OKC started last night worries me long term for the series. Well, Derek Lively did come through. Big free throws when they did start trying to foul about midway through the fourth quarter. He shoots 8 of 12 down the stretch. But it was funny. You kept seeing the video of like Derek Lively's trying to run away from Chet Holmgren. It's like they're playing tag.
Yeah, they are. It's great.
And eventually, Kyrie Irving. In fact, start with cut 8 here, Peyton. Jason Kidd had mentioned, hey, Kyrie Irving actually told Derek Lively, you don't have to be doing all that, and gave him a pep talk on the bench and kind of helped give him the confidence to make those free throws. This was Kyrie after the game talking about what he told Derek Lively.
We came back to the bench, and I was just like, man, you don't have to do all that. Just let them foul you, accept it, take it as a compliment, and go up there and knock down your free throws, man. We believe in you. We know you put in a lot of reps. So although he is a rookie, I think going up there, he showed a lot of poise. He showed a lot of his preparation, his confidence, and whether he makes or misses, I feel like that's a good opportunity for us, kind of shows where we are as a team, especially in the half court or playing in transition. I'm talking about the respect from the OKC team, where they don't want us to play in half court, so they go to the hack Derek Lively, and it worked out in our favor tonight. So I just want him to go up to that line and shoot confidently.
And that's great. That's the kind of leadership that you've wanted to see from Kyrie that he's been displaying. We also know that Derek Lively, we've talked about it here on the air before, the special connection that he had with his mother, who just recently passed away from cancer. And with Mother's Day coming up on Sunday, Derek Lively was asked about the free throw shooting and, gave a special shout out to his mom in the process after the game.
I know my mama got me. She watching me. I know she telling me to make them damn free throws, so I got to step up and make them.
Jason said that during a timeout, Kyrie actually gave you a confidence boost too. He basically said, "Don't run from it."
Yeah, he said because there's probably a club out there of me just running around. I was trying to make the lane open for my teammates, and my teammates was just like, "Why the hell are you running? Just stay there, knock them in." And just having my teammates back me up like that just make you just want to step up and make them even more.
I love him. I know he's struggled offensively in these first 2 games. The impact he makes defensively, the character, the intangibles, the energy that he brings to the court when he's out there. Derek Lively I think he's going to be good, like really good. And even if he's not, whoever, throw out a center, even if he's not Hakeem Olajuwon or whatever it is, I think that that's the type of personality and the energy and the perspective that championship teams need. And so to me, that's a key cog in any sort of championship team that you want to build. I think to have that kind of mentality, to be that kind of person at 19, 20 years old.
Yeah, it's big.
He is so impressive.
It's big. I really like him. I didn't love the lively pick, the draft, because wasn't impressed at Duke.
I wasn't either.
He's completely different. Maybe I am an idiot because I didn't like the PJ Washington pick up either. I liked the Gafford one. I didn't like the PJ Washington one, and he was.
I think a lot of people had a problem with the lively pick though, and
the lively pick's issue was that there was an offensive void in his game.
Well, and we played that audio from the Duke documentary about him, and you see the character, you see the work ethic, you hear the coaches talk about that was our most improved player. If he doesn't get hurt, if he doesn't have a soft tissue injury and sets him back, he is like taking leaps and bounds his freshman year there. And so when you had all that context and saw it, you started to feel better about his potential to hit it. And that's what the Mavericks knew when they were evaluating him. They knew what kind of person he was, what kind of worker he was. They had all that context and banked on it correctly. And PJ Washington, I mean, to be fair, nobody saw him doing what he's been doing offensively lately.
Well, no, I mean, the
defensive boost is huge.
The defense, he's been fine. Like he is, like I said, he's the demon child right now of Scottie Pippen and Reggie Miller.
I love you remember they go on that playoff run and they had Peja Stojakovic during the NBA Finals run. Peja Stojakovic making big time threes. Yeah. They had Corey Brewer putting in some valuable minutes, showing how good he could be defensively. You had the attitude of Deshaun Stevenson.
Yeah.
Like
you're
kind of getting
Yeah,
you're kind of getting all of that rolled up into PJ Washington right now. You're getting what you were getting from Peja and Brewer and Stevenson, and he has been just. I love the leveling up, or like we've talked about before. Maybe that some people slide down a little bit. He just may be built for these type of moments.
Maybe. All right, whatever it is, keep it going, brother. It is fun to watch, and the Mavs are not in this position. They're probably down 3-0 if PJ Washington isn't doing this.
I mean, yeah,
because Luka's hobbled.
They absolutely are, and the fact that they've been able to do this with Luka banged up, and Luka walking off the court the other day, Brad Townsend asked him what hurts, and he said everything.
Everything. And I'm dying. Everything hurts and I'm dying.
And he
that's the old t-shirt.
I understand he's a little dramatic at times, but I don't think there's much drama on this one. He looks like he's just hurt. He's not moving very well.
He really does.
For the series now, I was curious what it is that he shoot. For the series, he is 24 of 57, 7 of 20 from 3, 15 of 22 from the free throw line. It's not great. 42% from the field, 35 from 3-point, 68 from the free throw line.
That's Luka?
Yeah.
Oh.
PJ Washington, in the meantime, 54% from the field, 53% from 3.
I mean, it's 50. He's going to be 50-50-90. Or 50-50-80.
Well, I mean, he's 0 for 1 from the free throw line.
But, yeah. Let's have a sample size here,
I know,
okay? Let's have a sample size.
Yeah.
He died to get the line because he shoots so many threes.
Yeah.
Okay. It's fun to watch. It really is. So we'll see if both teams can keep it going.
Both teams played hard.
Both teams getting going tonight in the 8:30-ish window. Stars, Avs, Mavs, and Thunder. What happened to the Texas Rangers? Did you catch the debut of the next phenom?
Oh, Skeens.
Why you might not need to worry about Jack Leiter and his first couple of games. We will get into a little bit of baseball talk coming up next with the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes the pitch. Popped up. First base side. Who's going to take it? Montero down the line. Collides with the catcher, but hangs onto the ball. And the ball game's over. Montero has it. The Rockies have the win. And they have swept the Rangers in this series. They win today 3-1.
Eric Nadell with the call in a game you heard right here. The Rangers get swept by the Colorado Rockies.
It happens.
It happens.
Actually, it doesn't. I don't think the Rockies have swept anybody this year.
They may not have swept anybody in 3 years. And now they come back after their 10-game road trip, but they went 5-5 on. They won 4 of their first 5.
Wasn't a great finish.
And they lose 4 of their last 5.
But look, I mean, honestly, I'm joking when I say, I'm not. I genuinely don't think the Rockies have swept anybody this year, but it legitimately does happen. Like over the course of a 162-game season, these sorts of things happen. The biggest thing is
baseball go.
Yeah, you've got these bad runs that you'll go on, or you'll have these periods where you're just flat and you're getting worked by a team that you're better than. The biggest thing is like you just want to limit or time out correctly when those happen. You don't want you don't want it to happen at the end of the year against Oakland.
No, you don't. Like they didn't play well. They didn't play great against Oakland when Oakland was here.
No, but in 2012, for instance, you don't want your bad flat stretch to come. Oh, the last 3 games of the year against Oakland with the division on the line. Like just hit your stride. You want to be playing your
best baseball at the end of the year.
Look, just keep things afloat and go on a couple of really nice runs, and that's how you end up 30 games over 500. And so ultimately, these things do happen. Got to start hitting a little bit. Jared Sandler at 8 o'clock made me feel a little bit better about where Corey Seager's at and where he's coming around. We know Josh Young will be coming back. And the pitching that you've gotten while you wait for the return of a lot of your rotation is encouraging. So there's stuff to be optimistic about looking forward. Obviously, we don't love the news about the potential nerve issue with Max Scherzer. You start talking about nerves, that's concerning.
Yeah, I mean, we are reaching a point of with Max. It's like, all right, what's next?
Yeah,
we really are, and that's kind of a depressing thought because everyone was excited when they got him. Now he's not the same guy he was, and I think we knew that coming in.
Yeah,
but you still went and got him. You wanted to make a run. You won the World Series. You didn't win the World Series because of Max Scherzer. You won it because of Jordan Montgomery and Nathan Eovaldi and Corey Seager and a slew of other reasons. The bullpen stepped up. That's why you won the World Series too. But that doesn't mean that at this point that you don't have to worry about Max in some regard. So you lose, and now you got Cleveland in, and Cleveland's a good team. A very, very good team.
Yep. But home cooking, you get to post up at home and hopefully take care of things at the Globe. In a game you can hear, where RJ Choppy?
Right here.
Right here.
On 105 through the fan. You got 3 with Cleveland, and you've got 3 at home with the Angels. And, boy, the Rangers have a lot of unknown, a lot of TBDs in their starting rotation.
There's a lot of questions.
Don't know tomorrow. And you got Gray and Heaney. And then you don't know the 18th. You don't do the 19th. Then we got Lorenzen. Lorenzen's tonight. And then Lorenzen again on the 21st on the road in Philadelphia. So they got a road trip, 3 in Philly, 3 in Minnesota after they play the Angels before they come back here with a rematch with Arizona, a little 2-gamer at the end of May. You know what stinks? What really stinks is baseball screwed up. Everybody should play on Memorial Day. Everybody.
Yes, I know. This is one of your strong takes
Rangers
that you're really committed to.
I hate when teams don't play on Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day. Those are absolute musts. You have to play on those days.
Because you're saying you should take advantage of the people who are out of
you're out of work. I mean, you get a day game. I mean, it's cool, man. It's just fun. Like a lot of teams, it's a miss. It's a miss if you're not playing on the actual holiday when teams are off. Did you see Paul Skeens this weekend?
I did. I mean, I didn't watch the whole start, but I got to see highlights of his stuff. It's every bit as advertised, a lot of that stuff. I mean, he's still, obviously as young pitchers tend to do, you're still trying to figure out, control and command, and, these major league teams will get a beat on you really fast when you're young and you're still learning how to pitch and how to approach major league hitters. But like I said, he was he was really impressive with some of that stuff. Fastball hit 117 times.
So yeah, it's a lot. So he looked good. He struck out the first 2, struck out 7 around through 4 innings. He started the 5th inning, allowed back-to-back hits, leaves the game with a 6-1 lead. The Cubs scored 2 more runs. They scored 5 runs that inning total. 2 of them attributed to Skeen. So his final pitching line was 4+ innings, 4+, with 3 runs allowed.
Yeah.
So not a great final line. The final line does not show how good he was. I mean, he was pretty good.
Yeah, ultimately, like you say there, it doesn't look like some stunning first outing or anything like that.
No, he didn't go 7 innings allowing 2 runs. No, he went 4 innings allowing 3 runs. Now, he really went 3 innings allowing 1 run. 4 innings allowing 1 run. And then he goes out there for the 5th, and those 2 runs are attributed to him, even though those were inherited runners.
Yeah, I mean he gave up a home run, walked a couple, he hit a guy, but I mean you'll see. Okay, he struck out 7.
Yeah,
like you see how electric that stuff can be.
Yeah, it was. Now I went back and I was like, all right, let me just kind of compare this to Leiter's first start.
Mm-hmm.
All right, can we kind of draw any parallels here? And Leiter in his first start went 4 innings, but he allowed 7 earned. But remember, a couple of those were they were attributed to him. A couple of those were on a fly ball that Leote just butchered.
Yes.
So it was really more like a 5-run thing that he allowed. Did strike out the side. He did look very good in that first inning, but he allowed much more. He had allowed much more contact, and it was clear that the Tigers were waiting on his fastball. They were waiting to get in a fastball count, and they tattooed it. They did.
You learn those things. You learn to adjust.
You can't draw a ton of parallels. What you can draw, though, is that they both had some strikeout stuff.
Yes. Also, Paul Skeens had Olivia Dunn in attendance, and they're supporting him. And
Jack had Al.
Al's good.
Al was there.
Al's not
He
Livy.
had Al.
Al is not Livy Dunn.
Al's not Livy Dunn, man.
Look, I'm not subbing Al for $10 a month. All right.
Is that all her thing is?
I have no idea.
She doesn't have an OnlyFans.
I'm just throwing out a joke. Hey, geez.
Where does she make
Peyton
her
finally wants to contribute, and it's that.
Yeah. She has something.
She has NIL money.
Yeah, but before the
TikTok?
NIL. Yeah, but
she has like over 3 million followers on TikTok.
Yeah,
I'm one of them.
She was cashing in. I think I'm sure I subscribed to her TikTok. I'm sure, or Instagram, one of the two. She made money before NIL.
Yeah, she's got
they were during his first start. The TV crew was like cutting up to the concourse level where we're going to interview Livy Dunn now, and the picture of there was the picture of Paul Skeens on his Instagram of heading to the ballpark from, and he's in the background and Livy's in the selfie it's man, he can't even be the star of his own selfie for his first start. This is still all about Livy Dunn, man.
Well, it's like Josh Smith told us his wife's more popular than he is.
Oh yeah, because she's Miss social influencer.
Yeah. It happens.
But I mean, Josh Smith is second on the team in WAR.
Yeah, he's in the majors.
He's building his profile too. Look, I think Josh Smith playing so well with the influencer wife. We got Paul Skeens pitching pretty well with Olivia Dunn in attendance. We saw what the Cavender twins did for Jake Ferguson and really leveled up his game. I think that what we're seeing in this new era, Chop, is that the Jessica Simpson theory is dead, and that actually this new era player needs, I think, a big time clout profile.
You can do that.
And their significant other.
You can do that. Speaking of significant others, let's go to Tyler Glass now. Mm-hmm. Now this story's been out.
Sean Sharif.
Yeah, this story's been out there. But it was talked about on the broadcast of how he met his girlfriend, and people are saying how creepy this is, and I couldn't disagree more.
At the ballpark when he was pitching for the Rays, said he noticed her off in the distance, and he said she looks cute. And so he had the team photographer zoom in on her, and he said, "Yeah, confirmed. I think she's pretty cute." And so he gets a ball, writes his phone number on it, throws it up to her, and said, "Text me." She comes to the next game, throws him a ball back with her number, and says, "No, you text me." And so he did. The rest is history. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Merrill. He said she doesn't believe him, but that was the first time that he's ever thrown a girl a ball with his number on it.
They never believe you.
3 years later, still together.
I don't believe him either.
You don't believe him? That's
that's not the first time he's
the first time, yeah.
He has thrown a ball up there with his number on it plenty of times before. So what's the issue? Is the issue here just the camera well, that he went to the camera well and asked them to zoom in?
Yeah,
or
they're
is it
saying
that throwing the ball up there?
People are saying it's creepy. Or they're even saying the ball because she didn't ask to be pursued. You never know. Like people don't just walk up with a sign.
You can't win in this
area,
shop.
People don't just walk up with a sign saying, "Hey, pursue me." Nobody ever asks to be pursued. That's the whole point.
You want to be wooed.
Be wooed.
No, look, I don't.
There are certain times where it's inappropriate. Like, I don't know, maybe at work.
Is it a little weird? I don't know if it's weird. The camera thing is the only thing that's up for debate. Hey, go zoom in on that girl right there. That's the only thing that's still up for debate, and I still don't. No, I ultimately side on not weird. The ball is nothing.
Ball's nothing.
Writing your number down on a baseball and toss it up there. That's. I mean, look, he's a guy with a profile, and like a national public profile, and he's willing to put his number and toss it there. He doesn't know what you're going to do with that baseball. He's putting himself on the line too. Yeah. There's some risk involved.
I will say there's not even anything necessarily creepy about the camera because it has been established through dating apps that it's all superficial anyway. Nobody ever swipes. You don't swipe on the profile. You swipe. I mean, you can, right? But like, what's the first thing that catches your eye?
I don't know because I've never been on them.
I mean, I haven't either. But Peyton has. It's the picture, right? That's the first
the looks.
thing.
I never read the bio till after I swipe, and then I go, I probably made a mistake. They have 4 kids.
So how did wow? How did you and Sarah meet? I know we talked about the DM that you sent for, but what it was your buddy you shouted out earlier?
My buddy
right?
Wesley.
He lied and told you she liked you.
Yeah, he lied to me. He sent a photo of her and said, "Hey, I got a girl for you." I was like, "Okay, I'm in." And then turns out she was not. She was not in. She did not have any interest.
But he knew she would be.
But he said, just send her. He said, "Dude, she's in. Send her a message." So I did. So I guess you could say it was an unwarranted message. Unwanted.
Yeah, that's what you did. I asked Kristen out for the first time mainly because I wanted to piss off someone else.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah. And I'm not even joking. I had asked it with the intention of just like, all right, fine. Well, I'm going to go out with somebody tonight. And so we went out and we were sitting there at dinner. And I remember sitting there across from her and thinking like, oh, this is what it's like to like talk to a woman and not a little girl.
Whoa.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
what is that?
Like, I'm talking about like in terms of like the girl that I was interested in, she was 19. And so
how old were you?
I was 22.
Okay. It's very Leonardo DiCaprio.
No, it is not. 22 to 19. So, but there was just a lot of, during the course of that, including myself, I was immature in the process. I was going on dates just to make somebody mad. But there was a lot of immaturity there that when I then sat across from Kristen and we're just talking about things like, oh, she's like an adult. Like, this is the difference between talking to like the college age girls versus like the adult. And she was 20. She's a little older than I am. So she's 23 at the time. Kristen was. But it was one of those things where I was like, oh, okay. And so I immediately just completely changed my focus. I was like, I'm off this one now. This is the one that I want to be with. So, but maybe that's creepy. Trying to make somebody mad.
It's not creepy. It's just, ill intentions.
Yeah, it is.
Bad intentions. But I'm cool with that. It's cruel intentions.
But to be fair, she also had her sister, because we went out a couple times. Mm-hmm. She had her sister tell me that she thinks we would be better as just friends.
Oh, no.
And I was like, okay. And then we spent 3 months like not really doing anything. And then she changed her mind and wanted to date.
Look at that.
Yep.
If you hadn't heard it earlier today, the NFL leaked game 1. It will be the Thursday night opener. Chiefs hosting the Baltimore Ravens. That'll be a 7:20 start on NBC. So that is going to be the opener. We know the second game of the year, the Friday, will be Green Bay and Philadelphia. So the Cowboys won't open with the Eagles.
Yep.
That we know.
Mm-hmm. I like what we talked about earlier. I like the idea of Sunday Night Football, Texans, Cowboys.
I think that'd be great. I don't want to see Detroit or San Fran. I think that game's too important for week 1.
That's fair.
It's too important. You want to do the Giants, the Commanders, fine. Give us an easy 1-0 record.
And if you know you're going to get, it's week 1. Everybody's going to be watching. Like, we want San Francisco, Dallas for like an October game.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. He's back. Mikey Bassick is back. That's next in the Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ, Crosstalk, the KNC masterpiece. Mikey B, welcome back.
Hello.
A 10-day get-out-of-town thingy? How was that?
It was awesome. Obviously, Denver was great, but the Rangers' play there wasn't. So it was a 2 rain delays, doubleheader.
Yeah.
I think the Rangers are on empty. I don't know if their tank gets filled up today or not. I think they're probably going to be on fumes again today. Like, this is probably not a good day for Rangers baseball. And I know that the Metroplex will be concentrating a lot on the Stars and Mavs. The Rangers might not get the television love tonight, and I totally get it. I mean, I'm fired up about playoff basketball and playoff hockey, but I think right now the Rangers with their injuries, the Rangers with the schedule are fighting more themselves than maybe they are the other team. If that makes sense.
Makes
sense. They're right now. They're on fumes, and I don't know until they play this Cleveland series, day off, and then get the Angels if they're going to kind of be able to find their footing again.
Day off's Thursday, right?
Yeah, Thursday and Monday. So hopefully the Thursday day off and the Monday day off, playing the Angels, who are a very bad team. Obviously, so was Denver, or so was Colorado. But I think this Cleveland series could be a rough one, and I hope I'm wrong.
What's your record now this year calling these games?
Well, 5-5 on the road trip. 0-1 in Atlanta. Did they go 3-1 against Detroit? I mean, I'd have to look it all up. I think they went 1-1 in the Chicago games I called. So right around 500, right about what they are for the year.
All right, so
perfectly.
And why? To get them canceled?
Yeah, Mike. Either you win all of them. Actually, that's what I really wish. Either you were undefeated or you were all defeated, and then that would be best for this show right now, because then we could be like, our guy undefeated when he calls games, or Mike, you can never call a game again. Either way, it'll be awesome. 500's weird. That's a weird place to be, but I'm still rooting for you, buddy.
All right, so you've been to Detroit, Atlanta, Colorado,
Kansas City.
Boy, they're just trying to get you shot.
Okay.
Jeez.
Rank them.
Detroit, Atlanta, and Oakland. My God.
Rank
let's send the guy who grew up in Duncanville.
Right the stadiums.
Denver won.
Colorado's course is great.
It's awesome.
They're drawing over 30,000, and they had going into that series had only won 9 games. They were 9-28, and it didn't matter. They're still 30+ because it's just such a beautiful place to go.
And it was even a little chilly yesterday, too. Everybody was wearing hoodies.
It warmed up in the end, but yeah, it was rainy and cold, 30-minute rain delay. Number 2, I'm going to lean towards Detroit, and if we're just talking about the ballpark.
Just the ballpark. Yeah, I don't care about the surrounding area. Surrounding area, we know Detroit's.
Okay, then yuck. 3 will be Atlanta. That's a pretty brand new stadium.
Is they call it Atlanta Live?
Yeah.
Is that just a mimic of Texas? I know like Texas Live kind of like
mimic St. Louis.
They used it as like Atlanta did that like a year before.
Yes and no. It's not. I would say it's a little bit different. It's more built up. It's
okay.
It would be like, in a way, this isn't perfect. In a way, it would be like if somehow you plopped a stadium inside Highland Park.
It's a really nice area.
That's where they're kind of at. Where Texas Live is, I mean, nothing against Arlington, but Arlington has been around for a while. There's a little bit of, let's say, old, and so
character
where they're at there. And I know that there's character in Highland Park too, but it's upper class, right? And so they put it in the richest part of the Atlanta suburbs. So they're like, look, we are going to put it where all the money is, and it's a smart decision. From where down, in a weird way, downtown didn't work for Atlanta. For Atlanta downtown, there is crime. That is a bad part of town, downtown Atlanta. So they're like, let's move it out of the bad part of Atlanta, even though we're in downtown, where you'd say, well, everybody can get to downtown. They're like, well, a lot of people don't want to go downtown in Atlanta.
Yeah. Is Oakland the worst?
Oakland's the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I hate that they're leaving there. because the fans that still show up, and here's the deal.
The fans that actually exist are great.
There's actually like 5,000 to 10,000 people per game that go to the parking lot and tailgate and watch the game in the parking lot. The money in the parking lot goes to the city of Oakland. The money, if you go inside the stadium, the tickets go to the owner, who they obviously hate.
They hate the owner.
So they're like, we're going to show you, we're going to party outside the stadium. So like 5,000 people actually go to the parking lot, pay the $15 to park, and then don't buy a ticket and don't go to the game.
I like that.
To show like, we are fans of the team, but we are not fans of the owner.
Yeah,
I have no sympathy for A's fans. They've never shown up.
I understand
ever.
if you say you have no sympathy for Oakland residents losing the baseball team because they're not showing up, but the like fans that the Oakland A's have, I think, are good fans. The ones who are committed and have sat through an awful baseball team that does not financially give back to them at all. I think those fans deserve a baseball team. It's just there's not many of them.
They just refuse to build a stadium in the parking lot. The Rangers built a stadium in the parking lot. They have just refused to do that because they want what you're talking about. They want the Atlanta scene. They want now the Texas Live, and that's not available in Oakland. In fact, we went to the Super Bowl in San Francisco.
In San Fran.
So they told us to somewhat avoid the square in San Francisco. We stay in San Francisco.
Union Square, right?
Union Square. They say the homeless has taken over Union Square, and during the COVID situation, all the storefronts left because they all got broken into, everything got stolen, and obviously nobody really cared about it. They're like, file it with insurance. We don't care. So all the storefronts have left. They're saying it's just sad. Like, you can go to where the Giants play, and they've built obviously the brand new arena for Golden State, and they're building that up. But the homeless is out of hand in San Francisco. The homeless is out of hand in Oakland, too. It was sad to see how many homeless there are. So I think the tough part about Oakland is there's not really any place to build in Oakland unless you want to build in the parking lot. And then the homeless situation in San Francisco, Oakland is so out of hand.
They really wanted the Howard Terminal area. I know that. I know they wanted that on the bay or whatever.
But it was sad going there. Like it feels like the homeless situation has gone to times 5. And you remember how bad the homeless situation was in 2019, right? Or 18? What year was the Super Bowl?
15.
2015 was the Super Bowl in San Francisco?
I didn't go, so I don't know.
That was the Broncos Panthers.
Yep.
Okay. If that's right,
so maybe it was 2016. Maybe it was spring of 16.
It's probably multiplied times 4 times 5. The homeless situation. You remember how many homeless we saw walking to and from Union Square to our hotel? It's you can't believe it. They've created towns of thousands of people of just homeless.
Did you stayed in San Fran?
Yeah, we stayed near Chinatown.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Forget it, Jake.
That's great food.
It's Chinatown.
Yeah.
Mike, no one wants to hear baseball talk from you. They've all been waiting for your Mavericks thoughts, okay? First off, PJ Washington. How great is he?
He's been awesome. This is a war. This is the most physical basketball I've seen in such a long time. We're going to talk about that, I think, to open it up. But so the Mavs did a great job of putting away the Clippers. I haven't even been here since they won Game 6. But they did a great job of putting away the Clippers. And then that first game against Oklahoma City, I thought, okay, is this going to be like the Clippers series, or is this just too much talent for the Mavs to handle? And luckily, the Mavs have at least pushed it to 6 games. I will say this, and people are there, I don't care because I didn't hear it on the air. By the time the series started, I said, you know what I'm going to take, and I hope I'm wrong. I'm going to take Oklahoma City in 7, and I'm going to take the Stars in 7. So this was as those series were about to begin. I decided to change my mind from Dallas in 6, the Mavericks in 6, to Oklahoma City in 7. I hope I'm right with my first feeling or thought, but I do think that these aren't going to, I don't think the Mavs are going to win 4 in a row. And I also don't think the Stars are going to win 4 in a row and just easily win a series. I hope I'm wrong. But I do think that this Oklahoma City-Dallas series is so freaking close. The other thing that I just don't know is tonight, how is Luka going to move around? He is struggling. He's still good. Don't get me wrong. He's still good. Wouldn't you guys say he's still
legit? I know people always talk about the drama angle with Luka. He's legitimately hurt.
And
you can see it.
And this is the tough thing. Luka is the boy who cries wolf every single night in the NBA.
Yeah.
So it's very tough. I do think he is legitimately hurt. I'm with you. But when you act hurt every second of your life, it's tough to know when you really are hurt and not hurt.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And look, I mean, the amazing thing about this series so far, I think you're right, the physicality of it. What I loved in Game 3, Game 2, Oklahoma City beat Luka up. Like, they were getting really physical with him, and we were talking about it on Friday. Like, please, Dallas, come out and respond a little bit. It's similar to in 2020 when the Cowboys go to Washington and Andy Dalton gets hit, and they're like, why did nobody go up there and hit John Bostic for that hit? Like, why is nobody responding anything else? And so, to me, it's like they needed to show up in that series and show Oklahoma City, like, okay, we can play physical too. You want to get beat up? All right, let's do this. And that was a fight on Saturday. And I just was happy to see Dallas sort of responded to that and was willing to play really physical on Saturday.
Yeah, it's that time of year where you have to be prepared to play those kinds of games.
And then it was fun, just real quick. I got to watch the Stars win Game 3 in a Colorado bar.
Nice.
With Eric Nadel and Jared Sandler, and there were some.
Did you have your Hockey Mike hoodie on?
No, I'm 0 for 2 in that.
All right.
And, by the way, on that 10-game trip, there was 3 different climates too. That was impossible to pack for.
Oh, I bet.
Like,
right, was it hot in Kansas City?
It was nice in Kansas City. San Francisco, Oakland, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get somewhere between high 50s and mid 70s. That's easy to kind of predict. But Colorado, you have no clue 8 days out what Colorado is going to be. And Colorado was cold. Denver was cold, unseasonably cold, like 15 degrees colder than what they usually get.
Do you have a jacket? Do you have a coat?
Yeah, but I had a couple of pullovers. But by the time you get to day 8, day 9, like those pullovers might not. I did my laundry last night, like got home at 10 p.m. If you're wondering, what time did the Rangers get home at? They got home about 10 p.m. I washed it this morning, folded it up, and I'm like, man, these smell a lot different than what they did the last 4 days of this trip.
Look, Mike, all you need for your trips moving forward is one of the fantastic 105 Through the Fan shirts that the G-Bag Nation will be giving away on Wednesday at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound, 1175 Justin Road. So get yours while supplies last.
What's coming up?
Guys, we got Tim Cato joining us at noon today and Danny Green at 1:20. So the basketball show record. We'll be doing our thing.
Hey, Danny, all of them.
Well, I've heard some people claim all the sports, but it's all right. We'll just do our
Danny
thing.
Green's getting bigger and bigger in this world. I've seen him on NBA TV. I've seen him on ESPN. I feel like, we have taken him to another level.
Yeah, we
really
definitely did. Yeah.
Really have.
He started here, and he's growing with us, and I appreciate that.
It's KC masterpiece without the K.
Oh my gosh.
What?
You didn't know his name.
I was trying to see which letter
was spelled with a C.
I could never tell.
Spell with a C.
You can never tell. I couldn't know. Maybe he's Biggio's kid. It's kind of spells similar type name with a C.
Mm-hmm.
They're next on the Fan.
Hectic morning. We've got you. about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. If you're asking, where is Kevin today? Allegedly, jury duty.
Yeah. He showed up. They didn't call his name, and he's having a nice day. He saw that Bassick was back, and he said, I'm done.
Mike, welcome back. I'm very happy that you're
he's
here.
He's listening right now.
He
man.
probably is.
You know what? He's probably not listening. He's probably hanging out with, his younger son.
What do you mean by that?
But you know what? His older son is done with school, too.
Are they college kids already done?
College kids are done.
We got 2 weeks.
He graduated, dude.
Dude, he already graduated?
No, not
college?
him. But they've already done commencements and stuff.
We have 2 weeks until my kids are done with school.
My daughter's done.
Summer.
And you know what she's doing? She's still in Austin. Refuses to come home.
What? Well, you were out of town for a week.
It doesn't matter. Okay. She's still not coming home today.
Did Sue hang out by herself yesterday? What did she do?
She actually came to Denver for that trip. Now she flew back before we got back.
Okay.
But my daughter. So everybody, all your kids are different. It's always interesting and I understand this. I understand if you've never had kids, you blame the parents for everything. We have 3 kids. They're all so different. And we'll see what happens with the 2 boys once they end up probably going off to college. But our daughter will probably come home 10 more times the rest of her life. Yeah. It doesn't mean that she doesn't love us or anything. That's just who she is. She does not care at all about really coming home. She is going to come home for a little bit, but she's going to be a person that visits every once in a while, once a year.
Holiday
and it doesn't mean she
time.
doesn't love us. It just means that's who she is. And so, when you say, oh, and there's 3 kids, all the same DNA for the most part, but it doesn't mean they're all 3 going to be similar. In fact, they're all 3 very different from each other.
If you hand wrote a letter to her, do you think she would read the handwritten letter? Or do you think if you were
no, she'd read it.
You're 20 of them, there'd be a stack of handwritten letters. You think she'd read every one?
Yeah, I think for sure. Yeah.
I think you got to take up reading or writing. I'm sorry. I bet you read. I think he reads. But I think I know he listens to books.
Like my Nimrod boys.
What?
I texted them this morning and I said, you're not going to bed until the yard is mowed.
They didn't mow while you were gone?
10 days. We're living in a jungle now. And I'm like,
especially with all this rain we've had, too.
All you fart heads did was play video games for 10 days.
And it was a delight.
Oh, Dad, we could. Dad, we couldn't. It rained on Saturday and Sunday. Oh, what about Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday? I wasn't here, but I saw the weather. It looked like it was pretty nice days on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I'm like, before your life ends today.
Oh my God.
Like, and you go to bed and go to sleep.
Okay.
You're mowing. I don't care what time it is. I don't care what happens to the weather.
If it rains.
And I guarantee you this, because the mower's set on level 1 right now, I guarantee you, they're like, Dad, the mower's not working because the grass is too high. You put it on level 3 or 4.
Are you going to tell them before they start mowing? Or are you going to wait?
I'm going to call them and they say, the mower doesn't work. Oh, you know what? Learn how a mower works.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Fart knockers.
All right.
Do something around the house. Help out your mother and father once.
I like that the Mavericks won and Mike has positivity, so that negativity had to go somewhere else.
It had to shift. Yeah. It had to shift somewhere. He had to take it out.
As I was driving to work, there was such frustration in my brain with the yard as I left going, you fart knockers had 7 days to mow this thing. I mowed it literally after work on whatever my last day was, Thursday. I mowed the yard on that Thursday, got home, and I was like, they're not going to do it. I better just do it. And then they only have to do it one freaking time, not one time.
I cannot believe him.
The crap in the backyard. There might as well be 73 piles of poop in our backyard.
Oh,
Dad, we need another dog. I'll take care of it. I promise. I promise I'll take care of the dog. Yeah, right.
They never take care of the dog. Mike, did you get a chance to watch some of the games? Did you get a chance to keep your eyes on the Mavs while you were gone?
I watched every second of Game 3 of the Mavs. I watched most of the second period and all of the third period of Game 3 of the Stars. So I've got to watch quite a bit. Unfortunately, I did get to watch most of, if not all of Game 1. In fact, I did watch. It was just because they were on at the same time, Stars, Mavs. Obviously, when the Mavs got down by 450 points in the fourth quarter, I kind of took my attention away from that.
That makes sense. I wanted to get. Did you happen to see? I guess if you watched every second. I know Reggie didn't see it in the arena, but this is Kyrie talking about Derek Lively running away from Chet Holmgren.
Yeah, what did it look like for you guys when he was running? I just wonder what the fans were thinking too. I actually didn't see him running around until after I didn't see the clip until after the game, but we came back to the bench and I was just like, man, you don't have to do all that. Just let them foul you, accept it, take it as a compliment, and go up there and knock down your free throws, man. We believe in you. We know you put in a lot of reps. So although he is a rookie, I think going up there, he showed a lot of poise. He showed a lot of his preparation, his confidence.
And that right there, like the moment itself, Reggie didn't see it. He couldn't. He said he was looking at the ball during the game, but on TV, it stood out. Like you just see this guy flying around under the baseline.
He's running out of bounds too.
Yeah.
He's trying his best, and to me too, I love what Kyrie said because hey, they're gonna want to foul you more if you're running away from the foul.
Yeah.
Come foul me. I want the free throws. It shows that he doesn't want them. Thank God he made his last 4 and they stopped it because he went 1 of 4 the first 2 times they fouled him. So then they fouled him again, went 2 of 2. They didn't believe it. He went 2 of 2 again. And then they said, we have to stop this because now we're just giving them, it looks like, free points. And going 8 of 12 from the free throw line was amazing for him in game 3.
It does say something when you're running away from it. It does say, and I love what Kyrie told him there. Like that whole line is, look, man, once you show that you're ready to do it, it gave Derek Lively the freedom because he thought he was doing the right thing. Me not being on the foul line is the right thing for my team. And then he gets the opportunity and he knocks him down. He's like, oh, me being there is actually a good thing.
Well, and here's the confidence builder I feel for the Mavs, and anything can happen tonight. It's been a battle in this series so far, is they were saying to the Mavericks, this is what they're saying. When guys start, I'll give you another example in baseball. If guys start trying to just bunt for base hits, what they're telling the pitcher is, we can't hit you. Yep. We're going to have to try to manipulate this game in a different way because you're too good to beat by just standing up here and swinging the bat. What Oklahoma City said with about 6 to 7 minutes to go in that game.
In the third game.
Is we can't beat them straight up the rest of the way. We're going to have to muck up this game and stop their offensive possessions. And I didn't know how long it was going to go. We saw it go till about the 3-minute mark. We are going to, and look, it worked for Oklahoma City in one way. They took out Derek Lively and they immediately got 3 offensive rebounds.
Yep.
And so the Mavericks tried to go small ball and realized we will not get another rebound the rest of this game if we do this.
Right.
Missing Maxi Kleber.
Yes,
that's true.
For sure. And so the Mavs said, we're going to go back to Derek Lively. They went back to fouling. But to me, Oklahoma City said, we can't beat you straight up in your building right now.
Yeah.
Will that change? Hey, we'll see.
I was going to ask you, do you guys think they're going to try that again? Reggie, do you think they'll try that same method to go after him or Gafford at some point in the series again?
I don't doubt it. Like Mike Dadnall seems to be a guy who he believes in the strategies that he employs, and when the time comes to use them, he'll use them. Like we can point to the idea that Josh Giddey is still out there starting games for them. Like a lot of smart basketball people look around and go, hey man, it might be the time to abandon that. And he seems to be in the place where I'm going to utilize this. I believe in this. And in that same way, if you can get to that hacker strategy with somebody who over the course of the season has not been great, it seems like if he needs to try and get to possessions or get opportunities, he's going to go to that when necessary. It's just a tool in his bag.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think it was smart for him to decommit because he went 4 of 4? I was talking to somebody on this road trip when I was with the Rangers who's a big basketball fan. And it's like, if you commit to it, commit to it. Because it was like, oh, well, he's made 4 in a row. Let's not commit to it anymore. Let's kill it. And we saw Gafford even, I can't remember the moment, but he looked really bad on a couple free throws. And I just thought it was surprising too. It's like, I think he's a great coach. I think he's one of the best coaches in the NBA, the Oklahoma City head coach. But I thought it was interesting because he went 4 of 4. He said, I quit. And I don't know. It's kind of, if you commit to it, commit to it.
Yeah.
But maybe he's right for going, well, if he makes 4 in a row, I'm not going to do it. He's just going to keep making them.
Yeah, I think that's once he started making them, he was like, crap. The points part of it. They were slowing the clock down. Like that was a part of they gave themselves those opportunities to have extra possessions and kind of slow the game down a little bit, where that was a stretch where the Mavericks could really get it out of hand. And so they succeeded there, but in the part of the points, they weren't making up any difference. And so they had to try and figure something out there.
And they weren't making up difference, not necessarily because of the fouls, but because of the defense that the Mavs had put on in those last 5 minutes of game time.
And that's where the other part, Mike, to that is I feel like if you're Jason Kidd now, you have to tell the guys to just be prepared for any kind of psychological tricks like this. Any kinds of moments, these things can happen. And guys, we just succeeded on their first attempt at it. They're running scared now. That's where I am if I'm Jason Kidd going into this now. Jason Kidd has a different approach, but those guys don't believe they can beat you in a fair game.
So here's what I don't know if concern's the right word. And if you're Jason Kidd or if you're Oklahoma City, you have no control over this. Is it going to be called like Knicks Heat again, and they're just going to allow you? At one point, Chet Holmgren 2-hand pushed Tim Hardaway Jr. to the ground, and then he got the rebound and put it back in. They gave him an and one. I'm like, all right, fine. If you just let him 2-hand push a guy to the ground, you can't call the Mavs for hitting his wrist when he put the ball back in. It's like, just let him throw everybody to the ground. That's fine. Just keep doing it. But what if tonight you get game 1 referees? Game 1 referees were very different in how they called the game from game 3 referees. And I think both teams are now like, dude, pile drive people to the ground, punch them in the face. It doesn't matter. Like, they are just going to let you play. I don't even know if you want to call it basketball, but they're going to just no whistles for the most part. I don't know. What if the game is called? What if the NBA looked at it and said, that was a little bit too much? The bodies on the floor were a little bit too much in that game. It was a fantastic game to watch.
Reel back just a little bit. Or maybe even reel back a lot. I can totally see him saying that.
But it'll be interesting the first 3 to 5 minutes of this game, how the game is reffed. Is it going to be let the bodies hit the floor?
I don't know.
Or is it going to be, nope, you hit his wrist, it's a foul?
Yeah, and the other question on that, too, is Luka from the get was griping. Does that affect? Are they like, right, fine, we're going to let y'all play physical tonight because Luka, or are they just going into each game with different approaches as a referee group? Because I had the same question after the first one. I was like, man, that first game, I feel like it's going to loosen up a little bit. But I felt like, Reggie, you have to recognize how the referees are letting you play. And if you're going to play physical like they're playing, then you say, okay, I'm going to go after it a little more. And if they're not going to let you play, then you kind of have to back off and figure something else out.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, to Mike's question, if that whistle gets tighter, I think that clearly benefits Oklahoma City, especially when you look at the way that Shea is very good at drawing fouls when he gets downhill. But yeah, I don't know how much Luka's demeanor affects the way the game is called. I sincerely don't know, because we know over time that refs react to him, but in the playoffs, it just feels like that's a weird place to let that level of input change the way that the game goes. But I mean, they're human. You got to imagine that maybe that might factor in.
In a weird way, I know this is going to sound weird, and there can be people that disagree with this statement. The skinnier and the smaller you are, the more fouls you get.
Huh.
Like perception-wise?
It's Cam Newton, right?
It's
Cam Newton wouldn't get penalties.
So because Luka's pounding the other guy for a little bit, then when he gets fouled, they're just like, all right, we're just going to play. And Luka's like, what are you talking? Like, he hit me. Shea, and I'm not saying Shea's not drawing fouls. Shea is a tremendous player. He's first-team All-NBA. He's going to finish top 3 in MVP voting. But I watch and go, wow, does he get the benefit of the doubt? Why? Because he's skinny and long.
He finished second in MVP.
Yeah, you might have missed that one.
Jokic won. Shea finished 2.
All right.
Luka 3.
That's fine.
And
I think that's based off of the whole season. And the first half of the season, Shea was top 3 in MVP voting at that time. Luka was outside the top 5. So they just, that final 25 game push, they didn't consider that as much as the whole 82 games. I'm fine with that. Like, to me, I don't care. Second or third is still not MVP.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me the last 20 second place MVP finishers.
Nobody
I don't know.
knows.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Nobody cares who finished second. So, but I look at it and I just go, Shea gets more fouls because he's skinnier.
I can see that.
And because when he gets hit, there's more of a motion to their body moving because they're not strong enough to take the bump as Luka, Jokic. You think of this is way extreme. Shaq sometimes looked like you could run 100 miles an hour into him and he barely moved. And
Right.
you're like, well, it's not a foul. I mean, Shaq wasn't affected by that. If you did that to Allen Iverson, he was in the third row and you're like, dude, you're out of the game. I got to throw you out of the game for what you just did to Iverson.
Yeah.
So, very,
That's what I thought
very extreme differences, but Shea gets the benefit of the doubt because he's skinnier. And so when he takes a bump or when he takes a little bit of a hit, it affects him way more.
There's two instances where I thought that big guys were playing against smaller guys, and that happened. And that was Chet throwing Timmy on the ground. He's used to battling Derek Lively and his body. I don't know how the refs didn't see it, but whatever. And then last night, Cat's driving to the lane, and I can't remember who it was. I think it was Michael Porter. Yeah, Michael Porter Jr. Just one hand throws him to the ground and then goes up, and they're like, hey, that's a foul, buddy. You can't do that. And it's just because Cat's probably used to battling bigger bodies down there, and so that's a little bit different. Like you said, these bigger guys, they don't call the same way for them.
How about to finish this off, and I know this is around the NBA now, is I was telling people in Denver when they were down 0-2, I was just like, well, the Stars were down 0-2, and I thought they were completely finished against Vegas, and they went to Vegas and won both. I was kind of saying, don't give up on your champs yet. I think that they still have a fighting chance. Obviously, they have to win both in Minnesota, and they honestly easily won both in Minnesota.
Yeah, these things, I mean, we're starting to see some fun series right now. Even the Pacers-Knicks series looked a little bit, looked like a lot of fun to start until it got way too far out of hand.
These series are marathons, not sprints.
That's exactly right. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, your Stars are also up 2-1. The guys who've shown up and the one who still needs to enter the chat next on the Fan.
The North Texas Baseball.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fumbled by Taves. Heiskanen goes to work. A shot. They score! It's Logan Stankoven with his first career playoff goal. With a $1:21 left in period one, Dallas is off and running.
You love to see that from Stankoven. You love to see that from Tyler Seguin playing great hockey. Yeah, that's nice. When you got a young player like that that's performing at a high level, I mean, we saw it last year with Wyatt Johnston. This year, we're seeing it with Stankoven. It's really nice to have him, a fast skater, belongs where he is, doing really good work out there. Now, Mike, you got to watch some Stars hockey in Colorado.
Yes.
And the Stars, or the Avalanche fans, what are they feeling right now in this series? Are they like, oh no, we're going to come back here?
I was at a bar that I would say, yes, they were watching the Colorado Avalanche, but I wouldn't say they were the hardcore fans.
Okay, so it was casual.
Well, and maybe they're like Dallas-Fort Worth. I don't know Bronco, Rocky, Avalanche, Nugget fans well. Does that make sense? I think that they're very much like DFW. It's like when they lose, they're like, dang it. But it's not the end of the world like it is to Northeastern people.
Gotcha.
So they seem to take it in stride. They weren't throwing their beers on the ground or, flinging wings at us because we were rooting for I'll tell you what, man, Sandler doesn't mind rooting very loudly for the Stars.
I feel like that's a short guy thing. Like, no offense to Jared Sandler, or with all due respect, to be fair. But like, I feel like short folks, they willing to get in the fight if that's necessary. And he's like, I'll cheer for who I want. And if you want to say something about it, let's go.
877-881-1053. If you're short, let us know.
We did see there is a decent group of Ranger fans. In fact, there's a big group of Ranger fans at the Rockies games. But when we were at the bar, there was a group of about 5 or 6 Ranger fans that were there, and they were very excited. They listened to the station. I don't know if they're listening right now, but
nice.
They're like, "Oh, they might have been drinking a little bit. They eventually got 105.3 right, but they knew the fans. They got the fan right. They might have got the numbers wrong a few times, but they got it right. And they treated me to a Modelo. I treated them to a Modelo a little bit later. But they were good people, and they were cheering for the Stars too. So we had a few other people in there that were happy the Stars had won. A lot of Avalanche jerseys, a little bit disappointed, but they didn't take it like as devastating. And this is still, to me, yes, the Stars have the advantage, but a wide open series. Yeah. If the Stars lose tonight, you're tied at 2 and you're in a 3-game series. You do have the home ice, but and the Stars have played better for the most part. Obviously, great job finishing off. I wasn't here, but when it became 4-3, when they pulled the goalie with 4 minutes to go and they scored within 15 seconds, and then Wyatt Johnston took the penalty when he got the high sticking penalty, like, you got to be kidding me. We're going to go to overtime in this game. Like, I just thought, we're going to do the same thing that we did against Vegas, and we're going to somehow go to overtime. They're going to find a way to win this overtime game, and we're going to have to go to Colorado and win both of these games. Luckily, the Stars held on to the 4-3 victory, and then the Stars played just unbelievable defense. The final 10 minutes of that third period.
Oh, yeah.
The Avalanche couldn't even really get the puck into the Stars' zone, it felt like. I know they did a few times, and there were threats, but, I mean, I felt like for the most part, they couldn't even get it past the blue line with possession.
Yeah, it was I have a long-standing approach to this, Mike. If the Stars go into overtime, I don't watch it because it's only one goal. And so sometimes that's where my approach is on that. But watching on Saturday was when I was like, man, this is actually playing to the Stars' favor right now. Because my whole approach to this is don't slow down against Colorado. You can't. This is the team where you are a good offensive team. You're not a bad offensive team. Go out and score. Go out and score. Now, you got to be smart while you're doing it, but you got to go out there and be aggressive while you're at it at the same time. You can't just fold back and let them get into your zone and do their things, because that's when they're at their best. And so you got to be making them chase. And that's what the Stars have been doing since game 2. They've been really forcing their hand. Now, I am kind of curious what happens whenever Colorado says, well, we're going to use their aggression against them. We're going to use that to our advantage, and how they adjust there. That would be a very interesting approach. But right now, the Stars are just like, no, we're just going to keep, instead, we're going to pour it on, and we're just going to go after these guys. And I think one of the other things that's happening here, Mike, is whenever the Mavs played against the Heat in the finals in 2011.
The good one.
That was, yes. LeBron James decided, I'm playing, it was hero ball. I'm going to shoot from midcourt. I'm going to shoot from all these weird places. I'm going to hit a 3. I was going to put a dagger in these guys. And you started to see that going around the team for the Heat. You were like, oh, this is good for the Mavs. They're forcing them. They're shooting bad shots. This isn't good. This is good for the Mavericks. What you're seeing right now, if you watch this, the last one, Nate McKinnon looked like he thought he had to carry the whole team on his shoulders. And so he's trying to do it all by himself. And that's a positive for the Stars. That's a fantastic thing, because when that puck's moving around, there's more distractions. Otter's having to look all these other places. Whenever you got one guy and he's like, I have to do everything. I'm skating, I'm putting shots on. And Otter's like, okay, I only have to focus on you. Then that's a positive for the Stars. That's a good thing right now.
I hear you.
And pour it on, leave it on. Polo is definitely what we should be going with. Pour it on, leave it on.
This is where my education in hockey is not high. Nate McKinnon obviously created a goal, even though he didn't get it, by doing. He is so good. Isn't he so good he can do this?
He can, yes.
So now LeBron.
But the Stars did a good job as playing as a unit, as a team, as a unit.
Obviously, my world is baseball. I follow basketball a lot.
Yes, you do.
I can go back to 11, and what happened in 11 is, to your point, a little bit of hero ball, but what the Mavs started doing is trying to stop transition and then make LeBron and Wade walk the ball up the court, to your point.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to correlate that to this right here, but that's where, they got in trouble by then trying to kind of, the pace became slow for as I almost said, the Cavs, for the Heat. And there was in a weird way, they intentionally played into the Mavs' hands in that way at times.
They tricked them.
And so
and Stars are kind
you're
of doing
saying
the same
that
thing.
if the Avalanche play fast, we're in trouble?
Well, yes.
So we're trying to make this a slow game, not a fast game.
You're trying to meet them at a point where they can't pick up their speed. Does that make sense? Like, watch where the Stars are playing, where their front three are playing off defensively, and see that they're not setting back, they're sitting forward. And that's what this is a positive thing, because that's when once McKinnon starts saying, I got to do this all on my own, he absolutely can. But just like in basketball, the puck has energy. And if one guy moves the puck across the ice and it creates a goal for somebody else, or if McKinnon's playing off puck and he's able to get in there fast, the way that they play with their speed, you definitely have to clog up things in the neutral zone. And I just saw that pop in at the same time as I was saying that. The Stars clogged up the neutral zone very well. If you make Colorado dump and chase offensively the rest of the series, you win. Dump and chase, flip it in. Now we're pushing in behind you, and the Stars are saying, we're right here in the middle of the ice. You're not getting passes. You're not doing these things. And then that's allowing the Stars offensively to turn it around on them too. The guys that have shown up, though, Stankoven shows up. He was on a scoreless streak, which he finally cracked through there. The Tyler Seguin has showed up. Rope showed up the other night. And those guys, like, that was the expectation, was some of these other guys that weren't there in the first series against Vegas, they're going to have a better series in Series 2, and they are. Right now, you're starting to see that. The other thing, though, is we keep bringing this name up, and I just kind of want to get y'all's thoughts on this, Joe Pavelski. Pavelski is this is currently, going back to last year, 10 straight games without scoring a goal in the playoffs. Is that good? No, that's bad.
Okay.
It's his longest playoff scoreless goal drought in his entire career.
And that's a long career.
And it is a very long career. And I'm starting to, it's one of those things, Mike, where it's a luxury if he's hot too. But right now, not having him, you're just like, dude, really ramp that up. Be that guy.
He's 40?
Yeah, he's older. It's tough. It's tough once you get to a certain age.
I mean, at some point, it ends. I'm not saying it is. I'm not smart enough to know if it is or isn't, but maybe we're just seeing a guy who's had an unbelievable, great career start to really fade. And almost everybody does. I mean, I will give LeBron, since we brought him up in this, like I'll give LeBron credit in a way he's faded, but not nearly to the point that every other person playing basketball has at his age.
It's unique, yeah.
So I think I won't call him Joe Pa, even though that's obviously a nickname already taken. That's not a good nickname. I learned that the last day I was here. He's old.
From the 972, Pavelski's 39 years old. That's
39.
why. From the 214, it's pronounced ye old Pavelski. So that's, there you go. That's, again, it would be a luxury. I want to see, I noticed it's a lot of games without a goal. And for him, that's just not something we're used to. I want to see that dude have that contribution to a cup chase. Because what I'm watching right now, Mike, I know you have a different thought on this. I'm seeing the Stars playing their game, and they're beating people at their own game too. When you're able to do what you do well, but at the same time take away what the opponent does well and do that game better than them, I feel like, and I go back to this, you already beat Vegas. They were last year's champion. Right now you're playing Colorado, which is champion from 2 years ago. And like, it's an extremely tough road to get there. The Stars are fighting for something that looks like the way they're playing hockey is really beautiful right now. They have very good defenders. Tanev is really paying off. Like that trade right now at this point is turning into a masterful moment by Jim Nill of making sure, do I have all my pieces in place for a real championship run? And so far also, you're relatively healthy. You didn't even need like an exceptional game from Otter the other night, but you got a really good game from Otter, and your defense played well. So this is a lot of fun. I know tonight could absolutely change everybody's mind very quickly, but I'm having an absolute blast watching these two series happen in front of our eyes.
Well, we're on a high.
Yes, it is.
Obviously,
I'll
talk about the Rangers in a minute, and that's not going to be a big high, but we're on a big high right now because Saturday you get 2 huge wins to take the series lead.
Mm-hmm.
But we know if we come in tomorrow night and it's tied at 2, that's not bad.
Not
for
at all.
either team. That's not bad, but we'll feel horrible about it.
Yeah, after tonight.
But if you're up 3-1, we're going to feel like both series are over, or whoever is up 3-1, if they win, we're going to feel like it's over. We did it.
Just hand us the title.
We know that it might not be.
Yeah.
Right? We know that we saw the Stars down 0-2 to Vegas, and hey, maybe you have all the optimism in the world and you knew they were coming back and winning in 7, but after being down 0-2 in 2 home games, I would say 80% of Stars fans felt like we're done.
I think every Stars fan that saw that against Vegas, they were thinking to themselves, that's not the team I've been watching all year. Like that's not what I've seen.
And Vegas cheated, and remember we were going through all the different things on why Vegas isn't really an 8 seed and all this stuff. And so I'm excited about tonight. Obviously, get ready for a late night. You're going to be up till at least 11 p.m., if not midnight, because the thing is, too, is watching these games, at least for me, I think for most people listening, Tolos, the adrenaline rush is going to be too much to then just go to bed.
Oh, yeah, there's no way.
Now, unless they're both blowouts, unless the Stars win or lose 5-1 and the Mavs win or lose by 20, then there's not as much of an adrenaline rush. But then you're like, what the crap is Jason Kidd going to say, and what is Luka going to say in the postgame? So then you want to stay up and be like, what are they even saying? How could they not show up for game 4? Or if they win by 20, you're so excited, even though they blew them out, you're going to be like, I got to hear what they have to say.
I got to hear everything they're talking about.
Is Chet Holmgren and Shea Gilgeous, are they so upset and so down? Are they going to be able to pull their, rear end, their head out of their rear end? Not to pull their rear end, but are they going to be able to? Are they going to be able to figure this out, or have we just destroyed this young team and their optimism in these playoffs? So there's a whole bunch. I know I went back to Mavs.
Good luck to everybody tonight trying to get some rest.
So yeah, it's going to be a late night, and hopefully both teams are up 3-1.
We stroll in 3-1 tomorrow, and then from the 817.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks to Kevin for making the Rangers lose. We'll get back to that. No. I mean,
no thanks to
you
Kevin.
don't want to
for
give
that.
Kevin any credit for this now that it's worked twice.
No, the Rangers don't need to be losing.
Well, here's my tease then.
All right.
Guys, was this just a sweep in Denver and that's all it is? Or is this a bigger issue about to present itself even more?
Next.
What's up, Tolos? Bobby Belts here for my friends at Kissable Dental. Are you ready to be?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Guys, I just found out tomorrow at 12:20, Billy Corgan will be on the show with us.
Tell us who that is.
Lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins and Zwan.
And Eric Nadel at 11.
Yes. All right. So Eric Nadel, who also loves hockey as well, phenomenal man, will join us at 11. So big day tomorrow as well as today. Tim Cato joins us at noon and Danny Green at 1:20. But right now it's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay, so obviously on the road with the Rangers for the 10-day trip. They go 5-5. That's not bad, but just to be honest, before it started, I said 6-4 or better would be a successful road trip. And when the Rangers beat Kansas City, and then they beat Oakland 3 out of 4, and you're sitting there and you are 5-2 with 3 games to go against literally the worst team in baseball. They were the worst team in baseball going into that series. Worst record, a whole bunch of bad numbers, and they swept you. Now, that can happen. Baseball's weird. If you remember, if you're a big-time Tolo and you're listening to opening day, I told you, let's not say this or that about this team. There's going to be ups and downs in a 162-game season. And I was saying, don't doubt this team. Well, I'm not saying I'm going back on my word here, but through 162 games, there's going to be times of doubt. There's going to be times of, I think they're the best team in baseball, and they're going to do it again, and they're going to repeat as champs. Right now is a time of doubt for a Texas Ranger fan where you're just like, wait, are we not very good? Now, it was just 3 games. In fact, there was
or not good enough to withstand the extreme losses you've lost.
They are so hurt right now.
Sorry, I felt that was...
It's fine. The Rangers right now are fatigued. They're wore out. I hate people like, they're wore out. There's still 120 games to go or 100, whatever. Yeah, they're wore out. And in fact, I think there's literally 120 games to go because they're 22-20. So
how different was their off season compared winning a championship?
I'm not worried about their off season. I don't want to go there. What I want to go with is this. They have to be the only team in baseball that have gone on 2 times they've been on the road for a 10-day period. They went on a Houston, Detroit, Atlanta trip, and they have now gone on a Kansas City, Oakland, Denver trip. They're wore out. This was not a fair schedule to the Texas Rangers. So what? Boo-hoo? Nobody's the Rockies weren't like, it's not fair to them. Let's not play hard. Cleveland's probably going to take advantage of this situation for this series. The Rangers are hurt. The Rangers are tired. This has been a horrible schedule put together by Major League Baseball. It's not fair, but it doesn't matter. Nobody's going to boo-hoo the Texas Rangers because their schedule wasn't fair that they decided to put them on the road this much. Dave Raymond and I on the broadcast were asking yesterday, if you go on a 3-city trip, no matter when it is, he believes, and he doesn't have anything to back this up, but it'd be interesting to do a study on this. Are there more injuries when you go on the road for 10 games in 10 days or 9 games in 10 days? They had a doubleheader in this situation because this team got physically destroyed. I don't know if there's a team in baseball right now more hurt than the Texas Rangers, and I don't even think it's close. I don't think you can find a team even close to the injuries the Rangers have right now. By the way, Evan Carter is going to see a specialist. He's most likely out for the Cleveland series. There's a chance he's out for the whole homestand. They don't know. They're going to go see a specialist. They don't believe it's the same back that caused him major issues in 2021, but they want to make sure. Wyatt Langford is going to be out for another 2 to 4 weeks approximately. He's obviously going to have to go down to the minor leagues, show that he not only he's healthy, but that he can hit home runs and he can hit doubles.
Right.
The other thing too is I do think the Rangers are done with Wyatt Langford being a designated hitter. If Wyatt Langford's in the major leagues, he's an everyday left fielder, which would mean you have to make a decision on Leody Taveras and Evan Carter at that point, or Adolis Garcia. I just say, but
Leody's been pretty good recently, right?
Offensively, he's been great.
Okay.
Defensively, he has not been a guy that you have come to know Leody Taveras in the outfield as.
That was what I thought he was best at.
In fact, the Rangers right now, according to some of those analytic stats, have the 4th worst outfield in baseball when it comes to defense. Now, when you think about Leody and Adolis and Evan Carter for the majority of your games, you have the 4th worst defense in the outfield in Major League Baseball. Last year, I would say it was one of the 5 best when you look at what Leody did. Adolis won the Gold Glove. Jankowski out there some. Obviously, Grossman is out there now again after trading for him, and Grossman's an all right outfielder. Like, he's not great, but he's also very serviceable out there in left field. There were at times where Duran, he's trying his best. He is giving his best effort.
He is trying
He's
hard.
just not an outfielder. He's an infielder trying to learn how to play the outfield. So you look at the injuries. Max Scherzer now is having something that might be some nerve issue. So now the timetable is completely done with Max Scherzer. Who knows?
Yeah.
It's not going to be in 2 weeks. It's probably not going to be in 4 weeks. So now you're looking, I don't know if Max Scherzer is going to pitch ever.
Yeah, my big concern.
I hope he does, and I'm not saying he is or isn't. I don't know anything, but when you start getting to his age and you have a back issue, and then you come back and unrelated, it sounds like a nerve issue in your throwing arm, and you're 40 years old or close to. That's tough.
That's just the way it is. I was a little concerned. I was thinking if he does come back, I had him slotted at 5 games max before the end of the season.
Josh Young is still mid-June away. So you're looking at another month without a guy who you're getting destroyed by left-handed pitching.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, literally, if a left-handed pitcher pitches, you are going to have to shut out the other team or hold them to 2 to have a chance. And we saw if you hold them to 2, you lose both games in Colorado because right now you can't score against left-handed starting pitching. And one of the things Bruce Bochy mentions it in his press conferences is the loss of Josh Young is devastating for this team against left-handed pitchers. Like, it is more than devastating because Josh Smith doing a great job filling in. He's a left-handed hitter, so you have to kind of take Josh Smith out, and you have to now go with a totally different lineup, and it just can't hit left-handed pitching.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at Adolis. He's hitting 300 against left-handed pitching, but he's not crushing. He only got 2 home
Adolis is
runs.
just in. He was the only one who got an RBI. So for me to now say Adolis is in a major slump, he was the only one who got a hit with a runner in scoring position to score a run. But going into yesterday's game, he was 2 for 22 with 11 Ks in his last 6 games.
Ooh.
Now, yesterday he did get a hit, but he is lost at the plate right now. We've seen this from Adolis throughout his whole career. We saw him make the All-Star team in 2021 and have a very rough second half. We saw him in 2022 be more consistent, but he goes through stretches where he just can't hit. And then we saw in 2023 where he was consistent, but you still get lulls in an Adolis Garcia type of hitter because he can chase. And right now he's chasing. Right now he's missing pitches that are right down the middle. He's fouling those off instead of drilling them for doubles and homers. So as Corey Seager has gotten better, Corey Seager got better as this road trip went along.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Then Adolis Garcia went to not being able to really contribute. Marcus Semien, I think he might be the owner of Oakland Coliseum after the season is over. He might want to make his residence there.
He loves playing there, man.
But as soon as he went to Colorado, everything went away.
Yeah.
So the Rangers are hurt. They're fatigued. They're tired. They have more injuries than I've ever known a Rangers team to ever have in the history of my life. They literally have 9 of their 13 starting pitchers, 9 of their 13 pitchers are on the injured list, who they're counting on this year.
That's
Dunning, Eovaldi, Malley, Scherzer, DeGrom. And I get DeGrom you might not want to count on. Cody Bradford, who got off to a 3-0 start. Brock Burke, who didn't get off to a good start. And, is he going to pitch for the Rangers again? I don't know when he gets healthy. But you just keep looking at this, and now Wyatt Langford is down for a while. Josh Young is down till mid-June. Evan Carter is now down. And I don't even know if they're going to even put him on the injured list. Who are you going to call up? At this point, Jonathan Hernandez is struggling to throw strikes again. Yuri Rodriguez gave up a big hit to Charlie Blackmon. Cole Winn is going through a little bit of, the rookie up and down situation. There's nobody to call up anymore. We're out of call-ups. We have nobody else to call up. I don't even know if you can put any more people on the injured list because who are you going to call up? Go down to the minor leagues and you start looking at the list. Hey, let's call up Mark Church. Well, he's hurt. You know what I mean? Everybody, this is a situation where I think the Rangers are going to come out of this okay, and I think they're going to stay in contention. But I could see Kevin's not here. I thought, especially after the Kansas City-Oakland situation, they're obviously never going under 500. But after getting swept by Denver, they're not healthy coming into this Cleveland series. I think, and I don't know, they're going to start Owen White or Jack Leiter on Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's what they have no choice. That's their choices. If you're like, wait, why? This, that. No, that's it. That's their only choice. They have no other choice. They can go with a whole bullpen day, but their bullpen's getting a little bit tired, even though the starting pitching was awesome. You got 3 great starts in Colorado. You scored 6 runs in 3 games in Colorado.
Offense is the problem. It's, just as much as starting pitching injuries are scary.
So I think that this could be a tough stretch, and the Rangers are going to have to do this. This is their season if it's going to be successful. They are going to have to survive the first half of the season and somehow at the All-Star break be around 500. And then they're going to have to just destroy the league in August and September because I don't see, because of all of these injuries, your 2 Rookie of the Year candidates are not Rookie of the Year candidates anymore. The likelihood of Wyatt Langford or Evan Carter winning Rookie of the Year right now is not high. It's gone down quite a bit. So those 2 guys aren't contributing. Some of your young pitchers that you're hoping are going to contribute. I think Latz is doing a really solid job.
Yep.
But you look at Owen White, you look at Jack Leiter. You just start going down the list. Like, at some point, these guys are going to have to help because we don't have anything else. We're done. There's nobody left to help in the minor leagues.
Mike, somebody texted this. I want to bring it up later, maybe later in the week too. I bet the front office is wishing they would have gone ahead and signed Montgomery instead of waiting for old pitchers to get healthy. I have a different take on that.
But look how great Lorenzen's done. Lorenzen was the signing. Lorenzen has better numbers this year than Jordan Montgomery.
And you don't have Montgomery for 7 years at an astronomical number, and you were trying to get Dylan Cease, who's pitching pretty damn awesome right now. Yeah. So, that's all these things.
And the injuries, pitching staff is crazy. the pitching isn't, well, the bullpen has been an issue now lately, but the pitching isn't the issue. It's the offense and the defense. The defense is an issue too.
Speaking of wanker of the weekend, that umpire that called a very, very bad call on Rex Grossman. We'll do that next on Wanker of the Weekend on 105.3 The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Look, guys, I said Rex Grossman. I meant Robbie Grossman, obviously. Nobody's thought about Rex Grossman in quite some time.
I was confused. I thought there was maybe some weird league, pros versus Joes or something, and Rex Grossman was in with Tim Tebow or something.
No, it was just an accident, and I didn't get the audio on this, but yesterday, Mike, I was right there with you when Robbie Grossman's at the plate in the bottom of the ninth inning, got a runner on. Top of the ninth inning. Man, I'm all off today. It's Monday, and I'm trying to figure out where I am.
Is it Monday?
It is Monday.
Okay.
And we got Mavs and Rangers tonight, or Mavs and Stars tonight that we really got to lock in on for playoffs.
We don't have Rangers?
We do have Rangers tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we need to lock in on that too. And I don't know how you're going to do it. Best of luck to everybody.
You honestly have an hour and a half before anything happens, right? Rangers start at 7.
Oh, yeah. You do have that.
And then it's 8:30, and it won't be an 8:30 tip.
No, it'll be
8:45.
Yeah, it'll be 8:52.
And I think it's 9 p.m. for Stars,
it's
right?
8:30, but it'll be like an 8:50 puck drop. So we'll see how all that goes tonight. But yesterday, Robbie Grossman, not Rex Grossman, is up at the plate, and there was a pitch that was up in the zone. It was up and away. And Mike, I was right there yelling with you. Well, I was yelling for you because you just seemed a little upset. But the catcher sets up low and inside, and then the pitch is high and away and out of the strike zone, and the umpire called it a strike. And that was, I think, like you could see on Robbie Grossman's face, he was just distraught after that. He was just like, you screwed me, dude.
Obviously,
you screwed me.
The hitter doesn't know where the catcher's setting up unless he's peeking. And if he is, that means that you can get one in your mouthpiece at that point.
Yeah.
If you're going to try to do that. And don't tell me about, you can't throw that, use it as a weapon. Well, he's trying to ruin my life by looking at the catcher, so I'm going to try to ruin his. And he's going to stop doing it if he is. So the hitter's not going to try to peek and find, because if he gets caught, he can wear one in the ear hole. So he doesn't know where the catcher's setting up. He just reads it as a ball the whole way. But the umpire sees the preset of the catcher. And I'm not saying if you don't perfectly hit your spot or hit your spot very close that it's a ball no matter what. I do like that umpires nowadays are good enough at times to see, well, that was still a strike. Even though you're trying to go inside, it was outside. But when the catcher sets up inside and you throw the ball outside and high, so the catcher's really reaching up and away to even catch the ball, that's a strike. Dude, you're not even, as an umpire, you're not even looking for the ball there. You're trying to give yourself the idea of, okay, the catcher's setting up here. I'm just going to, I'm ready for anything, but this is where they're trying to get the ball to. I got to be really good in this corner, in this edge. That really stinks because 1-0 is so much different than 0-1. It changes everything for the pitcher and the hitter. And unfortunately, that was a bad call. Do I think the Rangers would have scored? I don't know. It just didn't seem like after the 8th inning and the friggin' Denver, Colorado Rockies were playing like the greatest defensive team in the history of baseball, maybe nothing was going to change. Maybe it was just fate. You were going to lose no matter what. But that did really hurt the Rangers. The other thing that hurt the Rangers is they had a AAA umpire, Ramos, call one of the games. He graded worse than the Angel Hernandez game everybody was upset about earlier in the year, and he graded way worse.
Really?
Here's the issue now with umpires. Umpires in AAA do not have to know the strike zone. Ooh. They do not have to be good at calling balls and strikes, because what does the hitter or the catcher or the pitcher get to do if they make a bad call? Tap the hat, and it goes to the computer. So now we are not training. So this is where the automated strike zone almost has to come in play, because now Major League Baseball is telling their minor league umpires, we don't even care if you're good at balls and strikes. And so now when they have to come up and be good at it, they're horrible at it, because they have now trained their whole life to not be good at calling balls and strikes.
They don't care about it as much.
And so it really stinks now for major league players that minor league umpires are not being trained to call balls and strikes correctly.
Another wanker of the weekend, the Chicago Cubs. Now, this is kind of a rough thing. The Cubs put together one of the oddest 7-run innings you'll ever see on Saturday. They faced 4 different pitchers during the 5th inning, including Paul Skeens. and waited out a rain delay. Nevertheless, they scored 6 of those 7 runs by drawing bases-loaded walks. That's right, bases-loaded walks. The most bases-loaded walks in an inning by an MLB team since the White Sox walked 8 times with the bags full. And they still lost the game.
What?
Yes, they still lost the game, Mike. 6 bases-loaded walks in the same inning, and they still lose the baseball game. Pirates are good,
that seems impossible. The Pirates aren't good, but they do have Jared Jones, and they have Paul Skeens. They have what it looks like to be 2 aces. Does that matter? Will it turn out as great as you hope? Who knows? Obviously, if you look at 2014, 2015, and you have Jacob deGrom, you have Harvey, and you have Syndergaard, you're looking at that and going, oh my God, the Mets are going to dominate baseball for the next 5 years with those 3 aces on their team. And Harvey immediately gets hurt. Noah Syndergaard automatically gets hurt, and he's done. And then Jacob deGrom does pitch great when he's healthy, but it didn't matter. So I look at the Pirates, and I go, wow, 2 aces that are young, new. You have them for 6 years of control. Skeens was awesome to watch. I watched his first 3 innings. I was at a bar watching the Mavs, and also that game was on MLB Network. I didn't get to see the 5th inning, but he looked every bit of the superstar. And what was really cool in that moment, that was a sellout in Pittsburgh because of that debut. And the standing ovation after the first inning.
That was nice.
And isn't that cool? That's the one thing in baseball that I think we're going to miss the rest of our lives. And I get Skeens just brought that to the table in his first game. I don't know if he's going to bring that to the table in every game he pitches this year. I was shocked when Ohtani came here to pitch and hit a couple times, and people in Arlington didn't care that Ohtani was pitching and hitting in the same game. There was still 10,000 to 15,000 empty seats. It didn't matter to the audience, so maybe it won't matter the rest of the time to Skeens. Maybe it'll matter just to Pittsburgh. But it's the one thing we miss when we had the Roger Clemens and the Nolan Ryans and the Doc Goodens when they hit the scene of like that. There's this anticipation of every 5 days the superstar is going to pitch.
And you think that's going to be happening with Skeens, huh?
Only in Pittsburgh.
Only in Pittsburgh.
I don't think people care.
Yeah,
we didn't care if Skeens comes to. I don't know. I think Pittsburgh comes here this year. I'm not 100% sure, but we didn't care that Ohtani was pitching. Our Metroplex did not care at all that Ohtani was pitching here.
I remember I was there for one of his nights. Has it only been the one time?
No, he's pitched here probably 4 times.
Okay, I was there for like the most recent one then.
Okay,
against the Angels, and
I took my son to one of them, and there was a good 10,000 empty seats.
Yeah, now that I think about it, it was an energetic stadium.
And there's obviously if you are, if you're living here, maybe they do travel, but if you're Japanese or you're following his career very closely, there seems to be that hype that happens.
Pittsburgh does show up August 19th through the 21st. So
yeah, and maybe Skeens will be here, but I don't know at that point, will people in DFW care about Paul Skeens?
I think they will, and here's why. Because you're going to care about it, and you're going to be talking about it. You're going to be excited about it, and I'm going to be excited about it too because we've been talking about this.
There were great crowds for the Ellie De La Cruz. Now that was a weekend series. Rangers are the defending world champs. I believe that they're selling tickets pretty good even for this LA Angel series. Now Ron Washington's coming back as a manager. The Angels have literally nobody left on their team that's any good and playing bad baseball. But still, a lot of people want to go see their world champs, and hopefully the Rangers can turn it around here at home.
This is Kevin's forte here. Knowing everything
like
about fighting and stuff like that, boxing.
The combat sports for sure.
But I found this sound and I wanted to play it because this is the ring announcer after a female battle. This is the ring announcer announcing the winner of the first round or of the match.
Judge Keatley scores the competition 96-94, and Judge Nakamura scores the competition 98-92 for your winner by majority decision, and still the WBA Women's Bantamweight World Champion, Nina Hughes.
A lopsided scorecard of 98-92 favors Nina Hughes and pulls a majority decision.
Now, that is him. That's That was a nice announcement for the winner, still champion Nina Hughes. But then he needs to get everybody's attention because he has to make another announcement.
To go to 7-0 and retain her world championship on a night where Janika Johnson seemed like she was in control down the stretch.
He's drawing them back
and
to the center
had a
ring.
167 to 133 connect advantage. And by the way, Nakamura, who had that 98-92 scorecard, will be the referee for Lomachenko.
95-95. Keatley scores the competition 96-94. Nakamura 98-92 for your winner by majority. Fighting out of the blue corner.
Is this guy for real?
Is that bad?
Is this guy Lieutenant Dan Hennessy for real?
He announced the wrong winner for the match.
How does that happen?
I don't know. It's printed on a sheet of paper for you. It tells you who it is now. He announced the wrong winner. But what I love the most about this audio is in the first one, it's like, the still champion. He oversells it on the second one. In the blue corner.
You got to.
Yeah, he's like, oh my gosh, I screwed up so bad. Now I really got to do this.
He's better than me because I'd have been like, she won at this point. I don't know what you want me to do.
They just walked out of the arena.
Fighters come back to the ring. What do you mean come back to the center of the ring?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Come back because I got this wrong.
Yeah, you don't have to have somebody else announce who won. I'm out of here. Like, especially if you understand like fighting and the way that goes, them people in them stands, they feel like they're fighting too.
Now, Mike,
and I don't want their ire to turn upon me. I'm out of here.
Yes, exactly. They're going to be very angry. Mike, you have a lot of people in your ears whenever you're doing TV now.
Right.
That TV announcer kept talking, although there's stuff going on, like stuff is really there's something serious. The guy says, can I get your attention? Please come back to center ring.
I mean, typically though, like whenever the other stuff that they're talking about, that we've got the announced who won the fight. Now let's discuss what happened. It's not often that you have to like redo the announcement of who won. So the TV was like, wait, what's happening?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and I do wonder, is there a producer going, hey, I need you to stop talking right now because something weird's happening. We just need to let the TV play out. Would that be how they would do it? Did they ever tell you, hey, just sit and let the moment happen?
I don't know how that would work in that situation. I mean, obviously a lot of the talking to us is the corporate sponsors that need to get in, or coming up like, hey, Mike, you got StatCast powered by Google Cloud here, where.
So they're not like walking you through things in the middle of while you're talking. You just kind of make your point.
They get you prepared, or I mean, I'm going inside as if like they need to show the Jack in the Box commercial or something. They're letting me know to not talk after this out because they have to get in the Jack in the Box commercial or the Choctaw Casinos and Resorts commercial or whatever. So they're just giving you a heads up. If this out is just a common out or a common base hit, we need to get in our sponsor.
Last wanker of the weekend, Urban Meyer believes NIL in college football has evolved into cheating. He said that was not what the intent was. He said if you're a woman basketball player like the great girl from Iowa, and they want to put her on a billboard and pay her, they should be able to do that. But that's not what happened. What's happened is the arms race of collecting money from donors, and donors are simply paying players. That's what I understand is happening today. And I get that. Like, that seems like what is going on.
Unfortunately, the worst person that you know had a good point in this. He's right. That's not what NIL was intended to do.
It was intended to make sure for name, image, and likeness they were used, and now it's being used as a recruiting tool, and kids are showing up on campus and they're saying, what are you offering me?
But obviously, what that tells us is that everyone involved is okay with paying these players except for the rules ultimately, because when it comes down to it and push comes to shoves, these teams are like, yo, we want to have a payroll and be able to pay these players. The players obviously want to get paid. So what's stopping us from actually just paying these dudes what they are due in order for their services, right? Like, have the payroll, have this be explicit so that we're not doing this in a roundabout way and having schools have to like ask donors to donate money so that they, for their NIL collective, air quotes.
Having those donors have that kind of donation, though, it does feel like, doesn't it put power in their hands that if they get unhappy about something,
they've always had that power though at this point.
Yeah, they have.
So I'm hearing, I know Title IX came into existence to give women the same amount of let's say, athletic scholarship. There's more to it, but the same amount of athletic scholarships to women as for men. And so this is where you had to drop a lot of men's sports because there's no way we're taking away scholarships from football because it's such a big money maker. But I've heard with this NIL that they might have to do away a little bit with Title IX in that because baseball only has 11.7 scholarships. But baseball is actually getting pretty good NIL money to these major schools, UT, A&M. These schools are now NIL schools. A&M players are making $25 to $50K a year playing baseball at these schools. And so I've heard that in a way they might have to do away with just the 11.7 and only giving kids 25% or at most 50% scholarships to play college baseball because they're like, dude, these A&M got a dude who's a top 10 pick overall. He went his first 2 years to Stanford. He's now at A&M for his junior year. I can't figure it out because I'm not saying A&M's worse or better than Stanford, but Stanford, great education. You get another year at Stanford. But from what I understand.
But the boosters, the oil money at A&M, baby.
Yes, they have a history of knowing how to get that bag.
Bluebell's the best ice cream in the country, and it's Bluebell Field. And maybe Bluebell's like, we need that kid from Stanford who's a top 10 pick in this upcoming draft, who's a super stud, and he's having a super stud year. A&M's a top 5 team in the country this year, and they've gotten some transfers, and I don't know this, but I bet A&M is probably paying 2 to 4 times more NIL money than teams like Stanford.
Yeah.
And so you go to Stanford, and you're out. It doesn't matter because they're a private school. Stanford's $70,000 a year. Or what it's close to, because I know how much TCU is and St. John's and all these things because of my daughter. So think about, I get a 50% scholarship, which is a major scholarship to Stanford. I'm still paying $35K. If I'm in state at A&M, it's $30K, and I get 50%. Well, it's only $15,000 for my parents to pay, and I get another $50K of NIL money.
Now I'm up. I'm up.
So just look at, like, I think baseball is one of these things where they're looking at it going, maybe this 11.7 scholarship thing is not right or fair to these schools.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, PJ Washington continues to say, yes, I'm your favorite player. Plus, what these two teams have to do tonight, the mentality they must have next on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC. Delicious.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Doncic driving into the chest of Dort, kicks it to Washington. Three goes down. P.J. Washington can't be stopped.
P.J. Washington, I always ask this, is he my favorite player? Because I love the style that he plays with. I love that he's here. I'm very happy that that dude is a third option on this Mavericks team, because the last couple games he has absolutely been providing, and that's been fantastic to see.
They're play-in, one and done. They're not even making the real playoffs without P.J. Washington and or Daniel Gafford. Like that, those two trades, and if you don't make both of them, you're done. You don't even really make the real playoffs. You get to play one game, get your butt kicked, and then go home and say, I guess we made the real playoffs.
Yeah, if you look back at even the Clippers series, it was the hustle. It was I still go back to when we had Bobby Karalla on last 2 weeks ago. And he said, our tough guys will tell you they're tough, then they're going to go show you they're tough. And it got it raised up. I got goosebumps just thinking about that, because yeah, it's been a long time since I've felt like the Mavericks had dudes who could physically play the game that they played on Saturday. Playing that kind of a physical game, there have been plenty of times where you had a bunch of guys who would have backed down, and the only guy who would talk would be Theo Pinson. You're just like, what is this group right now? And
Theo Pinson still talks.
And he
has his podcast,
but he's not out on the court. And PJ's out on the court. Gafford's out on the court. Lively's out on the court. Those dudes will do it, and they're out there doing it. But 877-881-1053. I did have the question for the Stars and the Mavs. What mentality do these guys have to have tonight? And here's why. Luka's hurt bad. He said, they asked him, are you injured? He said, no, I'm not injured, because if you're injured, you can't play. He said, if you're hurt, then you're going to be out there doing what you can. And so I think he is playing through injury, because he understands. I have to play, but he's not right now. So the rest of the team's trying to carry it. I think the Mavericks have to look at tonight and the next game as, we got to close this thing out as fast as we can. We can't piddle around with it. We can't fiddle fart, as we use that phrase a lot. We have to close this thing out, because we need to give Luka a better chance to rest a little bit, get off of his legs. And the rest of the team is playing around him very well right now, P.J. Washington included.
They did a bad job of this against the Clippers. Now, they ended up being great, as in they won it in 6 games. They didn't go to that game 7, but it got tied at 2. This was a game that the Mavericks look like, okay, come out with everything you have like you did in game 2 and game 3 against the Clippers, and you should take a 3-1 lead and kind of really put them in a tough situation to have to win 3 in a row. But the Mavericks didn't do that. They didn't play their best basketball in game 4 against the Clippers. So we've seen this team in a way when it doesn't feel like a must win. And I get tied at 2, it's not a must win, but we talked to Bruce Bochy about it, man. When you're tied at 2 in a series, you know the odds of game 5. Even the young players have an idea of if you go up or down 3-2, you're in a very favorable position or a very bad position.
Yeah, Mike, would you say that it was pivotal in that instance?
Pivotal.
Yes.
Yes.
So I hope that the Mavs see this as big of a game as game 3 was.
Mm-hmm.
But they're human, and they're not just the Mavericks. For some reason, we're going to see a desperate Oklahoma City team know that they really need to win this game, or most likely they're not making it to the conference finals. They are going to come out with, if we lose, we're probably done. We'll deal with it afterwards, but they know if we lose, we're probably done. So they're going to be the desperate
hair on
team.
fire.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are going to be the desperate team that knows this is it. We got to handle the Dallas crowd. We got to handle all of this. We just saw the Denver Nuggets go down 0-2 and go on the road. And no, if we don't win both these games, our season's probably over and we're done defending the title. And they went to Minnesota and easily won those 2 games and showed who I think the best team in the NBA is. I think that the Mavs, if they have the right attitude, which is going to be very tough. When the Mavs had the right attitude, Dirk was in year 11, Jason Kidd was in year 15 or whatever, Jason Terry was in year 10, Sean Marion was in year 10 of their NBA careers.
Mm-hmm.
This is not Luka's 10th year or more. This is for Kyrie it is. But for a lot of the other guys, this is almost a feeling of, and there's no way to fight it because they're in their mid-20s. There's no way to fight that they feel like they have another 3 to 10 years to win a championship.
Valid.
Now, you are going against a team that feels like they have 10 to 20 years to win a championship.
And did you see Kalishaw's column on that, by the way?
Who does he write?
For the Morning News.
No, I don't.
Okay. I saw a little bit of it, and I was kind of curious. He said, the Mavericks need to beat Oklahoma City now because you're going to have more problems with them in the future.
Oh, 100%.
And
I totally get that.
They're going to take over in the future? Like they're going to be that team that's battling for the Western Conference Finals every year?
Well, Shea is 7 months older than Luka. So if you feel like Luka has another 7 to 10 years of good basketball in him, so does Shea, you assume. Chet is trying to figure out how to be a great player in the NBA playoffs, but he's going to figure it out. Is it going to be this year? I hope not. But Chet's figuring it out, and he's going to be, as long as he's healthy, he's going to be a superstar in this league.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and then they still have more draft picks. They still haven't used all their draft picks. Lou Dort, it's funny because Patrick Mahomes sees him he should be playing football. But to football players, because you have a stupid system, because your players' union is pathetic, Lou Dort makes $17 million a year on average. But just think, he is a linebacker. How much would he be making in the NFL? NFL, way more popular of a sport. He'd be making probably $5 to $8 million a year.
Yeah.
But instead, he gets to make $17 million a year because there's way more money to go around. I get
to tackle Luka.
I get there's 53 players and there's 12 players. You can go to practice squad and everything else. But
15 if you want to get to the roster.
Right, and then an NFL player, but we have to pay 70 guys. We'll figure it out, you fart knockers. You make like billions of dollars more, but you guys don't care to ever stand up for anything except for lack of practice.
Oh my gosh.
So anyways, I look at the Oklahoma City Thunder team, and I do see most likely a future champion, the same way that I look at the Baltimore Orioles of last year, and I see a future World Series champion.
Interesting.
So I do think that if you're going to get Oklahoma City, now and maybe the next year or two is your time. But could they end up being the Boston Celtics?
Maybe so.
Could we thought Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown in 2019 were going to win a championship in the next 2 to 3 years, and
Harden,
they still haven't done it yet.
Westbrook. We thought that trio was going to win one at some point.
So I do see the point of, yes, Oklahoma City's probably going to be a top 3 seed for the next 3 to 5 years if everything stays together and They have more draft picks to use to try to probably not add young talent, but to probably try to use those draft picks to get a veteran presence to help them a little bit more. A dude like Al Horford. Like, I'm not saying that's who they're going to get, but you understand what I'm saying? Like, you add somebody like that to go with this young core, then it could really help them out a little bit more. Because Gordon Hayward, I get he's on the team, but I don't know his presence as a veteran guy to help them through maybe a little bit of the adversity of being down 2-1 in the series right now.
And didn't they trade for him in the midst of the season as well? Like, I think that also matters. But like you're talking about when it comes to the possibility of we've seen in history where we've projected teams to go and do things and then not come to fruition. Like, you kind of have to look at that for your Mavs as well. Like, this is a really good team right now. However, the future that we're projecting forward, you hope that it remains brighter and it gets brighter and brighter. You can't guarantee and bank on that. So while you have an opportunity, you have to seize on it, because you were talking about how the Thunder still have all these picks available to them. You don't, right? Like, and you do have a young squad. Lively's really young. Gafford's young. PJ's young. Like, you have a lot of young guys in addition to obviously Luka Doncic, but there's not like draft reinforcements coming. This is who you have, and like right now, take advantage of the opportunity that you have in front of you, because it's a big one.
Yeah, nothing's promised. 2010 looked like, okay, so we lost the World Series. We'll be back there, and we'll be back there again and again. And you did get back there.
You did get back.
And unfortunately, after getting back, that was it. That was the run. You never got close to getting back there again.
Yeah.
And so you never know. Basketball, it seems like when you have a superstar player, you usually have more chances to win it all. And right now, you'd look at the Mavs and you'd look at the Thunder and you'd say, boy, and Denver right now, obviously, and then Minnesota. But then you start going, oh, crap. Wait, Denver has a guy who's going to be in his prime for the next 5 to 7 years. You have a guy in Minnesota who's going to be in his prime for the next 7 to 10 years. You have Shea, who's 7, 8 years, probably more prime. You have Luka, probably 7, 8 more years of prime, not including Wembanyama if they can ever build a team in San Antonio.
Oh, they will. They just got the third pick, I believe. So they'll first. No, Atlanta got the first pick.
Oh, Atlanta got the first. Sorry, they did get the third.
Atlanta, I think the Rockets got
but
two.
They might have that pick soon enough.
Yeah.
But you just start looking around the West, and to your point, Reggie, this could be it. Not that you would never make it back to the conference semifinals, but you just start looking at the road and the path and the difficulty of it. And, I mean, let's face it, all the studs in the NBA are in the West. Like, we thought it shifted a little bit, but then you just start looking at the best players in the NBA, and you're like, ever since Jordan made the shot against the Utah Jazz, it has just been 70% of the best talent in the NBA is always in the Western Conference.
Yeah, a majority of it, the best teams that are there, you're fighting for just the 8th seed just to get to that point all the time. And now I guess even the 9th and 10th to get into the playoff or the play-in game. I am with the Stars tonight. My mentality for them is just keep doing it. What you've been doing the last 2 games, keep doing that. Keep trying to score. Keep pouring it on those guys. Pour it on, leave it on, like we made earlier today.
Still don't like it.
Somebody said they loved it, so they love polo. But yeah, man, this is one of those games. You're in Denver. If you have a chance to come back home 3-1, and you're sitting there with, this is a good opportunity to just say, our strategy is just keep scoring. That's my mindset tonight. Just keep scoring. Don't let up on these guys. Don't back down. Don't shell up. You just keep scoring.
So, speaking of polo, as this segment concludes, I still have some polo cologne that my grandmother gave me, and she died in 2001.
Rest in peace.
Is it the green bottle or is it
No, it's blue.
Polo Sport? Okay.
Well, I have, yeah, Polo Sport.
All right.
I do have one that's polo blue, too, that I got right around the same time. And every once in a while, obviously I don't use it much if it's 2024. I still think it smells good.
Yeah. I mean,
does cologne ever go bad?
I don't know, because I have a bottle of Lacoste that I've had since I was in high school.
Yeah.
And so it's about a 20-year-old bottle that I still will spray on sometimes, and I'll be like, man, this still smells like it works. A little bottle of obsession.
They do go bad.
What's that?
You would assume it would. The chemicals would, and maybe I stink that once every 2 months I put on cologne. But
maybe that speaks to the quality, because supposedly some begin to expire in less than a year and others like upwards of 10 years or what have you. So maybe, you imagine polo.
Polo never expires.
Yeah, stuff like CK2, the off-brand.
Or did you ever get that
CK1.
Michael Jordan cologne?
No, I didn't.
We did. We got it for our kids this Christmas.
It's the worst.
It smells
so
bad. He was happy because it's the Jordan.
That's right. That's why it's sold at all, because it is not a good cologne.
I love cologne talk. From the 979, Polo Blue was an absolute showstopper. From the 682, Brute still sucks. And from the
Brute's like $8 for a 20-ounce bottle.
From the 469, I still wear my Aqua. So there we go. We got it all figured out. And from the 214, I'm so proud. Polo took off. Thank you, Mr. Majors. See? In your face, Reggie. Coming up next here on the KNC Master.
Yeah, whose face now?
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. This guy is not your lead back. Next on The Fan. Hey, it's Corey here, and you got
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3. The Fan. Kevin is out today. He'll be back tomorrow. The full show will be back together for the first time since a long time ago because Mike left us for a while. But Mike's back today, and he wants to say hello to all the Tolos out there. Mike, say hello.
Hello, Tolos. I hope you're watching Rangers baseball on Bally Sports.
A lot of people did text in that they were really enjoying you doing your baseball talking when you were doing that stuff for Bally, Mike. So good job, man.
It was very fun. I really like when the Rangers win.
Yes, I understand that. And I got to experience this, before you started calling the games. You would break things down for us in a pretty spectacular way. But I got to experience learning more about baseball by just having a show with you. And now I know a lot of people are like, I love hearing Mike explain what a pitcher's thinking right now. And I think it's really smart to have a former pitcher talking about what the pitcher's thinking about because the pitcher has the ball so much, but the pitcher also knows what he's expecting all his guys to do. I don't know how you explain the hitters whenever they go up. I don't understand that, but you did a really good job.
He's never hit once.
At breaking down all the pitching.
5 for 50 in the majors.
Yeah, there you go.
You want a 100 hitter who went 0 for 13 to set a major league record without a strikeout, without a hit, and without a walk to start his major league career.
All I heard
I'm your
was,
guy.
All I heard was MLB record holder Mike Bassett. That's all I heard.
From the 817, I heard Mike drop in a deal with it on the broadcast, and I also know
I did say that one time. Yeah,
I know. I also know that at one point there was a discussion about the word repertoire on in this show, and then you dropped repertoire out there, and it's repertoire. And
Is it
so
now?
but is it not? Yeah, we discussed this. We played it. But Mike,
I'm bad with words.
But I think it was somebody else. Kevin said repertoire, and then everybody made fun of him for it, and then you did it, and so we were like, did he do that because he heard us discussing it? No, it's twar.
Twar?
Repertoire.
Well, deal with it.
Yep, there you go. All right, right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Man, the schedule's coming out. I can't wait to break it down.
Are you serious? Schedule's coming out?
I heard Wednesday.
We talked about this like 3 times last week, Corey. Remember when Mike Florio was like, schedule's coming out soon? And he was like, actually, nobody knows when the schedule's coming out. And then the next day he was like, Thursday, schedule's coming out.
Do you want to know? It's coming out Wednesday night. Is that correct?
Close enough to Thursday. Yeah, it's in that vein.
Okay.
The 15th.
I will know who the Cowboys are playing each week when I come back to that day and you guys tell me who they're playing on those weeks.
Okay. We'll figure it out when it happens.
I'm not even sure who the Rangers play after this Cleveland LA series. Like, I literally don't know.
Schedules are.
So they are happening right now.
Uh-huh.
I do not care about who the Cowboys are playing weeks 1 through 18. I'd care, but it's like, we are so far away,
Mike,
from the season starting where the Cowboys will win enough games to make the playoffs and then get hammered in round 1 and then be done.
We got to book hotels,
However, Mike, you will be all in when we spend about 3 to 4 segments breaking down each game one by one and how it's going to outcome.
You will 100% need Kevin here to do that.
Michael Gelkin has tweeted out that the Cowboys rookies and veterans share a practice field for the first time. Their on-field work comes walk-through pace, focusing more on technique and playbook. This is
which Top Golf are they at?
And competitive periods to ramp up. That being said, I was kind of curious
about
Frisco
this. Top Golf?
What makes a veteran turn their head whenever you're like at spring training? Whenever you're like, whoa, hold on, what's this rookie doing? Like Wyatt Langford, everybody was turning their head.
The sound of the bat when he's hitting, and you go, whoa. That's like, I mean, this is way back, but that's like Josh Hamilton. Like that sound is rare.
Okay.
When you see a guy make a play in a spring training game defensively, and you're like, that's well above average.
Yeah.
So there's certain things like that.
Because I think sound is a thing in football too. They don't do it a lot, but when they have competitive practices, you can hear the difference between a dude who doesn't really have confidence in what he's doing and a dude who is ready to play. I think there's a big difference there. But I'm kind of curious in the NBA and in hockey, when do they go, whoa, hold on, what's this kid doing here? Always kind of curious about that.
I've just been amazed going to Oxnard on how little
physicality.
Well, you would just
they don't want to lose Zach Martin.
These
and
guys
Sean
that
Lee.
go to these major universities, wait, they don't know that yet?
Oh yeah. Because they're not asked to do certain things.
But I guess a lot of college is more based just off of pure athleticism, where it's like we've eliminated all the Nimrods who can't do this.
Yeah. By
just pure skill.
We got some smart players.
They
but
are
he's not
all
gonna
athletic
last.
now. We have eliminated all the people who are, so I am surprised when you get close and you hear the coaches talking about technique and stuff, and the rookies, some of them, for example, Tony Pollard literally had no idea. I mean, 0%. No idea how to block a human being from the running back position or from any position.
Right.
He's like,
he had to learn it.
He's like, literally, I've never been asked to block a human being, and I've never blocked a human being. So you saying I need to do this or do that is like, this is the first time I've ever heard it in my life.
Yeah.
So if you're like, gosh, Tony Pollard just wasn't a good blocker his first 2 years. Literally in high school and college, nobody taught him one technique on how to block a human being. So he was starting from the ground up his rookie year on how do I even do this?
Real quick, I know this is gridiron gravy, but is it the same with pitchers? The sound of the glove or the sound? Can you hear
Well, it just matters how hard you're throwing in a bullpen session.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because sometimes
or if you got the right catcher.
But
the
to
one that really
me,
knows how to make it pop.
To me, in baseball, a lot of times, because we get to play 30 games to start spring training, is the hitters will give you an idea. The pitchers will give you an idea on if this works or not.
By the way, Jack Leiter will start tomorrow night.
Okay.
For the Rangers.
It makes sense. He was 27th man. So in a weird way, you can only call up a guy and down a guy. The reason they made him the 27th man is it wasn't considered a call up and a send down.
Oh, it makes sense.
Because it was a double header. So you get a free call up and a free send down without it being considered you sent a guy up and sent a guy down. So far, the Rangers have only called up Jack Leiter one time to send him down one time, the Detroit game. So this will be the second time to call him up. I think the new rules are that if you call somebody up a third time, it might be then you can send him down, but the fourth time you can't. If you call him up a fourth time, he's on the team, or you lose an option on him or something. So there is only so many times you can send a guy up and down.
Okay.
So
well, that's interesting news.
Yeah, so this will be a second time to be called up, even though he's making it feels like the third time to be called up. It's actually only the second time for him to be called up. And I like him. I think he has the ability to be a consistent big league pitcher, but he can't keep trying to throw balls by guys just because he's in a big situation. Sometimes slower is better. Location is more important than speed. Now, if you can get it to 102 like Paul Skeens,
that's a different story.
What? Throw it 102.
Yeah.
But if you're going to throw it 97 and try to throw it by guys, it doesn't work. It doesn't. Yuri Rodriguez tried to do that to Charlie Blackmon the other day. It does not work against major league hitters. That does not affect them at all if you throw it in the middle of the zone. So for Jack Leiter, I'm excited to see him Tuesday, but he's got to be able to throw slower in bigger situations. He's got to be able to throw his off-speed pitches in bigger situations and throw them for quality strikes.
Man, there's a long story there, but we can get.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Ezekiel Elliott, according to Mike McCarthy, will not be the featured back in this. The number one back. It's a running back by committee system. He said, I don't think that's fair. The guy carried the ball more than anybody in the history of football in the first couple of years. That's not going to be his role. We're running back by committee, but I think he'll definitely play at that level that he's played. I know my time here, I anticipate that. I don't see any drop off in the way he moves. That's a different story.
So he's going to be the super stud that was the best running back in the NFL. So let me hear this right. So he's going to be the best running back in the NFL like 16 and 17, but we're not going to use him like 16 and 17, even though he's like the guy in 16 and 17. Really, here's what they're saying. We don't have a good running back on this team, and we're just going to hand it to three guys and hope for the best.
All right, my thought was, how does the committee work? Are we just going series? Like, we're
good question.
Rotating series? Are we going to have, is this going to be a bullpen of sorts where, you're the closer, where, third downs, you're the third down guy, You're the first to second down guy. Like, how are we splitting this up?
Here's what's going to happen, Reggie. We're going to get to week 6 of the NFL season like we did in week 6 of the 2018 season and go, oh my God, we are dying without a running back.
Who's the Amari Cooper of running backs?
Yeah.
Got to make a trade for that running back right now.
Now, I don't know if there's going to be a running back available that's going to change the dynamic of things, but I do think the Cowboys are going to run into about week 6 or week 7 and go, who the hell came up with this plan?
Mm-hmm.
And the Joneses are going to go, we did, and there's no punishment because we own the team and we're the president and the general manager and everything, so deal with it.
I knew better than to do that, but I did it anyway. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit-chat with Tim Cato from The Athletic next on The Fan.
If you're laughing,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reggie Atatula in the studio with you today. Kevin is out, as he is, from what a lot of people on the fan text say, trying to find a new hookup for his situation while he's doing jury duty. So maybe he's trying to find a new plug. We'll see exactly how that goes tomorrow as we have Kevin back, and we'll ask those questions, the important questions. But we get to ask the fun questions now with Tim Cato from The Athletic as we get to talk some hoops and some Mavs hoops, because, Tim, this last couple games, absolute blast, so much more fun than game one.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. You know, this is impressive. This is impressive what Dallas is doing. They are, overcoming a Luka Doncic who isn't quite the player that he was in the regular season, with some nagging injuries that are affecting him. This is a team that is just showing that they're resilient and that they are gritty, and that a lot of the stuff that I had questions that would carry over to a postseason and to against a team like this, they're just charging along just like they were down the stretch of the regular season. It's been really enjoyable to watch this team kind of be the team that we know they've turned into.
Tim, who are you most pleasantly surprised with the role players in this Oklahoma City series, and why?
I mean, it's an easy answer, but PJ Washington, to go 29 points, 27 in back-to-back games, for him to be, just a necessary third scorer for this team. I mean, honestly, a second scorer with the way Luka's been hampered in some of these games. The whole defensive strategy for Oklahoma City is that, they wanted to take away that pick and roll, that alley-oop lob to the big man. And to do that, they've given a lot of space to these role players. And PJ Washington is the guy who, not only has he made a bunch of shots, but he's taking them. In game 3, he took 12 threes. He had never in his entire career taken that many threes, regular season or postseason. Just to stick in there and to take them time after time after time again. I think basketball instincts is that you get an open shot, you take the first one, maybe you take the second one, but at some point you're setting it up to, for the counter, to drive on it, to pump fake. And what Dallas really needs in the series is just somebody sticking over there in the corners or on the weak side wing and just keep taking those shots. And he's been hitting them. And obviously he's adding a bit of offense, inside the 3-point arc as well. And so he's just been sensational to add that offense atop of the defense that we know.
Who do you think has the most room for improvement on the Mavs after 3 games that could make an impact in kind of the second half of this series?
I think Derek Jones will hit more shots. I think this might be I have a feeling that this might be a good game for him. I'm still a Dante Exum believer. I still think that there is some room for him to have, even if it's 5 to 10 minutes, just to have a decent stretch at some point this postseason. Obviously, he struggled to make shots, but even in games 2 and 3, which he barely played in, I thought his ball movement was useful. I thought it was a plus. Look, when Luka and Kyrie are playing this many minutes, and they're going to be playing 40 plus minutes the rest of the postseason, there's just a little bit less of a need for a backup point guard, a connecting guard, someone like Dante. And so his minutes were always going to fall in the postseason. But I just think I believe in the player that I watched in the regular season. I think there's still a moment or two for him, a game for him at some point in the future.
Yeah, finding his stroke would definitely be a key for him too. Like if that happens, then they'll have a little more confidence swinging it out to him in those situations, or letting him take over for some of these minutes where Luka's body's just not right. But having Luka out on the court, big factor there. I would probably say, and to answer Mike's question on my own, I'd probably say Gafford. I think Gafford still has a place to climb to. But it just seems like Derek Lively's body type is the better one out there against Oklahoma City right now. I don't know if I'm wrong about this.
No, you're right. I mean, he's more switchable. They've been using him, They've been willing to switch him out there, which that in itself is so impressive because he barely did that during the regular season. They wanted to protect him. He was a rookie. You don't want that situation where he gets crossed over and stumbles, and then there's a viral clip out there that everybody's watching. You don't want that affecting his confidence. But just to break the strategy out in the postseason, because that's what Dallas needs in the series. I can't say enough things about how impressive this rookie is.
When you look at our rookie there, and I know that Chet Holmgren is considered a rookie because he didn't play last year, and he's had, I would say, an inconsistent series, still an impact, especially defensively, but inconsistent offensively. How concerned are you that he could have a breakout game here pretty soon?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of several things that Oklahoma City can kind of look at and look at the, even though they're down 2-1, they can look at various things on their roster. Chet, just re-emerging as an offensive talent and, a more consistent scorer. I think that's one of the things that they have to hope changes, starting in game 4, because, he is that type of player and Dallas is going to give him some space on the, on the 3-point line. He's going to have some of those shots and, kind of like the conversation, we just had with the Dallas role players, he just needs to be taking those shots. And so I think I think it's what Chet does is something that kind of happens outside of the Mavs defense. So, if he's scoring 10 or if he's scoring 30, that's just something that they're going to have to live with. But certainly, the more he scores, the more efficiently he scores, that does make it more difficult for Dallas.
How do you want the refs to call this game? It looked like a war out there for game 3 that literally at one point, and I'm not saying the Mavericks were the benefit or they were against them, but at one point Chet Holmgren just two-hand pushed Tim Hardaway Jr. to the ground like, we don't care. You can do whatever you want in this game and we're not going to call very many fouls. Or you go back to game 1 where Shea was getting the benefit of the doubt. It is what it is. He draws fouls. He's good at it. But what kind of refereeing would you like to see in tonight's game?
Well, I can tell you what the Mavericks want to see, and they want to see the physical, stuff gets allowed style. I remember back when the officiating and the points of emphasis were very clearly changing. Around February after the All-Star break, Dallas was kind of saying amongst themselves, like, this is great for us. This is how we want to play. This is allowing us to be better defensively. And it's certainly how, Jason Kidd has coached this team to play all season. So, I think you can make an argument that Dallas is one of the teams most effective positively by these the changes in officiating, changes in emphasis. And so that's how they want to see it. And yeah, Luka's going to be upset about it sometimes, but he's always going to be upset. Yeah. It doesn't matter how they're calling it. He's going to find a way to think that he's being wronged, and he's right sometimes. But I think for the good of the team, absolutely, they want this to be a physical brawl.
Is he physically making it through this series fine? Like you're seeing, the things after games and everything. Is he making it? Is he going to be okay?
I mean, it's hard, like he is clearly hurting. He's clearly in pain. I don't think this, I know this knee injury is not something that, they're worried about him, affecting more, by playing on it. It's not a risk of re-injury, but it is certainly something that is hurting. And, I think at this point, a lot of areas in his body is hurting. He's taken huge falls the past couple games. I think every game this series, he's had a big crash into the floor. And so, yeah, we know he's a gamer, and we know that he's gonna find a way. He's gonna push through it. But yeah, he's definitely hurting, and it sucks for the NBA. It sucks for us watching. But I'm not sure. I think that he will have an offensive game. He has another one, in this series that he's gonna find a way and power through. But I don't think we're gonna see the Luka from February and March probably at any point this postseason, not consistently. But then, that's the breaks. Yeah. That's what you have to play through. And, he's certainly playing through it. And that's, and certainly Dallas has shown that they can win even when he's not, quite at peak MVP powers.
Tim Cato joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Tim, Oklahoma City's lost the last 2 games. What adjustment could they make that you say they win game 4 if they're able to do this?
Yeah. I think they need to stick to PJ Washington a little closer. I don't think that they're going to go away from the strategy where they help off and they don't want Dallas to all of a sudden get into a parade of alley-oop dunks. They still want to limit the rim, and I think that is still the right way to approach this game. Maybe they keep the exact same strategy and they gamble that PJ Washington, who's been a 32% shooter since coming here, like 34% on the year, that he's just not going to hit as many shots as he has the past couple of games. And so that could just be the adjustment, and Dallas's offense just declines a little bit. Obviously, they've got the advantage. They've just got to win. Really, the way I'm looking at it is Dallas needs to win one more, because if they get to a game 7 with their experience and Oklahoma City's lack of it, I think that's I know which team I'm picking there, but I think the offensively that's one of the adjustments, and we'll kind of see. Here in a few hours, it's not too far away, but I absolutely think I would lean towards Oklahoma City finding a way to win this game, and then Dallas just has to respond.
Tim Cato joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I like part of the conversation you're discussing there, because there's part of me that wants to ask, like, coaching wise, sounds like you're taking Kidd all day here. Would you, after seeing the I don't know if you got to see it. If you saw it, Reggie said he didn't see it live. He only saw it on videos whenever Derek Lively's playing tag and running away from Chet Holmgren. It was hilarious from my perspective. I was watching it at home, and I was like, oh, I know what they're trying to accomplish here. I know what they're trying to do. And I thought it was advantage Jason Kidd once they threw that card out there. Would you expect more, hey, we're reaching into the bag and trying to pull out all the tricks against this Mavs team because we don't think we got them?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. I mean, OKC was a top 5 defense this year, and for them to basically admit that they didn't think they could stop Dallas, and they had to resort to hack a Shaq strategies, or I think somebody called it Deca Derek, which is that one. I enjoyed that one. Whoever came up with that one,
I'll take it.
Yeah. For them to kind of resort to that, I liked what Jason Kidd did though. So they did that twice to Derek Lively, and he split the first one, missed both on the second trip. Jason Kidd pulls him out of the game, and he said afterwards he just wanted him to take a breath. He goes back in 50 seconds later, and that's when he hits 4 straight. When Oklahoma City tries it twice more, and I just thought that was really good. Obviously it worked, but I thought that was really good. Coaching management. To see this kid and just realize. Get your mindset right for this strategy. I believe that's Kyrie Irving also told him during that time, don't run, don't do the little tag thing. As funny as it is, as much as we enjoyed it, we believe in you to go up there and knock down these free throws. And so that's what he did. And I just thought that was a really good moment from, team wide, obviously starting with Derek, but for Kyrie to kind of instill some confidence, for Kidd to give him a second to catch his breath. I just thought that was really good coaching and just a really good moment for everybody involved.
Tim, this is kind of comment that you can just work off of. It's just awesome seeing how great the Mavs are on the boards, and then especially offensive boards, that Oklahoma City now I think is like, we're not even going to try to get in transition anymore, guys. Stop. All 5 guys have to crash because we are getting destroyed here, and it's just fun seeing a Mavs team that it feels like that's how the Mavs have been for such a long time in the playoffs. It's like, we can't get out in transition because we're not a good rebounding team. And so now it looks like Oklahoma City is making the commitment to go, screw it. No more transition offense unless it's just easily there, because we are getting destroyed here rebounding-wise.
Yeah, you touched on the 2 math advantages that Dallas kind of entered the series with. The rebounding is an obvious one. Dallas wasn't a great offensive rebounding team even after the trades and in the deadline. But I think they showed enough that they can kind of turn that on, that they can focus on it. It can be an emphasis. It can be something that wins them games. Remember the Kyrie lefty floater against Denver? That was a game where Dallas bullied Denver. That's how they actually won the game. It came down to that last shot, but that was the advantage that Dallas had. And Oklahoma City obviously has chosen to be a smaller team to play this 5-out style. But for Dallas to kind of punish them and get a win based off the backs of all those second chance points, they're not going to shoot as well as Oklahoma City, or, certainly in the regular season, Oklahoma City was the best percentage 3-point shooting team in the league, and Dallas was not. They traded some shooting acumen for this defense. But what you can do is, if you're not going to make as many shots, just take more, get more chances. And the other way to do that is that you don't turn it over. And Oklahoma City, what they did very well in the regular season as well, they turned teams over more than any other team in the NBA. And Dallas has been winning that battle the past couple games. And, that's really important, that, you're not allowing, quick fast break transition stuff. And you're neutralizing something that Oklahoma City had come to rely upon, throughout the regular season. And so in those two areas, before the Maxey injury and before Luka's injury, I would have favored Dallas in the series. I lost a little confidence in them just because of those injuries. Clearly, I was wrong, but those two advantages were a huge part of the confidence I had in Dallas had they been fully healthy, even before the series started.
Tim Cato, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Keep believing in Anthony Edwards as well. I appreciate that. I know you're back on board with him since he's killing the mid-range. I see your Twitter. All right, Tim, we will talk to you again soon, man. Have a good one.
Thanks, y'all.
There he goes, Tim Cato. That's fantastic stuff there. And I think everybody that's ever covered a team, like if your team's in something like this, it's just so much more fun. Your stories are so much more fun to write. Everything's just it edges up just a little bit. And that's where we are right now. Even as hosts, we're a little more excited walking in, getting to talk about the team we just saw whoop somebody's butt.
And that's why I'm with Tim Cato. I went Mavs in 6, and then with the destruction of Kleba's shoulder, and I just thought, oh crap, I'm going to change this. And I'm like, and in my mind, I'm thinking, should Kleba affect me this much in changing it to Oklahoma City in 7? But then I just had this feeling, I'm going to go with Oklahoma City here, hoping that I'm really wrong. But I'm glad Tim brought that up, because that's hey, why'd you go from Dallas in 6 to Oklahoma City in 7 while you're on the road with the Rangers? And that was kind of where they were at health-wise feeling. But it was interesting. It's maybe for Mike Likes It. So game 7, Tim Cato's feeling better about the Mavs.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, we'll get to that.
That is interesting. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is Buy or Sell with Reggie, and we'll also have Mike Likes It as we head into the Expressway. Let's get it next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
5-3 The Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Guess what, Mike? This Thursday, we are going to be in Fort Worth at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Holy cow.
I know everybody's been kind of... Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Mike. Also, other Mike. Fort Worth, the wait is over. Buffalo Wild Wings is now open at 590 Quebec Street. So that's the address.
Okay, I wanted to make sure because there's multiple Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth,
Yeah,
right?
so Quebec Street, which I can only assume is somewhere near Canada, Fort Worth. So we are looking forward to being there 10 to 2 as we're going to be doing our whole broadcast, man. So
the Quebec Whalers.
You could be, hold on. You could be one of the lucky winners.
Winning stuff?
Oh, my.
Like go to the World Series? I don't know. Like you seem really shocked right now.
Wings for a year. You could win wings for a year at our show. So here we go.
Buffalo Wings?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
I didn't know
yes.
like you could fly.
Yeah,
I don't let you fly.
I don't know. You know what? If
you could be the part owner of the Dallas Wings for a year.
I don't know. It says you can lucky winners to enjoy wings for a year.
Okay.
So we'll have to confirm with our sales and ad department.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You will not be an owner of the wings of the. You will not have wings like Icarus or Red Bull. It'll just be.
Actually, it just says wings for a year, so we don't know. So it could be Icarus Wings. We'll see. Here's what we'll do. We'll find out more information about that, but just know that we will be Thursday. We'll be doing the entire show at Fort Worth Buffalo Wild Wings off Quebec Street. You excited now, Mike?
I'm in.
It sounds like you're really excited.
It's an off day for the Texas Rangers.
Okay.
Is it an off day for playoffs?
There's no way. Is it?
Well, for Mavs and Stars.
Actually,
I think the Stars would be playing. I think the Mavs. Wait, I'm gonna do my.
Mavs are Friday,
it's a weird thing where they start going opposite.
Yeah, because the Mavs would be Friday after. I don't know. I'm gonna double check.
All right, we'll find it. I'll be at Eric Nadell's big benefit concert at the Kessler, and I know that his auction's live right now online. I don't have all the information, but Eric Nadell's going to join us tomorrow at 11 a.m. to talk some Rangers, talk some Stars, talk some charity.
That is a playoff-free Thursday night, right?
Really?
So yeah, we will have playoff-free Thursday after Thursday evening. All right, right now it's time to turn it over to our good friend Reginald Atatula as he delivers to you buy and sell.
Buy or sell?
Or sell.
Yeah, you're not doing both at the same time.
You don't know?
That'd be weird.
Well, what if I'm buying and then selling?
I guess. I don't know.
At the same time, I'm
Why
like,
are you? This is such an easy concept. Mike, you understand the concept, right? Like, it's a very easy concept. Why is it? Anyways, buy or sell. Very simple concept, as I often say. I'm going to give you guys a buy or sell situation. You will tell me whether you buy or sell, whether you agree or disagree with it, and why. And these fine gentlemen don't know any of the questions ahead of time because that'd be bad and cheating and all those other negative things. You can always get involved. All our fine Tolos listening, Twolos, wherever you're listening, YOLOs, I guess, or whatever. You can get involved by texting into the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. All right, fellas, buy or sell number one. Let's start with a little bit of audio because I know, Mike, you love hoops. Corey, I think we texted about this. I don't remember. I've texted with a few people about this. But the Denver Nuggets showed back up. But I mean, as much as Jokic was killing, as much as Jamal Murray did his thing, I felt like the star of this game was on the sidelines calling it.
Court length, that's intercepted. Murray good at the goal. Got it! A big time three! Oh, what a shot!
Of course, that is Kevin Harlan.
Yes, it is.
On TNT on that call there. And you were watching this game. Did you see him and Jamal Murray have that moment right by the table?
It was awesome. And
I was watching on the plane. We get good Wi-Fi on the
y'all
plane.
do? That's great. I really didn't. I mean, like, that is awesome to hear. In this moment, I love that. You know, you don't hear Kevin Harlan say, and Jamal Murray was standing right in front of me. He said this. I don't want to be the story. He's calling what he saw, and he's telling Jamal Murray to his face. I think there's going to be an iconic photo from this shot because there is him looking at him, and you could see all the passion on Kevin Harlan's face. It was awesome. What was the question?
The buy or sell is, thank you for leading me up to this. For all the reasons you mentioned and more, Kevin Harlan, the best to ever call basketball games that we've seen. Buy or sell?
So,
man, they were giving him props because of Minnesota, being in Minnesota and him calling the first 9 years of Minnesota basketball.
That is correct, yeah.
So I didn't know that about him. I didn't know that he was in Minnesota for the first 9 years of Timberwolf basketball. I do think he's the best. I think Mike Breen is great at it. I will tell you this. I think Mark Followell is tremendous at
Absolutely.
it. Like, I think that in a weird way, and maybe Mark Followell just doesn't want to do national games, but I think Mark Followell in a way could have a Kevin Harlan career where he calls Mavs forever, but then goes on to a national broadcast and just be one of those guys where people are like, never even heard of this guy, and he's been doing it forever. So, I do think Kevin Harlan is my favorite. I will say this. I think Jamal Crawford is awesome. I think adding him to that has really improved, not Kevin Harlan, but has improved the Kevin Harlan game because I do think at
the
times
overall thing.
Reggie Miller is okay. Like,
that's nice of you.
And so I think that adding Crawford to
Reggie
it,
does
he's
not
giving
like
you
Reggie
more.
Miller.
I for some reason loved him as a player, but as a broadcaster, he grinds my gears, man.
I will say though, when it comes to basketball, I mean, Marv Albert was pretty fantastic, dude. Mike Breen's really, really good at this. Mark Followell,
he's so good. We're so
belongs
blessed.
on the national stage. But I'm very happy that he's like, I'm happy doing what I'm doing. I have a team. You know, that is when you have a team and you're kind of a fan of that team and you can still do that thing. But yeah, man, I'll give Harlan that because the dude's an absolute gem. When he hops on with us, he's awesome. You know, he takes part in the conversation. He's an absolute blast. He's the greatest, man. He is. I'll give it to him.
Thank you. Very good. All right, let's move along. Buy or sell number two, fine gentlemen. This was teed up because I saw, and Caitlin Clark is going to come up here. Don't get mad. This expands further.
Great.
But I saw the Indiana Fever, her team that she's on. They had a little ceremony for her where her teammates after practice had a little thing, and they had a certificate of graduation for her as she graduated from Iowa, but she was unable to walk at graduation because they're doing stuff. And we've seen this with other sports, with players having to like try and facilitate flying to the game, or flying to rather the ceremony to be able to walk and then going back to the game, or people just missing their graduation ceremony. And of course, shout out to all the celebrants of the weekend or the last couple of weeks that graduated. But buy or sell, gentlemen, that somehow walking during graduation is underrated.
Underrated?
Underrated. Buy or sell.
What's the joy from it? What is it?
Oh, you're selling.
I'm selling.
Wow.
It seems like it's a lot of pomp and circumstance.
Exactly.
No pun intended, for no reason. Like, my accomplishment is that I got the piece of paper. But I really would prefer to just be with the people that helped me get through that. Unless, I guess, maybe I'm all on my own. But I can barely even hear them. I don't even know if they are actually clapping for me. Who are these other people that are clapping? Or are they just clapping just because? I think it's something we all do, but I don't think it's overrated. I'm selling.
Mike,
walking across the stage for graduation.
Somehow underrated, Mike. Buy or sell?
I didn't walk across any stage for UTA when I graduated.
So high school was the only one?
Yeah, but I felt like I was 31 years old, I think. If I have my age right around early 30s when I graduated UTA. So I just didn't feel like I was, in a weird way, I didn't feel like I was the age to walk across. I got my degree. I'm happy I got it. It's an accomplishment that I didn't think I was going to get after I signed out of high school professionally, but I think it's very cool for parents. How about that? Like, I think as a parent, when you're there, you want to see your kid and that accomplishment. Now, I will say this. I hate saying this. I'm sorry. I don't think there's any accomplishment of graduating high school. Like, that is a basic thing that you should be able to accomplish. I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody and not meaning to, but for me, like my kids graduating high school, I'll be happy and proud that I'm there and everything, but I don't feel like that's a major accomplishment. I feel like that's part of life that you have to do.
What about
just like you have to learn how to read and write, you have to learn how to, let's say, walk or whatever. Like, I mean, I feel like high school, hey, turn in your work on time, kids. Like, it's not that hard. It's a very basic thing to do as you graduate high school. I'm saying, yes, valedictorian, doing all those things, top 5% in your class, that is a huge accomplishment. That should be very celebrated. But graduating high school, I mean, everybody should be able to do that.
So I guess then you're also out on graduating 5th grade.
Oh, those ones are a beating.
Lucy, so this is it, man. We're done with elementary school after next week. And Lucy's going to go up there. I don't think she's walking because they don't do that, but they do kind of, give us the video that's all sad and everything. And you're like, oh my gosh. But yeah, man, we're about to be done with that. But I'm still, if they had to buy a cap and gown for 5th grade walk across the stage, I'd be like, nope, you're not doing this. You just stay home and party with me, Lucy.
I think, Mike, you got to some of the reason why I came to this. Someone also mentioned this on the text line. It's for your people, maybe not for you. And the opportunity to let, mom and dad, enjoy and revel in this moment. I know for me, I thought, man, it's not that, it's kind of overrated. And when I walked to UT, I was like, oh, okay. I feel like having those people there, the looks of pride, I was like, oh, okay. I get it. I feel it.
There you go. So that's great. You're right. You did get a really good point. Whenever Avery was 3, I think, when I graduated. And so from college. So when I walked across the stage, when I finally got to him, I did feel a sense of pride. Knowing they're like, hey, look, man, I can't request for you to go to college if I didn't even try or attempt or anything. I'm not going to try and make you do it. And now I'm like, now you have to do it, kid. You got to figure something out. You also need to get scholarships because I can't afford it.
Boy, that's also right. So again, shout out to all the folks graduating or who have graduated over the last couple of weeks. Big accomplishment. Salute to you. Also,
sorry for crapping all over your accomplishment.
That's right. That's right. You did mention, we were talking about the greatest to call basketball. Some people brought up Chick Hearn. Can't really tell you much about Chick Hearn, from a personal perspective. Also, Jim Nance. How we feel about Jim Nance in there as well, on the college level?
Is that college basketball? Yeah.
Not so much.
He's good.
I guess for some reason
I just don't.
A lot of people hate Jim Nance because of doesn't he set up his his call, and like he's written it down. He knows exactly what he's going to say, and it's usually a cheesy, corny line.
Yeah, it can get cheesy.
So,
not cheesy though. NFL football. Final buy or sell for you fine gentlemen. Obviously, big time. We had the NFL draft not too long ago. We're seeing rookies end up in their mini camps. We saw that with the Cowboys this week. Yardbarker put out a list of the NFL rookies who will make the biggest impact. And they settled on one rookie above them all who will make the biggest impact. So buy or sell, gentlemen, not J.J. McCarthy. Buy or sell that Xavier Worthy out of the University of Texas and signed to the Kansas City Chiefs will be the rookie that makes the biggest impact for his team this season.
I think it's way more difficult to play with Patrick Mahomes than we think it is. And I'm saying that he's the best in the NFL and by far the best. I saw whatever is Sky Moore. I shouldn't even remember his name. I think Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, the guys that know how to play the scramble drill with Patrick Mahomes, are unbelievable at it. Sky Moore has no clue what he's doing. And so I don't know if Xavier Worthy is going to figure it out as a rookie when Patrick Mahomes breaks the pocket and you can run opposite of the way he's going to go find spaces. And Patrick Mahomes is like, I don't care. Don't follow me. Find a pocket and I will hit you. Whether it's 40 yards across and 70 yards down the field, I will find it. You don't have to just follow me as the defense is following me too. Travis Kelce is unbelievable at it and kind of sitting down in certain areas and finding spots. Obviously, Tyreek Hill was the best at it, and Tyreek Hill's very good at it with Tua T. And Tua T doesn't scramble around as much or have the arm strength that Patrick Mahomes has. I think Xavier Worthy can be very good. I hope he's great. But I think figuring out the scramble drill with Patrick Mahomes is way more difficult than it is with, let's say, a Dak Prescott. And nothing against Dak. Dak is a very good quarterback. He ain't Patrick Mahomes. I don't know if anybody's ever Patrick Mahomes. The closest I've seen is in his prime Brett Favre, but I don't think he's Patrick Mahomes. In his prime John Elway, different time, different game. But this scramble drill, when he goes after it and finds these unbelievably great plays in his career.
He's been really good at that in his career.
When he was in his prime and could extend plays, and that stupid ass pass he made at Texas, not Texas Stadium, but AT&T Stadium to the tight end to win the game before overtime. Some guys are unbelievable at it, and I'm sure Xavier Worthy will have some success, but there'll be times where they go back, and Patrick's going to have to explain to him, I get what you were doing, but I am different. I know that Patrick Mahomes isn't going to say this, but I'm the greatest. And so I need you to find these random pockets, and I will find you.
Yeah.
But it'll probably take time
for him to be able to find those. Yeah, his football IQ is something that I want to know a little more about before I buy in on that. I will sell on that, Reginald. But I think they're going to have some highlight, big-time moon throws that you're like, whoa, that's what they can do. But the other thing that really is a big factor for me is when you get to the NFL, when you get to the major leagues, when you get to the NBA, not necessarily the major leagues as much, but it's a far more physical sport at a different level. You can find the weak link on any college football team any given week and say, we're going to exploit that. But when you have to go up against physical cornerbacks that they're the best of the best and they're beating you up off the line, you're like, man, how can I get open? Let alone go catch an 80-yard pass, because these dudes aren't even letting me get there. I mean, there's a lot of growth he's going to have to do. But Patrick Mahomes does some exciting things, so we'll see. But I'm going to sell on this one as well.
Yeah, a lot of sells on this one. One of the folks from the 817 said football's all about the quarterback. One of the quarterbacks will have a bigger impact, one of these rookie quarterbacks. I'm interested in what, I guess maybe Caleb is the one that you lean on easily.
Yeah, and he's got a trio of fun receivers to run around with too that are going to be an absolute blast there. From these 214, Coach Hubie Brown is the best. You learn the game every time.
That's right. He's forgotten more about basketball than I know that I'll ever know. I'm certain of that.
Was he the one calling Gafford Gaffney?
No, that was Dave Pash.
Pash.
That was the play-by-play, which honestly, he should do better.
Yeah, I was like, what's happening here right now? It was a wild night.
It's just amazing that he's been around this long. I can't remember which one I was thinking of, but Hubie Brown was calling one of Jordan's rookie. He might have been the guy on the call for Jordan 63 and 86 or whatever. He's done this forever. He's gone back and forth from coaching / doing this. Like, he's been around forever doing this, and he is still great at it. Obviously, he's different if you go back and listen to him, let's say, 20 years ago.
Oh, really?
Just because he's a little bit slower, not in a bad way, but just being, I don't know, is he close to 90 years old?
He is 90 years old.
Yeah. He's
What?
90 years old and doing this.
And still so damn good.
Are you serious? 90?
100% correct. And he looked great in the arena.
I mean, he sounds 90, but even knowing
Don't do
that he's
that.
90
Don't
now
do that to
changes
Hubie Brown.
everything.
Don't do that to the great. And that's how we do by ourselves.
There you go. That is fantastic stuff right there. And don't forget, we're going to be in Fort Worth on Thursday at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Quebec Street. Looking forward to that. It's going to be an absolute blast. And also, don't forget the G-Bag Nation is going to be doing some great stuff too. Everyone, the Southern Leisure G-Bag this Wednesday, free fan T-shirts to everyone that stops by. All right, so you're going to have free fan T-shirts to everyone that stops by. And so I'm really looking forward to G-Bag being out at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound, 2 to 6:30 on Wednesday. Right now, though, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, well, speaking of buying and selling, how about the weekend series? Just real quick, the Rangers on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday have 3,500 reserve seats remaining on Friday, 4,000 remaining on Saturday, and less than 5,000 remaining on Sunday. So just to let you know, if you want to go to a Rangers game on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, almost all of these games throughout the year are going to be sold out on Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays. So if you want to go this weekend, it's just one of those things the Rangers want to remind you. We are the world champs. Yes, they're not reminding me here, but you know, we got swept by the Colorado Rockies, but it doesn't mean that Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays aren't almost always going to be sold out. So make your plans in advance. You just mentioned, I don't know if that Paul Skeens Pittsburgh Pirates series, maybe you said that off the air, but
in August,
if that's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series, and who knows if he's going to pitch in the series or not, you know, like, I hate saying this, but at some point, probably Paul Skeens is going to blow out. Hopefully it's like 3 to 5 years from now, but he probably will. And that's just the way pitching goes now, especially when you throw the ball 100 plus miles an hour. Most of your fastballs is go out and get those tickets for especially those Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Usually Monday through Thursday, you're going to have a better chance of getting, a quality ticket for face value. So I want to go back to what Tim Cato said about the Mavericks and Oklahoma City Thunder series. He said the Mavericks only need to win one of the next 3 games, game 4, game 5, or game 6. If they win one of those games, he's very confident that the Mavs would win game 7 in Oklahoma City. Now, there's a lot that goes into it because if like Luka couldn't play game 7, I'm sure Tim Cato would say, no, I have no confidence that the Mavs can win game 7 if Luka physically can't play or if Kyrie got hurt or something like that. But that shocked me a little bit. So I know we're only to game 4. But to me, if the Mavs are going to win this series, I want it to be in 6 because I do think Oklahoma City, their crowd is way more raucous than, let's say, the LA Clippers crowd.
I agree with you.
I could see those young guys feeding off of that energy and figuring out a way how to win a game 7, even though they're very young and not experienced. So I would love for y'all's opinion on when Tim Cato said that. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. It's his opinion. And hopefully the Mavs win 2 out of the next 3 and we don't get to that situation. But I was a little bit surprised that he feels that confident in a game 7 with the Mavericks on the road.
Okay, so and here's where my confidence is too, Reggie. Maybe this is kind of where Tim is in this. Remember what they did in their run to the Western Conference Finals? Once they got to Golden State, they were outmatched. Like, they didn't physically have the right pieces to be able to compete with that team, although they did never stop adjusting. They still try. They were like, okay, we're a 3-and-D type team. That's what we do best. We're going to try these things. But they never stopped trying to make small adjustments, but at some point they just ran out of things. They didn't have the right team to go with it. I think that what Tim is seeing with this team is, Jason Kidd knows how to play the game. When it comes to, you know what, last game, this didn't work out for us. We set that up. We're going to use that now. Now we're going to use that to our advantage. their constant approach to making adjustments to whatever Oklahoma City has felt like they figured out, and the Clippers and all the teams they played in the past. Once you feel like you figured them out, the Mavs seem to make an adjustment that's like, oh, how did they know? And so that's where I feel like he thinks the coaching advantage and the player advantage is in favor of the Mavericks if they were to get to Game 7, because he thinks that Jason Kidd has something left in his pocket. Whereas me, on the other hand, I feel like the Oklahoma City threw it all out there by chasing around Derek Lively. They were like, we ran out of stuff. We don't have any more ideas. But Jason Kidd's like, I got this whole book of ideas to run into. But maybe there's a little more to that.
I don't know. I kept it real simple. Like, you look up and you go, late in games, especially when it's like a one-game situation, what are we leaning on? We're leaning on the top end of this. And you go star player for star player. That's a 2-on-1, right? And I understand Luka Doncic is hurting in a way. In fact, I found it really enlightening when I was in post-game, his press conference. I think it was Landon Thomas asked him, hey, what all is hurting? And he was like, everything. And I haven't seen Luka be that forthcoming about his injury situation. He kind of tends to brush these things off. He's like, no, man, the knee hurts, the back, like everything hurts. Even with that being the case, push comes to shove. Luka Doncic with the ball in his hands and you need something, I believe, and he's going to make that happen. Even more so, Kyrie Irving late in the game, he's going to get to his spot. He's going to knock down shots. And I think if you get to a one-game situation, there's that level of, those types of skill sets matter that much more, at least in my estimation. So I think that you can lean on that alone and go, in a game 7, I believe in that ability to do those things. Plus the way that the Mavs, when necessary, when it's been like, yo, we need a defensive stop, they've answered the call more often than not down the stretch here. And so I think that you put those things together, and I can see how you look at a Game 7, you go, advantage Mavericks.
Yeah, I think in this playoff so far, what we've seen is if the Mavs show up and they aren't giving their best effort, then it's going to be a struggle game for them, but their best effort usually ends up in a W. So that is a difference there too. The other thing too is, I remember when Kawhi was playing for Toronto, and you're like, oh man, all these matchups, you're sitting there thinking about this and that. And then the one thing that stood out every time Toronto got into the fourth quarter was, you have a dude on that team that transcends everything else. He becomes a transcendent player in the fourth quarter. He changes, he elevates his game, and Kawhi could take out teams one at a time because they didn't have a player across from him that could do the same things. Kawhi was a different animal in the fourth quarter. He became the best player on the court. And you're right. You have two guys that can be that. Now, can Shea match that? That's tough because they said on the game the other day, there's two closers in the Mavericks boat. They have two closers if they want to go to one or the other. And so when fourth quarters come around, when these big moments, I see what you're saying there. Do other teams have what it takes to do that? So Mike, that's where maybe that's another factor, is he just sees those two guys in fourth quarter are the difference whenever everything's on the line. Maybe so.
Okay, so now I'm going to go a little bit around the NBA. I'm going to be honest. I have not really seen any of the Knicks and Pacers
What
series.
could you possibly be doing that would not allow you to watch these games?
Usually that's an early game, and either I'm getting ready for a Ranger game or doing a Ranger game, so I haven't seen that series. I have got to watch some of the Timberwolves and Nuggets, and obviously that would be the opponent of the Mavericks. So I feel more comfortable about talking about that series over the Eastern Conference so far. So Anthony Edwards, I thought, said a great thing after getting destroyed in Game 3, and he got a lot of credit for this too, is he's a 22-year-old man and said, I'm the leader of this team. The win, in a way, falls on me. The loss falls on me too. I'm man enough to say that. And it seemed like the national media said, how come LeBron and Kevin Durant never want to be a man in these situations? So did you guys feel like Anthony Edwards is more mature at 22 years old than LeBron is at close to 40, and so is KD as he's getting closer to 40 than he is 30? How come those guys, and they are champions, they're Hall of Famers, LeBron's arguably the greatest player in basketball, but I kind of liked it too that Anthony Edwards seems to be more of a man in 2024 than LeBron and KD are in their situations.
He's cut different, man. Anthony Edwards is a when it comes to extreme competitiveness, he doesn't want to be your friend. And that's like, he's got great personality. I've seen this dude on a lot of things where I'm just like, is he playing dumb or is he really just this much of a genius? But like, he has all these other things, but when it comes to competing on the court, when it comes to competing, he's cut different than those guys. Now, I feel like those guys wanted to be a big collective group of friends that also had to play against each other. And Anthony Edwards doesn't seem to have any interest in that.
Yeah, I'm not even going to go to that place, but like, we've heard all the comparisons of Anthony Edwards to Michael Jordan. One of the things that he's very different on when it comes to Michael Jordan is like that demeanor in this way. He's a lot more charismatic than Michael Jordan ever was, especially when he was like, he's a lot more Magic in that way than he is Michael Jordan. Like he is just such a charismatic person.
I don't think you guys were alive for Michael Jordan before he became Michael Jordan.
Okay. I wasn't.
Okay, so that's where I would disagree with you. I understand where you're coming from, but since you weren't alive for Jordan's kind of first 3 championships and the youth where he wasn't the face of the NBA, it was Magic and Larry, and Converse was the face of the NBA. Nike wasn't. And he changed everything in such a way that I think that smiling face and that Michael Jordan with hair and like, I think that, yes, over time, Michael Jordan got very hardened by lack of success. One, because Boston and Detroit owned the East and he couldn't get there. And it was like, I got to become the jackass of all jackasses if I'm going to win this thing because of what Detroit is doing to me and my team. So I hear what you're saying. You're technically correct, but I think if you go back and you watch Michael Jordan interviews from, let's say, 1984 to about 1990, you're going to find a much more smiling, charismatic, hey, Julius Erving is Dr. J, and I'm just trying to be me. And, it was a very different than when we see The Last Dance, Michael Jordan.
Okay, I'm willing to defer with you there because, like you mentioned, I was not there, you were.
But Michael changed Michael, I think, with that level of fame and what he did, he created a brand that is still the #1 brand, and he killed Converse.
Yeah.
Can you imagine right now Anthony Edwards killing Nike going away forever, not even making basketball shoes anymore, and Adidas becoming the brand of all brands. Like, that was and it's a different time now than it was in the 80s and early 90s, but that's what Michael Jordan did for basketball. He killed Converse and then created a brand in his own shoe.
Yeah, that is a wild thing. And maybe you're right, man. I don't remember that. I remember a lot of commercials, Gatorade, where he was smiling. Gatorade, McDonald's, those things. But for the most part, everything else is this dude it's all serious.
But by 92, he came bigger than any human being on the face of the earth. He became, I'd say the only 2 people that I could think of that come into that same place in 1992 are Michael Jackson and Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
And Michael might have been at that point because Muhammad's retired. Michael Jackson, he's still making some music that's great or good, but his time was getting a little bit weird with Michael and what he was doing. So when I'm talking about Jackson.
From the 214, damn, did Mike just son Reggie? Reggie, you get him back.
I don't think that this has to be there. Like, we were having a conversation, and I think that's a place where you have a little bit more of
You're not old enough to remember this. And it's true. He's actually right. So there I had no problem with that.
But ultimately, my point was, I think the charisma kind of carries some of this where I think we're willing to go with him a lot of these places.
Yeah,
and
so.
To look at the 2 players that you mentioned, I think LeBron has a little bit more charisma than Kevin Durant, but I think also he has been put into place, and some of that is his doing. Maybe a lot of that is his doing, where he's easy to be vilified. Kevin Durant did not even really want this media thing, and when he has gotten to a place where he's gotten combative with folks. I think those types of things make it very easy for us to not look at them in the same way that we look at Anthony Edwards.
Now, real quick, I know we're out of time, but the Lakers haven't hired a head coach, right?
They want JJ Redick, I'm told.
Yeah, they haven't yet.
Why not just hire LeBron James? Let's just make this as clean as possible. I don't get it. And I'm being dead serious. Why not? Bill Russell was the head coach at the end of his career for the Celtics.
Who's going to be blamed if they fail then? LeBron.
Rob Pelinka.
Yeah, nobody wants
that. I would if I was the Lakers and why am I drawing a blank? The woman who runs it now.
Jeannie Buss.
Jeannie Buss. I'd go to LeBron and say, LeBron, what if we made you the head coach? You're not the head general manager. I'm not letting you choose Bronny James in the first round. But
say no.
Well, I mean, I would just say, isn't it best? Don't you want to be the head
these
coach?
other guys coach anyway. You don't like them. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, is this worth $2 million? We do it next.
You've made us number. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and you got two games going on tonight at the exact same time with the Rangers starting before that. So you can get all your Rangers action in right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You think that's going to be an hour-and-a-half game? Is that what we're doing there?
Dude, that would be Eric Nadell's dream.
That's right.
So when we worked nights, Kevin and I would come in and we would laugh the whole time because there was a time when A, the Rangers weren't that great, and B, well, no, yeah, we have to be honest. If we didn't win all the World Series, Mike, but they weren't that great, and games could drag out.
Are you saying that the pillars that ended up being Mazzara, Gallo, and Odor didn't bring us what?
Championships?
They didn't?
They didn't bring us playoffs.
Well, we'll find out.
No, we won't find out. That's over. Those are done. But those could turn into 5-hour games. Like, they were long baseball games, and you could hear it in Eric Nadell's voice because the thing that he would say, it would always be, he would point out the pitcher and where he ranks on average game length, and you would be like, this is going to be, we're in for a long night, guys. You could tell.
I think
based
Eric
on that.
has been pretty honest in saying, like, if the pitch clock and these new rules wouldn't have came into effect, I don't know if we would have ever heard Eric Nadell do radio again.
You think because he was like kind of tired and done with it?
Yeah, I think one, obviously, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. But
and we can.
We'll ask him tomorrow at 11.
But I just think that the new rules made the game the pace that he grew up watching, the pace that the game was played at. I believe, I'm not sure about this. You'd have to ask Eric. I think like 84 might have been his first year with the Rangers, but I'm not 100% sure. But the game used to be played at a 2.5-hour pace all the time.
Yeah.
That was what the pace was. In fact, when my dad played in the 70s, the pace was about 2 hours and 17 minutes.
Wow.
And there was no pitch clock.
Yeah.
There's just the way the game was played.
Everybody knew what they were doing. They were trying to get up there and get through. And
so
move.
the game throughout time changed into a 3-hour and 17-minute game. They added a whole hour to it like 40 years later. And it's like, this isn't as fun. Even the games that have lasted a while I've been doing it, like then you get to the end and it still wasn't a 3-hour game.
Yeah. So Reggie, no, I'm not predicting that tonight's Rangers game will be an hour and a half, and then you can focus all of your attention on Mavs and Stars. But I'm also not saying that it couldn't happen.
Okay. Well,
right?
Here's the good news. Tanner Bybee's right-handed.
We got 3 righties to go up against this week.
Good.
I think it's all. I saw earlier. I think it's all right-handed pitchers for the Cleveland Guardians.
10 runs soon come.
Yeah. So this is a positive thing. And I don't understand it. I can't explain it, but I guess Josh Young being out, Mike, you pointed that out earlier.
That's a major impact. He was last year a .327 hitter with a .995 OPS against lefties.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, you had a dude batting 4th or 5th in your lineup who destroyed lefties.
Yeah.
So if you got to it, you were in trouble. Now, Garcia overall has decent numbers this year against lefties, but a lot of those numbers were created in April.
Yeah, and
May has been a very tough month for Adolis Garcia.
I did have a little section that I kind of created for myself, Mike, and it said just Mike questions for Mike because you were gone for a while. But when I saw Max Scherzer talking about this over the weekend, I don't know if you had plans to talk about this later, but when he was talking about, hey, look, maybe we should just let the sticky stuff happen. Do you have a feeling on that? Because he's talking about the injuries.
Right.
And he's like, look, man, and I don't know how other players feel about that. I feel like pitchers are like, yes.
I always had rosin and pine tar on my fingers pitching. Obviously not my whole life.
Okay, yeah.
But
I just came out of the womb.
But when I would throw my bullpen sessions, when I would throw in the game, I would get a little sweat from my forehead or neck and then get a little bit of rosin, get a little bit of pine tar to have a little bit of tackiness. Here's what I don't know. I don't know how much more the spider tack or the sunscreen with different, like, let's say, rosin and stuff, like how much more tacky were their fingers based off of how tacky our fingers were, let's say in the 90s and early 2000s, where you just used your rosin, but you'd get a little bit of tack from the pine tar to help the grip out. If you don't know this, high school baseballs have huge seams on them.
Yes, they do.
I mean, you don't need anything besides if you're just really dripping sweat. You don't need tackiness to a high school baseball. The seams are so exposed, like so. when
they collect more air and
when you go to, and you can throw the crap out of curve. Like I remember going back and throwing some high school, balls and throwing a breaking ball. Like, oh crap, my breaking ball breaks like 3 feet with these things. Baby. And then you get a Major League Baseball. You're like, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
They are made more like a pool cube, like a pool ball. Like it's there's seams there, but they ain't there. And so you really do need a little tackiness. I'm not saying, I don't know, maybe spider tack is too much.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more tacky that is. To be honest, a guy like Derek Holland would be a little bit better to ask, because I don't know what year spider tack got created or products like that, where you didn't have to do rosin and pine tar and just kind of come up with your own little solution type of situation to get a little tackiness. But I don't know. I think we're to the point now where we've known now for a decade. Teams have known if we tell them to max throw the ball as hard as they can, spin the ball as fast as they can with death grips on the ball, we know we're going to blow out the pitchers. We know it. They know it. Everybody for every organization knows it. But that's what they decided to do.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we want to blow out our pitchers. We're hoping it doesn't happen, but we know we're going to blow them out. But we also know that for the 1 to 5 years, we're going to get what we need out of them. Well, and then they're going to be hurt for 15 months, and then we're going to use them for 1 to 3 to maybe 5 more years, and then they're going to blow out again.
And Dr. Meister said he doesn't think that's the whole picture, but
there's a lot to it.
He's like, but I think it is one factor in it. So I can't just say, if I'm a GM owner, if I'm involved in this conversation, Mike, if I'm just like, well, then just let them do it. And because we want them to do all these things.
Nobody has the solution. Because in a weird way, whether it was Tom Seaver, Nolan Ryan, Steve Carlton, different pitchers, Don Sutton, go to the guys that pitched in the 70s and 80s, or you can go even back to the 60s. How did they throw 9 innings, 160 pitches? It wasn't like they were efficient and only threw 10 pitches per inning. They were getting strikeouts.
Yeah, they were.
They were throwing a lot of pitches, and they pitched every 4th day. Then it changed to every 5th day in kind of the 70s/80s, and they stayed healthy, and they threw 300 innings. Now you can say, well, today's hitters are much better and there's a lot more power, and even like the wood is a lot better. Instead of just using ash, they use different types of wood. Obviously, maple came into effect. Now there's birch. There's different things that guys use that are better wood to help out with the hitting.
Nutrition's better.
Right. But something happened, right? And also, those guys, and I'm not saying no team should do this, but what if a team did do this? What if a team said, our pitchers are never going to pick up a weight? The only weight, the heaviest weight they're going to pick up is a 5-pound weight. Our pitchers are never going to lift weights again. They can do push-ups. They can do sit-ups. They can do rubber band stuff. They can do Job stuff. They can do stretching. They can kind of, I know in a way, do Tom Brady stuff. But we are not going to pick up another weight from a pitcher for 3 years in our organization. Now, no team would ever do that because most likely your team's going to throw slower. Mm-hmm. Most likely the spin rate to throw the bastard breaking ball that you need will go down a little bit. But what if all our guys are healthy? What if we take, I'm just throwing this out. What if we take 10% away from Paul Skeens, the generational pitcher, topping off at 103, throwing the ball on average 100 miles an hour. Let's get him down to throwing the ball 95 to 98. His breaking ball isn't as good. His changeup's going to be the same. There's nothing that changeup-wise you're going to change there. So he has a good changeup. He has a great breaking ball. We're going to take 10% away from his breaking ball. But we know he's going to be healthy for the next 15 years throwing 10% less. Now, obviously nobody knows that.
It's not as sexy.
That feels like a pretty good deal, though.
Wouldn't that be a good deal to be like, you're never going to miss 15 months one time and then another 15 months another time? Like, let's just face it. Paul Skeens most likely in his career is going to miss 36 months because he's going to have a reconstructed elbow twice in his career. But he's going to be awesome when he's 100% healthy, most likely. Or, and the thing is, we don't know this. This is the tough thing. Meister doesn't know this. Andrews doesn't know this. These are the lead, obviously Dr. James Andrews is somewhat in the past, but still a person who knows a lot about pitching and elbow reconstruction, and now Meister's the best. There's other people that know this that are very good at reconstructing elbows and helping out. But if you knew that if I could just get Paul Skeens to throw the ball less hard, but still very hard, above average, major league wise, to throw still a really good breaking ball, but not strike out 30 guys in 15 innings in AAA, but I'm going to keep him healthy for 15 years.
It just seems,
and I'm going to be able to throw him 230 innings per year instead of 160 innings per year.
That does seem like one of those things where a team has to be willing to test it, or tests have to be done.
I know.
But guys that have
do that?
guys that have arms and ability to do that aren't going to agree to it, because I could go make hundreds of millions of dollars throwing that hard. So,
but if you were running the Rangers, I was running, let's say, the Nationals, and Reggie, you were running the Pirates. I'm just throwing out us running two other random teams. We would never, because how quick would we lose our job if we said, here's the deal, we're never lifting weights anymore, and we're going to tell our guys to not throw the ball as hard as they can on a regular basis.
Being an innovator, really, you risk something, because it is not the status quo. Like you risk being laughed at, and in this instance, you risk losing your job. It's tough. Like, we've seen the benefits of the innovations, right? Like, imagine if the Moneyball strategy doesn't work, and you're just the team that that did not spend a lot of money and then lost, right? It does not.
Exactly.
You just look really bad.
You have to have an owner that's like, hey, whatever risk you're going to take, do it. You got 5 years. Good luck.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. And I know that this is a name we shouldn't say.
Oh, my gosh.
And I don't know. I don't know how smart or not smart he is. But Trevor Bauer has stayed healthy throughout this whole thing.
That is enough out of you right now, Mike.
Throughout this whole thing. And I'm not saying he has the answers. Believe me, Trevor Bauer believes he's the smartest person ever in the history of ever. But what he's doing hasn't hurt him yet. And what I'm saying is, physically, what he's done off the field has obviously blackballed him out of the game, probably forever. But I don't know. Now, he does the heavy ball stuff. And there's people that have theories on that.
All right, let's have our conversation with Danny Green, our Odyssey NBA insider, next year on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or a truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dallas up 3, 50 seconds left. Jalen Williams right in the grill of Kyrie Irving. Shot clock at 8. Irving trying to get free. Timer at 5. Irving goes to the left floater. Good for Irving.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Big-time game happening tonight on both fronts for the Mavs and the Stars. Don't forget you can hear the Rangers right here on 105.3 The Fan. But on the line right now is Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Danny, how are we doing today, man? Danny, we good?
Yeah, you guys got me?
Yeah,
Okay,
we
here
do.
we go.
There we go.
All right, there you go.
Now-
I had to call back in.
Danny, the other day, I asked you, I think one of the first times we talked, I asked you about playoff Kyrie, and I meant to say playoff Kawhi, but you answered the question. You did a great job, and I appreciated it. But there was something that just was different about Kawhi Leonard in the fourth quarter on that run with Toronto for the championship. I was kind of curious because it feels like we have Kyrie playing that character, and where he's transcendent in the fourth quarter. He's a different player, and it's hard to match him. Can you talk about what Kawhi was like in fourth quarters, and how did he change?
I mean, he was amazing the whole game. Obviously, he took over in the second halves, but he played well for us. He was on a tear that we've seen no other before, you know. So only some of the people that you put in that category are some of the greats, like Mike, maybe Larry, Magic. You've seen those type of tears in the playoffs. So he was playing unbelievable basketball, but you could tell in the fourth. And for us, we was making sure he was healthy and rested and had the, endurance and conditioning to do so, because he's playing a lot of minutes, not only carrying a little offensive, but defensively too, guarding Giannis, guarding Jimmy, guarding those type of guys. So, but he was unbelievable, man. He was just locked in, and he took it upon himself. He's not an emotional guy. Shows a lot of, expression through his actions or just, yelling. So, you can never really tell, but you could tell he was super locked in and focused. And Nick did a great job of getting into a spot. So we had good people to get him where he needed to go and get going. Marc Gasol setting good screens. Kalo getting the ball ahead. Pascal was, coming out party. He was running and jumping and doing what he did in transition and making the game easier for him. And myself just trying to space the floor for him. So we gave him good pieces around him to operate. We had Fred come off the bench, Norm come off the bench, and those guys played unbelievable too. So we had a squad, and we had guys that today, now you guys are looking at unbelievable pieces for teams that didn't even play for us. OG was in the hospital. He had an cyst that bursted, I think, and he had sit out the whole playoff. So we had a really good squad.
Yeah, and that's where I was kind of going to next is what kind of confidence does that give everybody else that we know we got that guy, and that's going to make everything easier for us?
A huge amount of confidence, especially in these leagues. Like, we always know we got somebody you can count on. As you can see, certain guys are trying to get the ball to Jalen Brunson. Like, all right, they got guys there that can hoop too. So Dante can hoop, Josh can hoop, but they're like, you know what? We need a bucket. We know we can get to this guy. Philly, same thing with Tyrese and Joel. When you got those type of guys on your team, you know that things are going to be okay. There's never a chance where you're out of the game. There's always an opportunity where you can get back in the game, win the game, or win any series.
Do you see like this series between the Mavs and the Thunder right now? Do you see it as, well, this team has two guys that can do that, and Shea's only one guy, or is there something different going on there? Because this is a bit of fun one for us as Mavs fans after the first game.
Yeah, I kind of see a little bit of all angles. I'm looking at what the others are doing. And PJ Washington is really stepping up for you guys.
Yep.
OKC has got some good pieces too. Right now, so they're still growing. Those guys are growing into being those pieces, being a 1-2 punch with Jalen Williams. Right now, it's just Shea. He probably needs more help, but I think it's more than anything, it's his size and rebound. They don't have that. They have good pieces off the bench too. But yeah, they said you don't have many guys. I think Jalen is underrated, and he's a guy that you can go to in the fourth, and he does make plays and make big baskets for them down the stretch. I just think that they're just very premature right now, and they're still growing and becoming more solidified as those two stars.
So you mentioned PJ Washington. He's knocking down his looks. That has been the sacrifice Oklahoma City's willing to make, trying to make the game as difficult on Luka and on Kyrie. Do you change that in game 4 if you're Oklahoma City and say he's going to shoot his percentage? He's going to get back to his percentage that he usually shoots.
I don't know. He's some guys have really good series. He's on a tear right now. I would adjust and change some things. I think the guys you want to leave over and the guys that are not shooting it and shooting confidently. Like he's shooting very confidently right now. So I think the scout report would be to change that a little bit. You know, you can't just let him continue to get 25 plus. I think he has more 25 plus games than Jason Tatum right now, which is unheard of. So,
well, then when it comes to, let's say, Derek Lively, a young 20-year-old, and obviously Chet Holmgren, better than Derek Lively, both having impacts in this series, and Chet can be an offensive weapon if he gets it going. What can Chet Holmgren do, one, to get his game back to where it was in the regular season? And obviously we hope it doesn't, but we know how talented he is. And then what can a guy like Derek Lively, who's having an impact, but at times he is 20 years old and a rookie in this league right now in the playoffs?
Oh, no, I think we may have lost him.
Oh, man, I should have asked it better. Maybe ask two questions in one.
Well, it was really, I thought they were both really good questions that you asked in the one question. So, like, I thought
just
they were
go into the two young guys.
Yeah, no, I understand. And
too much.
I think
he said that you're too much.
I think he cut out right at the end of the first statement, so I don't think he was quite there. I think it was just a connection situation, and we'll get back to that in just a moment. Are you concerned about Chet at all?
Yes, I am, because I think he's great.
Okay.
And so why can't
offensively
like what? I hope not. But why can't there be a game? If we had Chet Holmgren, wouldn't we go, dude, he's gonna break out of it? I know it's a different sport. Who was it last year that was it Wyatt Johnston who was pretty crappy for the Stars in the playoffs? Or was it Robertson?
Robo, yeah.
Right, and we kept going, but he's great. He's going to be great. Look how young he is. He's going to be great.
It'll happen at some point.
Yeah, and so aren't Oklahoma City fans kind of doing that with Chet, going, hey, at some point he's going to take over in this series and it's going to be an issue for the Mavs?
Yeah, maybe so, especially if they've seen him do it during the regular season and they think that he can. But, Mike, if you'd like to re-ask that question, go ahead, man.
Mr. Danny Green, I was asking about Chet Holmgren and what he can do to maybe be a better player in the series. We obviously hope he isn't. He's impacting the series. I don't want that to sound, but offensively, is there something he can do to become a major threat to the Mavericks?
Yeah, sorry I lost you guys. I don't know what happened. The phone call dropped, but I appreciate you sticking with me. But yeah, I think Chet has to do what he kind of did against New Orleans. You know, when they go bigger, he kind of stretched out. You know, Jonas Valanciunas. So you got to knock down that shot. You got to be like PJ for them, where he's taking a shot, knocking down confidently. Obviously, he's doing well protecting the rim and doing those things, rebounding. But for him, is try to stretch out guys like Gafford, Lively, and make them come out on the floor more, and maybe set more screens and getting those guys involved in pick and rolls, making them guard Kai and Luka. And then when they do, sometimes you got to mix in the role. Put more pressure on the defense, because picking and popping is easy for them to just rotate around. But when he does pick and pop, knock down a shot, but I think mix it up, roll into the basket a little more, being more forceful with. Being a lob threat and making them kind of get out on the floor a little bit more.
I believe Derek Lively is 4 of 17 in the series from the field. Obviously came up big in hacking him and making his last 4 free throws and going 8 of 12 from the line. When do you feel like a young player like Derek Lively, a rookie, feels more comfortable in these big moments?
When he makes the shots. Every shot you make, every free throw, you get you more confident, more comfortable. And, of course, when you have your stars backing you, you have guys like Kyrie telling you, just take the foul, man, take it as a compliment. You don't need to do all that and run around and run away from guys. So when you have your stars encouraging you, your leaders, and they're backing you, that makes it a lot easier to just play your game and be confident. And with each shot and with each free throw, kind of feeling like you're not letting your team down, but just building confidence and helping your team win games.
We've kind of been laughing a little bit about Derek Lively running away from Chet during that one play where they were clearly
everybody was laughing.
they were clearly trying to hack him, and they were playing tag out there, and I liked it. I was kind of curious though, if you're on Oklahoma City's side and coach has said, all right, we're going to go ahead, we've already decided this is how we're going to change the game. Are you like, hold on, that's not how I wanted to play, or are you believing, oh, we can beat this team?
Like in terms of not fouling?
Yeah.
Play them straight up 1-on-1?
Yeah.
I mean, I think most guys prefer that. But it's a tactic. And I feel like it's a tactic you have to use when in a situation. I think their situation was close. I feel like the team probably is like, let's not get in that situation. Let's make sure we beat them and winning and confident, comfortably to where we don't have to do that. But in case of emergencies, you have something to fall back on. So I think that's what we do it. Same way for just.
Well, Danny, my last question, hopefully the phone stays with us here, is what do you see happening tonight? Do you see the series being tied up at 2 or Dallas taking a 3-1 lead?
I see a series being tied up at 2. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
They had a really good 2 games. I don't know if they're gonna win 3 straight. I think Luka will have a better game. He'll have a better game. He's been hobbling back and forth. I think they are getting a little fatigued, but I feel OKC is gonna play a lot better than they did. And so both teams, I feel like a lot of teams throughout the playoffs have been kind of up and down. You just never know who's going to show up on what nights, and just in general, overall, not just the stars, but the others. I think the others will play better for them. I think you guys, others will play well. I don't know if PJ can keep up that 25-point plus. So we'll see if that happens. If he's going to have to continue to do that, Tim Hardaway, are going to have to continue to do that. If Kai is only said, and we were talking about before, I got cut off before I lost you guys, was Kai in the fourth quarter and Kawhi. I think Kai is special. He has to continue to do that, but I think he also needs to do it early in the first half, and because I think it's wearing on Luka a little bit. So, but with that being said, I think the series might be even after tonight's game. I think it might be even now. I still have Dallas winning this in 6, but I think they're going to probably tie it up 2-2 tonight.
Okay, and then my last one will be: did Denver kind of hurt Minnesota so much that they could win 4 in a row? I was in Denver. I was covering the Rangers and the Rockies, and the Denver fans were done. They were like, I can't believe it. We're going to lose to the Minnesota Timberwolves and get swept. And I was like, well, let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, people were going crazy. I thought it was wild and disrespectful, people thinking that team would get swept. I said, they might lose a series because it's a really hard hole to get out of. But Denver's going to win at least 2 games. I didn't think it'd be back-to-back, but I'm like, there's no way a defending champ is not going to win 2 games. If anybody can do it, it's Denver. I've seen them come back 3-1 before we played them in the bubble. And they had the group to win 4 straight games against anybody. Doesn't matter if it's on the road or at home. I know they lost their first 2 at home, but we've seen it plenty of times. A team has gone 0-2 and come back and won series 4-2. I think they're very capable. I don't know if they hurt their confidence that much, but they're just a really good team. People fell victim to the one game where Minnesota beat them by 30. Obviously, the first game they lost, but it was a close game. Najee Reed had a great fourth quarter. But the 30-point game is, Minnesota's so much better than them, and they're not that good. They're not the same anymore. It's like Denver probably had one of their worst games as a group, and Minnesota had a really good game as a group. And not taking anything away from them. They did play great defense, but Minnesota goes as far as Karl-Anthony Towns as well as he plays. And, some nights it's good, some nights it's great. He had a really great night. Some nights he'd have to play really great for them to win. I also think that they probably need to make some adjustments in the fourth quarter with, putting Nas on the floor instead of Rudy. But, I think the series is going to be a good one. I think it could go 7. But, Denver for sure. I said I didn't count them out. I didn't fall victim to the moment. I knew they would definitely win at least 2 games moving against sweat. But it's going to be a hard series for them to win, but they definitely can win 4 straight. But Ant seems very confident. If that team follows that confidence, I think they'll be okay, and they can stretch it to 7.
Great stuff, Danny. Really appreciate your time, man. We'll catch up with you next week.
Anytime, man. Appreciate you guys.
There he goes, Danny Green. That was Odyssey NBA insider Danny Green. Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ to the Mavs.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow at 12:20, we'll have Billy Corgan on. Yeah, that's right, the Smashing Pumpkins lead singer and a big-time sports fan has been confirming with us here.
Yeah, he's got season tickets to all the Chicago teams.
There you go.
I've heard him do a bunch of interviews, and he's very well versed on all the sports.
All of them,
Yeah.
Cubs and White Sox.
You got them all.
Yeah.
You got them all.
And the Bears and the Bulls.
Yeah, Bears.
And the Blackhawks.
Yeah, Cubs.
Yep. There you go. So we'll have that at 12:20 tomorrow.
Big guy.
And Eric Nadell will join us at 11 because, Mike, you are preparing for his event on Thursday night.
Yeah, Thursday night at the Kessler. That's all sold out. But the auction, anybody can win the auctions.
There you go.
Is there a dinner or a lunch with you? What's the deal working with you?
I do know that there is a meal.
Okay.
At I believe it's called Encina, which is half a mile from where I live, pretty much in
Which
my
is
neighborhood.
right up your alley. You're totally
which
happy
is
with
a
that.
really great
So you can
restaurant.
just stumble home afterwards?
I could. Honestly, there's times where we have a whole bunch of restaurants that me and my wife can go like, well, we know that we can just walk home.
Yeah.
We can walk home from the Kessler, but that's a little bit of a walk.
A little bit of a walk.
Yeah.
Not too much, though. This brought to you by D&M Leasing. And, guys, I do have things that I wanted to ask y'all, but y'all haven't seen Mike for a week. So I wanted to give y'all a chance. If y'all had any questions for Mike after his long tour with Bally as he was doing the baseballing, do y'all have any questions for Mike? One at a time. Y'all can raise your hands.
Did you pack enough underwear?
That's the question I wanted to know.
No,
Of course not.
No.
Did you go underwearless at all?
No.
All right.
Bought new ones?
No.
Flipped them inside out?
No.
Washed them?
Just wore
them?
Yeah.
There you
Just
go.
wore them?
Yeah, it was just the last 2 days.
Okay. It's not bad.
Is that why Dave started getting a little
packed
bit irritated?
9, but do some workouts, play some golf, whatever. So it just,
It happens. You
I tell you what, I'm going to be a much better packer. I'm learning. I'm a rookie.
You are.
But I don't need as many sports jackets.
Yes.
Then I we're on camera for 30 seconds.
Could you go into the Rangers clubhouse and be like, hey, I need some undies?
Grays. Can you get some grays?
I don't know if I could. I don't know. That's a
Some
good
of
question.
John
I
Gray's
never thought of that.
Yeah, well, no, grays. They're just the gray shorts you can wear.
I mean, former player, you
sliding
might have
shorts.
the
You can wear
end to
some
do that.
sliding
Boy,
shorts.
I tell you what, when you don't pack enough pants or whatever, which I did, but man, I'm good at spilling barbecue sauce and stuff. Like if you know that you need to keep these clean, it's impossible.
Over, dude.
But when you have 5 pair of jeans that you pack and you don't really need 5, you're like, I never spill. I could have just brought 1 pair this time. But
in the cities you were in, Oakland, and you were Kansas City too?
In Detroit.
Okay. So all the cities had at night, the games were pretty cool, right? So you could keep your jacket on.
Yeah.
But what about when you get to these cities where all of a sudden
jacket on guy?
Yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting come summertime, but
like
the tough thing for Denver, we thought it was going to be in the 70s and maybe even up to 80.
You
and
didn't have enough
beautiful.
clothes.
It was cold there, really cold. But how do you know 8 days? Like when we left for Kansas City, it was going to be 8.
Dan
we don't know.
Dan Brunoff will tell you.
He's doing biceps. There's no way that he knows 8 days from now what the temperature is going to be.
And he's only concerned about the big D. He's not concerned about Denver or
Denver's
a big D. What do you think there,
the
bro?
mid D?
That's probably the mid D.
The Rocky Ds.
The Rocky Ds.
When you have a season going like this, do you think you can hold out faith they're going to get healthy, or is this just mission impossible at this point?
Where'd this guy come from?
Already. It's gonna be a great show.
I'm honestly concerned about the health of the team.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But guys will get healthy. But you know what happens when guys get healthy?
More guys get hurt.
Other guys get hurt.
Yeah. Oh,
come on. They're never going to be healthy. Like if you're wondering what will be when Max Scherzer and Malley and Bradford and DeGrom and Evaldi, because I forgot and Dunning, like what happens when all of these guys get healthy? They're not.
I mean,
like now they might all get healthy, but then other people will get hurt.
I'm with you, man.
And so you won't really ever have the situation on, you have Dunning and Heaney and maybe even Bradford have to go to the pen because you don't have, you'll probably never have to worry about that situation.
You learning anything about the guys you're currently pitching?
Well, so far Urania has been in his 2 starts, and then he has a lot of heart, if that makes sense. Like he has some guts.
He's competitive,
and you just don't know because he's never been a Ranger.
Yeah.
So his chutzpah.
Yeah, he's got some chutzpah.
Is that guts?
Yeah, gumption.
Yeah, he has that. I think the young guys, and I'm not speaking out of turn here, Bochy said to the media, some of these young pitchers are going to have to step up. Yeah. They don't have any other options.
Yeah.
Whether it's Owen White, Jack Leiter, Latz has stepped up. Latz has done a great job as the lefty, but they're asking a lot because he's the only lefty in the pen. So, how long can he keep this going without maybe feeling fatigue and wear and tear? Cole Winn got off to a great start. He's having a little bit of a hiccup right now. I love Cole Winn as a person, but there's no other option. They don't have any other option except for these young guys for at least the next couple weeks, and if not the rest of this season. They're going to have to get some big outs. And then if they get the big outs, somebody's going to have to get a big hit.
Yeah. That's been an issue. But with the young guys, Jack Leiter, I might be making this too simplistic.
Okay.
But it seems like everybody we've talked to, Colby Lewis at the beginning of the season, when we've gotten to chat with CY, the rest of the players, it's all mental. Like they say they see it, he's got the stuff, but it's all mental with him.
The game, to me, watching him, and I'm rooting for him, but the game speeds up on him, and he says, I'm going to bulldog you right here. I'm going to throw it by you. Nope, sorry, it's the major leagues. Doesn't work. Now, if you want to Paul Skeens it, if you have 103 in the bag, which he doesn't, then do that, but you don't. So going from 95 to 97 does not affect a major league hitter at all. In fact, they're like, please throw it 97 over the middle of the plate. Watch how far I can hit it.
Yeah.
And so right now, I would say for Jack, he's going to have to take these moments. There's going to be runners on base. There's going to be moments. Can he execute slower? Can he throw the ball slower in well-located spots? And if you want to throw the ball harder, you got to set it up because they know it's already out. They all know at some point I'm going to get 96 in the upper part of the strike zone. So if you know it's going to happen, even if it doesn't happen one pitch, like, okay, fine, it's going to happen next pitch then. And then they're just taking advantage of knowing what he wants to go to. He wants to go to 96 in the zone, upper part, middle, and they're major league hitters. They're not missing that pitch.
Mike, what happened to David Robinson? Was the weather did it affect him? It looked like to me he was trying to rub up the ball. He couldn't really
He was
gripping
spikes. He was knocking his spikes out. I will say this. I will give him all the credit in the world. After the game, he said,
stood there. Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
I screwed up. I lost this game. Do not blame the weather. Do not blame any of this. I was miserable on the mound and should have been better. And to me, I think it could have been. I remember, Corey, do you remember interviewing him in spring training? And he said, I hated Chicago.
Yes.
He hated the weather. So obviously that was kind of Chicago
so he's the Troy
weather.
Aikman of baseball. He didn't like to play in the rain.
Yeah.
But he didn't go, well, it was the weather, guys, and I couldn't get a grip, and my feet were, it's a little bit muddy.
Yeah.
He just said, no, I sucked, and I need to be better, and I appreciate that it could have been those things, but instead he said, I need to be better. That was unacceptable.
How tough a time would you have had Saturday if that Mavs game had started at 8?
Oh man, that's a good question.
I guess not as bad as I thought, if that makes sense.
Not as bad as when you were a
Now,
player.
I will say this. I asked Boach, I was teasing him because he was like 5 minutes late to the dugout. And I got there right about when he got there. I was like, "You're watching the Mavs too?" And he laughed. He was like, "No, I just got out of a meeting." But I was like, "Mavs won 105-101," and he was like, "Oh, good." And he was, he's into sports. He does like sports. Yeah. So
the way this is all kind of lined up, though, it's been beneficial to you. You've been able to hang out with Nadell and Sandler and watch a little Stars action the other night. So had a good trip. I'm happy for Mike that he's back.
Yeah.
And hopefully he'll never leave us again. So we'll see how that
You're fired up today. Is that because you haven't worked in a week, or it's Mavs game day up 2-1, you think?
both. How about that? You have a lot. Like when the last time I worked, the Mavs hadn't clinched the series against the Clippers. They were still trying to win Game 6. So
you got so many takes.
Yeah. And then the Stars, obviously, we're still in battle with Las Vegas. So here we are. We're up 2-1. And who doesn't feel good after a Saturday when both teams go up 2-1? It's just the opposite. If we come in and you're down 2-1, it doesn't mean the series is over, but the feeling is we're not going to come back.
Are you as annoyed watching Lou Dort play basketball as I am?
In rugby?
I mean, I know that look, Patrick Mahomes.
Talk about one of those guys that play in the NFL.
Seriously, like if the Mavericks, you make way more money playing basketball than you do football, so he made a smart decision. But I mean, he would be a linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys right now. But he's just doing his job. I can't fault the dude for doing his job is to make life miserable on Luka Doncic, and that's what he's doing.
What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks for asking. Tune in for the Cy Young Show at 4:20.
There we go. Chris Young will be joining the show to answer all the questions that Mike didn't answer just now. All right, we'll be back tomorrow with Billy Corgan and maybe Kevin. We'll see you tomorrow on The Fan.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows. Settle in with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for joining us. One of the greatest sports weekends in DFW history is in the books. Both teams up 2-1 going into Game 4 tonight. Let's talk about them. General at your service. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. We have a purple polo with a Cowboy star on it.
How about that?
Is that the Mo Claiborne special right there?
That's a Mo Claiborne special right here. It's got a little LSU flair with a Cowboy mixture to it. So had it made. Yeah.
Little Marcus Spears, Brian Broadus, of course.
A little LSU Cowboys. A little love for both.
Looking good with the tight cut there.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Yeah.
Two fresh haircuts in here. Woolchuck.
Had to get one for Mother's Day.
Must have been a big weekend, yeah.
Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh feathering the nest. You do have Woolchuck and Chiafalo here. Nosebleed Brothers reunited.
Woo, feels so good.
And Carter back there?
Yeah, got to see it.
Carter's back there coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. How was Mother's Day for everybody? Everybody have a good time? Yeah.
It was great, man.
Make him happy.
First Mother's Day, I think we nailed it, man. Got some little buntinis, got some flowers. I think it was very good. We went, all had dinner or lunch together on Saturday because we did BetQL yesterday, so I planned the day before, which actually kind of worked out well because the crowds on Mother's Day Sunday are so crazy. And this was my mom's idea. So it's like it wasn't even me like forcing it onto the family.
She's a veteran, dude.
If that's what you want, absolutely. Let's get this thing done on Saturday. Came back, watched the Mavs kick ass. Ended up being perfect.
Yeah, what a glorious weekend it was. One of the best. You know, to go up 2-1 in both of these series after losing Game 1. Yeah. You know, it's the swing low and then like the rally from despair. You know, that I think is the best moment in sport, where you thought, oh geez, another one. There's no way these teams are going to keep losing Game 1 and rallying. Forget about that. They've done it again. And now coming up at 8:30 tonight, Mavs and Thunder. I don't think I've been this fired up about a basketball game since 2021, since they were playing the Warriors. The question here for you, can you trust them now, even if Luka's still hobbled? They've won 2 in a row with super hobbled Luka. Have they built a way around this?
Well, you've banked on a guy like PJ Washington really rising to the occasion and playing like the best version of himself, knocking down the corner 3 at a rapid rate, something he could not do. I mean, it was like something that we were hugely concerned about, especially with the loss of Kleba. Who's going to be the guy that can knock down the open shots that you're going to get? And OKC's going to give you that corner 3. We knew it coming in, and that has proven true, and he's been able to knock that down. So can PJ Washington continue what he's doing? And can Kyrie go from being a guy who hasn't been doing the consistent scoring now in big moments, and in the fourth quarter he's like, hey, 3 possessions in a row, we're up 3, I'll put us up 9 here in the blink of an eye because I can be a stud like that. But can you get maybe more consistent scoring out of Kyrie, especially if PJ Washington's not going to be the super beast that he is? But that's a huge question. I'm like, is Luka, how hurt is he, and is this just what we're going to get from him? And every game you're going to be depending on a PJ Washington or somebody else to do some heavy lifting offensively. I'm hoping we can still get another game or 2 out of Luka that looks closer to the version of himself that we're used to seeing, but I do think he's pretty dang hobbled. I got to go to the game on Saturday, and you can just see, like, when he doesn't have to get moving, when he doesn't have to get back on defense, he's looking at every opportunity to just stand there.
Yeah, you know, it was Hardaway in Game 2 with 19. Washington was massive. I like Washington initiating offense a little bit more to take that pressure off of Luka. But yeah, I think you said it best. You're going to need somebody to step up and have an unordinary type of game.
And especially with the way OKC's playing you. They're like, dude, when Luka's got the ball or when Kyrie's got the ball, we're not going to let them do something. So PJ Washington, you have to take advantage of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander being the defender on you, or Josh Giddey being the defender on you. You got to take advantage of those guys.
And the mid-range game for PJ's been really, really strong lately.
That floater.
Yeah, beautiful. If he can hit that, because like the three's been huge, but all of a sudden it's like, because you're right, they're daring the Mavs role players to try and take it to the rim. And if PJ's going to hit that consistently, then I am confident. PJ can be your third scorer that we've been begging. It's still frustrating to me that Dante Exum has just not gotten going this postseason, because he went through a stretch. Like, we were arguing, is he the third most important player before the trade?
The connector. There was a time.
If you can find a way to get Dante Exum going.
They're just not
playing
him.
Because he stunk. He doesn't deserve minutes right now.
Exactly.
The 5 minutes of basketball that involved Exum and Josh Green on the court together without Luka.
ugly.
as frustrating about. I'm like, what we might as well be playing with 3.
Right, and Jason Kidd knows it, and that's why he's not giving Exum those minutes. But I think you're still going to get another THJ game. I think maybe you could even still get a Derrick Jones Jr. game where he's able to just get you in double figures.
Yeah.
And you'd love that. Like if you could just get 10 to 13 points from Derrick Jones Jr., that helps.
But he wasn't great the other day.
He wasn't great the other day, but that's why like one of these games, all of a sudden, he just gives you one. That's all it is. You need to win 2 more. Just have somebody else pop up because you're right. I'm not sure what we're going to get from Luka, but the fact that Kyrie, you win, he gets 9 points, gets 22 the other night. I think Kyrie's been doing all the little things. But if you need him to take over offensively, I still think he's kind of been saving that in this series.
Yeah, they got out-scrapped big time in game 1. It was loose balls. It was offensive rebounds. But since then, they've had 11 more rebounds per game in games 2 and 3. And I just think that's a commitment to getting to all the loose balls and making sure we're boxing out, not giving them any second chances. Because if you don't do that against a tall, athletic team, they're going to beat you to those second chance balls again and again and again. And I hope that is a formula, that is replicatable. Even because I don't think we're going to get Luka back to 100%.
Not at all. No.
This isn't something you can take a couple of days off, or even as we just learned 4 days off. It was almost like it made it worse going into game 1.
Yeah, talking to some folks over there, the thing that they're going to focus on tonight, they just need to make the Thunder continue to take tough shots. That's what they're banking on right now. Make them take as many shots, and they'll be a little bit more decisive. Make some better decisions in the paint. When they take the ball into the paint, there, the turnovers and stuff have been a factor. But the thing they're really, really focusing on is keep making the Thunder take tough shots in this game. They feel like they got a really good shot if they can continue to do that.
But Washington had success against the Thunder in the regular season as well in their one matchup, didn't he? I think this is his moment to maybe break out, build a little bit more of a name for himself. And that's what I'm going to first quarter. I'm going to Washington more first quarter. I'm going to Kyrie Irving. He said it after the game Saturday. He said, one of my coaches just told me I waited too long. Ends up with 22 points. We need that to be 32 points.
Right. Right.
And if Luka's threes are falling or if he's getting to the rim and finishing, you take that as extra. We're really going to get it done. But you got to look at Kyrie and Washington, I think, to try to carry this mail.
I'll tell you what, though, in this series, though, you need to find a way to get Lively going, because before then he'd been really good around the rim, and now he's been struggling really the last 2-3 games.
Well, I love that you brought him up because I kind of think game 3 he's starting to look a little bit more comfortable.
That's what I was worried about.
A feel for picking his spots, how to handle the size. with Holmgren and company inside now.
No, he was much better in round 1, and now against Oklahoma City there were some struggles. If you could get him going back, the fact that he's actually making free throws too, that's something that's really important with what's going on, because clearly they have a plan to try and foul him and make him have to play on the line.
They went to that move quick.
Yeah, but he was able to knock down. I think he knocked down 8 of 12,
and he was plus 16 on the floor. So Lively was certainly your best big in game 3.
Yep.
The Stars-Avs game 3 Saturday night. What was most impressive? Stankoven, Sagan, something else?
Otter, I thought, was fantastic. Yeah, I mean, Stankoven was great. Brian and I, we were talking pre-show. Dodonov was absolutely brilliant. That pass, that feed that he had over to Sagan. But to me, it was like the Stars, they were not the best team for the first 2 periods, yet they come away with the lead. It was actually fascinating. I didn't realize this. I was reading post-game. Stars have led every single minute of this series. The only time Colorado has led was when they scored the game winner in overtime to steal game 1.
Right.
Otherwise, even with the Stars, I mean, they had to weather the storm. The ice was tilted in Colorado's favor. They were peppering Otter early. Stars find a way to be up 1-0 after the end of the first period. I'm like, hell yeah, you take that. They carry that over into the second. And then they finally played fantastic defense in the third. I mean, the third period had just been an absolute Colorado dominance in the first 2 games. Tanev was great. I mean, we've talked about what Miro has been able to do. Harley was fantastic. Lundqvist having to play some more minutes and not just being absolutely god-awful, even though he did get that penalty.
He did get
but that was big, right? Because it's saving some guys a little bit of breathers here and there. But, yeah, it was great to see Stanky get those 2 goals, the youngster.
Stanky.
And this is last day that Wyatt Johnston's 20 years old. He turns 21 tomorrow. So he needs to get a couple of goals so we can move up that 20-year-old goal chart there.
Yeah, this is his last chance to do that.
I think a hat trick tonight for Wyatt. What do you think?
And then you close it down with a little victory beer.
Let's go.
Book it. The Stars are now 3-1 on the road this postseason, looking for 4-1 tonight. The defense, the penalty killing, Ottinger.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll tell you that
winning this thing in 5 is possible. Sorry, Brian.
No problem at all. I just would have jumped in on you there. I tell you the thing that I've noticed, though, they've done the Stars have done a really good job of the Colorado shots that he's seen of clearing the front of the net. You know, it seems like to me that Otter has been able to see a lot of pucks, and that's really important. And this time of year, everybody likes to crowd the front of that goal and get those deflections and stuff. Dallas, I think, has done a pretty good job of keeping the line of sight between him and the shooter, and him able to see those pucks. He's been able to play with the blocker, the glove side. He's played some with the body, the shoulder as well. As long as he can see those pucks, I think that's where Otter's at his absolute best.
Incredible weekend of sport, though, to see those two teams go up 2-1. Still a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
But, man, this has been a really exciting postseason. The T-Wolves and Nuggets are now tied at 2 again. I mean, the Anthony Edwards show turned into the Jokic show. And, you know, either one of those teams, if you advance, is going to be all you can handle. But I feel very confidently
Can't
now.
win at home.
You can compare the Mavs and the Stars to any of the top teams.
Yeah.
You know?
You can.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
Yesterday, Eric and I were doing BetQL, and our producer, Zach Kroll, on that show asked us, like, out of the 4 teams that have 2 teams in the postseason, Denver, the Mavs, Dallas, Boston, and then New York, which city has the best chance to get 2 to the finals and win a championship? I think it is Dallas, right? When you look at it, it probably is Dallas.
Yeah, to get 2 of them, for sure. For sure. With the way it's looking right now. I mean, like with Boston, like you would think Boston would be one of those cities that could pull that off, but I mean, they lose again to the Panthers.
Bruins look screwed.
Yeah, and then with
Knicks
the Celtics, it's hard to know if the Celtics will get to the finals, but will they actually win it? I don't know.
Rick Carlisle's
the New
gonna
York
have something to say
Rangers,
about that, baby. Let's go.
Rangers probably got a decent chance.
The Rangers are good.
I saw a story. It'd be great to talk with Rick after this, maybe after the season or something, Brian. But the word is they've made quite the defensive adjustment on Jalen Brunson. It shut down their offense in New York, but he's hurt.
He's hurt too.
He's out.
So they're all New York's banged up too.
Yeah, they're
That's
really
a banged up team.
I mean, that's Tom Thibodeau at his finest right there. It's just everybody's going to play as much as humanly possible.
Style at some point, right?
Yeah, but
it always happens to him.
He's the anti-load management guy, and for that, we applaud you.
Rangers only 2 games over 500. Speaking of just absolutely decimated teams, swept by Colorado. That's the lowest point you've seen for this baseball team of the year. Obviously, last year in September, as they were stumbling down the stretch, you had lower lows than that, but that sucked. CY's coming up at 420. You know, I think at this point, you're holding your breath and hoping for the best. But now the injuries have crossed over into a point with this Evan Carter stuff where it's comical. It could be tragic, and it very well could prevent them from defending their World Series championship. That's the reality I'm preparing myself for. I think after this series here, you might not be 500 again until the second half of the season.
I think you just try and weather the storm as much as you can right now. It's certainly a gut punch to get that sweep in Colorado. You should have been able to take advantage of some fantastic pitching.
That's what I'm saying.
Your offense was non-existent.
That's the thing about it is you're relying so much on guys that, coming out of training camp, you weren't thinking about some of these guys pitching. And they've done a great job of holding things together, and you're wasting opportunities. We all thought that the bats were going to be the thing to carry this team. It's just they don't work counts. They just go up there. I mean, there was 5th, 6th, 7th inning yesterday. It was the Colorado pitchers were completely comfortable throwing 6, 7 pitches an inning because first pitch swing, okay, there's a ground out. And give Colorado some credit too. They got some timely hits. Their defense was outstanding in this series. But
the Rangers.
But you wasted 3 really good pitching opportunities in that series.
They sure did. But I mean, I'm just hopeful that this is similar to what we saw limping into the All-Star break last year. Now, certainly these injuries are more than I can remember when it comes to the Rangers, but you're still in a good position. You're just a half game back of the Mariners now for first place. You got a winning record despite all the adversity they've faced. It's a long season. You got 120 games left. And right now, they're doing what they need to do to make sure the Mavs and the Stars can win. All right, they're taking the L's.
Oh,
the
I
Mavs
see
and the Stars, can go ahead and get out. Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. They're just balancing things out. We can't have all nice things here in DFW Sports. So the Rangers are in a bit of a rut. Eventually, Adolis is in his slump right now. He'll get out of it. It's going to be okay. Just be positive.
It is really cool. They are so dang talented. They could take all these injuries. I think it's a historic level of injuries and still be 2 games over 500. I just think that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, the Carter news is tough.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Okay, so we'll talk with CY about that at 4:20. And again, stress fracture in his back in 2021, did not play this weekend. Maybe he'll roll out of it, but still, Can't hit lefties when he does. I mean, that's just.
They can't hit lefties to begin with.
Period.
This
It's
team.
contagious
It's really
right now.
weird what's going on.
Bucks are making Antoine Winfield the NFL's highest paid defensive back, 4 years and like $81 million. Congrats to him. We'll have more on that story coming up. NFL News Today with Wolchuk at 3:00. Bronny has been medically cleared to play in the NBA. They had the draft lottery over the weekend. The Hawks won that and have the number one pick, I think, for the first time in franchise history. But Bronny's getting his pre-draft stuff out of the way, and he got cleared. And we have NFL schedule news. The Chiefs are going to open up against the Ravens for the season opener. Brian, what else have you been managed to uncover on that story?
On the Cowboys schedule and stuff like that.
NFL schedule.
Oh yeah, I've got an idea of what this was, how this is going to work out. So I'm thinking maybe in Krusty's corner, I'll give it a go. How about that? We'll see what we can do.
Brian's going to take a go at the Cowboys schedule.
Yes,
coming
he's
up
going to have a go.
Brian's gonna have a go.
30 minutes from a go.
I'm going to take a go at it and see what happens here. But like I say, we might get the Cleveland announcement today of when the Cleveland Dallas game is. So that'll if it's what I think it's going to be, then like I say, that my schedule thing could be right. But if it's completely different, then again, this thing's thrown off. But I'll read you through what I think this thing might be.
It's like a game of Price is Right when you ask the announcer, man, do we have at least one game right?
Yeah, do we have
And
at
it
least
goes,
one game?
ding.
If I think the one I know for sure is the Houston and Dallas on Thanksgiving.
What's going to make you feel good and proud about yourself? If you nail 5 of these things, if you nail 8 of them, are you trying to go for the gusto?
Bro,
you better get all of them.
I'm trying to get all of them.
If he
here.
misses
respect.
one, we're making fun of him.
Yeah.
17 for 17.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see if we can do it. I'll give you
100%.
the times and the networks they're going to be on too.
Oh, look at our guy, Times and Networks.
How about that?
That's in 30 minutes.
So you guys stay quiet during that segment. I don't need a bunch of
bite down over
a bunch of messing around.
go
with
after
you two
yourself.
clowns.
We'll be at Southern Leisure on Wednesday. Come get your fan hats and T-shirts, exclusive, limited edition items. They'll be available there. Flower Mound Wednesday, starting at 2:00 here in the nation. Little hodgepodge next, Chief?
Yes, sir. Next here in the nation, my parenting has come into question.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Hodgepodge with the Chief. Segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for that free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. Okay, 877-881-1053. Over the weekend, I got to go to my buddy's ranch house, and it's a nice little place where the kids can run around, really be outside, and get into a little bit more of a country way of doing things. You're riding on the mule, you're cruising through, you're seeing different types of animals. We're putting deer corn in the feeders, and apparently one of the things that they do out there on the land that they have is they're trying to save the turkeys and the raccoon problem that they're having, where the raccoons are eating the turkey eggs before they can hatch.
Okay.
And so apparently the turkey is like the lowest on the totem pole. It's a bit of a nervous bird because everything's after them. And so you have like a mama turkey has like 11 eggs or whatever, and only a couple of those are going to make it to even see the light of day for the most part, because everything's just on the attack. So
we all love turkey.
Everybody loves turkey.
Everybody loves turkey. Any time of year. Thanksgiving, turkey.
No, there's a lot of turkey haters out there.
I've never met anybody that's a turkey hater. Who's a turkey hater?
There's plenty of people that are like, no, I'm ham only on Thanksgiving. Turkey's dry, whatever.
Bleep these people.
I'm a turkey guy for sure.
Love turkey.
I know Broadus isn't a geese guy or a goose guy.
No, goose, geese.
We're all turkey men up in here.
Never eaten a goose.
So one of the things that we had to do was we cruised around, and my buddy was putting Captain Crunch into these little raccoon traps. And so they'll go in there at night, and they'll stick their hand in this thing to get out, which is like a very human-like hand. They stick it into the trap. They think they're getting the Captain Crunch. Obviously, they love that. They get stuck. Now, they're not hurt. They're stuck.
Okay.
And then you got to go eradicate that.
Wow.
Right?
How do you eradicate that?
You take that thing out to pasture. You're already at the pasture.
Okay.
It's boom, right here, right now.
Okay.
So
you take it away and let it try and find its way home?
No. You end this sucker's life.
Oh, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Out to the pasture.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know if you took it a little further and then
let him free.
Yeah, let him free.
No. That's not the way my boy and the way that they run this particular grounds. So this is not anything familiar to me at all. I haven't done hunting. I don't do hunting. I don't know.
What was the execution method?
Shotgun.
Okay. Wow.
So we set it up the night before. Next day we go out there and we see how many of these actually got a raccoon. Where at the time only one of like the 6 different
the girls
spots.
Walking around for this?
Yeah. So I got my kids. That's the thing.
No.
So here's where the questioning comes in, and I'm filled with a little bit of regret.
You're so bad.
But the next day we find there's one raccoon that's out there. So this guy's got to go. So my buddy's all right, we're going to have to go back. I'm going to have to get my shotgun. So anyways, we go back. We're chilling. He's not in a rush. Like this little raccoon, he's not hurt at the moment. He's just stuck in this thing. So my buddy is just, we're kind of doing whatever. Our wives go and have a little Mother's Day outing together. So we're just there with all the kids. He's got 3 kids. I got 3 kids. We both got 2 young babies as well. So we're all there just chilling in the house. He's like, all right, I'm about to go out and take care of this raccoon. And my oldest daughter, Maya, is like, I want to go. And I'm like, well, hey, here's the situation.
They're going to kill the animal.
Yeah, this is going to get a little bit crazy here. I don't know that you should go do that. And she's like, I really want to go. I'm like, you know what? Okay, like I really trust my friend, like in a huge way. Gosh. I'm like, listen, okay, if you want to go, Sam, go ahead. Now his kids are used to this. Sure. He's got a 4-year-old, he's got a 7-year-old, and they've seen these things. They're like, we don't want to go. They just wanted to stay and play at the house. So I'm like, okay, I'll stay here and watch the kids. Maya, you can go. Well, then my 3-year-old is like, well, if Maya's going, I want to go.
I'm
like, oh,
it's a family affair. We're all going, baby. Let's do it.
So my kids leave and they come back like 20 minutes later, and they're different people. Now
did he wipe like blood on their face and all that?
Well, they had to take a bite out of the heart.
The raccoon was
the liver.
He was bleeding out of his ear, and then and my buddies they were asking a lot of questions about this. I'm like, yes, of course, but they've actually they've handled it extremely well. Like they haven't circled back. There was no nightmares. I'm like, we'll see what the nightmare situation looks like when we wake up tomorrow morning. I always ask, did you have sweet dreams last night? And they'll tell me if they didn't. Maybe it's a werewolf or something in the dream. But we have had no raccoon nightmares. They have not circled back and been bringing it up. They haven't been I'm pretty impressed with the way these girls have handled it. Now I don't know how this manifests itself a decade from now or whatever. Maybe they were just young enough to where the naivety is enough to where they almost forget it. I don't know. But my wife, who wasn't there to help make the decision, came back and was pissed. And when I told my parents yesterday at Mother's Day, they were just like, okay. You could tell they were
dumbfounded,
a little bit perturbed as to why you would make that decision.
I would have done the same thing though. In your defense, it's why not?
I kind of want you guys to experience some things.
You know what I mean?
Girls.
They're young girls.
I got a young girl, and you know what? I want her going out there and seeing this.
His friend is whacking a raccoon in front of him, man. Like shotgun blast.
We're growing some tough son of bees over here.
Hey, when we go to the ranch, we're doing it life a little bit different. You guys are gonna be outside constantly. There is no electronics. You guys are gonna get your hands dirty a little bit. Okay. You might see some animals. I don't know. We're gonna.
Building
it's a different way of doing things.
Gathering eggs.
Yeah, we're gonna toast some mallows together. It's gonna get fun that way.
Yeah.
But
I think this just goes to learned norms, right? And for the country family, this is how you operate on a ranch. And ranch life is tough. And you get a very matter-of-fact introduction to the circle of life. It's basically what you're introduced to there. A lot of little kids don't even know their parents are going to pass away at some point, right? So that can be like an important life lesson that starts to expose you to that. I don't think you can say the farm way of life is wrong. It's just different.
Not at all. Yeah, for sure.
Country strong is real.
But when you just get sort of tossed into it, I guess, from my parents and my wife's perspective was
blast.
Hey, this was, that's a pretty jarring thing. But
Did you get an ear protection?
There really wasn't much that went into
country life, man.
It was just y'all stand right there and then try not to get sprayed by the blood.
Watch the raccoon eat some hot lead in its side and then go about 10 feet further than where it's standing.
The other part too is it just gets tossed into this little pond situation. So that's how they see.
There's no honor here.
So it's still tossable after the shotgun blast?
Oh yeah, turtle food now, right?
Wow. It's like, is he drowning? Those are the type of questions they're asking.
Circle of life.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been questioned. The fan text is actually making me feel a little bit better about this. Broad certainly not,
bro. Well, Brian, come on. We're not whatever.
It's young girls.
Yeah, well, we actually have girls. Boy, dad over there. I want my girl to grow up and see these things.
Oh, yeah, you want her to do? I can't wait.
I'm okay.
I cannot wait.
Let's toughen her up a little bit.
I can't wait till you're. I think Eric's wife had the right idea in this whole thing, and even the family.
She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
We'll get more out of Krusty's pie hole coming up here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, watch Rocky.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna watch Broadus give it a go with the schedule.
Yeah, watch Rocky the raccoon eat hot lead right in the side, knock him about 20 feet away.
Well, lead was involved in it. Come on now.
Why is he flinching so? Why is he still shaking? Whoa, what's all that about?
Bleeding? He'll run away from a goose again, Brian.
Oh, and you're gonna throw him in the water? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have done that one either, Eric.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the end of the world, though. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How'd your Monday go?
Lucius, you grew up in the country, right?
100%. You know, we got a country family. My dad's side of the family is from Tulsa, Oklahoma. A bunch of black cowboys, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Trail rides.
Okay.
You know, fish fries.
Yeah.
You know, that type of thing. Yeah. We cleaning up horse pens and whatnot.
Sure.
Baling hay. Yeah, man. I lived that life. What you should have did for those girls, though, kept those raccoons and make those girls a nice little coon hat.
Coon hat.
Oh, like, where'd this come from?
Yeah.
You remember that murder you seen?
Daddy, look.
Yeah.
A little memoir forever.
There you go.
Little Davy Crockett vibe. I like that.
Yeah. Let's see here. Our winner so far of G-Bag of the Day is former WFAN radio host Joe B.
Joe B.
Joe B is having a little technical difficulties during his podcast. He kicks his 2 cats out of the room, and he had to get his old lady to come help. And that's OLE. That's no disrespect.
Just a tremendous job.
This is.
This thing, of course this would happen.
Course.
Come on, baby. Come on. Gotta come up. Let's go. God.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's Iggy. Well, Dante's by the window. Let me get
God.
Yeah.
Come on, Iggy.
Thing, and then stop recording.
No, it didn't.
Why does this thing pop up like that? Where it covers the whole screen.
I don't know. Sometimes we get these pop-ups. Come on, Bubby. Come on.
There's no reason for it.
No reason.
I can't take it.
Can't take it.
Come on.
Unbelievable.
A fur ball.
I gotta
now.
do this again.
All right, hold on. Cancel. All right, it's going.
All right, we're back. We had a little glitch here, so we want to apologize for everybody. But Ingo, the Yoda Pain podcast. So let's get back to where we were. We're talking about Embiid and how overrated he is.
How overrated he is.
I love that ending, bro. That topic is amazing. Talking about Embiid and how overrated he is. Caller, what do you have to say?
Gosh, what a tease. I'm on the edge of my seat now. Cliffhanger, Lucius.
Oh, all right. Let's see what we got right here. This is not one, but did you guys hear this?
Thunder gets 6. A lot of that's physicality. Dallas gets 91 shots up. Oklahoma City gets 81. Oklahoma City's.
So good, dude. Bob Myers.
Oklahoma City. Oklahoma.
It's like the old South Park.
Yeah.
The City Walk.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The City Walk. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Let's see what else we have here. Colin Cowherd. He's not a fan of the backwards hat by J.J. Redick.
Oh.
Yeah, we got backwards hat.
This is a thing for him.
He used to
isn't
get
it?
Romo with this. big
Yeah,
time.
he doesn't like the backwards hat.
Nah, he doesn't like it. I'm glad
He
it
doesn't
came.
like the Dougie. He doesn't like a lot of stuff.
Nah, he doesn't like anything.
Himself.
He's a crusty before crusty. Yeah,
You better tuck your shirt in and have a 9-to-5 haircut, or you're bad news, Cowherd.
Let me see your nails.
You're a tearful quarterback. Yeah.
Just my opinion.
Backward hat for J.J.
You're going to open with that. Reddick's got an interesting look. Collared shirt, backwards hat, tatted up arms.
I didn't hear a word LeBron said. I couldn't stop staring at the hat. J.J. Redick's going for NBA head coaching jobs. He looks like a guy that's going to move my couch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Didn't like it.
Oh.
I would tell J.J. to his face, I'm like, dude, you're going to be an executive in this league. You're going to be a high-level executive or coach. Well, whatever. You guys can go ahead and push back on that stuff. I didn't like it. It's my opinion, my show.
Yeah.
Our show.
Our show.
I don't like that look at all. You are going to be an NBA coach. He's one of the most cerebral guys in the world talking basketball. Literally, he's so layered beyond. He's like he's Christopher Nolan in Hollywood. He is directing at a different level. J.J. Redick is talking basketball at a different level. And look at this guy.
So, you know what this take has done for me? I almost will never wear my hat backwards because I know that you've said this take.
Yeah, and I'll see you and I'll tell bosses. I don't think he's it.
Yeah.
He's not that guy.
But if you want somebody to clean out your garage, hire him.
So ridiculous.
I love it, Dub.
As a backwards hat guy, I think Colin might be right, actually, now that I think about it.
I wouldn't hire myself.
Yesterday was church day. I hope you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastor, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Reverend Ike. Oh, yes, Reverend Ike. Yeah, I'll be on that Reverend Ike stock. I sure do. All right, let's win. I waited a whole week for this one right here. It didn't give me what I wanted it to give me, but I did wait around. I knew at some point that Kendrick Lamar and Drake beef was gonna pop up in the church. Here we go.
We're not your average church. We have a flow that's a little different. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Cause they not like us. They not like us. They not like us. I said they not like us. 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 Why? We're blood bought, spirit filled, water walking, faith talking, dangerous. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Blood bought, spirit filled, water walking, faith talking, dangerous. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
That's good.
It's really good.
I'll be singing that all day.
It's all right. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Strong.
I wanted some pastor to give me some bars a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Give me some allegories and things like that to kind of fit into it.
But that chorus.
I think the Catholic priests are reciting a bunch of those Drake rebuttals.
Yeah, they're staying away from that right now. Let's see what else we have right here. Oh, there's a keyboard player. Broadus' favorite part of the church.
I love the keyboard player.
Organ guys and the keyboard guys.
Yeah.
Pastor was not feeling the vibes coming off that keyboard, though.
If you guys could play a sadder song on the piano, that would be great. I don't know if you're battling depression right now, but if you could not take it out on the keyboard, that would be awesome. 2 Corinthians 9 sounds like the closing credits music to Friday the 13th. Who's playing that? All right, better. See, I'm gonna fling myself off the balcony.
Whoa.
You know, I flew through the night and didn't sleep, so if you could play something that doesn't make me want to bash myself in the head with a chair, it'd be great.
Wow.
2 Corinthians chapter, but in all seriousness, you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
2 Corinthians.
Wow, you're doing a great job.
Yeah, he was rolling, bro.
He was rolling.
He was on a roll. Probably still has some of that vodka on his breath when you get close to preacher. Where were you at last night, preacher? You sure was in a groove today.
Yeah, that's good, man. If church was that entertaining, I think I'd find myself there a little more often. Both of them. My pastor marveled growing up as a kid. He could get it done, though. His face would turn beet red. He'd be hollering. Sweat. He's getting into it. Yeah. I had one of those. Yeah. Like, holy cow, he's about to pop
screaming at you.
I was locked in. Pastor Marvel got rolling. All right, let's vote. WFAN radio host Joey B. Colin Cowherd failed with another backwards hat take. Kendrick Lamar Drake feud goes to church. Keyboard players taken to task by the pastor there. That is your church combo platter. I'll go with Cowherd just for the tragic comedy there involved. Chief, how about you?
I'll rock with the champ.
Lucius?
Yeah, I'm going with the champ as well. And I forgot to tell you, there's turkey hunting out there in Burleson.
Okay.
Yeah, you can just go out there, Burleson, turkey hunt. Bring home the turkey bacon for the family.
Ooh, love turkey.
It always looks fun on those hunting shows when they do it with the bow
and arrow.
That's cool, man. Yeah. There's a Tolo that follows us. His kid does bow hunting.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the kid is in elementary school, it looks like.
That's
Start them young. End up in the Olympics.
I want to do some of that bow hunting for the alligator gar, too, off the boat.
Oh, that'd be badass.
The angle, you have to
water. That's tough. It's not easy.
Then you got to beat it unconscious to put it on the
there you
bow.
go.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's scary stuff, actually.
That was graphic.
Yeah.
Bully?
I think I'll go with the Kendrick Lamar Drake feud.
I'm Kendrick Lamar.
We're tied at 1, Brian.
Joe beat.
By a score of 2-1, and still your G-Bag Today champion. It's the WFAN host, Joey B. Yeah, that's what it sounded like when all of our parents were trying to get hooked up with the internet in the late 90s.
What's going on?
Oh, geez, what's going on here? Well, okay, Brian, where are we going next, bud?
All right, I'm going to give this thing a crack. I'm going to try and do the schedule for the 2024 Cowboys. We'll do that next.
Coming up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. NFL News of the Day coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king himself, Brian.
Thank you very much. I've been kind of checking on Twitter here the last couple of hours just to see if any other schedule announcements have been made. We've only heard the opening day ones. There was whispers that maybe that we would get the Dallas-Cleveland game today as a leak. But I haven't seen that. So here we go. We're going to try and predict this Dallas Cowboys schedule. We're going to start the season here on September 8th. In week 1, it's going to be a night game. It's going to be a Sunday night game at the Giants like this last season. So Giants, NBC, away, 8:20. Well, I'm going to do all these Eastern times. I'll do them all Eastern times. I don't know why I'm doing them Eastern times. Should do them Central, right?
We are Central.
So do Central, yeah.
I love the Central time.
This is, but
even though you don't want us to speak.
If I could choose, I would probably live in the Mountain Time, though.
I like what you're doing.
Mountain's fun.
September 8th, like I said, 7:20 Giants, NBC. Week 2, September 15th, 3:25 at home against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's going to be on Fox.
Haven't we gotten annoyed, like, starting with the Giants?
I think it's getting tired and old, but, I guess.
I mean, you start 1-0. You start 1-0. That's nice.
Yeah. Tampa Bay, like I said, week 2, September 15th, 3:25. That's going to be a home game. Week 3, September 22nd. This is going to be a noon game against the Atlanta Falcons on Fox. That's going to be away. So you got the Falcons, noon, September 22nd, week 3, away.
Damn, that's good for
the
Kirk
first
Cousins.
time in a while. I think you got to be worried about this game a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. They got some talent there.
The
for
last
sure.
time you played them at noon was the watermelon kick game.
Penix can sling it, man.
Week 4, it's going to be a Monday night game, September 30th at 7:15 against the Baltimore Ravens. ESPN, that's a home game.
No, they
Monday
can watch
night.
Lamar Jackson just kick our ass again.
As long as they don't bring back, who was it, LaRon McClain?
Yeah,
the final.
Just run right through us.
Oh, and Willis McGahee. He was both of them.
Both of them.
Back to back.
Couple of them.
Was in attendance that day. That was just so depressing.
That's week 4, Monday night, 7:15 against the Ravens.
Okay, so how do we start the season here, boys? Are we
Giants, Bucks, Falcons, Ravens?
Okay.
Sounds like a hot start, 3-1 to me.
Probably a 3-1 start
Maybe
there,
2-2.
Chuck. Come out of the gates hot.
Week 5, another home game, October 6th, 3:25 against the Cincinnati Bengals. That game's going to be on CBS.
Wow, Joe Burrow on a short week.
Maybe. You never know with Joe.
That's true.
You love him, but you never know.
Never know.
2-3.
Week 6, Sunday night game, another home game, October 13th against the Philadelphia Eagles, NBC.
Wow, three home games in a row.
3 home games in a row.
Gosh.
Probably go undefeated in that
Can't
stretch.
wait. I hope so.
Week 7 is going to be the bye for your Dallas Cowboys.
Was that October, like late October?
October 20th, that would be.
Okay.
Week 8, October 27th at a noon game. That would be away at Carolina on Fox, is what that one would be.
Oh, yeah. There's a Dubsky.
Week 9, November 3rd, 3:25 away, Pittsburgh Steelers, CBS.
Yeah, it's a pretty good time to go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Probably weather will be like just getting pretty chilly,
Started
but
getting
no
yeah.
snow.
Hopefully it won't be too terrible for your football team.
Are they a threat in the AFC this year?
No.
They've
in terms of like win the conference, I don't think so.
Or
Unless Justin Fields
they're
is
in the
that good.
toughest division in football.
Well, you
But they
got
seem to always make the
Russell Wilson
playoffs.
there right now, right?
Yeah,
At
Russell
Pittsburgh?
Wilson.
Yeah, that's we'll see how well.
Still don't
Russ,
think their quarterback plays great, but hey, you never know.
see how Russ is playing at that particular time. They got our guy from Chicago as well too there, right?
Yeah, Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. Week 10, you get the Giants on a return at home. That's November 10th, 3:25 against the Giants. That's on Fox. Week 11 be November 17th, another 3:25 game against the Commanders. That's Fox, and that's away. So
Is that right before Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Sunday before?
that is you've got actually two. You got another Sunday
week?
before- yeah, you
Okay.
got another week.
How's their rookie quarterback going to do this year, Brian? Is he a Rookie of the Year candidate in your
I'll
mind?
tell you what, I love the kid.
I think Daniel's gonna be a problem.
I'll tell you what, and they've got a lot of skill people there as well. That when you look at the receivers, the tight ends, they got a legitimate running back. They get that offensive line going the right way. And we'll see what Dan does with the defense. Their defense really let them down last year.
Yeah.
But their skill guys are good players. So that's week 11, November 17th, 325 against the Commanders. On you mentioned the week before Thanksgiving. Week 12, Sunday, November 24th, another 325 game against the Saints.
Ooh.
This one's going to be at home on Fox.
That's nice.
Your week 13 Thanksgiving game will be Thursday the 28th, 325 against the Houston Texans.
Texans, Cowboys, Thanksgiving.
Yes.
That's going to be big.
I like that.
Fox has got that game this year, and that'll be, like we said, a home game as it always is. Week 14, you're going to go back to another Thursday night game after playing Thanksgiving Thursday. You're going to play the Detroit Lions on Thursday, December 5th at 7:15. That's going to be an Amazon game. Amazon.
Yeah, like the Seattle game last year. That's what they've started doing with the Cowboys. They play that Thursday after Thanksgiving.
Yep. It's going to be when your Amazon game.
That's in Detroit?
Home.
Home.
So you get 3 straight homes again.
So
on
two
that.
different stints of 3 straight home games.
There you go. On you get that little mini bye after the Detroit game, week 15, December 15th. You have the 325 against the San Francisco 49ers. That's going to be away. So you go to San Francisco for week 15, December 15th. That's 325. That's a Fox game away. Week 16, Sunday, December 22nd. It's going to be a noon game against the Cleveland Browns on CBS. That's an away game as well. So you go San Francisco, then come back and play the Browns. That'd be 2 physical games.
It's going to be a tough game.
Back to back in December, what you're talking about there.
That could be a gross weather game, too.
Could be a very gross weather game. On week 17, it's going to be December 29th, 325. A lot of 325 games for this football team this year. Washington Commanders on Fox. That's at home. And then the final game on week 18, Sunday, January 5th, 7:20 p.m., Philadelphia Eagles, NBC. That's a game that could be flexed.
Could be flexed. Is that the only Sunday night game? I know you had a Monday night against Baltimore.
There's an Eagles Sunday night game.
There's 2.
That was the finale.
Both
of them?
Both Eagles games will be Sunday night games on. So both those
I've
games.
never done that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, but that's my run at these schedule. I'm taking a shot that maybe that Eagles game will mean something.
I think so.
Maybe it means something for the division, and they might keep it at night. So
They usually have way more Sunday night games. That's surprising.
that is my crack at the NFL schedule this season. We'll see. It comes out Wednesday.
We'll see. Hopefully, you're not butt cracking us.
No, I'm hopefully I kind of gave this a little bit of some thought here.
No cracks.
We'll see how it all plays out.
If you nail this, what are we thinking here, guys? Bet immunity? If Broadus nails the schedule 2 days before it's published, unless it's revealed that he got a leak, I can't rule that out.
I would bet that he got a leak.
Yeah.
You think I got a leak?
So no immunity.
Well, in the depends, probably, but I'm specifically talking about a schedule leak here.
If I nail this thing, I get immunity.
I think so.
No.
Yeah.
1 immunity or 2
It'll be
immunities?
17 of 17, bro.
If you go 17 for 17 with everything correct, the time, the channel, all that kind of stuff.
How about immunity for the year?
No, I will not do that. I will not do that.
This is pretty amazing.
Deal's off.
If I pull this off,
If you did it by yourself,
I think either way you have to do a bet.
very
payoff.
amazing.
You've changed my mind.
Yeah, you got a little greedy there, Broadus. Time now for the NFL news of the day. Chuck, where are you taking us?
The kickoff game has been announced. If you missed it, we'll tell you that the Jets really don't want Nathaniel Hackett and how Adonai Mitchell chose his jersey number. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. C-Notes coming up at 3:20. What we learned from Cowboys rookie minicamp. A best of the weekend, 3:40. Of course, it's a double Game 4 game night here in DFW, and we're fired up about the Mavs and Stars. And a rim session is now 1 hour away. We'll talk about all the basketball angles. Here is Wolchuk, though, with your NFL news of the day.
Well, shout out to my guy, Antoine Winfield Jr. He got the bag today from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We had mentioned that NFL News Today a couple weeks ago. They were working towards a monster contract extension, and he got that. He is now the highest paid defensive back, not just safety, DB, in the National Football League. 4-year, $84.1 million contract. And who's his agent? Well, David Mulligetta, who is also Micah Parsons' agent. And he knows how to get his guys that fatty boom buzz, you like to say there, Eric. So it's going to include $45 million guaranteed, most ever given to a safety. And he went and was pretty pumped, along with Jason White, their GM, said, I couldn't be happier to make this call and let Antoine Winfield Jr. know he just made history. First time that a safety is the highest paid defensive back in the NFL.
Okay.
Good for him.
Okay, Eric, here we go. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Go for your... Oh, this is the poorest use of funds I've ever seen in my life. I can't believe that somebody would pay a safety this type of money. It's ridiculous that you would think in team building that you would ever have your safety make that much money.
You feel that way about safeties?
He absolutely.
I guess he's projecting my running back feels.
I think
on the safety position.
No. You've talked about safeties being paid before, and
usually the safety is like one of your favorite players on the team, Donovan Wilson.
I did love Donovan Wilson a few years ago. Not this version of Donovan Wilson. The Donovan Wilson I used to know.
Highest paid defensive player. Go talk about it. What do you think?
I mean, listen, it's obviously not going to be a contract that ages overly well. This is not going to be the guy that's the difference maker between. I mean, the Buccaneers. What are they doing defensively now with Antoine Winfield? Do you think this was a good contract? Do you think you should have done this?
I was just.
Do you want to cape for him? I know Wolchuk loves the player, so he's not going to be upset about it.
He's not going to be upset,
and he's a good player.
I'm surprised he got that much.
Is he the best secondary player in football? The answer is hell no.
Okay.
So I mean,
I was thinking there was going to be.
But I don't think it's necessarily an indictment on the safety position in general. If you're like a huge game-breaking, difference-making dude, yes, poor use of funds for sure.
Okay. They've been handing out money big time. Have the Bucs this offseason. Of course, they got Baker Mayfield done.
I do love safeties, though, Broadus, for the record.
I just got
Ed Reed gets the bag, no problem.
You thought that running backs and safeties were kind of like the same dudes. They're like, you can't pay either one of them.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
Oh,
like
okay.
Tyrann Mathieu was, I think, a difference maker for the Chiefs defense. They gave him the bag. I don't know that he was the highest paid secondary player in football when the Chiefs gave him the money there. But I mean, you need guys in your secondary, dude.
Can I push back just so I could understand this better, Chief? Okay, because the guy had 6 sacks, 8 quarterback hits.
He's been incredible.
3 picks. I think he forced 9 fumbles, recovered half of them.
Yeah.
He is producing to defending the passing game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that
so you're on board with this then?
Well, I want Chief to explain more on why I shouldn't be. Because I see a guy that's making plays and defending the passing game.
He deserves it.
Yeah, I like the player. I think he's a good player. But anytime you are resetting the market,
the highest paid defensive back.
the highest paid defensive back. You overpaid for this guy. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. He is not. I mean, how many corners are better than him? How many?
But he just told you all the things he does, right?
Yeah, he does. He does a lot of things nicely for sure.
Well,
and I think he's a good player.
Yeah, how many corners are going to get you 6 sacks?
Because Jair
and
Alexander's
force like 9 fumbles because they hit so well and precisely on the ball.
Yeah, because Jair Alexander's the second highest paid DB at $21 million. I think Antoine Winfield Jr. is a better all around player than Jair Alexander.
A safety better than a corner there, but according to this man.
Yeah, and I don't think that's
Just
an
player for
impossible
player.
thing.
I mean,
and
so what I would think is these stats might be unsustainable, but if he can play at that level of last year, then yes, I think he's worth $21 million.
See, this is where I always have problems. Is that like when somebody does get paid, and then we go after that, like that position, you can't pay that position.
I think you can't. You can't in traditional ways when you're just stopping the run. But once you get like sacks and turnovers involved and like passes defended,
there's an outlier.
Like, maybe this guy's the outlier.
He's an outlier.
Yeah.
Like the next highest paid safety is Minka at $18.4 million.
Does Micah Parsons deserve to be the highest paid defensive player in the NFL?
No.
I mean,
he rushes the passer at an elite level. What else does he do elite?
I mean, he is. I think he's a monster difference maker who's making life easier for every single other player on the defense. Every other 10 guys on your defense should be better because he's on it. He is getting all sorts of double and triple teams, and now all your other pass rushers are better off for it. And oh, by the way, that helps your secondary in a huge way.
If you had to pick him or Winfield as the highest paid guy on your team,
Micah.
Yeah, it's Micah for sure. He's a disruptive force in a way that very, very few have ever been.
But Winfield gets sacks. Winfield creates fumbles.
That's great.
Winfield
It's like,
covers.
okay, that's cool, man. I'm
Micah's
glad.
gonna
Like,
get more than Winfield.
my safety can get sacks. That's cool. Like my wide receiver blocks really well. My tackles got soft hands. It's like you're a safety. Okay, so how are you getting beat deep? Do we have the numbers on how many times he's been toasted in the secondary? I don't know. I mean, I don't have that offhand, but Jamal Adams was getting a lot of sacks as a safety.
Yeah,
and I'm not going to
his
say
coverage
that
is pretty good.
I'm not going to say Antoine Winfield is Jamal Adams.
I remember this PFF thing or whatever that thing is. I paid for that. Let's see what they say about it. Do we trust them at all?
We take him with a grain of salt, but I think it's worth it because who else is doing it? Who can we compare it to? I'd love to see what Pro Football Focus has to say about Antoine Winfield Jr. in general.
This up.
I mean, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, good for him, man. He got the bag, and we'll see. Moving forward, does that end up being worth it for Tampa Bay? But he's a hell of a player, and he certainly is arguably. I mean, I think he is the best safety in the
24th
NFL.
best defense in the league last year, by the way.
Yeah, they weren't. Well, I mean, you had your linebacker who's now an Eagle quit on him during the season. He's like, I'm not going to play for you.
Another interesting angle is how biased a lot of the front offices can become about players that they draft. There's no way we're letting this guy go. Everybody loves him.
Yeah.
I picked him. This is one of my greatest finds ever.
We see that firsthand here.
Yeah, absolutely. Opener, it's going to be the Kansas City Chiefs hosting the Baltimore Ravens in the NFL's annual primetime Thursday night game, September 5th at Arrowhead. Rematch of the AFC Championship game, which the Chiefs won 17-10. Of course, the Ravens did not run the football in that game at all. That was something that I remember us talking about afterwards. Like, hey, Chiefs had a bottom quarter-ranked run D, and you barely ran the football, and that was the strength of your football team. That was weird. Maybe they run the football more now. I was hoping to see Houston in this game, though. I thought that would have been fun. Texans against the Chiefs. C.J. Stroud, like the next up-and-coming young quarterback, much like they did with the Lions last year. They had them on Thursday night. This is going to be interesting. I mean, obviously, Ravens, Lamar, the AFC Championship game rematch. I think that's fun, but I would have been more excited, I think, about Houston.
I probably would have as well, but this meets the standard. You got two super solid teams. It's an interconference game, two superstars at the quarterback position. I'm interested to see what a new look Ravens team looks like. Not that what they look like in week one will be what they are, but they've lost a lot on the coaching staff. They had a lot of guys defensively leave. I mean, there's been a lot of change there. Baltimore is very consistent. They're going to be good, but you also have the Derrick Henry factor. How does that look and feature? So
that's a new shiny toy.
I think there's plenty to appreciate about this one.
And they drafted, again, very, very well. They got two good corners in the draft that we liked. Nate Wiggins, who fell to them from Clemson, and then TJ Tampa, who I liked a lot, out of Iowa State. So that's going to be a fun game. And Xavier Worthy, new shiny toy first-round wide receiver out of Texas. That's going to be there for the Chiefs as well. Now, speaking of wide receivers out of Texas, Adonai Mitchell slipped second round, goes to the Colts. Now, he isn't carrying a draft chip on his shoulder. He's putting it on his jersey number. Adonai Mitchell, he's going to wear number 10 in Indianapolis. Why number 10? Represents the number of wideouts taken ahead of him in the 2024 NFL draft. He said, quote, I originally picked another number, but then I was just up late thinking about it. I couldn't get it off my mind. And I love this because Adonai Mitchell, to me, I had him at wide receiver 4 on my board. I think he's awesome. He, of course, has the diabetes that he deals with, some off-the-field stuff. That's a big reason why he had to transfer from Georgia to Texas.
But he gets hangry, right? This is the hangry guy?
He's a hangry guy.
He gets
very
hangry. He gets, and I think we would all agree, like, that is the worst versions of ourselves.
You don't want to be hangry.
Ooh, dude, I was hangry earlier because, after Lent, I kind of fell off the sweets wagon there for a good 5 weeks.
Boy, did
I was crushing those donut sticks and these sugar wafers. I was just having
with
a ball.
powder all over your face. I didn't know what it was.
Those Nilla wafers.
So Saturday, I was like, dang it, I need to draw a line here because I was well on my way to putting all that back. And so now I'm sugar crashing again, trying to go through that 72 hours or so or whatever it takes. It's rough, bro.
It is, dude.
I might have a hangry breakout at any moment.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I hope you direct that over at Broadus.
I expect his Zalot pizza delivery here very, very soon.
Yeah, that's true, bro.
Book it.
Winfield is their highest rated cover guy in their second.
He's good, guys.
Okay,
I told you
they had an 84
Playboys.
They had an 80 overall defensive grade of a 90, and then his cover grade is an 84.
You're coming at my guy all wrong.
Which is the highest rated cover guy on their team.
How about the rest of the league? How about compared to the rest of the league, though? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, we need to look that up. But I'm just talking about on his team, though. He has a grade of an 84.
Yeah,
what they have.
I mean, he's definitely trying to do his best out there. Very good player. Very good. But it is very surprising that he's now the highest paid DB in the NFL, and I'm sure maybe the next guy in line ends up getting that money. But he did reset the market there. But I'm happy for him. Good for that dude. Now, this was a great reaction by new Houston Texans corner Kamari Lassiter out of Georgia. He finds out now DeMeco Ryans is his head coach. Where'd DeMeco Ryans go to college?
Alabama.
Alabama and Georgia don't like each other. I guess Kamari Lassiter didn't realize that's where his head coach went to school, and here was his real-life reaction in real time.
You kind of brought up a second ago the culture that was established in Georgia, when the culture here as well. With DeMeco going to Alabama, you going to Georgia, what were some similarities that you noticed between him and Coach Smart and what they preach?
Coach went to Bama?
Yeah.
No, I ain't know that.
And there's an immediate just look of disgust on his face. Like, these rivalries run deep, man. He's like, oh, wait a second. He went to Bama? Oh, hell no.
You could see the respect he had for DeMeco Ryans just leaking right out of his body there. It's gone forever.
I would have petitioned to not be drafted by the Houston Texans had I had known this. I loved it. It was just, you can see in real time the SEC, Bama, Georgia hate there, and Kamari Lassiter did not hold back.
That's a great reaction.
It was fantastic.
It's a funny group of rookies, I think.
It is. We got Hey, Xavier Legette, he gave us another gem. I don't know if you're going to play that later. I sent it to Lucius, I think, for G-Bag of the Day, but the horse stuff.
Oh, I did hear. That was fantastic.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Anytime he talks, he's just fantastic. I just love hearing his voice. Nathaniel Hackett. Man,
highest rated safety on the whole league.
Thank you. According to Jets reporter Connor Hughes,
what's his coverage grade compared to the elite corners? Sorry, Bullchuck.
Yeah,
it's going to take him 4 minutes.
Okay, it's just going to come back with good positive stuff here because Antoine Winfield Jr. is a badass.
No, it's compared to he is as far as the coverage of safeties.
He's number one.
Just to get
he's the best safety in football.
No, he's not. He's not. He's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's the 8th best cover guy in the league.
Okay.
For safeties.
I think that's point chief.
Yeah.
Probably point chief. Yeah.
Is it? When you mix in everything else he does?
Well,
you're still a top 10 cover guy.
He's the number one safety according to Pro Football Focus.
Yeah, right.
But he's the 8th best cover guy
still pretty solid.
For the safeties. Yeah.
Super solid. He is not a bad player whatsoever, but he's now the highest paid secondary player in all of football. I don't think it's an overstatement to say he's probably overpaid.
A little bit overpaid.
But good for him, for sure.
So the Jets made legitimate attempts this offseason to hire someone who is essentially replace Hackett. Not as a new offensive coordinator, but a title above who would run the show. The Jets had enough things they needed to address this offseason without replacing areas they're content with. That pursuit tells me internally there are legitimate concerns with Hackett's ability to successfully run things, according to Hughes. The organization is concerned about Hackett's competency. They're letting the situation ride with the hopes that Rodgers' ability to audible will be able to overcome the flaws.
I was wondering, I wonder if this is Aaron Rodgers stepping in and saying, no, we don't need an overlord here to our offense. I'm the guy. As long as I'm healthy, don't worry about what Hackett's dialing up. I'm in control at the line of scrimmage. This is my offense.
This
I'm
is
the
perfect.
captain.
Yeah. Give me an idiot that everybody knows can't do anything.
It's 100% what Aaron Rodgers wants.
Yeah, he can put together the game plan.
He is the offensive coordinator.
Yes.
That's what it is.
Seventh.
That's
Seventh.
pretty good.
There's like
compared to other corners.
Jalen Johnson, Sauce Gardner, Ward at San Francisco, Bland at Dallas, Stingley at Houston, and Darius Williams at the Rams, and he would be just behind that group.
Hell of a player
right there.
Big news from Monday morning was, of course, as we mentioned, Ravens-Chiefs. But there's another interesting NBC-related thing that came out today. One of the 2 Saturday games on December 21st, when the schedule gets released, is going to be televised by NBC and Peacock. So it's an extra game that NBC is going to be getting. And we've got, of course, the Netflix rumors that are kind of becoming official, that the 2 Christmas Day games are going to be on Netflix. And I'm seeing panic from Cowboy fans that they're thinking maybe the Cowboys end up getting one of those Christmas Day games from the schedule that you're predicting here. Cowboys not part of the Christmas Day festivities.
No, it sounds like the one game that the Thanksgiving game will be the Houston one, not a Christmas Day game.
So no Christmas Day, which would probably be good.
And you don't want any part of that if you can avoid it.
No,
that's a
Wednesday
disaster.
Game, it kind of like messes up your whole schedule.
If I was the Players Association and I had a backbone, I'd say, what are we doing here? No, we're not doing Christmas.
We're not playing this.
Like 4 weeks after the Thanksgiving disaster on everybody's schedule, we're going to spin this back through. I think the way to do these midweek games is to make it 10 days, right? So we're not going to play for a week and a half before. We're not going to play for a week and a half after. Do we have to extend the schedule another week into February? Fine.
Do it.
But if you want to really make this work, I think there's ways to make it work. You just need 10 days off between games instead of 3. Volchek.
Well, Commanders rookie defensive tackle Johnny Newton, he slid a little bit. We were wondering why. Maybe this is why. He needs his second surgery on his foot. There's no timeline for his return. So he's got a fracture in his right foot.
Who's that?
Johnny Newton, their defensive tackle who they drafted out of Illinois. Very good player.
Yeah.
So now he's going to have a surgery. We don't know how long that's going to take. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but Dan Quinn went to the podium. He was wearing a Washington Commanders shirt, but it had, a little throwback to the old R-word logo.
The feathers.
The feathers on the side. So it's the Washington Commanders big W, but attached to the W, you've got the old feathers for the Redskin logo. So the Commanders and Josh Harris were asked about this. He said, we have no comment at this time. It's not available for purchase, is this shirt, but I kind of like it. I think it's a good look, and I don't like anything the Commanders do, but this one's good, and I appreciate the balls on old Dan Quinn.
It's pretty crazy. I think they're having to get all sorts of cease and desist going, the copyright stuff. I think this is a bit of a headache for them. And yes, the shirt did look kind of cool. It absolutely did,
cool, right?
but it doesn't excuse the fact that Dan Quinn's a bit of a dumbass. That's my least favorite drop in the history of radio.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there. I get the retro vibes. It seems like this new owner guy does not want to run from the past. He wants to embrace the past, so maybe we're heading for another showdown in that department. C-Note, what we learned from Cowboys rookie minicamp, what Steve had to say about the running back room, and more coming up next. It's the C-Note next to the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew. 30 seconds. That's it. Done. Peace.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by The Glass Doctor.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Segment of the Nation here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels. For a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. We'll be at Southern Leisure on Wednesday in Flower Mound. Exclusive fan hats and T-shirts there for that appearance. Battle of the Brands Hot Tub and Swim Spa Sale Expo with 0% APR financing and huge deals going on Wednesday at Southern Leisure. Please come say hi at least. Hang out for a while. I heard Kenny from Quinlan's going to be there. Okay, takeaways here in the morning news. BB is the favorite for starting center. How surprised would you be, Brian, if it's anybody else?
I think there's going to be a competition there. I think when we get they're starting to work. Today was the first day that the rookies got to work with the veterans, and I heard it was a walkthrough stuff. I was out there Saturday and watching BB work, him and Guyton and those guys, Thomas, they all, it's drills, it's half line drills and stuff like that. Everything looked fine with, just athletically they look good. But I think there's going to be a competition. I don't think. The thing is, Mike Solari, the line coach, really does like Brock Hoffman a lot. And Brock Hoffman has spent, from what I've been told, spent a lot of time in the building, been there every day, working hard. These coaches love those guys. That's how Terrence Steele, if you remember, with Joe Philbin, Joe Philbin fell in love with Steele because he was there every day. He got there early. He was the last one to leave. He was in the weight room. He's learning. He's asking questions, all these things. So there's a lot of love for Brock Hoffman. I just don't see them giving BB the job. But it's clear that I believe they would like for him to win this job. But I think there's going to be, at least initially in training camp, those two are going to have a little bit of a battle.
Did you see some of the snaps? How do you think he looked?
It was fine. I mean, he had a couple of shotgun snaps and stuff like that. The ball wasn't all over the place. It wasn't rolling on the ground or anything like that. So, under center, fine. Shotgun snaps were fine. And watching him do the drills and stuff like that, everything looked good as well.
I want to follow up on this with you, Wolchuk, because I know he's kind of like your pet cat. You were stoked. His parents are following you. I mean, this is a cool story. But would you be disappointed or would you be surprised if BB can't beat out Hoffman?
I would be. I would be surprised. And Brian's right. I mean, we got to talk with Mike Solari on day 3 of the draft, and thanks again to the Cowboys for bringing in the scouts and the coaches. And yeah, absolutely. I think that Solari would love Brock Hoffman to get every opportunity to win that job. I think competition is going to be good. I think they're going to have competition across the offensive line for some of those backup roles as well, with guys like Nate Thomas and TJ Bass at guard. But I do think ultimately BB's your best guy. I just think he's a better player, and I think he will win over the job. I think the IQ is also something, and the leadership ability is going to put Cooper Beebe over the top.
Right on. Well, now, Brian, when you compare and contrast the players on tape, is BB not significantly better than the last time you saw Hoffman? Does he not have better mobility, getting to the second level, stronger?
Oh, I'm glad that they drafted BB. Yeah. This is where all of a sudden Dallas has done a good job of plug and plays. We say that all the time, but they do have a love for a particular player. Whether we think one is better than the other, they might not necessarily think that. Hell, we all thought Terrence Steele was awful.
Yep.
We all were trying to figure out ways. Gosh, why they release this guy? They release this guy to keep Steele. Coaches get in their mind, especially offensive line coaches, get very, very stubborn about their guys, and they're just not going to give BB the job. BB's going to have to go earn this job, and he'll be the better player when it's all said and done.
Well, to your point, it's interesting if you remember Tyler Smith's rookie year. Tyron was healthy, so they were playing Tyler at guard, and they had a battle with him and the other guard that's now McGovern. They were going to start McGovern, and we were all out there at camp like, what the hell? McGovern's getting his ass kicked. Tyler Smith looks much better. Why are you starting the inferior player? And then eventually Tyron gets hurt. They've got to play Tyler at left tackle. But, yeah, they're not necessarily – sometimes maybe we heard Philbin didn't like Tyler Smith, and that might have been something to do with it.
Well, either way, I love that Brock Hoffman's having a great offseason because maybe he can grow into a good center and you'll have BB for guard at one spot or the other. Like that's I guess encouraging in some ways. It was just surprising, I think, to hear that Hoffman, who wasn't highly drafted or anything like that, might have the pedigree to withstand a challenge from BB. But hey, he's been in the NFL. He's been working out. He's been working hard all offseason.
That's the thing about it is, though, that they threw him out there last year and he played, and so they have an understanding like, okay, this guy might not be, but they'll get an understanding. They know what BB is from his college days and stuff like that. They just want to see him come in and have the success that he had at Kansas State in training camp, practices, and then also though in these preseason games. I'm sure that he will win this job.
Okay, next thing we learned from Cowboys rookie minicamp is that running back by committee is what it will be. McCarthy said it wasn't right to ask Elliott, third in franchise history in rushing yards, to become the man again. I don't think that's fair, said Mike McCarthy. I think right now your running back room is in search of a long-term answer.
Yes.
We're just holding the phone for somebody else,
there's no
right?
question that you're going to work the waiver wire here, and you got these compensatory fifths that you have. You got your own picks you can use. I would get on the phone and see how, well, they'll wait, training camp the first week, maybe 10 days of training camp. You'll go through and you'll see what you have and see how these running backs are all performing. And if it looks like that it's not going to be, say there's improvement in the offensive line, but the backs aren't getting to and through the hole or making anybody miss, then, you can't waste that opportunity. You've got to go out and make something happen. I could see them using one of these picks to try and go get something from another team that might have some quality surplus.
What'd you hear or see about the quarterback from Northwest Missouri State that was
He's not going to be. They're not going to bring him to the camp. So he was just a camp arm for him.
Wanted to give him a chance to show what he could do.
Yeah, that's absolutely. At this point right now, I asked somebody in the organization about that. I go, hey, any chance you bring the kid along as the fourth quarterback? And the answer to me was not at this time.
I mean, you have three really good options at quarterback. I might be looking.
They all need work. Yeah. Maybe not the starter, but the guy that needs the most work is Trey Lance.
Yeah,
he needs to take every rep you can give him.
I kind of like to see Trey Lance start an entire preseason game like they did with Tony Romo.
Yeah.
Cowboys getting set for a battle at third wide receiver is another storyline coming out of the weekend as they talked about the chance to get Zay Jones, and Steven said anytime you got a chance to add a pro, you look at it and see, but we like our group. If we think somebody can improve us, we'll take a look at it. Really didn't answer the question, but
they're looking for wide receivers.
Yeah,
I mean they are. They've drafted a receiver. This is a huge year for Tolbert.
Yeah,
and they've got, that's a third round pick right there. There needs to be there. He got better last year, but he needs to be the guy that they put out there every day as a third receiver in 11 personnel and make a lot of plays. They need to develop that. Him and Dak need to develop more of that relationship and chemistry there between. They need him to play better, but they're hunting a guy right now.
Wouldn't you rather give your opportunity to young guys, or do you think it's crucial?
Well, he's a young guy.
Zay Jones is?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Tolbert.
Yeah.
No, Zay Jones. See, the thing about, Gang of Seven was telling me that Zay Jones was a better route runner than what you had with Gallup. Same type of player. He just can't run. He's not a fast guy, but he's a veteran guy. And when the people in Jacksonville were telling me, hell, when we were making our playoff run, he was a guy that the quarterback was kind of leaning on in those games, throwing him the ball because he had a little bit of a clutch factor to his game.
Yeah.
So, I could see where the pro guys are looking at the tape and they're like, hey, he's better than maybe what Tolbert and what we've got right now.
This is what frustrates me about the Cowboys. They've already said we have a diminished roster. We're not going to be as good next year. Last year, you weren't close. You weren't in the ballpark of what turned out to be the actual contenders. Why spend to incrementally try to get a little bit better in a year like this? There's no point to it. So you can maybe win one extra game with a play in the fourth quarter a guy like Zay Jones is going to make that maybe Jalen Tolbert wouldn't, which I'm not sure of. If the salary cap is so important, clear the damn decks of salary cap money and don't spend a dime. The Zeke contract, they're small. I think they're like, well, it's a quality player. Maybe he can help us in this situation. No, this year you've made it clear is about clearing the salary cap. Please resume that. USA Today's Touchdown Wire has best scheme fits for all the 2024 draft picks. And your second rounder, Marshawn Nealon, wins best scheme fit among rookie defenders here from the USA Today. Why do you guys think that is?
Plays the run well.
Yeah.
He doesn't really particularly rush the passer well. So if that's what the idea of Mike Zimmer wanting to go in there and be better on the edges, it's a really good fit because Sam Williams at that right end spot is really just a pass rusher. He's not a guy that plays the run particularly well. So if you're going in with the idea of Tank playing the left side, the other guy playing Nealon playing on the right side, then that's a nice fit because they're going to try and be better on the run defense. We all focus on linebackers, defensive tackles. They weren't particularly great on the edges, and a lot of that were the guys that walked out of here.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at how those guys played, with Fowler and others, that when they were in games, they did not play the run particularly well, and so that's why they go out and draft a guy like Nealon. And Nealon could be the guy that I think that when they have enough with Tank Lawrence, they're going to probably shift him to the left side, would be my guess.
Because schematically, he does. He does a lot of similar things to what Tank did. Tank a better pass rusher coming out of Boise State than Nealon, but there's some similarities in their game.
And then the final story we'll get to here from Bleacher Report, the Lions on record saying Jared Goff is a high priority. They are working on this as the summer in the NFL gets underway, and we'll get through these OTAs and mini camps, and then we'll be in that final climb to the training camp. How does Jared Goff's deal impact the Dak deal is the angle that Blogging the Boys is playing here. I'm not sure how to answer that. When his teams are good and can run the ball, his efficiency numbers are through the roof. Is he as good as Dak? Is he going to get 50, 55 million? How do you reconcile all that, Chief?
Ooh, I think they're in a similar ballpark of player. I think whatever Jared Goff gets, Dak is going to be trying to get more. So, I mean, that's going to be an interesting contract. How is it structured?
Games, some Super Bowl play.
Yeah, he's gone deeper, obviously, getting to a Super Bowl and things like that. So he's got that notch, but I think most people probably have Dak being the better quarterback than Goff. We know what type of perfection he sort of needs around him, and he had success with McVay. He's having success with Ben Johnson, two of the best offensive minds in all of football. He's got the best offensive line in the league. Like, let him get pressured, and he's a completely different version of himself. So I think we know what Jared Goff is, and it's interesting. You're Detroit, and you're like, man, we're like, this is the height of our entire organization right now in terms of like how good we're playing, and are we comfortable with this? Can we risk going into the quarterback abyss, if you will, when we're kind of on this heater right now? But let Ben Johnson go get the head coaching job next year.
That's what I would say.
Take Frank Ragnow, the offensive line coach. You start stripping the parts.
Yeah.
Jared Goff will get back to being the average or slightly above quarterback that he actually is.
That's where I would be careful. If you're going to overpay for Goff, you got to be careful that Ben Johnson's going to walk out that door next year. And the reason why the Goff having success is because of Ben Johnson.
Right.
So you have to be very mindful of that.
I mean, he's getting protected with the Rams in 17 and 18. His passer rating is over 100. He's throwing 30 touchdowns and like 9 picks a year. And then boom, the bottom falls out. And all of a sudden he looks like he's a 90s quarterback with some of his numbers. Like, whoa, bro, what happened to the efficiency? But now he's back in a big way. I wouldn't want to pay that if I'm Detroit.
No,
they do
I agree.
They do have the best line, we feel like, in football, right? So there's the protection. Yeah. They've got running backs, which we all kind of like there as well. The skill players, they St. Brown and others there. I mean, they've kind of
Jameson Williams.
Yeah, they've bolstered that thing. So, if they overpay the quarterback, it's probably because they think that like he's the piece that helps them keep it going.
Yeah, it's tough because your timeline is win now with everything that you've got set up here. So it's like, you really are asking the question, if it's not Jared Goff, who is it going to be? You're not at like the rebuild.
Well, they drafted Hendon Hooker. They drafted Hendon Hooker.
Okay. They will know. Do they need to pay Jared Goff based on what they see with Hendon Hooker this preseason and during practice every week? If they think Hendon Hooker can be a guy that legitimately could be a starter, then he can play hard ball with Jared Goff a little bit.
Rim session coming up at 4. We'll talk hoop. Chief, what's next?
Best of the weekend featuring the Luka presser that went super viral and an important sports clarification. That's next here in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, do the Mavs and Stars have a stranglehold on their series, or is it series on? Plus, ask Reddit.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Congratulations, Men's T Clinic. Let's get back to being you.
The Rangers and Guardians open a 3-game series at Globe Life Field in Arlington tonight. Hello there, everybody. This is Eric Nadel, inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6:30, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Rim session coming up at 4. We just had breaking news here as Jared Goff has re-signed with the Lions, 4 years and $212 million, 53-year, 170 guaranteed is what it says. I think NFC rivals are rejoicing today because I think the Lions have put themselves well behind the 8 ball. Maybe one season to really go for it, but I mean, Dak's way better than Goff, and there's a debate like, is Dak's contract prohibitive towards big picture winning? I think Goff's absolutely is. There's going to be a small window where they're going to try to take advantage of that, win a Super Bowl, and then everything will be fine, right? If it works out for him. Here's Chief with the best of.
Man, yeah, that's this year I think will be the gusto year here for Detroit. You better go as far as you possibly can because their offensive coordinator is probably going to end up, and we've said it now for the last 2 off seasons. At some point, he is going to take one of these head coaching jobs, and then we'll see the trickle effect of that right there. But Detroit just used to not having good quarterbacks, having bad teams. They finally have a good team and a solid enough quarterback. They're like, we want to hang on to this as long as we possibly can here. So, I'm with you on that, though. That's going to be one I think that they'll end up regretting unless they go and win that Super Bowl this year.
Yeah. Could I follow up something for my 240 of my schedule thing that I did?
Yes. Oh, are you about to walk something back?
No, it's all going to be walked back. But I'm hearing some whispers from people around the league that Dallas might be opening with Cleveland.
Ooh, okay.
In Cleveland. And it would be maybe the Fox or who would they be? It would CBS game of the week.
Little Romo and Nance action?
Yeah.
So 325 kick.
325 kick, but there's
week 1 in the dog pound?
There's some whispers going out. Maybe the Cowboys will make an announcement today. I'd heard some whispers that they were going to make an announcement today for the opening game. And I'm not sure they're going to do it, but I had some other people around the league because I was reaching out trying to get this thing organized. And this one guy got back and said he's hearing that Dallas will open against Cleveland.
That sounds more exciting than
we'll sit since the
Giants.
Yeah.
Well, we're just going to Cleveland week 1 versus having to go there in December when it could be crap weather.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a great point.
Sorry about that. I just want to kind of jump that in there. Maybe that's one we'll know here. Maybe in the next, maybe after 4 o'clock.
Okay, awesome. Look at that. Quite the tease there. All right, who went the hardest in the G-Bag Nation when it comes to Mother's Day stuff? Did anybody shower wifey or mom with who went the most all out? Lucius, we'll start with you.
So I did $300 for a dinner.
Okay, all right.
And there's only 2 of us.
You've outdone me. You've outdone me.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, you outdid me, and I took out like my mom and my wife.
All right.
Bought an outfit. Okay. She said she liked it. It made.
Was it leather?
Is this an online click, or did you go and get your hands dirty at the mall?
Had a gag with it and everything. I hear you, bro.
I have.
Thank you, Lucius. Thank you.
A little wrestling mask.
Thank you.
And she says, pineapple.
Zipper mouth.
You just got started, babe.
What was our safe word again?
I've outsourced my gifts to Abby, who's 12 and a half.
Oh, smart.
And is always online shopping and has an ear for what mom wants.
Yes.
Okay? So I know it's not the most thoughtful thing, but dang it, the gifts have been better. Okay? This is the 3rd gift-giving moment since outsourcing to Abby. And they're hitting better.
Great use of your daughters, and Chiafalo sending his out on hunting trips.
Learn the circle of life.
Hey, bring back some raccoon meat for your mom if you would.
Just pick out the buckshot.
That's right. Well, I didn't know if Walter. I mean, first Mother's Day for your wife. Like, how hard in the paint do you have to go for something like that?
I mean, I definitely tried to make it special for her. So we went to lunch. Lucius did give me good advice. Like Lucius was like, "Hey, you don't want to go too hard on the first one." So
set the standard.
Yeah. So So I did the flowers. I
Pearl
got
necklace?
some gluten. No, well, of course, the pearl necklace is
Well,
the usual
with
thing
your-
on a Sunday.
with your pops being the
Pearl
jeweler.
jam.
Yeah. Well, and that's funny because you bring that up. Usually I do go with the jewelry route, right? Shout out to RW Diamond Broker, my dad. I've got the hookup there.
Right.
So it ends up working out for me, but I don't want to just do jewelry for every single occasion. So I did not do that this time. I got her a mug, like a mom's mug that says like Cool Mom Club now. that
Oh,
she
you didn't
likes
get her
a
an
lot.
iron or something
Got
like
some
that?
buntinis, got the flowers, took her out to lunch. I think she was happy overall with how it went.
Did you read her the riot act that, hey, there's sports on and I need to watch?
She did give me a mouthful when I got home on Friday night,
good.
but she said you were right.
She hooked you back up.
She said I'm not going to make that mistake again. I understand where you're coming from.
Look at that.
And you gave her a mug.
And a buntini.
And a pearl necklace.
And a buntini. Oh, dude, those bunt cakes are fantastic. That's a good
Oh,
so
the
you
bunt
can't go
cakes
wrong
are
with that.
good.
Oh
man.
my gosh,
they're
that
good.
is.
The red velvet bunt
And
cake.
I went with a dozen too. Like I didn't cheap out on this.
You went a dozen?
I got a dozen.
Ching.
Wow.
Yeah, because that means you get to have a little bit, right?
BetQL money
I
kicking
got to
in
try
now?
one.
What's going on?
BetQL money,
What are we
baby.
doing over there?
Hey, you work
Wasn't
6
too bad.
days a week. Next thing you know, you're buying cupcakes, and
Yeah.
you're getting 12 of them
Put in the
instead
work,
of just
baby.
6.
In my post-Lent binge, though, that buntini spread would not have lasted 3 hours, dude. I tell you, I was on a freaking rampage.
If I wasn't trying to get back into a soda body, they wouldn't have lasted by the time I got home. I mean, come on.
Yeah, they're truly incredible.
That's willpower right there.
You just double fist them.
Oh my gosh, you kidding me?
The guy that's most annoying to me right now, though, and having to watch him play basketball is frustrating. It's Lou Dort. Here's Dave Pasch talking about Pat Mahomes sitting courtside and giving the scout's eye on Dort, the bleep hole.
Pat, unsolicited, just turned to Hubie and I said, Lou Dort could play in the NFL. I don't know if he was kidding or serious, but he said he could play linebacker or running back.
Very nice compliment.
A very nice compliment. Yes, Hubie, absolutely it is.
Is Hubie really 90?
Is he 90?
Yes.
I think he's 90 years old.
90.
He's awesome, man. I
He's
remember
doing
making fun of his speech patterns like 20 years ago in my early days of sports radio. Like, wow, when's this guy going to retire? But he's killing it now. I mean, he's still really good. He's not that much older sounding than he was at 70, as he's 90 years old on the button.
See, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, is he just going to keep going? Kind of a thing.
I think so.
Are we just going to let him keep going?
I mean, he's hanging tough. I mean, you're not seeing.
Do I feel like I'm getting really good analysis out of Hubie?
I think Hubie's bringing it strong.
Yeah, I think Hubie's fantastic.
He's got an eye for the game,
I think
dude.
Hubie's good.
Even
I'm
Kyrie
not saying,
went over.
no. I'm not saying he doesn't have an eye for the game. I'm just saying, is the game
Passing him by
a little fast?
Well, I think, okay, you have his voice, you have his energy, you have what you have here is there's a way that he talks that just sounds
I kinda
cool.
get the-
like your guy out there with the Dodgers for all those years, Vince Scully. That's the kind of vibe I get off the 90-year-old broadcaster.
Comforting to the basketball
Man,
soul is Hubie Brown.
I know people are going to rail me on that. I understand.
You deserve it.
No,
You deserve
but
it. with the way you took out Antoine Winfield Jr. earlier, just for no good reason, making it seem like he didn't deserve the money, and now the way you're going to come at the old man.
after Hubie?
I didn't know Hubie Brown was like 90 years old when I first.
Honestly, I didn't either. I would have guessed 78.
Yeah.
So
killing it.
Hey,
that's the thing, though. When you can,
I feel like I'm getting a lot of he's a Jersey guy like me, kind of deal. I'm getting that a little bit. Getting that vibe.
Well, what vibe do you get? By the way, that was just to say, like, Lou Dort, yes, he's playing football while he's playing basketball. He's dirty, he's cheap. They talk about the torture chamber, and all that is just flopping and hiding all of the dirty things that you're doing to where they don't result in fouls. And they still ultimately do because you get fouled out of the game, but it should have happened earlier in the third quarter instead of at the end of the fourth, because you're getting away with a lot of physicality here. The way that he flops going over these screens. I mean, how many times? It's like at least once, if not twice a game, we're getting an illegal screen situation because Dort is climbing over it and falling all over and flailing, and they're like, I guess that's an illegal screen. I don't know. No, that's just the way Dort plays basketball.
Come on.
He plays like he's playing football. It's a great observation from Pat Mahomes. Of course he'd be a better football player. He's bringing football into the basketball court. It's not fair. And it's annoying. He's my least favorite player in basketball right now.
Yeah, very punchable face.
I think I'd love him if he was a Mav. But
me too.
yeah,
Gosh dang it, man. I'd have his jersey.
Just what the Mavs need.
By the way, listed at 220, dude's not an ounce under what, 240? 250?
Yeah, I'm thinking around there.
He's a BB Bolo.
I'm trying to find his 40 time to project, like, how many different NFL positions do we think he could play? You know, if it's under 4 or 5, there's got to be at least a handful.
Is there a position in football where you can flop all the time? because he's going to dominate that.
You missed it Friday night. We had the basketball players going to football or football players going to basketball debate.
Yes.
Oh, it was fun.
That is good. Speaking of good, this is a great clarification in the midst of a Kansas City Royals broadcast. This needed to be done. I'm glad they did it. Take it away, Royals.
And then you drop the deuce on the outside part of the plate. That big curveball, nice, right out of the zone, just like you like it. Just to clarify, a deuce is a curveball. Yeah, it's two.
Yeah.
A deuce.
When you drop that deuce over the plate, that's just a curveball situation.
Never heard that.
Yeah, what'd you think I meant, dude?
They sat there for a few moments and realized, let's interject and just clarify for the audience at home here. I've never heard the dropping the deuce over the plate. That's the first for me.
Maybe it's something you can ask Chris Young about coming up in 20 minutes or so. If we said drop a deuce over the plate, CY, what do you think that would mean?
You know what?
A
Thank you.
curveball.
Yes.
You got it?
I got a question for CY.
Let's go. CY is coming up at 4:20. When we return right here in the G-Bag Nation, more hoop in the form of a rim sesh. Chief, what kind of hoop news we got?
Well, we got to get you set for Mavs and Thunder here. And are you kidding me? Was Broadus right? Was Broadus right? Say it ain't so. Next in the nation.
I'd like to tell you about Window Nation before we do anything else, though, because the semi-annual sale is ripping and roaring right now. 50% off all window styles, 0 interest for 5 years, and an additional bonus if you...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
2 seconds. Just a couple of things to mention. It's a double game for Monday. We're going to be talking a lot about it in the remaining 3 hours of the show. Mavs, Stars, both in action. Jared Goff just got a new contract. That's breaking. $53 million a year. 170 guaranteed, at least in the initial announcement. 170 guaranteed, massive. And Marcus Semien is your Major League Baseball AL Player of the Week. So congrats there to the Rangers second baseman for bringing home that hardware. Here's the Chief with that rimmer.
Yes, sir. We go ahead and cut the lights out and put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavs are up in the series, and it's a game day, and they have the highest scoring fourth quarter duo in all of the playoffs. That's what they have in Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, and PJ Washington deserves all the flowers over the course of these last two games. THJ as well, especially in the game 2 situation, showing up and playing strong. But what Kyrie and Luka are doing, despite not playing like the best versions of themselves necessarily offensively, when it matters, they are saying, okay, it's time. Our team needs a bucket right now. Boom. Kyrie had an awesome stretch there in that fourth quarter the other day where you're up 3, it's a nail biter, and boom, in a blink of an eye, 3 straight Kyrie possessions, and now you're up 9. Yeah. And that's just what he can do. And Luka came up with some really big plays. Again, he's clearly injured, not himself. Dort's a hell of a defender. They got quite the game plan for both of these guys. It's like, we're going to make somebody else beat us. And thank you, PJ Washington, for coming on strong, especially in the first half of that game yesterday or Saturday.
I just don't know how I should feel about Luka late. You know, I feel like by the end of the game, he's beaten down, he's tired, his knee and whatever else is barking at him. Yeah. And when he had that turnover, I was like, dude, there's no way 100% Luka has a turnover here. He just couldn't bend down low enough.
Yeah, he couldn't.
And I know what that's like.
2 guys.
You know, you got bad knees, you got bad ankles. He usually doesn't play through it, you know? So maybe that was maybe a learning moment for him. But it definitely would have been a learning moment for me and the coaching staff. I'd have been like, guys, we're deferring to Kyrie here.
100%.
Mm-hmm. You know, once Luka gets to that moment where I was like, dude, he's bushed. He's cooked, right? He did all the ice and rehab for 48 hours to get ready for this moment, but this moment has passed. Now it's about getting ready for the next one. You're a 3-point shooting decoy. It's time to watch Kyrie Irving ice the game away because he's not going to turn it over.
No, he's going to make the right plays. I think you come out, you let Luka drop his 15, whatever it is in the first quarter, best first quarter player in the league.
Hope we can get that out of him.
And then you just move on, and you definitely defer to Kyrie late because those legs are not going to get better as the game goes on. He's trying to figure out what he can do to just play with all these bruises and bangs.
They're letting him hack, you know?
Yeah.
Well, Luka's like trying to split defenders on no good legs. You know, and they're like, hack. Oh, look at that turnover going the other way. That was the only way you were going to lose that game. So after I'm saying all that, then he steps up with the massive steal. And I'm like, oh.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
He made up for it.
It's moments like that where you're like, okay, thank God we needed that in a huge way. And Kyrie, despite the fact that he hasn't been a scoring monster necessarily throughout these games, his impact on the games defensively, some of the steals that he's had, I mean, he's done a really, really nice job. And the way he's playing in the fourth quarter, he's averaging right now in the fourth quarter of the playoffs 8 points, over 53% from the field and almost 53% from the 3-point line. So like he really takes his game to the next level come fourth quarter, and we'll see. We might need a little bit more out of him offensively here if Luka is going to remain sort of a shell of himself. But then we get to PJ Washington and what he's been able to do. Most threes in a 2-game span of playoffs in Mavs history. PJ Washington is now second behind Jason Terry. 12 threes made over the last 2 games. That has been extremely important. And what he's done from the corner, we talked about Oklahoma City being a team that will allow the corner 3 to be an open look. They want to clog up the paint and they want to make things difficult for you in there, so they'll help off the corner, and that leaves open opportunities. And Luka and Kyrie set guys up just about as good as anybody in the sport. And PJ Washington shooting 46% from the corner in these playoffs, 13 more corner 3-point attempts than the guy who's in second place. So he's getting a lot of volume there, and he's cashing out, and it's hugely important. The dude was 24% during the regular season from the corner. What a drastic swing for him in the playoffs, and that's the kind of stuff that you look for, like who can play outside themselves a little bit. You got a dose of it from Kleba before he went down, and now PJ Washington's like, okay, let me shoulder this thing. So that's been incredible, and it's just how much longer can you get out of it?
You know, he's not a player that has ridden hot streaks throughout his career. He's a guy that gives you one really nice game every 5 times out. But I think it's huge right now. They don't have an answer for him. You know, he can get them in foul trouble. He has point guard skills. He can bring the ball up. You can have him attack in the half court. He can finish with both hands. And I know it's been up and down, but to me, like, that's how you could change the dynamics in your favor in a major way.
Yeah.
Because when he's going, he is so big and skilled. He is like another star player, you know? To me, it's the only guy that you could make a case for that could do that for you on a consistent basis on this roster.
And we know what he did defensively prior to that, and he's still doing it on the defensive end. So, hey, you want to go ahead and hit 7 3-pointers? Please, by all means, PJ, because they need it with what's going on with Luka.
I mean, those are going to go or not. I need aggressive PJ.
Yes.
Yeah, him attacking the rim's been really impressive.
Dude, his floater's money. I'm like, dude, this is like anytime he goes up for the floater, I'm getting back on defense immediately. I know this thing's going in when the ball's in the air. He's been dominant with that, so that's been great, and he's getting all the love at the AAC right now. Being at the game on Saturday, standing on business thing, you know, it's all over the Jumbotron. And at halftime, I don't know if this was planned or if they were just like, man, PJ's having another heck of a half here. We need to honor him at halftime because the performance was an artist doing one of those paintings where you're watching the whole time and you can't understand what it is that's being made here. And then at the end, they flip the thing upside, you know, because the whole time she's painting it actually upside down, and when she flips it right side up, it's a giant mural of PJ Washington standing on business. And she did that over the course of like 6 minutes during halftime. It was great. So he's getting all the love right now, and it's well-deserved. So thank you, PJ. And thank you, Derek Lively. Hitting those free throws, what he's been able to do, you know, defensively and things like that, like coming into his own right now as a youngster, you're seeing the maturation before our eyes, and the rebounding is so important versus this Oklahoma City team who shoots the ball so well. You've got to limit their possessions, and so being able to kill it on the glass has been something that's been really, really important for them. And the turnovers, you mentioned the turnovers, Dawson, and we mentioned it coming into the series, and we've seen when Oklahoma City at their best, they're forcing turnovers like crazy, and then they get out and run on you. And so, especially in that game one, it was really, really bad. So, dominating the glass, taking care of the basketball, all of that going a long way here for the Mavericks. Now, Rodis, I think I got to give you some love. I think we all do.
What for?
We thought we were watching champions when the Minnesota Timberwolves went up 2-0. And then all of a sudden, Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets happened. You said, I'm not counting out the heart of a champion. You said they're going to come back and do this thing, and that remains to be seen. But right now, it's tied up. They go down 2-0, and the first 2 games at home, very tough place to play with the altitude and everything. You're like, oh my gosh, is Minnesota taking the baton here from the champions? Not so fast. I want to play the final 30 seconds of the half last night because this is where the Nuggets won the game. This was a ridiculous sequence that ends in a half-court buzzer beater for Jamal Murray, as told by Kevin Harlan.
It's Jokic and Gobert is there. Shot clock at 3. Caldwell Pope, rise and fire.
That's huge. That is a huge shot. And Jokic now with his 3rd assist to go along with 6 rebounds and 19 points.
Edwards lost the ball with a turnover. Nice Denver D. Porter at the other end, and he tries and he gets it to go. Beating the clock. Court length. It's intercepted. Murray good at the goes. Got it! A big time 3!
That sequence right there, it's the Timberwolves cutting a 15-point deficit to 7 with 30 seconds remaining, and then in the blink of an eye, after everything that just unfolded there, it gets back to 15 points going into halftime, and that was going to be all she wrote for the T-Wolves. Now we're all tied up at 2, and this is Anthony Edwards after the game.
Anthony, did you have any words with Jamal or any of the Nuggets at the end of the game there? Looked like you
I just told his ass that's what we love that. Keep talking that. That's what we like. Well, I love it, you know. So, you know, he ain't say nothing back, but I'm pretty sure he heard me. They heard me. Yeah, we live for that.
He had that same energy after game 3 too.
Hey, Anthony Edwards was not the reason they lost last night. No. He was back to being a dominant dude, and unfortunately, he got no help from anybody. Karl Anthony Towns, useless. Rudy Gobert, I mean, just doing Shackton a full.
Yeah, where was
moments,
his defense?
Time and time again.
I went with the Jokic under 27.5.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Had a game high 44, Edwards did. But
Edwards.
I mean, his teammates weren't helping him much, and then the defense was bad. But I'll tell you what, Jamal Murray might have the highest, clutch to greatness ratio. He is a really good player, right?
Him and Brunson.
But in these moments, all of a sudden, it's like, whoop, He's like, hey, you need me to be Kobe here for about 20 seconds? I got you, bro.
Well, and he was bad in the first 2 games, and they lose. Murray's found it the next 2. And if Murray's going to play like this, then the Nuggets are definitely coming back to win, Brian.
Well, Aaron Gordon was good, too, in that game.
Oh, he was awesome.
Well, he nailed that 3 and needed that. Boom, he had 2 of them.
He's unfair. That's just...
He's a cheat code. If they can get him going, you mix that in with Porter Jr., it's like, what are we doing here?
I like the way J.J. Redick describes it, where it's like it's a star in his role. A star player in the role that he has. And when it comes to the Nuggets, that is a championship team with veteran players that everybody understands exactly what their role is on the team. And nobody's playing outside themselves. The Bill Belichick, do your job. But I liked Michael Malone. Apparently, after going down 0-2, head coach of the Nuggets decided to get a little bulletin board material going, for his guys, fellas. So he says
Tap in.
He had an edit made of every talking head in this country saying that the series was over. The Nuggets are done. It's a wrap. I knew that this would maybe strike a chord. And it did. I mean, you got to pull out all the stops here in the postseason. So you get down. You don't do that after the first game. That can happen. You go down 0-2 at home, and now we're going to Minnesota. I'm putting that thing on a loop for the entire plane ride from Denver to Minnesota.
They're saying Anthony Edwards is the next MJ. Listen to Stephen A. Smith. Huh? Listen to him here. Saying Minnesota's, it's a wrap. They've won the NBA Finals already.
He is looking more and more like that dude every day, though. It's incredible.
He is.
Yeah.
I mean, and his post-game pressers, too.
The elevation, he's got an ability to just keep going higher,
The explosiveness when this dude wants to get to the rim.
Yeah.
Is
for a while it was Westbrook, and then it was John Morant, and now it's Edwards. And the thing with Edwards is he's got just enough size to go over the big guys too and make it look so impressive.
Yeah, he can jump on anybody. The explosiveness is ridiculous. Watching him play is a ton of fun. Now we also got. Was this a surprise to you guys? I mean, on Mother's Day, they're throwing at us the NBA lottery deal.
I had no idea what was happening.
It surprised me.
That snuck up
on
all
a
of us.
Tuesday night or something.
Yeah,
before
they do it every night, right before a playoff game. And I still think it's silly. I think we need to get rid of the lottery.
Well,
are you saying that as a Pistons fan?
I'm saying that in general. I think the lotteries are stupid.
Yeah, the Pistons and
they're tacky, and I hate them.
I mean, all the Pistons have done over the last 2-3 years is just lose. And for the second consecutive year, the Detroit Pistons get absolutely screwed in the lottery. They should be picking number 1 overall, but they end up picking 5th for the second year in a row.
My goodness.
Now, this is what is being described as maybe the single worst draft class in the history of the sport. So I don't know that it much matters, but if you're a Pistons fan, you're like, at least I can take solace in the fact that we sucked so bad. It was somewhat worth it because here we are with the number 1 overall pick, and we'll probably botch it. There's no Wemby here. We'll probably draft the next Darko Milicic, but we got the number 1 overall pick. At least we did that through all of our sucking. But no, it's the Atlanta Hawks who get it. They had a 3% chance. They were picking at number 10. Yeah. Same the spot that the Mavs were picking last year. Yeah. And we kept like, oh man, there's a very tiny, there's a single digit % chance that the Mavs could get the number 1 overall pick and get Wemby. Didn't happen. But here go the Hawks, now picking number 1 overall, and they should have been picking 10th.
I love the lottery. I think it has reduced tanking.
Why?
It's reduced tanking.
You can reduce tanking without having the lottery?
How?
I'm sure there's rules that you can put in and to make this happen, in my opinion. I mean, why not? Tanking's going to happen anyway.
What's wrong with the lottery? How do we even get there?
Things like this. I think the NFL's got it right. If you're the worst team in the NBA 2 years in a row, you should get the number 1 overall pick. You shouldn't have a team going from 10 to get the first overall pick. I think that's stupid.
I think
the lottery's never benefited the Mavs. As a Mavs fan, I don't like it.
I think it's worse to have a quarter of your league actively tanking all games after the first month of the season.
With the load management, the NBA's got enough issues to worry about than the tanking, and you're still having the tanking even with the lottery. To say that the lottery has solved tanking is a terrible statement because it hasn't.
So you think good players being out is a bad thing?
Yeah.
But you're anti-lottery.
Yes, I think the lottery is silly. I think they should go ahead and do it just like the NFL does. Why is the NFL the most popular sport in the world?
Incongruent ideas, Wolchuk. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
I can agree to disagree with you on this one, and I can't wait to smoke
Throw
it.
these big geometry words at you, bro. Just disrespecting
What
you.
the hell does incongruent
I was
mean?
going to say, you're going to be Googling that word here in a second. By the way, Bronny James at the Combine, he's listed at 6'4". He just measured in at 6'1".
Okay.
And he's declared. He's going to the NBA, Bronny.
Yeah, I'm trying to take him in the second round, get LeBron. Little, 2-for-1 type of
Everyone's
deal.
going to be trading their picks to try and get Bronny.
Atlanta's taking him number 1 overall.
Yeah, we don't need a tank this year. We just need to draft Bronny in the second round, get LeBron. We're good to go. Okay, we got to run, Nation. CY is going to join you next. We'll talk to him about the latest on Evan Carter and the 4-game losing streak, the injuries. But also, we have good news. As you heard, Marcus Semien has won AL Player of the Week, so congrats to him. CY joins you next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic before we do anything else, though, because if you want to get your edge back,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the Chris Young Show, brought to you by PlayScore, and it's brought to you by Anheuser-Busch. And CY joins you now right here on your home of the Rangers. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing outstanding. Thank you. Looking forward to tonight's game, 6:30 pregame here on The Fan. But I wanted to start with Marcus Semien, AL Player of the Week. What's clicked for him? What's made him so successful here the first quarter of the season?
Yeah, Marcus, he certainly had a big week. And, it's fun to see him get going like that. He's obviously, we all know how talented he is. We all know how important he is to our offense and our success. And having him kind of carry the team, especially when maybe offensively we're not fully clicking. But Marcus, he's like Corey and Adolis and Josh Young at times can put the team on their shoulders, and that's what he's done this past week, and it's fun to watch him, and hope it continues.
Yeah, and you mentioned Seager in there, multi-hit games in the last 10 days or so. Is he getting moved in the right direction here finally? Is he through it, you think?
I think he is. I mean, Corey, we started to see it even a couple of weeks ago. We started to see his exit velocities creeping up and getting better and hitting the ball hard. And it was exciting. It's good for our team. And, he had a little bit of bad luck. Even in Colorado yesterday, they played some great defense and took away really 2 hits from him. But I think we're starting to see Corey come back to form. And I think we're all excited to see that. I can't say this enough. He's pushed so hard to be out there, what he's done, and the fact that he's even playing like this 4 months out of a pretty significant surgery just speaks to Corey and how badly he wants to help the team, and really exciting to see his bat starting to get going here.
I mean, and you could use the veteran superstar leadership now more than ever with another injury. What can you tell us about Evan Carter's back right now?
Well, it tightened up on him over the weekend, and he does. A couple years ago, he had a back injury. So we want to make sure that we really proceed with caution, that we get the answers, and don't put him in a position to make this worse. Hopefully we'll get some good news here this afternoon. We're waiting on the results of some testing, but nonetheless, right now it's a waiting game. And as we get the results, we'll have a prognosis, a diagnosis, and a prognosis, and then we can go from there. But our hope is that this is not too severe, and he'll be okay, and won't miss any time. But I don't know that at this point.
And I pulled my back out last spring doing some yard work. I couldn't get out of bed for over 24 hours. Hopefully he's doing better than that, right?
Yeah, every time I hear one of our players' backs hurts, mine starts to hurt. So I have a lot of empathy, just like you do. I know how bad and debilitating that is. So I truly hope this is nothing and that we can manage it. But Evan's so important to our season. We can't risk putting him in jeopardy. We need him to be fully healthy. So we're being very cautious here.
CY, how's Wyatt doing with his recovery?
He's doing really well. I think he's maybe even a little ahead of schedule. He's resuming some baseball activity. We're going to start getting him some live pitching. Still not going to play defense or run the bases yet, but he is progressing well. And, now we can start getting the bat going and then hopefully build from there. And my hope is that by the end of this week or early next week, he's resumed running full speed. And we'll see where things are, what he needs in terms of a rehab assignment.
Would the plan moving forward, I don't know if you've had some talks about that, but would you like to see him maybe get some more everyday playing time in the outfield?
I think it couldn't hurt him. And how that's going to play out will maybe depend on Evan's status. But this is a guy who's played in the outfield, played a position his whole life. And so starting the season, I think there were times where, he's DHing and he's in the cage all day trying to figure out his swing. And there are only so many reps you can do. So I think keeping him engaged defensively is important. It's not critical, but it is important. It's something we want to see continued development in terms of his defensive play in left field. And so I think getting him out there as regularly as possible is a good thing for Wyatt, a good thing for us as a team.
Hey, CY, David Robinson has been just lights out for you guys, and it looked like that he got caught in a situation. And as a former pitcher, I wanted to just ask you about this: the difficulty of pitching when you're just not comfortable. And he has been so great for you. He just did not look comfortable standing on that mound the other day.
Oh, it was tough conditions. It had started raining. It was chilly. It's Colorado. It's dry air. and then the rain starts, so it becomes a little slick at that point, and your pitches don't perform normally in Colorado due to the lack of resistance in the air. So, his cutter, I don't think was cutting. He couldn't spin the curveball as well as he normally does. And yet he was out there battling. I could see in his face. I was sitting down low that night, and I could see the expressions on his face with each pitch, and I could tell how frustrated he was. But, he snatched the ball right back and wanted to make the next pitch and expected to make the next pitch. And I think that's what makes him so good. So I felt for him, but that's one of the hard things of a reliever too. As a starting pitcher, I used to have those days where I couldn't find it for an inning, and I had hopefully 4 or 5 more innings to kind of dial in and find it. He's a leveraged reliever who comes in, and if he doesn't have it dialed in immediately, he's got no margin of error, and that's the hard part of relieving. So he did his best. It was unfortunate. We didn't lose the game because of him. We had a million opportunities and couldn't put that game away. And certainly David's helped us win a number of games thus far, and he's a huge piece of our team moving forward. And those games happen.
CY, what do you find most interesting just about the state of the league right now? Is there any type of trend or anything that you're looking at? Still kind of small sample size to this point in the season, but is there anything most interesting to you trend-wise around the league?
Oh, it's a great question. And I'm not tuned in probably to the level that I should be to answer the question with any real knowledge. I think that I've really plugged into our team, really, and just the injuries across the league. I mean, we certainly have had a number of them, but I know that there are a lot of other teams that are also going through similar things from an injury standpoint. And so, monitoring that, we monitor the way certain ballparks play early in the season or weather conditions and how the ball carries. Offense has been slightly down to start the season, but I think we'll start to see that increase as the country warms up and summer arrives. So, but really, I get so myopic and focused on our team and our performance and the day in, day out of that sometimes I don't really come up for air and look at the big picture. So, but we have a great R&D team that's constantly monitoring things, and certainly we have discussions every month as to what we're seeing across the league. And next time I get an update, I will have a better response for you.
How great for you these three city trips are over with now. Seems like the Major League Baseball said, "Oh, let's go ahead and test this championship team and make a bunch of 3 city trip things." It has to be a relief. I know you're dealing with injuries, but at least now you can find some consistency here, right?
Well, the hard part of this last trip is 3 different time zones. I mean, we went central to west to mountain, and that's hard for the guys to adjust. And now we come home and we're playing tonight. It would have been nice to have an off day today, but look, every team has difficult parts of their schedule, and good teams find a way to win. And so we went from having what I thought was going to be a pretty good road trip to ending on really a sour note in Colorado. Still, I think a 500 trip. Not what we want, but we'll take it. But now let's come home and have a good homestand. So it's a great opportunity for us. We'll get some clarity on some injuries this week. My hope is that we're going to be trending in the right direction with some of our pitchers coming back soon. Hoping for really good news on Evan. Wyatt seems to be going the right direction, and Josh Young's making progress. So, as I look at it, we're not, I've said this before, we're kind of holding our heads above water right now. Mm-hmm. But I think when we get healthy, I really believe in this team and what they can accomplish. And I think we're going to get healthy here pretty soon. So in the interim, we need to play good baseball. We need to have a good homestand.
Yeah. How difficult has it been to be sitting at your desk and then the trainer shows up? It seems like every day at your door. Is that one of those things where you you go, what's going on? Now leave, get out of here. Don't talk to me.
There are 2 things that I look forward to the least, and that's a text from our trainer or when the phone rings and I see it's our trainer. But Boch and I were laughing yesterday. Our trainer, Matt Lucero, he's unbelievable, first of all.
Great job.
None of these injuries are any fault of our training staff. They have actually probably prevented more injuries than anything. And so I want to preface this by saying that these guys do a great job. But our trainer, Matt Lucero, his nickname is Lucky. And Boch and I were saying we're going to get a shirt that just says as in unlucky instead of lucky. So that's what he needs to wear right now. But he's doing a great job. He and his staff are working tirelessly to get these guys back out on the field. And we're going to have a healthy team here at some point. My hope is in the next 3 to 4 weeks.
CY, we've got Jack Leiter making his home debut tomorrow. What would you like to see from Jack in his 3rd start?
Well, first of all, I don't think we've played great defense behind Jack, so I want to see us play a really clean game behind him. Any young pitcher needs good defense behind him, and I know we're capable of better than we've given him. So I want to see us play clean defense behind him. And I want to see Jack attack the strike zone with conviction. He threw a lot of strikes his last game, but I'm not sure they were he had full conviction in all of those pitches. And part of that being a young player is that you're kind of out there, hoping it goes well versus making it go well. And so I think this is a big opportunity for Jack to take that next step of really showing up here and saying, I'm going to help the team win this game today, and we're going to win because I'm not going to let us lose. And making good pitches one after the next and having conviction and taking ownership of what he does. And we've seen him do it at AAA, but it's hard when you get in the big leagues. You're surrounded by all-stars, a defending World Series champion team, and maybe you become a little deferential or you become a little just not as assured of yourself as you should be. And so for Jack, I think tomorrow night's a big step in his development. He's coming out and taking the ball with conviction and attacking the hitters. And, whatever the results are, as long as he makes his pitches with conviction, he can get outs here.
Hey, CY, we had the Mother's Day game yesterday. How did you look in pink standing out there on the mound? Were you a big pink guy?
I never pitched on that day. I remember pitching on Father's Day one day, but I don't remember pitching on Mother's Day. I probably had to at some point in my career. I don't remember it. But look, I'm not sure I'm the best person to pull off pink, but I certainly would wear it in celebration of all the moms. We're all here because of a mom somewhere who sacrificed for us. And certainly I hope all the moms out there had a wonderful Mother's Day. They all deserve it.
Could you explain for the layman the phrasing of dropping a deuce over the plate?
It's a good curveball.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
I nailed it.
I'd like to see Jack Leiter drop a couple of deuces over the plate tomorrow.
I hope he does. I hope he has his good curveball working tomorrow.
Plenty of deuces.
Well, Bruce Bochy has said the team's been in a funk. Maybe that would break him out of it.
Well, the team's due to break out. We're going to get hot here at some point. But again, as we get healthy, I have full conviction in this group. But we're in an okay spot now. But I know what we're capable of, and there's a lot to look forward to here. And I'm excited just for that to start happening.
3 to 4 weeks, huh? That sounds great. I'll drink to that.
Well, let's hope it's sooner, but nonetheless, I think we're with Cody Bradford, Nathan Eovaldi, Dane Dunning, and then Scherzer. I think we're looking in that time range at most, perhaps on a couple of them, and then Wyatt should be quicker than that, and then Josh Young is, I'm hoping he's in the 5 to 6 week range, so we're not too far off from him either, which would be a huge boost to our lineup.
Rangers and Guardians tonight, pregame at 6:30. CY, thank you so much. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Great chatting with you, and I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Cheers. There he goes. Chris Young here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
I knew you were going to get that one in.
It was a great idea by Dawson. I mean, I don't want to go too inside baseball. You guys know that. I don't want to talk over people's heads and stuff from time to time, but I think that was pertinent.
Yes, sir, it was. Okay, it's top 10 time then, Bully. Where are we going?
Well, we do have some breaking Cowboys news on game one of the schedule. But yesterday, Mother's Day, top 10 TV mothers. Who's the greatest TV mom? That's next.
All right, I want to...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Wolchuk has your top 10. He has breaking Cowboys Tom Brady news. Salute to CY for joining us. Brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. The Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Yep, it is. Yesterday, of course, was Mother's Day, so I've got the top 10 best TV moms of all time. Text in your favorite TV mom, 877-881-1053. But it is official. The Dallas Cowboys will be opening their season on the road in Cleveland against the Browns at 3:25 on Fox. Michael Strahan, along with Tom Brady, who will be making his broadcasting debut on that very day, made the announcement courtesy of Fox Sports NFL.
I know you've been waiting to call your first game. Yeah. And I got a little something for you, man. I got some big news. It's huge news because I have a little something that you don't even know. The NFL schedule isn't out yet, but I know a little something about your first game.
Are you going to tell me?
Maybe I will. You want to know?
I want to know.
You want to know?
Damn right I want to know.
All right, drum roll, please. For the first time in 5 years, the NFL on Fox opens with the Dallas Cowboys.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be your first game. And also another thing, week 1 is back to being an exclusive doubleheader window for Fox. So how do you like that news? You get to the Cowboys first week.
Amazing. Obviously, having the Cowboys on is a huge draw. As America's team, that's going to get a little hard for me to say that all the time. I understand they were the competition for a long time. But in this new role, I know the Cowboys, how important they are to this network. They got great storylines. Come on, Dak Prescott. Let's see if he can finally come through. One of the great defensive players. Did that just slip out? Micah Parsons, what a great player he is, and Coach McCarthy. So I love covering them. I've been obviously going against them for a long time, and now I get to tell everyone how great they are.
So there we go. Tom Brady making his debut. Cowboys at Browns. It's the Amari Cooper revenge game for Cleveland. There's some juicy storylines here with this one, and a very good defense there. In Cleveland, no doubt about it. A team that can run the football with the Browns. The Cowboys' new run D with Mike Zimmer are going to be tested early week 1. Looking forward to that matchup.
I can't wait to see it. I think the Amari Cooper angle is nice, but it's got to be like storyline 5 or 6. I mean, the Tom Brady debut is huge. The Cowboys going up against a great defense with a retooled offensive line, new center, new left tackle. How's that going to look? You're going to get a big test. They're thrown to the Wolves. I'm going to try to not to overreact if Cleveland holds them under like 13 points.
Yeah, that's a dang good defense. Myles Garrett, obviously, coming back to Dallas. This is probably his second.
Well, it's in Cleveland. Playing against Dallas,
but playing against them, like Garrett and Micah Parsons being on the field together. Tyler Guyton, is he about to get a healthy dose of Myles Garrett for 4 quarters? We remember what happened the last time they were in town, and it was Myles Garrett versus Terrence Steele, when Terrence Steele was just the rookie who didn't belong to be starting, and he's getting put on an island versus Myles Garrett. I'll never forget that.
Terrence Steele.
Pregame show at what? 12:30 on Sunday? Is that when it starts?
That would be a noon
12:30.
a noon 30 situation.
Noon 30.
I'm looking forward to that, dude. Very exciting. Maybe Brady will join us in the pregame.
Maybe. Then we'll have postgame until 9:30.
Be iconic.
Can we just right off the jump just request it?
Of course.
Right off the
just
jump.
put the request in.
Sure, Tim's already putting in the request.
Yeah,
Tommy.
you got to get that request in before he knows he can turn everything down. Because you're going to get big time Tom Brady here before too long.
I wonder if week 1 though he'll just be like, I'm too locked in. No, I can't do this. I'm not doing that. But he should.
Well, the Fox folks were always really nice. That number 1 crew always.
Greg Olson was a beast, and now we don't get Greg. So Brady, you got big shoes to fill.
Do we know what Greg's doing now? Did he?
He's the number 2.
Is
on
he
the
number
2
2
crew with Joe Davis?
With Joe Davis.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he got kicked down. All right, let's slide into the top 10 best TV mothers of all time. With of course Mother's Day being yesterday. Did you have a favorite TV mom in sitcom or TV history, Lucius? Anybody jump into mind?
Yeah, I got a quick list.
I know you do.
Claire Huxtable.
Fantastic.
The Cosby Show. Beautiful woman, too, by the way. Her and her sister. Oh, my God. Ma from Golden Girls. Thelma from Mama's Family. Yeah. And not the mom from Good Times.
Oh.
She was actually the villain, if you pay attention. She was the villain. She put a lot of negativity on that family.
Kind of like the mom
Crushed
from
a whole lot
Sopranos.
of dreams. Yeah.
I like that list. And you're going to have some that are very, very high from your list on this list as well. Very, very high. We've got
Peg Bundy.
Of course, Peg Bundy, married with children. She made honorable mention, did not make the top 10. I think she should be in the top 10. But
I just love how tormented he seemed when she wanted to go upstairs with him.
She's so
like, no.
When I was young, I was like, man, what are you doing, Al? Like, she's ready, bro.
Don't fumble this.
Now I'm this age, I'm like, Dad, I get it, Al. I totally get it.
I was just watching a interview with Katie Seagal. She's been sober now, I think, for 36 years, and she got sober 4 months before that show started filming. Like the whole first season of that, she's like facing, sobriety and trying to get through that with her life. I guess she was addicted to drugs and alcohol, and yeah, she crushed it. I mean, that role ended up changing her entire career. We've got honorable mention, of course, Morticia Addams from the Addams Family. Thelma Harper from the Carol Burnett Show and Mama's Family.
Yeah, it's my people right there, boy.
We've got Donna Stone from the Donna Reed Show. I don't know if you know that one.
That was in
Brian.
the 60s.
That looks black and white.
That is very black and white.
It's Nick at Night.
Caroline
That's
from
where I
Little
seen
House
it.
on the Prairie. Yeah, that is Nick at Night.
Yeah, it's Nick at Night.
Shirley Patridge from the Patridge Family.
Partridge
and Petrie. I didn't watch the show.
Hello, Zoomer.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Lucy Ricardo.
Dump. Sorry.
Lucy Ricardo. I Love Lucy.
Yes.
I think it's Lukey.
Is it Lukey?
No.
No, it's Lucy.
Is it Loki?
How about the gal Kitty from that 70s show?
Dude,
She was
she's
cool,
number
wasn't
10.
she? Oh,
Kitty
was
Foreman
hilarious.
is number 10 from that 70s show. She might be my favorite. Kitty was so funny. And I think they're doing that 90s show now.
Yeah.
And season 2's coming out. I need to go back and watch season 1 because I never saw it.
We got to get a cameo from Danny Masterson in jail.
Oh, my gosh, dude. Ooh.
You can send anything, man. Just help me out.
Oh, man.
Put a little something on my bucks, man.
Olivia Walton from the Waltons, number 9. We got Lois from Malcolm in the Middle at number 8.
Oh, I was thinking from Family Guy.
Lois from Family Guy, sure, absolutely. Florida Evans from Good Times comes in at number 7.
She's the villain.
She's the villain.
She's the villain. Pay attention.
Maria Barone from Everybody Loves Raymond.
JJ.
I think I'd prefer Kitty over Marie.
Me too. Happy Days, Marion Cunningham.
Oh, yeah.
Comes in at number 5. Sophia from the Golden Girls comes in at 4.
Here we go.
Those gals were hilarious, dude. I love that show.
The mom from the Gilmore Girls, Lorelai Gilmore. I didn't watch the Gilmore Girls. She comes in at number 3. That did get texted on the fan text. Claire Huxtable, Mrs. Rashad, from the Crosby Show at number 2. Number 1, Carol Brady from the Brady Bunch.
I was going to say Carol Brady, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what I liked about her.
Yeah.
What about Tammy Taylor from Friday Night
Tammy
Lights?
Taylor was 13 on the list.
Oh,
she was
13?
great.
Oh, you already said that?
No, I didn't. I didn't. I
okay.
skipped ahead to the list just for time purposes,
okay.
but she was 13 honorable mention. Roseanne Barr actually was an honorable mention on here. We got that text in quite a bit.
Thank you, Bully.
Who was the worst mom? Is it a TV
June
mom?
Cleaver.
June Cleaver.
Skylar White.
Beaver Cleaver.
Skylar White
sucked.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
In multiple ways.
I got to put Florida on that list, too.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bro. She shot down all those kids' dreams.
And the mom from Tony Soprano's mom, she stunk too.
Yes,
Her
thank
and the
you.
sister. I hated both of them.
Both of them were awful.
Mrs. Soprano was bad?
Wow,
Yeah,
she was the
a
worst.
nagging
But she was neglected. With that thing with Furio, just, you know.
Oh, not the wife.
No, not the wife. Not the
The
wife.
wife was fine. The wife was fine. But Tony's actual mom, who ends up
Oh, Tony's actual
his
mom.
actual mom
his
in the
actual
show.
mom.
Yeah. Not the wife.
She tried to
She
set
was
herself
neglected.
on
The stuff with
fire.
Furio, you're right.
Yeah.
And I even looked the other way with Furio. I'm like, look at that guy. Come on. It's okay. I get it.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen.
Can't believe y'all.
We all wanted a
It's
shot.
the D jokes.
I can't
It's in our
believe y'all,
blood.
bro. I can't believe y'all.
Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com and then go to an edition of the finest. Chief, where are we heading?
No one is as football crazed as this guy. That's next right here in the nation. Let's get you on over to Platinum.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Let's do this. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we have the Expressway coming up in 20 minutes. And you're going to hear an old familiar voice from this time slot on 105 to The Fan. A former member of the Fan staff who has gone on to great things. Keeping the house rocking. There's your tease. Okay, coming up in 20 minutes to kick off the Expressway. We'll talk to him. We'll talk, of course, Mavs and Stars Game 4 tonight. LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up here in about 38 minutes. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's edition of The Finest.
News of the day, Dallas Cowboys going to be facing the Cleveland Browns in Cleveland Week 1. That'll be Tom Brady's first Fox Sports broadcasting debut. So the full schedule release goes down Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Coming up on Wednesday of this week. So Broadus unveiled a handful of things for us, making some guesses. He was ahead of it on the Cleveland Browns Week 1 situation with the Cowboys. So hopefully Broadus nailed the whole thing, and we can act like we're giving him some payoff immunity, even though we're not. I think that's going to be a fun time to do.
Technically, he said the Giants. And,
on a technicality.
Swing and a miss. But you were on the Browns.
It's okay. I threw him out there, though, Wooly.
You did.
You got to learn sometimes. You got to throw him out there a little bit.
You want me to throw him out there? I can make up a schedule.
You can make a schedule up.
I'm happy to do that.
Give it a whack.
Yeah, give it a whack.
We'll give it a whack. I'll whack it.
Right.
I'll whack it with you.
Antoine Winfield Jr. is now the highest paid defensive back in NFL history. 4 years, $84 million with the Bucks. Congrats to him. And Jared Goff, over the course of the last half hour or so, just got the fatty boom bod there. $53 million per year is what the contract averages out for Jared Goff. So money's getting thrown around in the NFL. The schedule news, all is good. The housekeeping is now kaput. Did you guys hit this maybe on Friday? I don't know if this was something I saw it over the weekend, but Terrion Arnold. The quote that he had about his mom?
Yes.
You guys hit that?
Yeah, I did a little footballer ball sack with that.
That's pretty incredible there. That is definitely a Man Campbell biting kneecap off kind of player when you draft him to Detroit. And he says, if my mom was a receiver, I'd jam her into the dirt. And she knows that.
Yeah.
So he's actually iterated that to his mom, I believe, on probably more than one occasion. So that's the type of mentality that Detroit's bringing right now. And I love it. But no one's got the mentality of Jim Harbaugh.
Really?
Did you guys see this sound? Did you guys see this clip?
It is interesting what he just said.
He's a football psychopath.
Yeah, he is.
And we know that about him.
Yep.
Listen to him. He's huffing and puffing. I mean, did he just get off the Stairmaster? Was he doing heavy back squats in his khakis? Or did he just down so much whole milk that he had to catch his breath for a second? But either way, he's at the microphone, and he is fired up for the day.
3:34 in the morning, woke up, staring straight at the ceiling, and said to myself, it's not just another day, it's today. And maybe that's just another way of saying attack this day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. But yeah, it was a great day.
That's weed.
Okay.
That's weed.
Talk to me.
Great day.
You want to know what happened here?
It's a great day.
Jim Harbaugh has a routine before his pressers, okay? And in regular season form, he's conditioned. Okay, he's coming off like a 3-4 month off season at this point.
He was on a championship bender there after winning the Natty.
Yeah. But once he gets into the day-to-day operations, he can make that jog down to his presser, you know? So he's going to keep it moving around a lot of places. But once you're over the age of, 35 or 40, your cardio can dip hard quickly, you know? So his cardio's not right. He thought he could jog to the presser room.
He's in voluntary mini camp off season.
Yeah,
that's the form he's in right now.
Overestimated his abilities.
I think he's doing push-ups and stuff before he goes.
I was thinking, is this a sit-up, a push-up, heavy backs? I don't know, man. He's wild.
He challenges himself. He does. He goes out there to challenge himself is what he does.
I could see that. You want to do some public speaking, get a good pump in, get that testosterone coursing.
The veins popping.
He's also the coach, though, in the middle of a practice.
Or he's a psycho, too.
He'll swap out. He is a psycho.
He is,
I mean, he will swap out sneakers for cleats, keep the khakis on, take the shirt off,
puts gloves on,
and now he's throwing. Maybe he's doing some sort of gambling, if you will, with the quarterbacks. Oh, I can make this. You know, it's Jason Garrett versus Dak Prescott. Jason Garrett keeps winning. Maybe Harbaugh lost to Herbert in a throw off, and now you had to do a little. You know, you go touch that tree, bring me back some bark kind of deal.
Got overconfident competing against Fields or whoever he was competing against. McCarthy last couple of years.
Yeah, McCarthy. Yeah.
Well, but you guys see what McCarthy's doing at minicamp, right?
Apparently he's kicking ass.
He's making bets with the defense that he won't have more than like 3 incompletions in a particular drill, and then of course he gets the 4th one, and then he just has to start taking a lap because they're betting conditioning, I guess, with one another. So I like what he's doing there. He's trying to step up, make things fun and light, but he's like, yeah, you guys saw I was out there running. I lost that bet. I had way more than 3 incompletions in that particular drill.
7.
The Cowboys obviously having their rookie minicamp stuff going down, and our very own. I mean, how about maybe Jim Harbaugh? Maybe he takes the throne for heaviest breathing coach in football, and then we make a place for perhaps I don't know. I mean, to tell the tape here, what have you done for me lately? Jim Harbaugh is huffing and puffing into that microphone. Here's Mike McCarthy explaining the importance of Ezekiel Elliott, and he absolutely nailed it. Like, what is Ezekiel Elliott bringing to the table here? Why did you pay him slightly more than the minimum? This is why.
Like I said, it felt like he never left. But he definitely puts you on guard, because he's old school. He's an old school guy, and he'll go up and smack a 60-year-old man in the ass, and it hurts. So I mean, it's those kinds of things that you just enjoy him. Not that I enjoy getting smacked in the ass, but just enjoy his personality and having him back in the building and things like that.
I think he did enjoy it just a little bit.
Probably that first one.
Zeke?
That first one.
I felt good.
Yeah.
I miss these.
Feels like old times a little bit. And then it's going to start to add up on you. But
now it's a little red.
It's like, what is it?
Now it's bruised.
He just described exactly what it is that Zeke is bringing to the table here. Like, he will lead the team in attaboy butt slaps.
Yeah.
Camaraderie.
Locker room morale.
Yes.
Blue guy.
Minister of Culture, whatever it is. There was nothing about him on the field. There was no description of what he can do for this team on the field, and I got nothing but respect for Mike McCarthy there. And I don't know that Jim Harbaugh's taken his place, by the way, after hearing that.
No, because at least Jim's doing some type of physical activity before.
Well, there's
That's just Mike walking over to the podium and being a badass.
Right. He said badass.
Yeah, and getting slapped in the ass.
But don't you guys agree? That's he just nailed the scouting report on why Zeke is here. He's slapping people on the ass, and he's here for the vibes.
And hopefully blocking Myles Garrett week 1.
Yeah, and I'm trying to really be happy for those reasons, because I know it's going to be a trying year up there for him, and they need a guy like Zeke around to keep the mood light and to make it more fun. I mean, his football character is second to none. You want to talk about compete. You want to talk about loving the physicality of the game, having a great mind for the game and vision, and having that touch around the locker room to make it more fun. Those are all things that unfortunately the Cowboys hang on to way too long and cherish way too highly. I don't know. Is he worse than what Jason Witten was at the end of his career? I think so. I think Zeke is probably a worse running back than Jason Witten was his last year as a tight end. And I say that,
I love that,
not to disrespect Zeke, right? He should not be in the league. This is the Cowboys' fault. This is no disrespect to Zeke.
Wait. No disrespect. He should not be in the league.
No, you're 29 years old as a heavy running back. You should have been done about 2 or 3 years ago. So this is just on the Cowboys. It's gotten worse. Now they're doing it with worse players than what Jason Witten was, because vibes, I guess.
877-881-1053.
And then the other side of their mouth, this salary cap's so important, we can't keep Tyron Smith. Oh, here, Zeke, here's $4 million. What the hell just happened? What the hell, guys?
No, you're not wrong.
877-881-1053. Which is worse, this version that we have here of Zeke or the final version that we received of Jason Witten? Not broadcast Jason Witten, but player. Jason, 6 inches at a time, Jason Witten through the air. Which version is worse?
I would vote Witten.
That version of Witten.
Staying out of this one. Hate the question. I hate you.
More useless at the end, Witten or Zeke. I think it's a great question.
I think it's Witten.
It's a terrible question.
It might be something we have to revisit time and time again over the course of this offseason.
Well, kind of like the bathrooms.
Nice work
the
there,
bathrooms
Dawson.
at the house of Wilson, right? The quarterback. We always revisit that every week.
Well, that was a good question. This makes me sad.
How many interceptions does he have? How many bathrooms does he have?
Well, it was 12 bathrooms, and it took damn near all season to eclipse that number.
He was bleeping all damn day.
Hey, but that's Nathaniel Hackett's fault, dude. Don't blame Mr. Unlimited for that.
So far, Witten, two answers.
That's Wolchuk's worst take of the day, and that's really saying something considering how he went after the draft lottery earlier.
Draft lottery, stupid.
Yeah. Here, we're going to try to eliminate 4 months of tanking with a 20-minute TV show.
Teams are still tanking, Gavin. I got news for you, bud.
We're going to surprise everybody on Mother's Day. Here's the lottery. Sorry, Detroit.
That nobody
you get
cares
bleeped
about.
again. I don't know that we've gotten a single response for Zeke here. I think everybody's riding the Witten train for being the worst. The biggest geezer at the end. Maybe we've got the one Zeke I see is that Zeke's going to prove us all wrong. So for the most part, looks like we're getting a lot of Jason Witten was the worst at the end.
It's like I stand corrected.
How about old Big Bertha? You familiar with old Big Bertha over here? Or is this
Callaway?
actually brand new?
Dude, I think you've made enough jokes towards Zeke. You need to stop.
The drum?
The golf club?
The drum.
This is Bill Callahan's customized blocking sled that he's made for his guys.
Yes, I saw
Tennessee.
J.C. Latham doing this with the video.
Yes.
This thing is awesome.
I haven't seen this, though. Big Bertha to me was the drum, I think, at University of Texas, I think is what it is.
I'm sure there's more
Maybe
than one.
I think you're right about that. Yeah.
Big
Am I right about
Bertha.
that?
Yeah, I think you are.
And are all Berthas big? You know, I think it's sort of an oxymoron.
Relative.
Yeah.
Is there any
or
more Berthas?
redundant, I should say.
Are there any more Berthas out there?
I guess that's
a bad name for a child.
After Big Bertha, you can't name your daughter Bertha after that. Come on, what are you doing?
That's a bad name.
Yeah, the only thing you can do is now inanimate objects like a blocking sled and just slap Big Bertha title on it. And
Yeah,
rock
they're
and roll.
golf clubs, of course. That was a driver back in the day.
That gal at Oregon State with the last name Beers,
God.
she would have been a good Bertha.
Big Bertha Beers.
And she would have owned it.
Okay, Bertha Beers, yeah, she would be. And nobody's messed with that Bertha.
Well, this Bertha in Tennessee right here, nobody seems to be able to mess with it either. Bill Callahan, we know, what is he? Running game
Moses.
Running game Moses, paying homage to Walchuk and everybody there. Football and Moses, Walchuk's two favorite things, right? I mean, if you had to whittle it down.
No doubt.
And
Love me some
so
Moses.
Bill Callahan loves him some Walchuk.
That's right.
And he's cranking out this brand new customized. I'm sure it's copycat league. Everybody's going to be doing this. He's the best offensive line guy going, and he's got this sled that looks similar to the normal one, except the pad that's being blocked is not standing straight up with like where the defender's chest is just open for the taking. He's kind of like hunched over a little bit, so you really got to get under him. And Big Bertha's 380 pounds. So even watching giant J.C. Latham here in rookie minicamp for the Titans try and work this thing around, very, very difficult.
You have to hit it correctly, or else it will not
won't
be
move.
moving. Like, and it stood him up. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was fun to see. So maybe we'll get that Big Bertha appearance in Oxnard if the Cowboys want to take a page out of the book, or maybe it'll be like 5 years from now. You know, at some point they'll catch up and be like, "Hey, we're here with the times."
Are those the Berthas?
Yeah, the Big Berthas, man. You got to have them. And
Jerry's going all in with Berthas, I heard.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm in on that.
Game-changing development.
Yeah, pictures to follow.
From Bertha to Burr, one of our favorite friends here in the G-Bag Nation. We were wondering why he was not doing the Brady roast. He was on the Dan Patrick show, and this is him explaining like the fact that he wouldn't have done it even if he was asked.
I had no interest in giving this guy any more crap than he did. And then all the ugly bastards out there were all excited when his marriage went south because they can't even approach the local hottie in a towny bar, and it makes them feel better. You know, and Peyton looks like a number 2 pencil, so nobody felt intimidated by him. And that was basically it. It's just like, all right, let's have a bunch of people go out there and make fun of the fact that his marriage crumbled. I mean, I don't want to do that.
This could have been your bet. You could have gotten up there and been the anti-Tom Brady roaster.
Well, you know what? They asked me to do it a couple of years ago, and when they first were going to do it, and I was editing a movie, and I just didn't have time. And then this time through, they didn't ask me, and I was really all right with that.
So there it is.
Remember we talked about this. I didn't think he didn't want to roast Tom Brady. He really didn't as a Boston guy. I don't think he wanted to.
I mean, but the payday must be huge for a comedian of his size. I think, and Patrick, presented an interesting angle where he could have just killed everybody else in the room.
Yeah. I thought that was a pretty good idea if you wanted.
Somebody did go after all the other roasters, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately everybody sort of went after everybody a little bit, but that could have been Burr's entire deal. You know,
he could have just like defended Tom and just gone after everyone else on set.
Yeah, and I'm sure like everybody would have been a little bit frustrated. Like we're supposed to crush on
Brady,
Tom,
not the roast
but
of comics.
if the jokes are good and it's Burr, so they would have been. We would have all been here for it, but he didn't want to get in the weeds on that one. So I am looking forward to who's going to be the next one. When can we get this again? It's appointment television. Maybe the next one is when LeBron retires. If he's looking at Brady like, okay, Brady did it, I can do it. I don't know if LeBron would ever be down, but I think that's the next call you make if you're Netflix. Give me the king up in here. A king-size roast.
Oh, dude, that would be epic. All righty. Thank you, Chief. There it is. In addition to the finest most afternoons, 5 o'clock here in the nation, we're going to hear from a former fan personality from this time slot on the controversy around the Stars game coming up next. It's the Expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top. LA Lives at 5:40. There's Cowboys opening day news. There's AL Player of the Week news. And a quarterback just got a big contract. It's next here in the nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
But Lucius is coming up here in about 17 minutes, 5:40 every night. This segment of the Nation is brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Our special guest is going to join us here in just a second. Taking a look at storylines, you do have Rangers coming up at 6:30. They'll host the Cleveland Guardians. Lorenzen on the hill. Need a bounce back Dubsky. Losers of 4 in a row here all of a sudden. Injuries may be getting the best of them. Donovan Mitchell out for Game 4 tonight with a calf injury. He was limping around the closing moments of Game 3. Boston leads that series 2-1, and it tips off here in about an hour or so. So Boston probably going for the kill shot without Mitchell.